Chapter 701 Negotiation Progress, 2 in 1. House Elves? Harry's mind flashed back to what Hermione had said at the Gringotts, that the House Elves of Future World and Hogwarts had agreed to join the Pan-Magical Alliance, and that the next step would be for the Ministry of Magic to gradually free the House Elves in the hands of the ancient families, especially those who were experiencing abuse. The surprisingly good spirits of these House Elves at Future World Company might have something to do with the smiling faces of the visitors, or maybe it was because they were wearing clothes that were closer to a normal human aesthetic, with dresses that were easy to distinguish from tops, trousers, and other small assortments of clothes that were totally different from pillowcases used in Hogwarts and other places. After a brief pause, Harry suddenly understood why Hermione had insisted on this for so long. He looked up at the lively little folks on the first floor, and tried to find a familiar individual among them. It wasn't easy, and his eyes swept back and forth twice without spotting Dobby, and while he was wondering where he is, he felt a hand grab his trousers and yank it. Harry lowered his head. Dobby. Lord Harry Potter. Hello. A house elf looked up at him with big round eyes, dressed somewhat similar to Professor Flitwick's attire back at school. It was none other than Harry's well-acquainted house elf Dobby, whose eyes were shining with tears of happiness from a long-awaited reunion. Harry had a bad feeling in his gut when Dobby took 2 steps back and then he abruptly darted into his arms, his 2 long, thin arms wrapped around him, his long, thin nose poking him in the stomach, and it took Harry a lot of effort to break free. "Good day to you, Dobby," he said, with a gasp. Dobby took a few steps back and looked at Harry with a smile on his face. "Lord Harry Potter." Harry examined Dobby, who was in good spirits, his clothes reflecting his unique preferences in many details, such as the magenta jumper inside his outer coat, which seemed to have been given to him on Christmas Day 1 year ago by Ron, a tie wrapped around the outside of the jumper, embroidered with a green circle with 2 black dots where the tie clip would be, which Harry guessed to be the handiwork of Dobby. He just didn't know what the design meant, and his feet wrapped with 2 thick socks of different colors that allowed him to walk without much sound. "Sir Harry Potter, please follow me." The house elf tugged on Harry's hand and pulled him through the crowd and made his way up the curved, revolving staircase. "Wait, hold on, Dobby, I'm not here alone, I come along with some friends of mine, Ron, Neville, Hermione." Harry said, looking back only to find Ron being targeted by his twin brothers and Neville was with Mr. Ollivander, and it looked like he was having Mr. Ollivander examine his wand. Hermione had disappeared altogether, clearly she was there just a moment ago. Dobby knows, it was Dobby who had sent to call Miss Granger away, and now Dobby has something to give to Sir Harry Potter. "You called away Hermione?" Harry muttered in surprise. "Yes," Dobby followed Mr. Lupin's instructions and Dobby was willing to help. The house elf who was walking ahead said as they were about to reach the first floor, "Dobby has prepared a coming-of-age present for Sir Harry Potter." "Oh, thank you, Dobby." Harry froze for a moment, suddenly realizing that his 17th birthday was not even a few days away. The past month had flown by like a golden snitch. But then he realized that Bill and Fliss' scheduled wedding date would also be in the next few days, he just wasn't sure if it would happen on time. And why was Lupin looking for Hermione again? Harry's mind revolved with all sorts of thoughts, but all doubts redirected at the sight of a house elf covered in a pink pillowcase with floral lace. "Dobby, is that Winky?" He recognized Winky's big brown eyes and nose that looked like a squashed tomato. To be precise, he was more impressed with the latter feature though. But what really allowed him to tell her apart from the bunch of house elves was that she was among the few who still wore pillowcases over their bodies as clothing. "Yes, Winky is Winky," Dobby said. They made their way up the last few stairs to the first floor and Harry could see the rear heads of the people downstairs in the main lobby of the Sword Castle from high up. "But she's still wearing her pillowcase, why? Isn't she free?" Dobby's pace slowed. Winky couldn't forget Mr. Crouch. Winky kept counting the days, saving up and counting at the same time. 3 years, 2 years, and now only 6 months left. So Barty Crouch had 6 months to be released from prison? Harry thought to himself. They passed a dozen doors along the way, on either side of which stood 10 feet tall magic golems that proved invaluable when the Death Eaters attacked in droves, and a few of these golems were also placed in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, and the more important corridors. They stopped in front of a door, which in particular had 2 door handles, one of which was positioned surprisingly low. The doubts in Harry's mind were answered when he saw Dobby effortlessly twist the lower handle. Inside the door was a huge, spacious circular room, and after a quick glance, Harry thought he had got taller when he saw how it was divided into several areas, all of which were furnished with small furniture, except for 2 rows of small benches on the work area, and the place reserved for house elves to rest. He subconsciously looked back, and Hermione's silhouette flashed in his vision on the 5th floor. "Professor, you're here too." Hermione was surprised to see Felix there as she closed the door from inside. Dobby had only told her that Lupin was looking for her and hadn't mentioned anything else. So although the Sword Castle in theory owned by Professor Happ, she had little confidence in seeing the professor in this place. Sometimes Hermione had the distinct feeling that if the professor ever resigned his post at the school, he would probably hide away in a place where no one could find him, like the moon, to study magic, only to suddenly remember that he had a group of friends and come out to visit them after 3 or 5 years. The professor, in fact, is not very good with people at all, and many of his responses are all thought out in advance and simply thrown into use whenever he needs to talk to Stanger according to different situations. This secret could only be discovered by those closest to him. This, coupled with the fact that the professor was never a very enthusiastic person in the first place, and that very few things could faze him, was why he gave the impression of being a laid-back person. Felix, of course, had no idea what Hermione was thinking at the moment, and he nodded towards her, gesturing for Hermione to come over. There were other people in the spacious office, and Hermione glanced over at them in turn, Lupin, Snape, and Professor Slughorn. Hermione's voice rose slightly in tone as she looked in surprise at the short, chubby old wizard balled up on the couch, his rounded figure cloaked in elaborate, flashy robes, his walrus-like mustache tilted up and down. He was none other than Hogwarts Professor of Potions, Slughorn. "Come over here, Miss Granger, we were just talking about the simplification of potions," Slughorn said amiably. Hermione picked a seat as he continued. "Felix mentioned that you had a similar experience, uniting students from 4 houses last school year, didn't you? To handle O.W.Ls exams. That's not the same thing as what we're going to discuss now," Snape said coldly, not forgetting that the source of those simplified recipes was a textbook he had used, the contents of which were essentially tricks, a process he had been very proud of in his early years but which he had subsequently abandoned because it was not helping with his potions advanced studies. "You are quite right, Severus," Slughorn said absent-mindedly, "but I think the cleverness of mind, as well as the leadership shown there, is worthy of recognition. Of course, we have more difficult things to discuss, and my suggestion is to start with the easy part, it's all written in the textbook." Hermione listened for a while and realized that they were talking about how to enable ordinary people to use potions. Snape had warned in class not to try to get muggles to drink potions, as it was uncertain to determine which potions required the wizard's own magic to be involved for them to take effect, and there were no Podi-1er currently keeping statistics for that either. Snape and Slughorn were casually exchanging small talk about potion theories that were not written in the textbooks, and Hermione listened with a sense of awe, wishing they would speak more slowly, so she could get a notebook to write them down. At that moment, she heard a soft laugh. Hermione looked at Felix woodenly. Felix lowered his head, which showed the corners of his mouth curving slightly. He coughed softly twice, and pulled out his silver pocket watch from his pocket, and said with his usual calm expression, "If you have no intention of pursuing further in the field of potions, there's really no need to listen to them that seriously. I've summarized a list of spells and potions that show similar effects. I'm looking for you today because of another matter, and I need to ask your opinion." "Oh, I was the one who suggested you and thought you'd be suitable." Before Hermione could say a word, Snape suddenly looked at Felix and said gloomily, "The beauty of potions lies in the subtle differences between the finer elements, and it is natural for those who have given up on the discipline long ago to fail to appreciate the subtleties and the beauty of that which is enough to make one's heart flutter." Hermione blinked. Was this Snape's way of saying that Professor Hap didn't know anything about potions? She looked at Professor Slughorn again. Slughorn, although wasn't as blunt as Snape, he also expressed the same thing implicitly. Hermione's tried and tested ability to generalize once again came into play and she concluded that both of them meant pretty much the same thing: don't listen to amateurs. Felix rolled his eyes and popped open the cover of the watch, from which Valen bolted out, ducking her head to avoid the Great Demon King's sinful hand and running up to Hermione, gesturing with her hands. Hermione's mind flickered. Golden cards? She looked at Felix, who turned his head away stiffly. At that moment, the door opened from outside and Ms. Bones and Mr. Weasley walked in. Both had tired looks on their faces. "You guys look tired, the negotiations didn't go well?" Lupin asked in a gentle tone. Mr. Weasley took off his glasses and lowered his head to wipe the lenses with the edge of his shirt. His hairline was slightly shrunken, giving rise to a worry that in a few years he might have a similar hairstyle to Slughorn's. Mr. Weasley grunted, "Tough sailing. The Muggle Prime Minister brought in a bunch of legal experts to pick all kinds of fancy words with us. All in all, we made limited progress through the morning." "We don't have the advantage in numbers," Lupin said, "and that has led to us to fail to progress in many areas, such as the law. Of course, there is no need for it to be exactly the same. I've always believed that the point of the law's existence is to articulate what we want this society to be in a limited number of words." He paused, then said, "We have a plan to deal with this situation, don't we?" "Of course we do." Ms. Bones barely managed to muster a smile and cast an admiring glance at Felix. "They have no excuse to dictate the wizards because of the existence of the Pan-Magical Alliance, but they want to restrict our freedom through cumbersome laws. We caught them off guard by bringing up the concept of joint law enforcement and public exposure in due course, little by little, like opening windows first. We will continue the negotiations about these tomorrow." According to Felix and her thoughts, wizards would not be completely relax the access to their community as a whole for a long time and would be governed in their own way, with joint enforcement of the law only taking place where the two sides crossed paths, and they would not devise the do's and don't from the start, but would use a one case-by-case approach, to build up the articles. Joint law enforcement would tackle unexpected situations, and both sides would need a steady window of communication with each other. There are currently two different types of communication windows available to both sides on paper. One is a marketplace that sells special products of wizards, and the second is a fixed venue where both sides can freely communicate and interact within certain boundaries, including but not limited to technological and magical collaboration, liaison, opportunities for ordinary people to come to contact with magic, etc. They chatted for a while longer and then Ms. Bones got down to business. The law is the main focus of the next negotiations. It determines what both sides can claim, and I don't expect it will be an easy negotiation. It just so happens that trade was mentioned this morning, and if there is still no progress tomorrow, I am prepared to negotiate that aspect first. It's good to let them see the possible benefits of magic, in favor of a better outcome. Felix nodded in agreement, then asked, "Has Babajid Akingbade contacted you?" Ms. Bones sighed. "No, he just dispatched a representative to request a daily record of the current negotiations held each day, and to be fair, he is a very capable man, but given that he is now dealing with a completely new territory and is responsible for dozens of ministries of magic, he cannot and dare not make decisions lightly." She shook her head. Without the help of the others, she would also have been at her wit's end if she had been put in this tricky spot. "You hit the nail on the head," Lupin pointed out. He couldn't figure it out on his own and was worried about making a mistake. Thus, the opportunities are delayed. "Find the right opportunity and invite him for a kaha," Felix said. "The right opportunity." Ms. Bones thought for a while and seemed to think of something. "I'll arrange it. There are two other things. The first," she looked at Snape and Slughorn, "has to do with potions, and then healing, where magic is quite superior." "I need manpower," Snape said calmly, "lots of it." "Can do." Ms. Bones nodded. "There is a temporary group of potions masters living in Diagon Alley. I will extend an invitation to them in the name of the Ministry of Magic. Professor Slughorn, I know you are old and deserve a peaceful life, but at this time, we need your strength. Even if it's just to offer a suggestion." "Oh, of course, that's not a problem," Slughorn said. "I've been retired for decades and in the end, I realized that the school suits me the best, and I think I'll stay at Hogwarts, but there's nothing for me to do as a professor if the students aren't in the mood to study at all," he said thoughtfully. "When it gets down to it, it was Dumbledore who reminded me, alas, in his last days, he said that the school was the most peaceful place to be and the best place to retire. If even the school lost its peace, the rest of the world would only be even worse." Everyone in the room fell silent as if they had suddenly remembered something in their minds. If there was one thing they all had in common, it was the fact that in the last few months of his life, on a few occasions, Dumbledore had approached them for a chat, although the reasons he used varied. "The second thing is..." After a moment of silence, Ms. Bones held up her monocle and continued. "A television interview." Ron looked at Hermione in surprise, as if she was making some sort of nonsense out of the blue. "What's going on?" Harry asked. "It could be interpreted as a way of increasing mutual trust. You should know that the Ministry of Magic is going to select some non-magical people to visit the wizarding community. The reasoning behind it is exactly the same," Hermione explained. "I'm not the only one, Mr. Weasley and Professor Slughorn are on the list. My dad's going to be on TV." Ron said with a bit of excitement. "He hasn't even told us about it at home." "Oh yeah, he's been way too busy lately. So I have to get ready, there aren't many days left," Hermione said hurriedly. "I have to go to the library and look up some materials." "The library shouldn't have what you're looking for," Harry reminded her. "How on earth could there not be? The history of wizards, the culture of wizards. For sure there will be many books available about that." Hermione rolled up her sleeves and looked like she was going to do something big. Read advanced chapters on Petrian. 702, Chapter 702 Wizarding History. The lights at Hogwarts were sparsely lit. Tonight was not too different from yesterday or the day before, but it was still a sleepless night for many. The library was very quiet and Hermione was able to immerse herself in her current task. A thick stack of books lays in front of her, almost 10 of them were open at the same time, but she didn't read any of them. Instead, she was biting her lip in deep thought. Apparently after the Statute of Secrecy came into effect at the end of the 17th century, no wizard dared to openly active in the outside world, and if she intended to look for areas where wizards and muggles had interacted, it should have happened before that time. Hermione tried to recollect what she had read, occasionally pulling over a book and turning a page to read it carefully for a short while. Gradually, a picture of 1,000 years of the wizarding community was outlined in her head. Even though the author of the History of Magic, Professor Bathilda Bagshot, had only written up to the end of the 19th century, Hermione managed to collect some valuable information. During the First World War at the beginning of the 20th century, Archer Evermond, then Minister of Magic, chose neutrality and passed legislation forbidding wizards of both sexes from participating in the war to avoid a massive breach of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. At the time, Harry's great-grandfather, Henry Potter, strongly condemned Evermond's decision, and as a member of the pureblood and Wisengamot, his action caused an instant stir and was widely discussed. A few scraps of information that have survived suggest that the Potter family's exclusion from the Sacred 28 may well have had something to do with it. And while the pureblood families made their own choices during the war, they did not break the statute of secrecy or the laws of the Ministry of Magic by getting directly involved in the war, though the same ministry laws did not stop the thousands of wizards who were neighbors to the civil muggles from helping them in any way they could, with all due care and effort. Hermione recalled as she flipped through the book. In the 19th century, the Ministry of Magic agreed to entrust the goblins with the responsibility of running Gringotts once again. In the 1850s, a serious accident involving the Flow network occurred, and in the 1870s the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery was passed, after which Hogwarts students were forbidden to cast spells outside the school. At about the same time, the then Hogwarts caretaker attempted to trap and remove the Peeves from the castle, but his traps failed to produce any results and provoked fierce resistance from the Peeves in return. Because of the peculiar birth origin of the Peeves, the headmaster of that time made a compromise. Idris Oakby, the founder of the Society for the Support of Squibs, was also born around this time, and it is suspected that her experience of being mistaken as a squib in her childhood may have prompted her to empathize with the real squibs. Great Sasquatch Rebellion of 1892 happened in the United States when the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States of America was relocated to what is currently known as Woolworth Building, and in the last year of the century, Albus Dumbledore graduated with great distinction, and later, due to the unexpected death of his mother, he abandoned his graduation trip and met Grindelwald for the first time in Godric's Hollow. Apart from that, that century also produced some boring Quidditch tidbits, and oh yes, Hermione remembered another incident closely related to her personally. The witch Eloise Mintumble used a time turner to go back 5 centuries for an experiment and was trapped in 1402 for 5 days. Eloise died from that, whereas she was much more fortunate. The concept of the unforgivable curse was first introduced in the 18th century, after the introduction of an act banning the private breeding of dragons. The statute of secrecy had been in existence for nearly half a century at that time, and this law was amended and made more and more perfect, but it also oppressed some wizards, thus attracting some opposition. Gideon Flatworthy founded an anti-Muggle extremist group, a group whose way of expressing their hatred, however, was to refuse to do physical work like a Muggle. It occurred to Hermione that there was some resemblance to the professor's theory suggesting the everyday use of magic, and to do so they developed a range of practical techniques to cast summoning charm. But Flatworthy did not use the spell in the right way and misused it to steal, and when he tried to use the summoning charm to steal treasures from the Gringotts, he was exposed and had to flee in disarray to avoid being caught. The members were deeply dissatisfied with him and left him alone in a cave, and the group disbanded. It's worth noting that Flatworthy didn't end too well. Trapped in the cave, injured and short of food, he made a daring attempt to summon the only source of food within his sight, a barn at the foot of the hill, and was killed by the weight of cattle and haystacks. Quidditch tidbits were never lacking in the headlines, with 2 groups inexplicably fighting each other. The only thing of merit in that fight was the emergence of the repairing charm in front of the world's eyes for the first time. Rappaport's law officially enacted. The 17th century began with the Goblin Rebellion, and the most important founder of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Witch Isolde Sayre, headed for America 8 years afterwards. Mungo Bonham founded St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries during that century. The statement that the possession of wands was prohibited for all magical beings except wizards was affirmed by law, together with a code of conduct for werewolves, but apparently, no werewolf volunteered to come forward and admit their identity. The year 1692 was a very important year. It was when the International Statute of Secrecy was put fully into effect. Wizards went into complete hiding and small communities within communities took shape over the next 100 years. The Magical Congress of the United States of America was established. The 15th and 16th centuries were relatively quiet, and many wizards had spontaneously stayed away from the world, pursuing new and exciting pastimes. The first Quidditch World Cup was introduced, Quidditch again, and with it came an all-time great collection of foul play, with over 700 fouls being used. There is a special book dedicated to documenting this, and Hermione can't believe she was bored enough to look through it. The 14th century was the source that gave birth to the Statute of Secrecy. With the Black Death spreading through Europe, everything concerned with or associated with witchcraft was ostracized, and some wizards who operated openly and semi-publicly were expelled, and thereafter the hate grew stronger with the increasing number of death due to Black Death. The culminating hatred resulted in witch burnings in some places, and many wizards were forced to hide their identities, and go underground or stray from the crowd. In the 10th century, Hogwarts was founded, and various schools of magic were established thereafter. As the night grew deeper, Hermione looked up as a soft voice sounded from behind her, and she suddenly looked back and was startled to see Mrs. Pants, the librarian, standing behind her. Yes, sorry Mrs. Pants, are you closing? Hermione said as she jumped up with a jolt of surprise. The stern, grumpy, vulture-looking woman had left a lasting impression on her. Mrs. Pants shook her head and held a cup of hot cocoa in her hand that usually held a chicken feather duster. She placed the cup on the table. Hermione stared at the hot cocoa for a moment, not even able to say thank you because she was too surprised, and when she realized the situation, Mrs. Pants had already left. Hermione sat down and went back to her work. She had tried to find a pattern in the history of non-wizards, but in the end, she had come up empty-handed and was a little discouraged. Hot cocoa energized her as she wandered between the huge shelves of books, looking for inspiration from them, her eyes sliding over the titles of one book after another, unaware that she had come to an area where she normally rarely ventured. The tall shelves were piled high with all sorts of decaying-smelling notebooks, all left behind by Hogwarts students. Hermione picked one at random. It contained the observations of a Hufflepuff student on his travels, and because it was a bit old, the wording of the notes was rather difficult to read. She put the travelogue down and picked up another. This time it was a novel. She read with interest for a while, and startled by the passage of time, she then put the book down and sighed. Now was not the time to read this. But then her eyes gradually lit up. She just seemed to have spotted the right perspective. Author. I originally wanted to write the TV interview episode today, to try to write about some of the ideas of wizards from different perspectives, but my progress was so slow that I made up an impromptu chapter, a sort of overall review of the history of wizards to make up today's release. The author has picked out a few interesting but non-plot related elements that may reflect part of the wizard's thought process. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 703, Chapter 703 TV Interview, 2-in-1. The news that the wizards would be interviewed hit the headlines early on. The promos were shown on television on a loop 2 days in advance, and by the scheduled time, countless people were waiting in front of the television for the live show to begin. The 3 guests were seated in order, with Slughorn sitting alone in a wide chair, dressed in a magnificent emerald green wizard's robe, Mr. Weasley and Hermione right next to him, the former wearing a taupe suit with his thinning red hair plastered to his head, and the latter looking like a student who had just left the high school next door and had rushed right after, with a hint of constraint in her body movements. The host who was given the task of conducting today's interview sat on the opposite side of the curved table, looking competent and energetic, gesturing and making last-minute communications with the audience, who whispered and gawked curiously at the trio. The audience was carefully selected from the thousands of applicants after tested to be free of extreme ideas. After the usual introductory remarks, the opening of the interview began. Would like to thank the 3 special guests for their introduction. They belong to different age groups and assume different social roles: school teacher, government employee, and student. What kind of insights will they bring to the audience? Let's start with Mr. Slughorn. Hello Mr. Slughorn, what subject do you teach at school? Potions. Slughorn said. He briefly introduced the basic concepts of magic potions, which was very easy for him to do with decades of teaching experience. The conversation unfolded in a pleasant mood, and apart from the occasional unknown terms that popped up, which caused some confusion, the audience listened with great interest. Slughorn spoke eloquently, casually introducing the names of some simple potions, such as potions for boils, cold and flu potions, cheer and vitality potions, and then, at the request of the audience, he mentioned several more complex potions. Potions that bring luck, bone-growing potions that help people to regrow bones overnight, Baruffio's brain elixir that sharpens the mind, beauty potions that make people beautiful. The host was somewhat lost in thought, but professionalism brought him back to his senses as he quickly said, well, I think the question on everyone's mind right now is, can these potions be mass-produced? Not really, I'm afraid, Slughorn said with a slight frown. Many potions require magic to be a part of the process. This includes the consumption of potions as well. The host's expression instantly became as disappointed as the audience. But ahem, my student, Severus Snape, Slughorn said, has been put in charge of the simplification of potions by the Ministry of Magic, with the aim of making some of them available to non-wizards. I've heard that Future World has done some early work on this project, but this sort of thing certainly needs to be left to the professionals. He spoke eloquently, trying to direct the conversation into territory he is familiar with. It may be slightly less effective, but it still retains the most magical properties. Severus is capable of modifying that. He was recently awarded the first-class Order of Merlin. Do you know what the Order of Merlin is? Only the best wizards are awarded this honor, and I have had the pleasure of teaching a few. He muttered a few names triumphantly, eyeing the host as if waiting for him to follow up with a question about what they had achieved, and it took a few moments of silence for him to continue once again. Of course, I personally will offer guidance, limited to theoretical and directional discussions. After all, age is not kind, and I am more than 100 years old now, so my energy cannot catch up with the young. This statement gave the impression that if he were 20 years younger, he would be able to solve all the problems by himself. The eyes of those present sparkled. You've lived past an age of 100. The host asked in amazement. It doesn't look that way at all. I usually take better care of myself. Slughorn said, I have quite a few secrets in this respect, even Dumbledore has asked me for tips. He sighed, living too long has its own downside, there are fewer and fewer familiar faces, a common problem among the elderly. Excuse me, I would like to know, do wizards generally live longer? It was said that Mr. Dumbledore was over 110 before he died. 116, Slughorn corrected, wizards of his skill generally live even more longer, and I suspect given his and Nicholas's achievement he violently coughed, I suspect he was badly wounded when he took on the two Dark Lords, otherwise he might have lived past 200 years. Well, do you know Felix? He is destined to live an exceptionally long life, which is a lucky thing, both for wizards and ordinary people. Slughorn took out his handkerchief and wiped his sweat. He had just almost uttered Nicholas Flamel's name, and the secret concerning Philosopher's Stone is a myth even in the wizarding world. At that thought, he realized with a start that Felix Happ had inherited all of Nicholas Flamel's knowledge of alchemy and that even if he started from scratch right now, with his talent he could hopefully create a brand new Philosopher's Stone before his lifespan ran out, not to mention the fact that he is a top alchemist at the moment, a title Felix himself doesn't care much for. You mean Mr. Felix Happ? It's obvious, isn't it? The host, keenly aware that there were some secrets to be mined, but he was warned before the interview that today's guests are not some third-rate celebrities, nor he's scavenging for tropes, so he decisively broke off the topic and turned to Mr. Weasley. We know that Mr. Weasley had participated in previous negotiations, in Minister Bones' team, do you have anything to share with us? Mr. Weasley's mouth dropped open, and his ears flushed a little, a sign of the pressure he was feeling. Merlin, 2 years ago, he had just worked in a two-person office and spent his days dealing with the nose-biting teacup, posters, bags, and clay sculptures that flowed into Muggle society and could only scare people who brought magical items to the Muggle community. But with Ms. Bones taking power, his division has risen significantly in importance, and this time he's participating in the negotiations as an expert because of his experience in compiling laws. Well, I have to say that those things called technology really opened my eyes, yes, I would say my eyes were opened. Mr. Weasley said seriously. So refined, so intriguing, I'm still not sure how the slot machines work, it's hard to imagine how some pieces of plastic and metal combined together can do such wonderful functions. The host was compelled to remind him. I think it might be because of the use of a computer, chip, computer. Mr. Weasley blinked, does it hide people who can count? Oh no, no, the host laughed as he repeated the pronunciation. It's a device, some people describe the computer as the greatest invention of the century, and although it can also be used for counting, we have the ability to make it do more complex operations, like controlling machinery, using it as the personal computer, in a mobile phone. Mr. Weasley listened with a smile on his face, and when the host had finished, he said frankly, it's remarkable, I've only ever had access to a mobile phone once. One of your ministers was kind enough to give me a demonstration. The host seemed to show a keen interest in Mr. Weasley's family for a long period of time, and the two kept asking and answering questions. At first, Mr. Weasley was worried that he would misspoken some confidential information due to tricky questions, but finding that the questions were about trivial matters, he gradually became chatty. But little did he know that the things he found trivial were exactly what the average viewer was interested in. The ratings kept rising. At that moment, a TV crew member handed the host a stack of cards with writings all over them. The host flipped through it and said, "A number of viewers watching the television program have dialed in the hotline, from which our call taker has selected a number of questions. Would you like to answer a few, Mr. Weasley?" Mr. Weasley said cautiously, "I suppose I can." "But great." The host selected and took a card and asked, "Mr. Lincoln, who lives in Surrey, asks why the life of a wizard seems primitive." The host cleared his throat. "I think the viewer is referring to the fact that wizards still use owls to mail letters and parcels. That's a real surprise, all things considered. Have wizards ever thought of introducing advanced technological products, such as mobile phones?" "That's just a preconceived notion," Mr. Weasley said seriously. "Wizards don't live a primitive life, it's just a matter of two different attitudes to life. We do use owls to mail letters and parcels, but we also exchange information through other means, such as flow networks, apparition, night buses, etc. And in recent years there have also been similar items like mobile phones available, which goes by the name communication mirror. Thanks to the fact that Hogwarts students were constantly writing letters to the Muggle press, and that government spokespeople would occasionally disclose some of the wizarding information, the audience was able to understand Mr. Weasley's words in general, and many were impressed by the night bus, which could travel across the country and avoided every obstacle in its path, so they hoped to experience it by themselves, while some were still skeptical, believing that no vehicle would be capable of jumping dozens of kilometers at a time could exist. "A communication mirror," the host repeated in surprise. "You mean something that functions similarly to a mobile phone?" Mr. Weasley nodded. "It was invented by my two sons, Fred and George, and it's really easy to use." "Your two sons?" Name. The host frowned. "Fred and George. Mr. Weasley said patiently, they're twins. The host looked at him incredulously and asked a question that everyone in the room was curious about, how old are they? Just turned 19 3 months ago, Mr. Weasley puffed out his chest proudly, they're my fourth and fifth sons. That's incredible, the host said, as he turned towards the audience, it seems that magic and technology work on completely different principles, and it's hard to imagine this sort of thing happening in reality. I don't know if you are looking forward to seeing the real thing. Let's read the next viewer question. Mrs. Beverly asks why magic seems to be capable of everything, but wizards still have the same troubles as ordinary people. Mr. Weasley said seriously. Magic is not omnipotent. We need lengthy periods of study to master specific spells, and from what I've observed and learned so far, the lives of wizards and muggles are pretty much the same except for the magic. We both need to study and work, have families and friends, worry about money and various life chores, there is no essential difference. He concluded with another emphasis, except for magic. Another question from our viewers is, what is the statute of secrecy that you have repeatedly mentioned, what is its standing, similar to the constitution of a country? If so, wouldn't that mean that wizards all over the world share a common set of constitutions? I don't know how constitutions are defined, but I understand that the statute of secrecy is more about limiting the presence of magic in the public eye than it is about restricting wizards. We have a special division, improper use of magic office. Almost an hour had passed when the host turned his attention to Hermione, who had a slightly stiff expression on her face. Miss Granger, I've read your name in the newspaper, may I ask if you are currently a student at school? Yes, I'm still 1 year short of graduation from school. Hermione said with some formality. Oh, I think you must be exceptionally brilliant to have been chosen for this interview. Hermione shook her head a little, I'm not the best, I think it might have something to do with the fact that I'm good at the history of magic, that is, the history of wizards, and it also related to my identity. Identity? My parents are both muggles, which means they're ordinary people. Wow. So you didn't know magic existed before you went to school? Then how did you come to accept that magic is real? I mean, a typical person might think they might have met a fraud, no. Hermione pursed her lips as if she had thought of something funny. I did think of it that way for a while, but something strange happened to me when I was a child, and I remember it well enough to write a letter to the school, which later proved unnecessary, as the professor from the school would visit young wizards from non-wizarding families on their own initiative. And that professor convinced your parents? Convinced me. Hermione corrected. What exactly did they do? The host glanced at the reaction off the stage and realized he had captured another topic of popular interest. Hermione looked at him hesitantly and the host said encouragingly, it's okay, our audience is curious, no one will be able to predict if one of their children at home will become one later. Hermione held out her hand and the mug on the table instantly turned into a palm-sized beaver. She didn't even use her wand. There might be no one in the world who knew the structure of this creature better than she did, as no wizards would spend half an hour a week turning into a beaver to move around. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the quick-witted and dexterous creature on the table, as they tried to tell if they had been blindfolded. The host held out a hand, which the beaver deftly dodged. It reverted back into a cup. The host raised the cup and examined it, visualizing how it could run and move. The crowd moved their eyes with the movement of his arm. I think this is one of those disciplines of the magic form called transformation, transform. Transfiguration. That's right, are there any other subjects besides transfiguration? Charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, ancient rune, care of magical creatures class. The magic the other day outside in front of the Houses of Parliament falls under an introductory level of ancient rune magic. The topics became more specific, and the host, with his lengthy tongue, kept asking all sorts of questions as he gradually noticed the differences between the three. Slughorn liked to talk a lot about social connections, and the audience could weave a huge web in their heads based on his words, but the old man was also a bit of a braggart. Mr. Weasley is familiar with the Ministry of Magic, but he only likes to talk about topics that aren't confidential, such as family and friends. The host understands his concerns and deliberately steers the conversation in that direction, and the two men become very comfortable with each other. Hermione Granger, who is a student, surprised the host most, as she spoke for 10 minutes in one breath about the history of wizards, and she seemed to have anticipated ahead of time the fact that not many people in the audience might be good at the history of the world and timelines, so she thoughtfully supplemented a paragraph with a history of England from the same period. Like the fact that Henry VII had actually recruited real wizards as court mages. Of course, both sides maintained a tacit agreement on the issue of witch hunts and no one started a conversation about it. The host secretly felt that when information about witch hunts is disclosed, anyone in their right mind will have doubts about the history. How many actual witches were killed by fire in history? That ratio would make many people despair, and the collective silence of the country's religions might have something to do with it. Miss Granger, how do you feel about wizards being exposed to the world? As someone who knows something about both sides, which side do you personally lean more towards? I am in favor of resolving the issue through means of negotiation and both sides living peacefully together. Hermione said evasively. But now that the negotiations have reached a deadlock and the wizards are unwilling to abide by the laws that are common in modern times, you should be able to understand the risks involved, right? The host asked. He wasn't being deliberately difficult, but the young girl opposite showed a keen sense of politics. Wizards have their own laws that function well to this day. Hermione said emphatically, now that new laws have not come into being, it is necessary for the old ones to continue. And new laws need to be made without siding with any particular side, they need to be convincing and agreeable to both sides. There was a professor who taught me in my third year said this well, the point of the law existing is to clarify what we expect from this society in a limited number of words. Hermione said, word by word. From my point of view, laws cannot fully calculate human behavior and there will always be new challenges, such as the situation we are facing at the moment. They are difficult to solve in the short term, but the link between the two must not remain stagnant, and the best thing to do now would be to stop and think carefully about what we really want, whether it is conflict or peace. If we can't figure it out, even if 1,000 or 10,000 laws are drafted, it won't help. This is a collision of two different concepts. Hermione finished with a deep sigh, it was her most genuine thought, and now she finally said it in one breath. The audience was silent, she subconsciously looked at the audience's reaction, and suddenly her eyes widened, and her heart almost jumped to her throat. A familiar face was sitting among the audience. It was Professor Hap. He was dressed in a bright blue suit, with straight, pin-stripped pants that looked great together, and he was smiling and applauding as if saying, good job. She looked around quietly, and no one noticed anything unusual, and instead, as if infected, they applauded along. The host asked another question, but she didn't pay any attention whatsoever. Miss Granger? Miss Granger. The host called her. Hermione hurriedly retracted her gaze and whispered an apology, sorry, I didn't catch that. The audience off stage broke into a soft laugh. Oh, my question is, you seem to be very confident about the future. Hermione looked a little embarrassed by her earlier panic, but her heart was surprisingly calm. She subconsciously stroked her hair, and after a few seconds, she seriously replied. Yes, I think it is a foregone conclusion. There are several periods in history when ordinary people and wizards were inhabited together, so we are not creating a new history, but taking a section from one of the many eras to inherit. The question is whether we choose a hard path or a more rewarding one, even though both are filled with thorns. My friends and I are ready for the journey. Felix was lost in thought for a moment. He wondered how many people could realize that older people always remember the past, and it is the young who fantasize about the future because the young themselves represent the future. Magic is the power that goes straight to the soul, and how many wizards will stand out in this turbulent era? He seemed to see the curtain slowly pulling open, and it would not be a one-man drama. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 704, Chapter 704 Intermission. The next day, as expected, the television broadcast created a buzz. A series of fresh news bounced out of the press like slices of freshly baked bread, eagerly waiting to be buttered and jammed and stuffed into people's bellies. Fred and George's private radio station was once again put to use, picking out interesting news to broadcast each morning after reading newspaper clippings for those who still have a child's heart. Fred reads Utopian Society, Progress or Backwardness. After reading the news article, Fred asked his listeners for help. Does anyone know if utopia is a swear word or not? I can't figure it out after reading the whole thing. This guy who calls himself an anthropologist thinks that wizards are a bunch of freaks who practice some big social experiment in accordance with some philosophy of theirs, which gives me the illusion of working for free. Listen to this, when there is great material abundance and individual survival reaches its peak, the social structure of humanity will inevitably move from strict to loose, at which point the concept of the nation will be weakened and individuals will come together because of commonly shared beliefs. Naturally, no one responded to him. After George had read out an exclusive advertisement for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, it was left to Lee Jordan to introduce the audience to the world outside Britain as he had heard it from relatives abroad. It's not promising. He said on his latest radio show, my cousins of who knows how many generations back have scoffed at my haircut, and their family loved to look at people with their nostrils instead of their eyes, which gave me the bad impression that people like them would never seek out their poor relatives and choose to live under their roof unless they absolutely had to, and I happen to have ample sources of information to prove that people recently fleeing from their countries, I believe the term sojourners is becoming more and more common. I would also like to remind you young listeners that if you happen to have strangers in your home, but your parents insist on claiming that you are related to them, you must persuade them to register their presence at the Ministry of Magic and comply with local laws. Offenders will pay a hefty fine and an occasional Azkaban experience package given the number of Death Eaters already packed in there. This is really not a good time to show your individuality or courage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's voices occasionally appeared on the radio, and Ron found pleasure in this, appearing so happy about getting his voice across that he even forgot the real purpose of his return to the burrow. The wedding, Ronald Weasley, your big brother's wedding. Mrs. Weasley glared at him intently. I didn't call you back to loiter. Mum, I'm doing important stuff. I have every right to do that. Ron protested loudly. Yeah, but you have a right to do household chores too, Mrs. Weasley said slightly snarkily. Now go clear the gnomes from the garden. They're getting bolder and one day they'll climb up on the dining room table and demand for me to switch the magic radio channel. Which perfectly proves one point, Ron said, in a hushed voice. Everyone would get tired of listening to the same song all the time. With that, Harry and Ron went out to the garden and bent down to search through the grass for gnomes, a creature that looked like mutated potatoes and had inherited the same intelligence as when it was still planted in the dirt, so it was purely a physical task, and Hermione was invited to go with Ginny to pick out colors for presents, ribbons, and flowers for decoration, but of course, the flowers currently hadn't brought home yet since Mrs. Weasley had left that task to Fred and George. You went back to Dursley's last night? Ron questioned with surprise. In the garden. Tell me more details. To get something. Harry said with mixed emotions. It was hard for him to put into words the visit with the Dursleys. It was the first time he had visited them since the wizarding world had been exposed. He had previously only sent letters, to which the Dursleys were clearly dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction festered over time and exploded fully the first moment he appeared. Uncle Vernon hollered like a giant frog, questioned loudly the purpose of the Ministry of Magic casting spells in his house, and claimed he hadn't slept well for a month, and when Harry asked him why he hadn't asked the Ministry staff while they were still present, Uncle Vernon's expression looked like he wanted to rush over and punch someone. It's for your protection, and with that protection the neighbors around here, while they'll still remember that you have a nephew who lives at boarding school. Harry paused and said with a grimace, but will subconsciously ignore my face, and my name. That's the reason. Basically, all students from Muggle families are protected in this way. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged a look. This answer evidently cleared up a long-standing doubt in their minds about the reason why no neighbors came to their door to harass them despite Harry's attendance at the Queen's afternoon tea. They prayed from the bottom of their hearts that their neighbors would become delirious, though the hope was slim since their neighbors all shared Petunia's natural keenness for trend-setting topics and willingness to spend vast amounts of time probing for details. They thought it might be because the neighbors' attention had been drawn away by the wealthy wizard professor who led the students. Thinking of it, they became secretly glad about that for a while. So, you've given up and returned now? How long will you be staying this time? Uncle Vernon asked in exasperation. I didn't return to stay, Harry said. I came over to pack up my things. The pan in Aunt Petunia's hand fell to the floor. The hard metal put a small pockmark on her favorite wooden floor, and Dudley, who was on summer holiday, grimaced as if trying to think through the complexities of why Harry had to pack as soon as he returned. Harry could almost hear Dudley's rusty brain struggling to function. Harry tried not to look at him. If any member of the family made him feel the slightest hint of a refreshing change in the last few years, it was Dudley, who seemed to have developed a slight interest in magic. Uncle Vernon sprang to his feet, startling everyone, and frowned as he paced around the living room, occasionally sizing up Harry with a witty, deep gaze that made one wonder if he had studied legilimency. Is there anything else? Harry asked impatiently as the two pairs of eyes met once more for a moment, and then he made his way to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, I still have something to ask. Uncle Vernon said, and Harry stopped to look at him, but Uncle Vernon became hesitant again, the color on his face constantly changing, which made Harry click his tongue in wonder. Finally, he spoke up before he got himself suffocated alive. Is there a war coming? Vernon, Aunt Petunia shouted shrilly. Don't interrupt, Petunia. Vernon growled. His face turned a saucy purple. Harry stared at him. Even though they had lived together for 11 years and spent a few more summers together, he couldn't understand what was going through Uncle Vernon's brain at the moment. What makes you assume that? Why else would you suddenly decide to move away? Uncle Vernon said, and his small eyes shone with a slight gleam. You must have known something in advance, didn't you? The negotiations weren't going well. Yeah, that's right, it was all over the newspapers. I should have seen it coming. He pounded his fist, his expression turned bitter. Boy, we're your relatives, you shouldn't run away alone. You guessed wrong, that's not the reason. Harry said stiffly. Then it's because of what? I'm an adult. Harry said, feeling a pang of relief inside. I'm an adult. He repeated, with a slight rise in the tone of his voice, so I'm moving out of here and none of you will have to worry about me showing up at home and causing gossip in the future. You'll just have to tolerate an occasional card from an owl for something like Christmas Day. There was an eerie silence in the room. Well, Uncle Vernon mumbled after a moment, since that's the reason. Wait, you're not an adult yet, Aunt Petunia said with a certain shrewdness in a tone that she has honed while bargaining with people in shops. There are still a few days to go. It doesn't matter anymore. Harry said. He looked at Petunia, expecting her to say something else, but her mouth was tightly pursed together, so Harry shrugged and went upstairs to pack his things, and not long after, he came back down with a suitcase containing all traces of his life in this house. He took one last look at the Dursleys, who looked at Harry with an odd expression, and Harry whispered, "Goodbye." With that, he walked towards the door. His hand gripped the doorknob tightly, the glare of the sunlight through the window was a little harsh, and behind him, there was a sudden creak of a sofa heard, as if a giant beast had awoken from a deep sleep, followed by the sound of footsteps, and Harry turned slowly as Dudley stood in front of him, hesitantly extending a hand. "Did those magic books change you this much?" Harry looked at him in amazement. "I don't know," Dudley whispered. "Goodbye, Harry." "Okay." Harry shook Dudley's hand. "Bye, Dudley." Seeing Dudley struggle to squeeze a smile out of his face, a thought popped into Harry's mind, one that turned very tempting as it went round and round in his head. He knew what he was about to say would provoke a violent response from both Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, but he couldn't resist the urge to say it, in half-jokingly and half-seriousness. "Hey, Big D, if you ever fail to find a job that appeals to you, you might as well consider selling magical merchandise aimed at ordinary people. What if your future children turn out to be wizards? We share part of the same bloodline, so you can't rule that out." "Shut up, boy!" Uncle Vernon yelled grumpily. "How dare you!" It was Aunt Petunia's voice. Harry pulled open the door of 4 Privet Drive with a pleasant background sound. The sunlight showered down on his face and Harry turned his head and shouted, "Oh yes, Dudley, I've left something in a place we both know, you would probably like it." There was another flurry of sound like chicken coop heard from the house as Harry closed the door and walked towards Sirius, who was waiting at the junction smiling at him. "So this is how you said your goodbye?" Fred and George asked with interest, both of them leaning against the fence, not bothering to come over and help at all. In their words, they had managed to finish the task they had been given, and now it was their break, and they just happened to pass by as they were about to find Cedric when they saw 2 oddly shaped bottoms and came over to take a look through the fence. "Well, what do you guys expect me to do?" Harry muttered without enthusiasm, and the twins threw up their hands in surrender. The corner of the rag they were holding dangled down, shaking out dust that made it hard to keep one's eyes open. Harry was choked and backed away. Ron was unfortunately caught in the middle, so he cursed loudly. "Mind your tongue," Mrs. Weasley said angrily as she followed the voice and came over just in time to hear Ron cursing. "I'll have your mouth glued shut if I hear any more of that, and you too." She crossed her arms towards the twins and asked, "Are the chairs all polished?" "Wiped clean," Fred said, raising the rag in his hand again. Mrs. Weasley stepped back, covering her nose and looking at them with a suspicious look on her face. "You two were able to resist not using magic? Where are the flowers?" "Ready to. We searched the nearby woods for them," George said with a groan, and as the 4 watched Mrs. Weasley leave, he added in a whisper, "We did search the nearby woods until we met a florist in the village." Harry looked up in shock. "How did you get the shopkeeper to agree to sell you flowers? You guys have money at hand?" Of course, he was referring to Muggle coins. "Oh, the shopkeeper was a pretty girl, a little too young to be easily persuaded, so we decided to sell our 3 inches," Fred said. "Ended up trading a gift bag of snacks from the joke shop for enough flowers," George said. "What kind of snack is that?" Ron's eyes widened. "There's no risk, is there?" Harry said worriedly. "Don't worry, it's all stuff that's past the vetting process at the moment," Fred said. "You should trust our eyes. Or Percy's vision," George said. "Anyway, we lied and claimed to have picked up a package left by the wizard, which contained some multi-flavored grapes, floating fruit drops, Voldy candy, daydream caramel pudding, vampire pudding, canary biscuits, sticky tongue lollipops." Fred counted on his fingers. "In a word, it's all harmless, friendship-enhancing stuff." George made a summary. After the 2 men left, Harry turned to Ron and asked, "What's a Voldy candy?" He didn't feel any semblance of fondness for the name. "The weirdest Muggle candy-like thing they've ever invented, supposedly inspired by Voldemort," Ron explained, "alternating between bitter and sweet flavors on a single candy bean. You can imagine 1 second it's full of sweetness and the next it's bitter as hell, wrapped in 13 layers in total." Harry couldn't help but shudder as he imagined it in his head. The morning of the wedding. In the orchard at the back of the burrow, Felix and Bill were nominally entrusted to check out the wedding venue, but in fact, they were just walking around the premises. The 2 saw Hagrid approaching from the distance carrying 2 logs, followed by the even bigger and larger giant Grop, like some kind of ugly summoned creature. "The wedding will be held in the afternoon and Fleur is in the house doing a final check on the guest list," said Bill. She decided to do this herself, adding a few invitations she had previously missed by the way, and handing them over personally. Seeing the look in Felix's eyes, he added, "It wasn't just Hagrid's brother, Sirius brought over a list of some big names too. We didn't dare tell Mum, her nerves were on edge. You know, because of Fred and George's proposal." Felix's gaze swept over with a hint of weirdness. "Well, just last night at Harry's birthday party, Fred and George had proposed to let Grop steal Fleur at the wedding, where the groom, Bill, had to show his bravery by playing hero to get his bride back. Just like some ancient wizards captured the evil-doing dragon with their own hands. Naturally, Mrs. Weasley rejected this proposal unceremoniously and threatened to turn the two brothers into statues at the door if they dared to say one more word on this subject. The newly arrived Delacour were quite excited about this imaginary heroic play but were shocked and dumbfounded when Ginny pointed out the giant that temporarily lived in the orchard to them through the window. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 705, Chapter 705 During the Wedding, 2-in-1. Felix and Bill stood in front of a towering wooden house not far from the wedding tent. The house towered 20 or 30 feet high and was built from a tree trunk trimmed with excess branches on every side. The trunk only retained the top part of the canopy and the overall appearance resembled a green mushroom. It was a makeshift house prepared for Hagrid's brother, Grop, but now there was a large hole punctured in this little house. Little Grop couldn't find the door when he woke up from his morning nap. Hagrid said without much ado as if that one sentence would suffice, knocking and tapping to remove the broken wood and replace it with a new round log. He tied a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth around the edge of the door and pointed it to Grop. The giant reached out with 2 fingers, pinching the handkerchief and pulling it back and forth as the door kept opening and closing. He's quite clever. Bill said. Yeah, Hagrid said proudly, little Grop can count to 12 already. Grop's thick fingers flicked the door as he counted one by one in a jarring voice, 1, 2, 3, 10, and when the count reached 10 he counted 2 more, Grop 11, Hagrid 12. He rubbed his head and giggled. Not bad, Hagrid. Felix said, he still has a lot of potentials to explore. But we'll have to move the house first now. Move it, Hagrid said briskly, I think we can make little Grop count to 17 with the method of linking names to numbers, any more than that won't work, he grimaced, it's easy to miss a name or two. The giant suddenly stepped out of the house and yelled at them, Grop wants the house. We're just temporarily moving it. Hagrid responded back loudly, you'll get it back tonight. After that he looked uncertainly at Felix, you can use that magic that shrinks objects, can't you? I'm going to use another magic. Felix said vaguely, it's easier to carry and certainly more fun. He looked over at Grop, excuse me, please move aside. The giant froze for a moment, reminiscing about what had happened to the 3-headed big dog, and he reluctantly moved out of the way and sat down on his butt. The ground trembled hard. Felix circled the house, looking for the right angle, and then the thinking room spread out like a silver veil. The color of the wood became indistinct, and the lines on the edges became more and more prominent as if it were a 3-dimensional painting. He reached out and nudged it, and the 3-dimensional painting was compressed into a flat surface and floated down into Felix's hands, which he rolled up and handed to Hagrid. Hagrid froze as he unfolded the painting, and Grop's eyes went wide, his head resting on Hagrid's shoulder, his mouth stammering. You can do this level of magic now? Bill asked in amazement. Ancient rune with other magical applications is quite interesting, isn't it? Felix asked. It's like my memory has gone faulty. Bill said casually, when I was at school I didn't think ancient rune would ever become like this at all. Do you and Professor Babbling still keep in touch? Felix hesitated, she says I've made an otherwise leisurely holiday busy. But this professor of ancient rune before him did praise Felix for bringing the Ancient Rune Society under his wing and felt it would help her out. That old man is avoiding me now. She wrote triumphantly in her letter, and Felix wasn't sure if she was referring to Clammy's grandfather or the president who had preceded him or possibly both. Felix magically conjured a big spinning top for Grop to spin around, and then they walked back towards the burrow on the soft lawn, with Hagrid constantly waving at Grop as they walked, clutching the irregular canvases folded into a scroll in his hand. Be careful, Hagrid, it is possible for the magic to destroy its structure. Felix warned him. Hagrid's brash movements lightened up considerably. As they passed through a patch of fruit trees, the burrow appeared in their sights, and Bill hesitated. Felix, I have something to tell you, and it's about goblins. Felix looked at him and waited for his next words. I worked at the Gringotts for a while, and I know them well, or I thought I did. It is still possible for wizards and goblins to be friends when some sensitive issues are not involved. They are just as different as wizards on an individual basis and have both good and bad characters. Felix knew that wasn't what Bill intended to say. It's no surprise, intelligent creatures always have more diverse personalities and emotions. True, Bill agreed and continued. A goblin friend of mine told me that the Goblin Brotherhood had elected a new leader and resented how easily the goblins had agreed to join the Pan-Magical Alliance and also resented the wizards' threat to disclose the secrets of goblin magic. Furthermore, the goblins are not unique to Britain, the Gringotts are spread across the world, and so are the goblins. They have balanced their differing opinions through a council of elders, with only nearly a third of the goblin elders involved in the previous negotiations. You mean they are not in agreement and there is a clear trend that it would go the other way? Felix pondered for a moment and asked, are they planning to do anything about it in the near future? Nothing as far as I know, Bill said, but by the time our negotiations with the Muggle government are over, they ought to do something. Then keep an eye on it, Felix said, even if it is a powder keg, it will only explode in the future. Unlike the ongoing government negotiations, the goblins have joined the Pan-Magical Alliance, and Dirk Cresswell, the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, will keep them at bay. I can't take time out at the moment if nothing else, I'll be going abroad when your wedding is over. Abroad? Bill and Hagrid called out at the same time. Bill's eyes flashed thoughtfully, something to do with a couple of guests Sirius has suddenly added to the party? They're from the International Confederation of Wizards. Well, Felix didn't elaborate, the trouble that the goblins pose pales in comparison to the issues abroad. It's not that the goblin problem can't be solved, it's just difficult to solve overnight. We can threaten to clean up their whole monopoly at the negotiating table, but the practical implementation is bound to be accompanied by turmoil and chaos throughout the wizard community, and it's not cost-effective at this point in time. He was in fact implying only one thing, which was to distinguish the main and the secondary priorities, and it was clear that the goblins belonged to the latter. The three of them walked back through the garden, which seemed to be watered through. Mrs. Weasley stood at the window with a long list of items, her sharp eyes scanning back and forth. When she heard the door being opened, she offered to welcome them, and said anxiously, I have a feeling that something is still missing. Bill opened his mouth, but a white shadow brushed past Mrs. Weasley and swooped into his arms. It was Fleur, who took a step back and spun in place, her white dress unfurling like ripples in the water twice, and her long silver crystal hair appeared like a painting. Do I look pretty, darling? Fleur asked. Beautiful. Bill said, and Fleur burst into a smile, while the smile on Mrs. Weasley's face narrowed. Felix looked around and pointed to the banner floating high above the ceiling as well as the purple lantern stacked in the corner and said, I think it's because of this, Molly, some of the stuff from Harry's birthday party last night didn't get packed up. Oh, yes, you're right. Mrs. Weasley said in a panic. Hagrid cautiously followed Felix as the two walked into the living room, which was packed. Hello, Charlie. Hagrid said warmly. Charlie is the Weasley's second child who works in Romania studying dragons. Hagrid liked him quite a bit, probably because Charlie had done him a big favor once. How's Norbert? Hagrid asked. Norbert. Charlie laughed, we call her Norberta now. What, Norbert's a girl? Yeah. Charlie said, it's not easy to tell the sex of a young dragon, but it's a bit easier when they get older, like a Ukrainian iron belly I got recently, it's as big as a bloated balloon. He looked over at Felix who waved at him and sat down next to Lupin. They do grow fast when they're little. Hagrid whispered, remembering his own experience of raising dragons. When Felix sat down, Lupin leaned over and whispered slightly eagerly, when the wedding is over, can you find some time to come to my office? It shouldn't take too much time. Sure, for what? Felix asked in the same whisper. I think, it's finished. Lupin seemed to be desperately trying to conceal his inner excitement. The Delacour were rather taken aback, but their attention was immediately drawn away by Mr. Weasley's brilliant joke. What did finish? Oh? Felix looked over at Lupin. To which Lupin mouthed something. The ancient magic to master werewolf to human transformation. Lupin said with a slight tremor in his voice, it might just be the alcohol, I had a strange feeling welling up inside me last night after Harry's birthday and when I got back to the Sword Castle, I tried it once, and it went exceptionally well until the final step, but I was afraid to go any further. No problem, let's give it a go tonight. Felix murmured. He felt happy for Lupin on his behalf. After 5 whole months had passed, Lupin had finally seen the light of hope, and he even knew quite a bit about ancient runes because of his work, which showed how difficult this magic is. He could also understand Lupin's impatience normally, testing it on the night of a full moon would have been the best option, but half a month's wait would be too long when the significance of this magic was too great for him. Mr. Weasley let out a hearty laugh as if he was the one listening to the joke. Mr. and Mrs. Delacour are not very fluent in English, so praises for the joke were showered in French. The youngest daughter, Gabrielle Delacour, was sitting between her parents looking left and right. She looked like a replica of Fleur. Despite being only 11 years old, she was a total beauty. She and Ginny are the bridesmaids for today's wedding. Gabrielle suddenly jumped up from her seat, her little face pressed against the window as she chirped, Mummy. Someone's here, are they wedding guests? Is the wedding about to start? Mr. Weasley also got up and went to the window to look out at the situation. It's Percy and Penelope, and someone else. It's serious. He glanced at his watch, then his eyes searched the room for a moment before finally settling on Charlie. It's certainly about time, Charlie, you go and fetch the few little ones staying in the garage. Charlie stood up in response, yes, Dad. And by the way, help me see if they've made a mess of the garage. Let Gabrielle go. Mr. Delacour said good-naturedly. His wife stood up, the couple's heights seemed to be reversed, with the wife being a cut above the husband, slender, tall with brilliant blonde hair and the husband being short, chubby with a black mustache. Gabrielle bounded to the door, pushed it open, and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. It was like a signal, and everyone in the house moved. On the other side, earlier in the day, The adults stayed in the living room talking as the children, those who were still considered children by adults, huddled in the Weasleys' garage, relaxing and chatting. Ron had been fiddling with the radio equipment that the Weasley twins had brought home. "I'm going to get one of these when I can," Ron said. "You're not going to be an Auror anymore." Fred raised an eyebrow. "Of course I am," Ron said, "but it doesn't stop me from having a personal hobby." "Our brother is interested in jamming his rough voice into other people's ears," Fred said to Cedric. The two families had moved nearby to look after each other because of the brief threat of Voldemort, and the Diggory hadn't moved back when the war ended, deciding that it would be nice to stay and visit each other from time to time instead. "Don't tell me you guys don't like the idea," Ron pointed out. "Yeah, we were just giving a heads up," George said in a threatening tone. "If you're planning on sharing some funny family stories too, you better not bring us along, for your own personal health." "You mean the interview with Mr. Weasley?" Hermione asked the twins. They didn't respond positively. The Daily Prophet quoted part of the Muggle interview in an article, "and now I feel like I'm standing naked in the freezing cold," Fred said in a sullen tone. "Parents are such horrible creatures, they remember every moment you've been embarrassed since birth," George said, with a deep sense of resignation too. "And are happy to share it. I originally thought that was Mum's hobby. Who knew it would be Dad who would give us the fatal blow from behind? We were too scared to go out and meet people." The two said in unison, but Harry didn't see much embarrassment on their faces, and Mr. Weasley didn't mention anything unpleasant too. Anyway, Harry did solve one of mystery he had in his mind through that article. The Weasleys had distinguished the two identical babies in swaddling clothes by putting marks on the twins' bottoms. "Hey, I saw a bunch of gnomes glancing this way," Cho Chang said looking through the window. "That's odd," Ron said in wonder. "Normally they'd only show up a day or two after the cleanup. It takes time for them to work up the courage." "I know why," Ginny said. "Dad thought every member of the family should share some happiness, so he quietly took some candies and gave them to the gnomes." "Every member of the family? The gnomes?" Ron's jaw dropped and after a moment his face showed a look of realization. "I now know why Dad gave the ghouls in the attic new clothes. I thought he was infected by Mum, right Harry?" "Stop it," Harry said with distress. He had accidentally squeezed a few pus sores while grabbing the ghoul's arm and the stench was so bad that it could make a person faint. Hermione, Ginny, and Cho Chang laughed heartily while Cedric looked away. He was having a hard time holding it in. At that moment, a little girl with silvery hair like a waterfall appeared in the doorway. "Hello there. They're calling you over. The guests are turning up." "Got it, Gabrielle," Hermione said softly as if she wasn't the one who had just been laughing very loudly. "Let's go." They came out just in time to meet a group of people coming out of the burrow and Mr. Weasley handed Fred and George the seating chart. "Help out, boys." Then turning to Ginny, he said with a stern face, "If you don't want to hear your mum shouting your name through a sonorous charm, you should better get back and change your clothes quickly." Ginny yelped, "Oops," and rushed back. Gabrielle trailed behind with light footsteps. "Where's Amelia and Tonks?" At the back of the crowd, Felix and Lupin walked together and asked Sirius, who had just appeared. Sirius glanced at his watch. "There's an hour before the wedding starts, and she probably will turn up a quarter of an hour early. She is probably inspecting Diagon Alley now for the reception of the Muggles who would come soon. She has Tonks with her, and they sent me over to explain the situation first." It was said that the guest narrator was a tour guide from a travel agency. "I don't know who came up with this stupid idea." "It was me," Felix said absent-mindedly. "I mentioned it in passing." "Very insightful." Sirius grinned. "I don't exactly know that wizard, but when I was at school, this travel agency seemed to make it their mission to make more wizards disappear. There will be Aurors watching from the shadows at that time." Felix said. "On the other hand, the people from the International Confederation of Wizards, when are they arriving?" "Already here," Sirius said. "Amelia asked them to rest at the Ministry of Magic. They would join Amelia when she come." Akingbade was in a bit of a bad state. At exactly 3 in the afternoon, Harry, Ron, Fred, and George stood outside the huge, cream-colored tent in the orchard, with seating charts in hand, waiting for the guests to arrive. Purple carpet stretched from their feet to the end of the tent inside, the golden chairs were neatly organized, and the pillars and tables were carefully decorated with flowers that Fred and George had traded from the village. Hermione and Penelope went to great lengths to place various small gifts in the center of each table. Mr. Weasley disappeared for a while and then appeared with a squad of attendants and a band, each doing their own job, and gradually the tent became more and more crowded. Grop couldn't get into the tent. He had no trouble removing the flags stuck in the top to see inside the tent just by standing. As the only pure-blood giant in Britain, though it probably had nothing to do with it, Grop was also given his share of the task, clutching a handful of balloons in his hand and handing one over whenever a guest passed by. But the only thing it did was scare the hell out of the guests. But there were always the brave ones who were brave enough to give it a go. With nothing else to do, Felix kept surveying the guests who had arrived from afar. After watching for a while, Felix pulled out a magic camera and handed it to Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley was overjoyed and left with the camera in his arms. When Felix looked outside again, he found Percy standing in front of the giant, holding his camera up and taking pictures of the guests who were jumping up and down in an attempt to show their courage. When a group of girls who had arrived from France and were suspected to be half-Veela courageously took their pictures, this occasion seemed to turn into a special wedding event, and those who managed to succeed looked as if they had returned victorious from battle, even their posture was more straightened. Finally, the man Felix was waiting for arrived. Upon seeing Babajid Akingbade, Felix knew that Sirius had previously understated the situation. Akingbade was not in a bit of bad shape, but so haggard that he seemed to have aged a dozen years in just over a month. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 706, Chapter 706 Akingbade's Concerns. We meet again, Mr. Hap. Akingbade said wearily, extending his hand to shake Felix's. Can we find a place to talk? I spoke briefly with Amelia before coming here, and I was informed by her that you guys are doing a great job. Felix was about to nod when a deep voice interjected, Excuse me, would you mind adding me? All together then, Horace. Akingbade said, seeing that Felix had no objection. Horace is the president of the Magical Congress of the United States of America and has only been in office for less than a year. He added, and Felix heard a hint of sympathy in his words. They were both caught up in an unforeseen historical crisis not long after taking up their posts, and both were facing the most difficult situation in the crisis. The former Akingbade realized that the rules that had worked for hundreds of years were no longer in effect, falling apart like a box full of tiny wizard puzzles on the floor, each piece shaped differently, and it was difficult to put them back together again. The latter represents the most completely shattered pieces of the puzzle, which may have been crushed by someone who stepped on them. Hello, Mr. Hap, the President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America said, Horace Grimstitch. Hello, Mr. Grimstitch, Felix mouthed the family name of a man prominent in American magical society. Not surprisingly, this man is also a descendant of the original 12 Aurors. You two come with me. He looked past the two men and glanced at Amelia Bones for a moment as he turned around. She was congratulating Mr. Weasley, and two familiar but unfamiliar faces stood not far away from them. Felix could not remember who they were for a while. Not Tonks. She was staying with Lupin as he led the way through the gap between the golden chairs. He suddenly remembered the duo's identities. They were the French and Bulgarian ministers of magic. Behind the huge pillar, the three stood near the end of the tent. Felix observed the two without moving, just like the other two had done. It goes without saying that Akingbade, whose dark skin could not hide the deep wrinkles on his face, had a shaggy beard and did not seem to have slept well for some time. From what Ms. Bones said, he dispatched a special staff to request a copy of the negotiation minutes every day and probably spent most of his time studying the feasibility of such strategies. In contrast, Horace Grimstitch, clad in a purple wizard's robe with gold trim, seemed to have come prepared for the wedding. The president of the MACUSA appears to be in his 50s or 60s, but his real age is probably much older. His eyes are small with wrinkles around them, his gaze is firm, and his facial features are rigid, giving him a serious, old-fashioned look. At a rough glance, Felix sketched out a simple character outline in his mind. When facing Horace Grimstitch, an image of Barty Crouch Sr. came to his mind. Felix had no doubt that even with the Crouch Jr. mess, once Voldemort's return was announced openly, the Crouch Sr. would have immediately become Amelia Bones' strongest rival on the road to the Minister of Magic. During the war years, the public is always yearning for strong political leadership, and Fudge's weak image does not help at all, which is why he tried to avoid acknowledging that Voldemort was still alive. But the problem that the people are facing right now could not be solved by a strong will alone. Let's cut to the chase, Mr. Hap. The situation is serious, the wizarding world needs your wisdom. I think you also have some plans regarding this, right? You are an expert in this field, predicting the inevitable exposure of the wizarding world well in advance, and the recent series of moves by the British Ministry of Magic have all been influenced by you. I do have such plans. Felix looked straight into Akingbade's eyes and said, I'm sure you both reviewed all the reports available. To be precise, I reviewed it more than once. At the beginning of this month, it served as the only expert proposal that seemed to predict the future direction of the situation. Akingbade said, as for the second half of the month, naturally, the British Ministry of Magic attracted the world's attention with a dazzling series of actions on the outside world. Everyone waiting with bated breath for a result. Akingbade hardly could breathe under the enormous pressure and sudden burden of responsibility on his back, and he did not dare to make a decision lightly. The only thing he was able to do was ordering the Ministries of Magic, in general, to hide locally and try to make contact with local governments in order to reach a new agreement. He himself asked his assistant to find all of Felix's previous works and finally came to the conclusion that Felix did indeed have real expertise in this area. Some of the findings mentioned in my previous articles have been proven. We have ignored the rate of Muggle progress, and hiding the existence of magic has become increasingly difficult, as evidenced by past data. Compared to 100 years ago, the world's population has tripled, and they have taken over large areas of land, making the range of wizards' activities severely limited. The increase in population has brought more than just that. Felix said, the number of wizards also rose along with them, which made all the problems mentioned before more acute and prominent. Of course, there are some benefits as well. Wizards have completely dominated the magical world, and viewing these results from a higher perspective will let us see the silent synergy between wizards and non-wizards. Horace Grimstitch, who was standing on the side, opened his mouth slightly. He had never thought of it that way, but it did make some sense when he thought about it carefully. That's how goblins declined. They have done nothing wrong, but their influence is getting lower and lower. 100 years may be somewhat short, but when the time scale is broadened to 200, 500, or 1000 years, the trend would appear extremely conspicuous. He felt the need to go back and look over the past statistics to see if the number of wizards of Muggle origin showing increase year by year. Aching Bade had recently read a lot of records and agreed with this statement by intuition with just a slight recollection. He concluded, so the more the Muggles develop, the more the population grows, the more the population grows, the bigger the place they occupy. At the same time, the number of wizards is also climbing, and all of these fall towards one result: contact between the two sides is inevitable. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Felix nodded. Excellent insight. Aching Bade praised, and then asked, you intend to duplicate and replicate what you did in the British Ministry of Magic? Pan-Magical Alliance, Joint Law Enforcement, Exclusive Wands, Squib Groups, Wizarding Commerce, and some plans that are still on paper. I also found from the recent negotiations that you have taken some of Grindelwald's ideas and made modifications to make them less harsh, which can be described as bold and shocking, but considering from my position, all the countries are not a single entity, there could be some kind of terrible chain reaction may happen when it involves the whole world. That's Aching Bade's biggest concern. Bones and Felix messing around will impact only one country at worst. If he messes around it will affect all the wizards. That's not true, the first step is always the hardest. Felix said. But other regions are different from Britain, like, Aching Bade gave Horace Grimstitch a look, refraining from citing America where the situation is most dire, like well, Africa. The problem in Africa is the lack of a strong law enforcement presence, and with the unexpected failure of the Statute of Secrecy, the long-standing suppression has given the wizards in that land a tendency to take the wrong path, and the sight of wizards there are becoming more and more common. Our problem is just the opposite. Horace Grimstitch said seriously. The existence of wizards in Africa, America, and England, or Europe, is well worth putting together for comparison. The British Ministry of Magic has largely enforced the Statute of Secrecy in a relatively comprehensive manner, and America is more strict in this respect, without any connection with the local government, which may be related to several serious disclosures in history. As a result, the two sides now have a very strong smell of gunpowder, and public opinion is not on their side at all, and they simply can only watch the situation deteriorate little by little. The conditions in Africa were the most relaxed among the three, and many wizards secretly had a side business, doing some fortune-telling and spiritual medium work. Felix thought of the young girl, Rifiden, who disguised herself as a gypsy witch. But it's not mean that African wizards are all happy. Wizards are a group with outstanding individual capabilities and flexible means, and when they purposely dive underwater, they only leave behind a colorful bubble that looks like something else, but when they surface, they are bound to stir up the storm clouds and set off a flood of waves. They will no longer face the ordinary people at the bottom who are more than happy to accept the mysterious power, but the people in authority who are trying to control this power. The play of solicitation and division, attack and union will be staged in turn, and it will become more and more chaotic as time passes. The authority of the International Confederation of Witches must be re-established. Felix said. Aching Bade shook his head sadly. The authority of the International Confederation of Wizards was built up little by little with the common view to conceal the magic community back then, but now the foundation of the organization's existence has disappeared. Then find out the new meaning. Felix brought over what he had said to Ms. Bones and said it again. Aching Bade was somewhat moved. The International Confederation of Wizards is on the verge of collapse at his hands, and he wishes to restore its former brilliance more than anyone else, no matter what the cost is. But he also knew that everything had changed, and he still occupied this position because he and Grindelwald had made an unbreakable vow, which to a certain extent had restrained the fall of the already chaotic wizarding world into an unpredictable abyss. By the way, Aching Bade seemed to remember something. There is another huge hidden problem in Africa. What is it? Grindelwald. Aching Bade said in a deep voice. Felix looked a little surprised and asked in a hurry, what's going on? He doesn't seem to have made much fuss in the past 2 weeks, no. That's the problem. Aching Bade said, I have seen his crafty nature. He will never sit back and wait for defeat. Previously I was worried that he would intervene in the British peace negotiations, but that would mean standing against the vast majority of wizards. I have thought it over and over again since he is not in Britain, not in America, the biggest possibility of him hiding in would be Africa. Where is the evidence? He has appeared in the Americas only a handful of times, at least publicly, compared to the surprisingly large number of times he has appeared in Africa. His excuse was to provide a sanctuary for wizards in crisis, and he did save a number of them, including a group of Uagadu's students, gaining a massive reputation there, not to mention the fact that the place where he first proposed the 10 rules of wizardry was in Africa. Felix blinked as he asked tentatively, perhaps it was only because Africa was truly chaotic during that time. Aching Bade flatly denied it. He is a true demon, drawing his power from chaos. He looked at Felix with a heavy expression. Some have speculated that he wants to make Africa a new source to acquire acolytes. Felix looked at the two men with some bewilderment and muttered, yeah, it simply makes too much sense. If anyone has any hope of unifying the magical regime there anytime soon, it would be Grindelwald. Plus the rest of the world was busy minding their own business, so it would indeed be a good place to establish a stronghold, assuming he does intend to return to his old career. Horace Grimstitch interjected, I've heard something similar in the Muggle newspapers. The other two stared at him in unison, and he stared over in surprise. We certainly can't afford to play dumb when something like this happens. Pretend to be deaf and dumb. What did they say? Felix asked. He was missing something in that content. Bones had sent some Aurors abroad to gather information, but the results were limited and could only provide a general picture. Felix was still relying on Vinda Rosier's intel. Some of the Muggle politicians think, Horace Grimstitch said with disgust in his eyes, that the exposure of the magical world has left the wizards of all nations scattered, and that this is the perfect opportunity to get wizards to do their bidding, and some of the more radical rhetoric. Well, what I mean is, their judgment of Grindelwald. Felix rephrased. Grindelwald destroyed an underground experiment facility and made such a big fuss about it that it had brought very negative repercussions at the time. A lot of people clamored for the death penalty to be reinstated or for him to be strapped to the stake, and we all know the chances of that happening are close to none. The more critical media outlets reported pretty much the same thing as Mr. Aching Bade's analysis, except that they also mentioned you. Me? Yes, Horace Grimstitch said with an odd look on his face, they think you two are bound to have a battle, and if necessary you would help them. Would I? Felix wasn't sure how to think of such news. Would he fight with himself? You will. Aching Bade said, if Grindelwald intends to assassinate a few politicians, no one cares, the crime will be held against him anyway, but if he wants to destroy a city, we must do all we can to stop him, otherwise he will destroy the future of the wizards. Especially since we're still in the middle of negotiations. Felix pondered quietly. At that moment two wizards dressed in bright gold walked some distance from them. It was Luna and her father, Xenophilius, with a huge sunflower headdress on Luna's head. Well, perhaps the current peaceful conditions have given you the wrong impression. What if, one side insists on starting a conflict? Babajide Aching Bade and Horace Grimstitch looked at each other. This is a question they tried their best to avoid. They came on this trip to find out about the miracle the British Ministry of Magic was going to create, and couldn't wait to see if the miracle would still follow to the other places. This miracle has affected more than 200 countries around the world. Not a single country has declared war on wizards, and not a single country has caused an irreconcilable armed conflict between wizards and non-wizards. If necessary, some countries can be abandoned. Aching Bade said with difficulty. What about the wizards living there? Arrange for evacuation. Aching Bade said. What about those who do not want to relocate? Would you let them fend for themselves? Aching Bade was speechless. Also, what about the newborn wizards from the Muggle populace in that country? This was an equally unanswerable dilemma. Aching Bade's face is pretty awful. What did you say? In the golden chair, Ms. Bones leaned over quietly to inquire. Some truth. Bones glared at Felix. The wedding has begun. Sirius said with a couple of coughs. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 707, Chapter 707 Unexpected Visitor, 2 in 1. I now pronounce you to be companions for life. At the announcement of a small, thick-haired wizard, Bill and Fleur clung to each other as a large silver cluster of stars surrounded them, highlighting them more and more radiantly. Charlie, Ginny, and Gabrielle, who were closest to them, applauded excitedly, smiling brightly. Sobs of joy rang out off stage from Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Delacour. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. The guests stood up. The white tent canvas was rolled up and the golden sunlight shone in through the orchard, seemingly turning the whole air into a fruity smell. Under the effect of magic, the tables and chairs were grouped together in the corners, and a puddle of molten gold slowly spread out under the couple's feet, forming a golden dance floor. The band sang and danced, and the attendants, carrying trays full of food, poured in with a rush, weaving nimbly between the empty space and the colorful confetti and bells floating in mid-air. Felix picked a glass of champagne off the tray in the attendant's hand and walked over to a table. Mr. Elphias Doge, may I sit down? Felix Happ. The old man wearing a Turkish hat looked up in surprise, a few strands of soft, thinning hair exposed. Sit down, boy. I've been trying to get a chance to talk to you, but the timing wasn't right last time. Felix knew he was referring to the time at Dumbledore's funeral when the two had the opportunity to talk, but then the great matter of the wizarding community being exposed occurred. Felix had known him from very early on. Doge was once a member of the Order of the Phoenix but had now retired. He and Dumbledore had been very close personal friends, the two had enrolled in the same year and had immediately become good friends, a friendship that had lasted for a century. Mr. Doge. You can call me Alpheus if you don't mind. Doge said briskly. Felix paused. Alpheus, I read your obituary for Dumbledore, it was very touching. Yeah, I think I'm obligated to write one, since I have known him the longest. You refuted Grindelwald's claims very hard in your article. That's exactly the point. Doge said immediately, the soft and even somewhat transparent hair on his head floating in the air because of the agitation. Do not believe him, from the first day I knew Dumbledore, he has been very sympathetic to Muggles, his noble character can't be slandered. As far as I know, all that claims were mostly true. Felix said calmly. Doge fell quiet as if he had been under a curse, and his expression became distressed. Alas, I too once had my doubts, we had the most minimal contact during that period in our lives. I went on a long journey at that time, and when I returned again he had changed a great deal. After a good long while, Doge said in a sullen tone, as if he had been hit hard, he had undoubtedly been an admirer of Dumbledore, admired his ideals, admired his personality, admired him for his ability to save the world. Maybe once he did support Grindelwald's cause, but I think it was only for a brief moment of stupor, he was confused because of his mother's loss. I can assure you that, as I said in my article, that painful experience nurtured his genuine ideology, along with a big, benevolent and compassionate heart. You don't need to convince me. Felix said seriously, just as your obituary is limited in space, and you can pick only one or two things to mention, Grindelwald is no different. Besides, he had only really been in contact with Dumbledore for a mere 2 months, with obvious subjectivity and bias, and I think you'll agree that his words were somewhat misleading and that some people, therefore, concluded that Dumbledore had been obsessed with dark magic. Who? Doge reddened in anger as if he had been insulted. It doesn't matter. Felix gently uncovered the topic, what is important is that there have already been signs of such a remark slowly spreading. Dumbledore delving into dark magic, Dumbledore harboring hatred for Muggles, Dumbledore trying to gain fame by playing hero, and it even extended to his family by saying that his mother imprisoned her own daughter in order not to bring shame to their family. Doge's face became increasingly red with rage. Someone must come forward to make some clarification. Felix finished his sentence. That's right, someone has to come forward. Doge repeated in a loud voice as he eyed Felix, my dear boy, I think with your reputation. I can't. Felix shook his head, and before Doge could show the disappointment in his face, he turned his head to the side, there is someone who is able to, who knows Dumbledore better than any other man alive in the world, and fully counts as an inheritor of his outstanding ideals. Doge followed this gaze through the crowd and saw a dark-haired young man clutching a sandwich and chewing on it. You mean to say that person? Harry Potter. The old man stared at Harry and muttered in a small voice, but it was more like he was talking to himself, it's very conceivable. I have read in the newspapers, that child could take on a dragon all alone. At his age, so surely someone must have taught him. Felix didn't refute the notion. Part of magic originated from the mind, and from that perspective, Dumbledore gave Harry support like never before. He struck while the iron was hot and said. So, do we have a deal? Will you two collaborate with each other to create a biography of Dumbledore? I know I might not be in a position to ask you, and I'm not sure if you can even able to spare some time, but I can feel the sincerity welling up inside you just through your words, and if you are open to the idea. Of course, I would like to. Doge said eagerly, it would be my pleasure. He then became hesitant, have you spoken to that boy, and would he agree? I was just about to tell him. Felix stood up, at which point Doge called out to him. Mr. Hap Felix, can I ask you the reason you are doing this? I know you have been occupied with great issues affecting the fate of the entire wizarding world in recent times, so what made you bother to take the trouble to arrange all this alone? Dumbledore has taken good care of me. And objectively speaking, Dumbledore has actually become an icon that represents wizards, he may have made many mistakes, but they shouldn't be portrayed as pure evil. Of course, the effects of the rumors are not obvious yet, and it is perfectly fine to delay it for a while. I am doing it because of another person. Harry Potter. Doge guessed, pronouncing this name for the second time tonight. That's right. Felix said with a nod, he doesn't know yet what a great fortune he has acquired, and I had to give him a reminder. Lest he forgets. He said stepping onto the dance floor and moving through the cheerful crowd. On the other side, Harry, Ron, Ginny and Hermione were huddled at a table, watching Luna and her father dance around while gorging themselves on food. It was obvious that they were starving. Hurry up and eat, we have to dance after that. Ginny said, her thoughts all written on her face. She looked at the noisy crowd, her eyes suddenly froze, as she whispered, oh, look. Several people turned their eyes away from their food and looked at Professor Hap who was walking toward them. Hermione choked on her glass of champagne, she quickly wiped her mouth as she put down her food and sat much more upright. Miss Granger. Felix nodded at her, and sat in the empty chair next to her, telling Harry the reason for his visit. Do you want me to write a biography of Dumbledore? Harry said blankly, as he thought of his unfinished book. The others also stared in disbelief. It's both you and Elphia's Doge. Felix raised his chin in the opposite direction. Harry looked in the direction the professor was showing him and saw an old man with a small round hat stretching his neck and looking straight and fiercely in their direction. You just need to provide some information, tell him exactly what happened, what you saw, and how much you wanted to disclose, but just be mindful of the truthfulness of the information you are going to provide. It will probably take a year and a half, and it may not be able to make it in time to get in the first list of books that will be used for the exchange. To learn each other's culture, the Ministry of Magic thinks it's best to pick out a list that will represent the wonders of magic, but the whole thing is quite worthwhile in itself. But, Professor, Harry thought of something else, I have heard that the negotiations are not going well. Oh that, well Harry, you need to look past the surface. Felix said with a smile as he looked over at Hermione. Hermione raised her eyebrows. Professor, do you mean that the recent slow progress is just a negotiation technique? Or perhaps we are stuck on a key issue? Pretty much, and another reason is that some of the government officials are being influenced by the countries outside England, and I will be addressing that trouble soon. Felix said politely, let's not discuss such a serious topic at a wedding. I think he stopped talking abruptly and stood up agilely, his eyes cast outside. What's going on, Professor? Harry asked, as Ron, Ginny, and Hermione looked uncertainly around but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. We have an unexpected visitor, it's not a big problem though, I'll go check it out. Felix said as he got up and walked towards the orchard outside the tent. Hermione thought for a moment and also followed behind. The fruit trees shimmered in the brilliant sunset, and the tent was surrounded by a pleasant, idyllic landscape. Hermione walked through the crowd and looked around the edge of the tent for a while to find Felix returning with a strange girl, and the two were talking about something as they walked. You will have to treat it like a dream, deal. The girl nodded and looked up timidly and longingly at the tent. Felix pointed toward her and her dress immediately turned into a beautiful gown-length dress. Go on. Felix said encouragingly. The girl rushed into the tent while holding her dress, and stepped onto the golden dance floor to look left and right. A bottle of champagne and an empty glass pushed in front of her with a tinkling sound, and she poured herself a small glass with interest, then searched the crowd, then her eyes lit up, and she strode off in one direction. Professor, is she a muggle? Hermione uttered in surprise. She lives in a nearby village and her parents run a flower store. Felix said, just a few days ago, Fred and George traded a bunch of snacks for flowers that were used to decorate today's wedding, and this clever girl was able to spot their lies and kept an eye on the village entrance every day. The Weasley house was protected by a spell though, so no ordinary person could find it, but she was quite persistent and kept on watching for several days, and today she unexpectedly saw guests arriving using their portkeys on the far side of the hill. Oh! Hermione looked back at the girl who had disappeared behind the phoenix-shaped cake, and no one at the wedding had noticed the mix-up of someone who couldn't do magic. She turned around and quietly gathered her courage and was about to ask when Felix cleared his throat, can I have the honor of dancing this set with you? Hermione looked at him in surprise. If you put it that way. She nodded her head shyly and held out a hand as the two walked to the dance floor. By the way, I always wanted to ask, what did you see during your time travel? Why did that question suddenly come to your mind? Purely out of curiosity. A cave full of stalactites. Ahem, let's not talk about it. Felix hastily stopped her. That was where he secretly practiced the killing curse. At night, the lights in the sword castle were still on. Are you ready? Felix asked, and Lupin nodded without a word, closing his eyes and preparing for the judgment of the fates. Tonks stood at one side, with her fingers twisted tightly together. Felix opened his hand, and countless tiny ancient runes danced in mid-air, then returned back like tired birds returning to their nests, and before the other two could react, they turned into a cloud of silvery moonlight, which seemed to emit a haunting growl. Felix put his hand on Lupin's shoulder. A strange feeling surged through his body in a flash. He was no stranger to this feeling, since he had been experiencing it once every full moon night since he was only 5 years old. Lupin opened his eyes with a jerk, his pupils dilated, as if they had been painted black. But this time was different from all the previous times. He had just used his not-so-skilled reverse werewolf transformation magic on himself, although it had failed several times. Lupin's head began to deform, his body was stretched, the dress he hadn't had time to change out of couldn't handle the strain, and he let out a low growl, revealing his sharp teeth. Tonks covered her mouth and couldn't resist taking a step closer, but immediately afterward the disharmonized parts of Lupin's body all shrunk back, reverted to human form, and when he looked up again, his eyes once again seemed to show the same honesty and reliability. Tonks trotted over, and with great interest, she pulled up Lupin's hand to look at it repeatedly, with great relish. She then rolled up his sleeve and confirmed that the stiff brown hairs that had previously grown out of his arm had all disappeared completely, and only then did she breathe a loud sigh of relief. "We did it. Did that magic work?" she asked, swallowing saliva. Felix said cheerfully to Lupin and Tonks, "It worked without a doubt." "How long the effect of the magic will last? Would it last through the night of the full moon?" Tonks' voice dripped with something unnatural. "It should be fine if we don't forcibly break it," Felix said. Tonks let out a joyous cheer, and Lupin looked at her and smiled softly. "Now let's see what mommy has to say," she muttered in a small voice, as she made her hair turn into dazzling golden color. Lupin was able to remain calm amidst his great joy as he calmly said, "I just completed the first step, the next is to master the werewolf transformation magic, which involves being transformed into a werewolf even during the time that is not a full moon. With the previous foundation, I think I can master this magic in a month or two." "Why do you want to learn that?" Tonks stopped to ask in disbelief. "Why do you want to actively turn into a werewolf?" Lupin looked at Felix. Felix explained, "Let's put it this way, the effect of werewolf poison varies from person to person. If an ordinary person was bitten by a werewolf, the wolf poison would kill that person, but if I was bitten by a werewolf, the wolf poison wouldn't do me any harm at all, at most, it would be some minor annoyance. Dumbledore is the same. Our bodies and magic have undergone peculiar changes and have become more closely connected to each other. I call it magical biologization. A significant indication of this is that no matter how the body changes, the magic can be perfectly adapted to the current state. This is very different from the wizard's animagus. The werewolf's transformation is somewhere in between beyond the average wizard's ability and difficult to control, yet not completely killing the wizard. If Remus mastered both werewolf transformation and reversal, he could constantly familiarize himself with the process while in a lucid state, which would help him master the most subtle changes within his body, thus helping him to overcome obstacles in learning advanced human transfiguration, with the final effect of fixing this transformation state for a long time. You can understand it as a human animagus transformation specifically targeting werewolves. After learning all three steps, the werewolf identity will no longer have any consequences. The only drawback is that this method is very difficult to promote on a large scale, and it is slightly better to expect those potion masters to create a potion that will completely eradicate werewolf poison. Felix said calmly, "Although the ancient runes have strong adaptability, but they certainly cannot replace all magic." "I asked Belby," Lupin said, shaking his head, "it took him many years to develop the wolfsbane potion, but the final result was just barely suppressing the werewolf poison, allowing werewolves to keep their sanity while transforming. It is very difficult to eradicate it completely. I plan to go through the whole process myself, and if it goes well I might as well select some qualified werewolves to teach them this mag." He looked hesitantly at Felix, who shrugged at him. "What you want to do outside of work is none of my business. The key to the problem is already in your hands now anyway. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 708, Chapter 708 Speed Up, 2 in 1. The sky overhead was bright with stars, and as Felix was walking through the streets of Cairo, Egypt, his body shape gradually changed but no one seemed to have noticed it. He entered a wizard tavern, and with his presence, the crowd, which had been boisterous, fell silent and a sense of unease spread through the crowd from near to far, like wheat falling in a field. The people were aware of his infamy from half a century ago, but there was a slight curiosity mixed with their fear. "My brothers, my sisters, my fellow wizards," with a hint of hoarseness an old voice echoed in the tavern, and Grindelwald opened his arms wide, "I will put an end to the chaos in this land. In the name of the Grindelwald Code." The next day, Harry woke up in a daze from his bed in the burrow. His head was dizzy, and he fumbled around for a long time before finding his glasses in his shirt pocket, and after putting them on, he looked through the window to find that the sky was already bright, and the sun was a bit glaring. He pushed one of Ron's arms away and jumped out of bed, and looked at the time on the old watch on his wrist, a birthday present from Mrs. Weasley. The original owner of this watch was her older brother who had died heroically in the war. Noon. Harry spat out a word, feeling a little dry in his throat and a little nauseous, which he guessed might have been from drinking too much champagne last night. He walked slowly downstairs, memories of the wedding surfacing bit by bit. Harry couldn't help but smile. It had been a fabulous night. It had begun with Professor Happ informing him that he would be working with someone to complete a biography of Dumbledore, and then the Professor and Hermione had left one after another before showing up on the dance floor. At that time Harry had been talking with Elphias Doge for some time, and after recalling the content of the obituary Doge had written, Harry had grown fond of him. The two had a good talk, but when Ginny had passed in front of them for the third time, Doge raised his glass and urged him to enjoy a good time promptly, which Harry accepted instantly, and then he hastily made an appointment with Doge for the next time they would meet, after which he pulled Ginny, who was waiting impatiently, to dance. And what happened after that? Harry knocked his head gently, and when he passed Ginny's room on the second floor, he resisted the temptation to go over and knock on the door and made his way to the kitchen. He immediately felt grateful for that thought. Ginny was sitting at the table eating breakfast, or was it lunch, in a listless manner. "Harry, you have woken up already," Mrs. Weasley said with great enthusiasm, which interrupted the sweet whispers of Bill and Fleur who were sitting facing each other. In Harry's eyes, the married pair seemed to have become joined up as one. They started to share the same set of cutlery, as if Weasley's financial situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I just got up," Harry muttered. "Allie." Fleur greeted him warmly, in line with her usual French tone, "We're discussing vacation destinations, come over here and help us out." Harry sat down next to Bill and looked down at the picture book that was handed to him, which was printed with pictures of various scenic locations. He flipped through 2 pages, and said, pointing to a cliff adjacent to the sea, "This looks good." "Yeah," Fleur read the small words at the bottom of the photo with a thoughtful expression, "in Cornwall. I have never been there. It says that there are wild roses blooming all over the place in summer. What do you think?" She turned her head to look at Bill. "Honey, we have plenty of time to go to all the places," Bill said gently. Mrs. Weasley served Harry a plate of food. The plate rattled loudly against the table. Harry felt she was in a not-so-pleasant mood and subconsciously glanced at Ginny, who made a face at him. "Where's Mr. Weasley?" Harry asked. "Left for work," Mrs. Weasley said absent-mindedly. "Percy and Penelope couldn't stay last night. There's not enough room in the house. I was wondering if we ought to build an extra house around." "Mum," Bill said, "even if we move out, Fleur and I will come over to visit you and Dad every week." As if her little thoughts had been exposed, Mrs. Weasley waved her rag in some panic and said, "Oh, yes, well, I just thought there will always be times when the family will get together like yesterday's occasion. It will certainly be used if we build it now." The meal was a heartbreaking one for Harry, but the atmosphere had long since settled down by the time Ron came down, gorging himself on fried eggs and pie. "Any champagne left from yesterday?" Ron asked expectantly. "No," Mrs. Weasley said with a stern face. After their meal, Harry, Ron, and Ginny moved to the living room while Bill and Fleur went out for a walk, and the 3 listened to the tinkling in the kitchen until the moment when Ron asked, as an afterthought, "What's wrong with Mom?" Ginny sighed. "Bill and Fleur want to move out and live alone. It was already discussed and agreed upon, but Mom wants to struggle a little more." Ron made a praying gesture. "Merlin bless her." "By the way," Harry asked Ginny, "how come I haven't seen Hermione? She wouldn't still be sleeping, would she?" Ginny rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? She went to Diagon Alley first thing in the morning, and the radio said some muggles were invited to get a closer look at the wizarding community, kind of courtesy. Hermione was on TV a while back, and I thought she might be able to help," she said uncertainly. Near the end of the evening, Hermione returned in high spirits, and she happily announced to the crowd that the activities of the day had been a great success. "I kept an eye on them throughout the day, apart from a freckled woman who stayed in the beauty potion store and refused to come out, insisting on trying the potions inside. Everything went well. No out-of-control little creatures ran out of the pet store, no books bite anyone in the Flourish and Blots bookseller, no goblins in the Gringotts yelled at the customers for being thief, no bludgers in the quality Quidditch supplies knocked someone's head to hell." Hermione said a lot of dangerous things in one breath and ended with a long breath of relief, making Harry wonder if those people went to the same place as he had imagined they would at all. "Yeah, well, they were pretty lucky," Ron said with a sarcastic sneer. Hermione ignored his sarcasm and continued, "I talked to one of them when she was standing idle. You wouldn't believe it, she's from France. And what's even more amazing is that she knows the professor, but they didn't get to meet up today." "Why?" Harry asked. "Don't you know?" Hermione gave Harry a surprised look. "The professor has left England and gone to the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards. The headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards is located in an unmarkable place on the northeastern border of France, in the middle of the wilderness, and has been protected since its early inception with almost all the known protective enchantments, with unquestionable security and secrecy. The only problem is that access to it is very troublesome and somewhat behind the times. Felix only visited this place once, and was dazzled by all the bright, nested layers of magical splendor, and was then taken to the neighboring northeastern city of Strasbourg. Strasbourg is the largest border city in France. This city is located on the west bank of the Rhine. It is bordered on the west by the Vosges Mountains, on the east by the river that runs between the German state of Baden-Württemberg and the German Black Forest at a distance of 25 kilometers, on the north by the forest of Ogno, and on the south by the Rhine plain. Felix and Babajide Aching-Bade walked for some time along the scenic riverbank and passed through a small area of wooden truss houses with medieval features and Baroque sandstone buildings, then disappeared over a stone bridge. The 2 men's footsteps were constantly echoed and amplified by the walls on either side of the spacious descending golden staircase, which echoed back to their ears all over again. Felix carefully examined the various reliefs carved on the walls. "That's a scene from the first General Assembly of the International Confederation of Wizards," Aching Bate said, pointing to the relief. The supreme mugwump at the time, also the first supreme mugwump, Pierre Bonnecord, was a Frenchman, and he picked this as the venue for the General Assembly. Felix was mildly surprised. I thought that the assembly would be held at the Confederation's headquarters. At that time, the headquarters was yet to be built, and the conditions were very rudimentary, so an open plaza was temporarily chosen. Goblins originally wanted to attend, but were driven away. Oh, wizards from Liechtenstein also did not attend. I seem to remember it was because of the trolls. Yes, it was because of the trolls. Aching Bate affirmed, the wizards there had a tense relationship with some particularly vicious tribes of mountain trolls. They originally wanted to besiege the trolls with the help of the Confederation, but Pierre Bonnecord refused to help them. Felix nodded. Just by looking at the name, he knew that this wizard organization was originally established to promote cooperation between various countries of wizards in the wizarding world, and no other race had anything to do with it. The supreme mugwump of the Confederation generally played the role of a mediator to reconcile the conflicts between different countries, with extremely limited powers, until the end of the 17th century, when the concept of secrecy became more and more popular among the wizards at that time, and after several weeks of intense discussions, the Statute of Secrecy was developed. In the end, the important task of monitoring the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy was taken up by the International Confederation of Wizards, which was rapidly expanded afterward, establishing subordinate departments to communicate, liaise, and monitor the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy among wizards. Theoretically this was just an office of the Confederation, Aching Bate said, but later people realized that they preferred to work here rather than in a damp, deserted place, so a certain supreme mugwump of the Confederation bought this place, and buried the whole plaza where the meetings were held, and the staircase under our feet is part of the plaza. The city has been through several wars and chaos, and the Confederation of Wizards members have returned to their true headquarters while leaving wizards from nearby countries to stay and conceal it, but of course, we couldn't care less, as long as we don't expose the presence of magic. They walked through a circular hall with a very obvious ancient Roman style, luxurious, magnificent, with a spacious interior. Equally spaced individual doors were lined up on the walls of the circular hall, with each door seemed to face the center of the circle in the middle of the hall, as if invisible thin lines of light were radiating outward. On both sides of the door stood tall stone pillars and arched porch tops used for decoration. Along the way, Felix only spotted 2 or 3 people as they walked from room to room, looking tired and weary. There are a lot of people who were listed to stay here, but most of them have their own mess and only come together when they need to. Even I don't come here often myself. The general approach is to pick a place near to host a meeting when there is a problem. Aching Bate said somewhat glumly, a few weeks ago, there were still a number of representatives frequenting here to discuss plans. Much earlier the Auror squads responsible for capturing Grindelwald also assembled here, but now the numbers are much smaller. Well, why has it become like this? It happened because the Confederation couldn't come up with a practical solution, and everyone left to take care of their own problems, so they didn't respond to the summons, and the Confederation immediately became an empty shell. What do you have in mind? Aching Bate asked Felix. The first step is definitely to regroup the prestige of the Confederation. Felix said thoughtfully, I'm going to travel around the world first, so arrange a special envoy title for me, though I may need to spend a few days here first, going through the information and learning about the history of different countries' ministries of magic. Felix stood in the empty hall and glanced around, looking hesitant. Aching Bate immediately believed what he said a few %, but if he knew what Felix was really thinking inside at the moment he probably wouldn't be all that positive. I can speak a lot about the information of the black market all over the world, but if someone asked me about the history of all those countries I definitely would have filled in that part of my knowledge if I had known that such a day would come. Well, Felix's thinking room didn't contain much useful information about the history of the world, and even if he had once read it, he had long since tossed it aside like a piece of rubbish. In the middle of August, Felix, who had been out wandering around for half a month, made a trip back to school. In the headmistress's office at Hogwarts Castle 3 students have refused to enroll in the school. Professor McGonagall said seriously. Has this happened a lot in previous years? Felix asked. It probably only happens once every 2 or 3 years. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment and explained, you know, to a great extent the ancestors of the little muggle-born wizards, even if it's dozens of generations back in the line were highly likely to be wizards, so these families are unlikely to have a strong aversion to magic in their blood. Professor McGonagall grunted under her breath, it's not like we're in America, where scourers exist. They may have been affected by the recent news, Felix said with some headache. Hogwarts doesn't force students to enroll, so if they are adamant about not agreeing, then let's cast some protection and monitoring magic in secret, in case they became obscurial. During this period of time, there was a lot of turbulence happening in the outside world, with many major incidents, of which many were related to Felix. Newspapers around the world, both magical and muggle newspapers, have featured his name. For example, the following happened most recently. A week ago, the descendants of the American Scourers approached law enforcement and handed over 12 children with magical gifts, and implored the authorities with great malice to research the secrets of the wizards. The children were immediately locked up under heavy protection, guarded by 300 soldiers of great military force and layers of modern technology. The day after this happened, a wizard dressed in a black wizard's robe walked up to the entrance of that particular facility and stood quietly in place for a while. Then the door opened on its own and a group of soldiers voluntarily handed over the children to him, who then threw out a card and disappeared with the children without saying a word from the beginning to end. The 4 soldiers in charge of guarding the gate turned a blind eye to them throughout the whole process. Apart from the footage captured by the surveillance camera, the only clue was the card left by the mysterious wizard. The logo on the card was later identified as the logo of the International Confederation of Wizards. The footage taken by surveillance cameras was naturally studied repeatedly. Experts soon discovered that the mysterious wizard acted totally different from the information available, wearing a hood, not saying a word during the whole process, not reciting a single incantation, not pulling out a wand, not making a gesture. He even glanced at the camera before walking away, seemingly intentionally leaving his side profile. God knows how many people gawk at Felix's straight nose and smooth jawline these days. Seemingly under pressure from the outside world, the British Prime Minister issued a query, but it was strongly countered by Amelia Bones. Her reply repeatedly scrolled in text form on the TV news: "The wizards are willing to cooperate and sign a treaty to prompt the accelerated birth of a new age, for which we have voluntarily extended goodwill, but if it comes at the cost of harm to the wizards would prefer war." On the same day, 27 descendants of the Scourers died in 12 different locations in a bizarre manner, and the police could find no evidence of an invasion. Also on the same day, the acolytes, who had remained inactive, assembled in Africa from all directions. If any scholars of later generations had studied this history, they would have found this event to be an extremely important turning point, marking the opening of a new page in the relationship between the two sides. For the next 2 days, in an eerie atmosphere, some people in the outside world raised a ruckus, but the authorities chose to remain silent, and the negotiations between the two sides coincidentally picked up speed. Some issues that previously required hours or even days of debate became irrelevant at once, and there was a tacit agreement reached between the two sides to make concessions. Some journalists who have snooped on insider information said in an article that the public is expected to see the details of the draft contract between the two sides within a month. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, September 1st arrived. The opening day of school was here. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 709, Chapter 709 Seats, 2 in 1. At 10:30 in the morning, Sirius took Harry to King's Cross Station in a cab. Harry was quite surprised to see Sirius skillfully glance at the meter and then pull out a bill to pay. "I've lived in Muggle society for at least a year," Sirius said as they walked into the station with their luggage, laughing and joking, and then Harry felt several glances from different directions. He immediately became alert and grabbed his wand in his pocket. "Someone's watching, is it Auror?" he asked in a whisper. This time it was Sirius' turn to be surprised. "You found out?" "Oh, it wasn't just Auror, there were some Muggle security guards too. They were the first members of the Joint Law Enforcement Division, even though the division doesn't even have a name at the moment." He muttered, "How did you find out?" "Our professor taught this in class," Harry said as a mixed emotion arose in him because this knowledge came from Grindelwald. The station was crowded, they did not linger too long, and nimbly walked through the wall between platforms 9 and 10, and the next second a crimson train came into view. Harry stopped in his tracks. Usually, he could board the train directly, but today there was a bearded Auror there. "Name?" The bearded Auror stopped them and looked down at the thick list. "Harry Potter," Harry said, while curiously glancing at the list in Auror's hand. Because the handwriting was upside down, he struggled a bit to read it, but he still easily managed to grasp the plain fact that only 2/3 of the list was ticked off on that sheet of parchment. Harry looked up at the time. It was 10:49, this is obviously not normal. The bearded Auror mouthed the words, "Harry Potter, the P word." "Oh, dear." He seemed to have just reacted and looked up to stare intently at Harry. "Brian, the train is about to leave," Sirius spoke up to remind Auror. The bearded Auror's eyes shifted to Sirius and his expression relaxed. "Black? And yes, Harry Potter is your godson." He ticked a box on the parchment. "That'll do. Are there still quite a few people missing?" Harry asked from the sidelines while he had the chance. "Yeah, some of the students went to school through the fireplace," the bearded Auror said, nodding his chin in the direction they had come and mumbled, "New initiative, hey? There's always someone with suspicions." "Come on, Harry," Sirius said. Harry looked over at his godfather as he followed some distance away. "How come I never heard of this?" "What, you want to go to school through the fireplace too?" "That won't do, you're the student body's head boy," Sirius grinned at him, before showing a thoughtful expression and said some words that Harry never imagined would one day come out of Sirius' own mouth. "You have to take the lead and set an example. Like my dad." Harry said sullenly while rummaging through his pockets for his head boy badge. You can also choose to be like your mom, she has done a pretty good job. Sirius grinned. Actually, James didn't exactly perform badly, we all would admit that Lily changed him, but the head boy post was also a part of the reason. These words comforted Harry, and he put on his badge when Hermione's shout was heard behind him, and Harry turned his head to see her jogging over, followed by Crookshanks. She stopped in front of Harry, out of breath, fortunately not too late. Traffic. Harry guessed, otherwise he couldn't really think of a reason why Hermione might have been close to being late. Oh, no, Hermione gasped, and when she realized that both Sirius and Harry were still staring at her, she said reluctantly, I was recognized when I walked into the station, and someone asked me for an autograph, luckily I didn't let Mum and Dad follow me in. That's pretty insane. Harry muttered. The train let out a loud roar. The train's about to leave, Sirius urged, pointing in one direction, is that Ron? I can see him, the one that's waving, in compartment 6. Harry and Hermione hurried towards compartment 6 with great strides. He was tired from carrying large luggage, so he looked a little indignant when he saw Hermione only carrying Crookshanks. I put everything in the beaded small pouch, she explained, smoothly picking up Hedwig's cage. As they walked to the door of the compartment, Ron helped Harry carry the trunk on board and put it on the luggage rack in the adjoining compartment. Neville and Ginny were also there. They said hello and walked in the direction of the engine. Somehow, it is easy to find an empty compartment, Ron said. Harry told him about the conversation he just had, and it dawned on Ron, so that's what happened, I figured why no one at home warned me I'm the prefect. Well, excuse me, head boy and head girl, can we have a little less instruction time later, I haven't eaten this morning. No problem, Harry said immediately, because I can't think of anything to say. According to the letter, the 4 house prefects need to respectively receive instructions from the head boy and head girl of the school. Still, both Harry and Hermione felt there was no need to do it separately, so they simply gathered all the prefects together. Only one thing worth noticing, 4 Aurors are stationed at the front and back compartment of the train respectively, so in case of emergency, you can contact them. Of course, if there is really an emergency, they may know about it before we do, and all that needs to be done is maintaining order and occasionally patrolling the corridors. That's it. Hermione finished and looked at Harry. Harry shook his head, to express that he had nothing to say, so Hermione decisively announced the dismissal. When they returned to the compartment, they talked about their respective experiences during the last part of the summer. After Bill and Fla's wedding, Hermione returned home to spend time with her parents, and Harry chose to stay in the burrow since Black's old manor was too empty and boring for the most part. Well, you were away for a few days, Ron recalled, like for a checkup or something. Yeah, Harry said slowly. 2 Ministry of Magic staff showed up at the door to register the house elves in possession and there was a little accident halfway through. What kind of accident? Neville asked curiously. Was it fabulous? That was Ron's question. Absolutely fabulous, Harry snapped, glaring at Ron for a few seconds before recounting that day's events. In order to prove that Kreaker was in good shape for him to continue his service, Sirius and I racked our brains and wasted a lot of breath convincing Kreaker to change into a dress that met human aesthetics and standards. That's a good thing. It means that the Ministry of Magic is gradually implementing the legal guidelines. Hermione interjected. You sound just like Percy, Ron said. Hermione looked insulted and Ginny snickered. Harry hurriedly continued his story, and thanks to the frequent correspondence with Elphias Doge during this time, Harry felt that his ability to retell the story improved quite a bit, and soon, everyone in the compartment was hooked. According to Harry, the 3 of them, he, Sirius, and Kreaker made some emergency renovations to the old Black Manor and scavenged a number of suspicious magical items from around the corners. This is the reason why I desperately want to cut ties with the family when I was at school, Sirius said seriously. Harry knew that the members of the Black family were a bit crazy and they would not think quite the same as normal people. But now this family is completely in my hands, Sirius said cheerfully, waving his hand widely. We're going to leave a good impression on our guests, and the first thing we're going to do is let my elders get a good night's sleep. But apparently, the portraits that lined both sides of the entrance hall corridor didn't want to sleep. They were all ancestors of successive generations of Blacks, who had passed their most stubborn memories on before their deaths, and were therefore extremely difficult to convince, so Harry and Sirius had to resort to a few small tricks. Bad master. Bad young master. Kreaker jumped around anxiously, trying to stop them, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough. A red light of the stunning spell flashed, and the long corridor once again regained its tranquility. Harry and Sirius looked at their results with satisfaction. Apart from drooling from the mouth of 1 or 2 portraits, and their wigs crooked to one side, the rest looked just perfect. You guys did an emergency purge? Ron asked, grumbling in the compartment. It's not over yet, Harry said. Then he continued. When the staff came to the door, Sirius welcomed them in with a smile and led them toward the living room. A layer of shadow suddenly clouded Harry's mind, and he felt he had overlooked something, so he stopped where he was and tried to think about exactly what he had overlooked. All the Black family members are crazy. Exaggerated screams echoed through the hall. Harry rushed off, remembering the scene of his first visit to this ancient manor. The wall on the side of the stairs reminded him of something that he was now accustomed to, and now by default he would not look in that direction when going up or down the stairs. A short wizard rolled down the stairs with a horrified expression, and Harry followed his line of sight and was surprised to see a row of crumpled house elf heads attached as decoration on the wall. Everyone in the room froze, the smile solidified on Sirius's face, which gave Harry time to recall his godfather's words from 3 years ago when he introduced him to the family tree with a disgusted look on his face. And dear Aunt Elidora, she started the family tradition of beheading house elves when they got too old to carry tea trays. The train drove through a field, and Ron pressed for details with gusto. And then what happened? Did they run away immediately and bring back a group of Aurors a few minutes later? Harry rolled his eyes. No, Sirius and I managed to convince them with great difficulty, literally convinced them only using words. He emphasized the sentence as if to make it clear that no spell like the stunning spell was used. Those two put Kriaker's name on the register, and when they were leaving Sirius swore that he would take those heads down. Well, I'm not sure what to do about the permanent sticking charm, probably have to demolish the whole wall. That's a lot of work. Laughter broke out from the compartment. A few hundred miles away, at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall wore her boxed glasses and looked down at the articles in Transfiguration Today, occasionally taking out her quill to cross out errors. After correcting an article, she looked up diagonally at Felix and the Sorting Hat. The former was holding the ladder in his hands and spinning it around, and the Sorting Hat was dazed by the spin and couldn't help but yell, "Give him a piece of mind. This man is destroying the most important historical artifact in the school." What did I witness? A shameful behind-the-scenes deal where the deputy headmaster bribed the current headmistress. Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows from her seat. Poor Sorting Hat, you're not a real person after all. Felix grinned, bringing the cracked slit of Sorting Hat to his face as he said smugly, "Even if I gifted the footage of the Montrose Magpies' last 12 games, that wouldn't be considered a bribe because they're just freebies, they were included with the purchase of the magic projector, although it's a year delayed, it's still a giveaway. It has nothing to do with that." Professor McGonagall glared at Felix, whose explanation sounded more like a cover-up, and she pursed her lips and said, "Felix convinced me that if I could allow his magic to become one of the cores of the school's defense system, the students' safety would be greatly improved." "No." Sorting Hat hollered. "That's a privilege that only the 4 founders had, and even the headmasters after them could only tinker with the original foundation. That's why I approached you," Felix said kindly. "The 4 founders may not have thought about it this far, so why don't you open your mind and let me have a good conversation with them, maybe we'll have a good chat." The Sorting Hat remained eerily silent for a while. In previous years, it had always read the students' thoughts and sorted them into different houses according to their different traits, and this was the first time it had heard someone want to read its thoughts well, the thoughts of the 4 founders that they had infused into his mind 1,000 years ago. The Sorting Hat asked oddly, "You think you will be recognized by all 4 of them at the same time?" "I see no issue," Felix said with a straight face. "If you don't believe me, we can try. But I've heard that you've advanced your memory magic to an unknown level." "Rumors, they're all rumors, I still have a lot of room for improvement." The Sorting Hat was silent again, this time for a longer time, then it twisted and turned, the slit at the side of the hat opened to the maximum, and Felix seemed to feel a stream of air sucked into the slit, like a person planning to open his mouth and shout. Then the Sorting Hat shouted out, "Come and help me. No matter who it is. Minerva McGonagall, you're the headmistress. Dumbledore, look what you've done." In the golden frame on the wall that belonged to Dumbledore, Dumbledore looked like he had fallen asleep, though Felix clearly saw that he had been watching them with the other headmasters previously with interest the whole time, and even winked mischievously. There had been a time when Felix had also shown a strong interest in the Sorting Hat in front of Dumbledore. After a lot of bickering, the Sorting Hat still refused to agree and threatened not to attend this year's sorting ceremony, and Felix had to regretfully take the Sorting Hat off his head. "You seem very keen to talk to the founders, Felix." Professor McGonagall asked sharply, "Is the pressure recently getting too much?" Felix shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, "I just can't make up my mind, especially when there are multiple options available before me. As of now, I believe we're still on the right path. But that's why every step of the future choice is even more important," he said lazily. "I can sort of understand why Babajid Akingbait is doing nothing. If there are 6 billion people and 2 million wizards weighing down on the other end of the scale, anyone would be out of breath." He paused thoughtfully. "Maybe I should talk to Trelawney. Every time I see her rant, it makes me feel confident about the future." Professor McGonagall looked somewhat odd. "Don't say that to her face, she's not in a good mood lately." "What's going on?" Felix asked with interest. "Oh, I figured it out, is it about the new professor this year? That's right, that Centaur Forenza. Professor McGonagall said, he previously accepted Dumbledore's offer to teach and officially joined this year. In the evening, the Crimson Hogwarts Express slowed down spewing white steam, and approached Hogsmeade Station. Harry and the others greeted Hagrid, but they didn't get to talk much because Hagrid still had to take care of the first years. They walked in the direction of the carriages and Hermione pulled a piece of parchment out of her pocket. Harry, we are supposed to head to the front. One of the duties of the head boy and head girl is to lead the students into the castle. They quickened their pace and passed one student after another, stopping at the very front carriage. The two then waited with an authoritative gaze for the students behind them to get into the carriage. Almost there. After some time, Hermione said. The two entered the carriage. Harry very affectionately reached out to pat the Thestral's thin bony back, and the Thestrals meekly looked back at him, before moving forward. Wheels rolled, then the carriage behind them followed suit. They formed a long line as they passed through the darkness of the night. Finally, the carriage stopped at the stone steps leading to the castle oak door. Hermione immediately jumped down, and Harry followed her. When almost half of the students got down and gathered towards them, Harry and Hermione led the way into the castle. The great hall was brightly lit, and when Harry entered, there were already a number of students inside, all of whom had come to school through the fireplace. Harry saw quite a few familiar faces, some 6th and 7th years sitting together at the long dining room table, chatting happily just like they had done after dealing with the newspaper clippings of the day during the summer holidays. Harry froze and stopped in place. What's wrong? Hermione also paused as she asked in a whisper. This blocked the doorway for students at the back, and they continued to ask what was going on when they couldn't get in. Meanwhile, the students in the Great Hall heard their footsteps and noise and looked toward them. Harry's arrival made these students realize that school had started, and they stood up sparsely from their benches, ready to go back to their own house tables. Harry went straight toward the Hufflepuff table. Hermione hesitantly followed him, but Harry's direction became more and more clear and revealed the mistake. Harry, you're going the wrong way. Hermione reminded him in a whisper. That's right. Harry said in a calm tone, even though his heart was beating fiercely at the moment. He took a seat next to Cadwallader, the chaser of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, whose eyes went wide, with a look of seeing a ghost coming back to life. Hermione reacted at the last minute, and she turned around the corner next to Harry and sat at the Ravenclaw table. Hello, Hermione. A dazed voice sounded in her ear. Oh, hello, Luna. Hermione replied back, before looking nervously behind her. The people behind her seemed a little confused. Everyone feel free to sit down. She cleared her throat and said, which brought the crowd back to their senses, and they picked their seats in 2s and 3s, and the students who had stood up also sat back down in the same place and continued their previous conversations. But the expressions on the faces of the crowd were obviously a little strange, as they exchanged a look of excitement and fear with each other, along with a little surprise. In their impression, this is absolutely unique. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 710, Chapter 710 New Changes. You're really brave. Neville said with heartfelt admiration as he gave Harry a thumbs up and sat down next to him, with Hannah and Susan Bones sitting next to them. I thought of it on the spur of the moment, too. Harry mumbled as he felt his face begin to heat up. He really hadn't thought all that much about it or even intended to ask others to follow his example, which was why he didn't say a word, and it was Hermione who realized his intentions in time. That's great, man, you're leading an example. Ernie Macmillan said aloud, leaning over and patting Harry on the shoulder, looking at the badge on Harry's chest with an envious look. By the way, I wonder what changes have been made in the faculty this year. Harry said hurriedly, trying to change the subject. He looked in the direction of the professor's seats. They were not fully occupied yet, but Snape and Professor Slughorn could be seen sitting together, Slughorn looking at Harry with undisguised approval, with his hands clasped together. Snape, on the other hand, had vacant eyes, making it impossible to grasp his emotions. A few seats away, Professor Sprout and Professor of Astronomy Aurora Sinistra talked in whispers, with a distinct smirk on their faces. Not all the professors arrived yet. Well, I guess we're a bit early. Susan stretched her neck and said, but at least we can be sure that the posts for potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology and astronomy won't change too much. It's quite strange that defense against the dark arts professor hasn't changed. Ernie and the rest exchanged a meaningful look, and Harry knew that at the moment in the minds of the crowd, the names of the professors of defense against the dark arts who had come and gone over the years must have flashed through. But Harry didn't find it strange in his mind. Voldemort was dead, so the shadow hovering over Hogwarts had naturally disappeared. You guys, do you think that maybe Slughorn and Snape would actually swap positions with each other? Snape will teach potions class and Professor Slughorn will teach defense against the dark arts. Not likely. Harry said immediately. Why? Hannah asked curiously. Harry's gaze froze. Yes, why am I so sure? He couldn't give conclusive proof, he just simply felt that this kind of thing wouldn't happen. He couldn't help but suspect it was due to his recent frequent recollections of what he had seen in the stone pensieve. What's the point of asking? He must have got the inside information. A voice interjected. It was Mafalda. She clutched a small notebook, along with a ballpoint pen that could only be bought in a Muggle store in her other hand, her eyes twinkling as she sized him up, seemingly catching a whiff of the scoop. Come on. Mafalda said with an inquisitive look on her face, I think the most likely changes are going to be in the Ancient Runes and Transfiguration class. Professor Happ was assigned as a special envoy of the International Confederation of Wizards some time ago, and he has visited more than a dozen ministries of magic due to it, so he might not have much time to spare in the coming days. The latter Professor McGonagall probably won't be teaching the students this year, since she is the headmistress now, isn't that right? She rattled off what she knew, then looked at Harry with a probing gaze. Harry stared back at her, probably realizing that every word he would say next would appear on the wall of Riddle's tabloid, so he decided not to say a word and he really wasn't sure of the answer, but that didn't stop him from making up plausible rhetoric. You'll soon find out, let's keep it a surprise. He said in a vague, almost know-it-all tone. The next second Harry realized he was mimicking Trelawney's speaking pattern, which made him slightly uncomfortable. Neville obviously took Harry's words as a clue and thought hard for a moment. Who could it be? He frowned and looked at Harry carefully and said, it should be someone I know, but not someone I can easily associate with enough to make it a surprise. Harry looked at him a little nervously, fearing that when the result came out later his big lie would be busted, but Mafalda is present, he could not make a reminder. At that time Harry thought this distant relative of Ron's is not here to study, she's always carrying around a sketchpad, like some painters, whose purpose is to collect useful material that can be put into their artwork. Could it be Mr. Longbottom? If so, it would be quite a surprise. Hannah Abbott speculated. Harry's mind started to think about the possibility of it. No, Neville said with certainty, shaking his head, because Professor McGonagall really did contact my father about teaching at the school. Professor McGonagall invited Mr. Longbottom. Harry asked in surprise. Yeah, but Dad refused. He didn't want to be away from Mum and the two of them are now working together to choose a site for a new wizard town. Neville explained. After being healed by Professor Happ, Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom first travelled abroad, and when the Wizard War broke out, they immediately decided to contribute their part, and when the war ended, they had no desire to join the Ministry of Magic, as they preferred to open a small store and live their own little lives. It was only recently when the major incident that exposed the wizarding world happened, they were once again invited by the Ministry of Magic to work as special aurors. Recently, they were involved in the black market and smuggling trade sweep within the United Kingdom, but it was the first time that Harry heard of what they were recently doing from Neville. A new wizard town, what's that? Mafalda asked with a sharp look on her face as she looked up from her little sketchbook. Harry thought of the recent hot news, if both wizard and muggle sides wants to trade, they must need a fixed location first, could it be related to this? But he quickly realized he was sidetracked, it's to settle the foreign wizards who recently relocated here. Neville said. It was indeed mentioned on the radio, Mafalda mused. Auntie had a headache over them. Susan Bones interjected, the number of registrations has surpassed 300, and the ministry has urgently deployed a group of officers to prevent them from causing trouble. That's not uncommon, those people are more or less related to the wizards on our side. Ernie Macmillan said unconcernedly, my father said a number of people had fled to abroad during the First Wizard War, but now the situation has been reversed. I believe there are quite a few familiar family names among them, such as Shafik. I was under the impression that they had returned before the wizarding world was completely exposed. Hannah Abbott said slowly. Ernie shrugged. I didn't pay much attention to them. Mafalda left contentedly, after which she flew like a hard-working pollen-gathering bee to a different bush. Hermione was chatting with Luna and Ginny. As she looked at Mafalda's back, Harry saw Ron looking listlessly over, with a dumb expression that suggested he wanted to come over. The disorganized state of seating in the Great Hall was keenly noticed by Felix and McGonagall when they showed up together and took their seats in the wide chairs. They swept their serious and probing gaze across the four long tables like a lion and a snake on patrol through their territory. Are you satisfied with the surprise that the newly appointed head boy has brought us? Snape asked quietly, his tone sounding like someone had broken into his private storeroom and repositioned all the familiar vials of potions. I do feel satisfied, Severus. I am glad to see this change occurring in my tenure. Professor McGonagall said with joy, then she looked at Felix with an odd expression on her face, but Felix, I must remind you that you have an important task on your shoulders today, so don't act like nothing is wrong. Felix, who was talking with Slughorn about the progress of the improvement of the potion formula, turned his head upon hearing this and looked at her rather innocently. Sorting, Felix, sorting. Professor McGonagall reminded him. Oh, I almost forgot I had to preside over the sorting ceremony. Thanks a lot, Minerva. Felix stood up cheerfully and stretched his hand to retrieve a dirty hat out of the thin air, and shook it off vigorously before striding towards the entrance hall. Once he was at the door, he bumped into Firenze while waiting for Hagrid to lead the freshman over. "Hello, Firenze." He addressed the centaur, knowing that Firenze had put a lot of effort into persuading the centaurs to join the Pan-Magical Alliance. "Ugh, I wasn't going to show up," the centaur said sadly, "I'm not used to eating human food." "Don't worry, the house elf specially prepared fresh vegetables, completely natural," Felix said. He watched the centaur go in, Firenze's tail flicking. He didn't know if it was from annoyance or nervousness, and then a few more minutes passed when he heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Hagrid's tangled, tousled hair came into view, followed by a group of young wizards who looked at everything with curiosity, like bean sprouts that could walk on their own. "Is everything going well, Hagrid?" Hagrid froze for a moment. Apparently, he had forgotten, just like Felix had before, about who would preside over the sorting ceremony tonight. "Oh, it went smoothly." He cranked his head behind and shouted, "Don't crowd, line up and come in one by one. Felix, I'm leaving the new students in your hands, all of them one by one," he said to Felix. "By the way, I've put that little house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and little Grop was quite happy about it." Hagrid was referring to Grop's temporary house that was built during Bill and Fla's wedding. When the wedding was over, Felix returned it into a painting, and it was brought back by Hagrid. Felix blinked and said, "That's good." When Hagrid left, he took the first-year students to a separate room where they were introduced about the sorting rules and the basic information of the 4 houses. Under the soft white light of the magic lamp, the excitement and anticipation on their faces were clearly seen. Felix smiled. "Sir." At that moment, a freshman spoke in a somewhat trembling voice, "Excuse me, are you Felix Happ? I've read your name in the newspaper." "You can call me Professor Happ," Felix said gently, "even if you can't take my class yet, you can still call me that. As for your question, I suppose yes, there is no second Felix Happ who has appeared in the newspapers more often than I have lately. So, what's your name?" "Locke," the freshman said in a rush, "Locke Arwen." Oh, yes, Mr. Arwen. You pleasantly surprised me, you happen to have a similar sounding name as a friend of mine." Felix said, "I wish you luck on your sorting into your ideal house. I mean, have a great time. There's still a little time before the sorting begins, so you can get to know each other a bit well, as not surprisingly, you'll spend 7 years together." As the new students glanced at each other and introduced themselves, the Great Hall was overwhelmed by the succession of unfamiliar faces that appeared. First, it was a centaur. "Hey, it's Firenze!" Ron shouted from the Ravenclaw table. After a few more minutes, Castle Caretaker Filch led 2 men in, and all the students were baffled by the tall, thin old man in the lead, who wore a grey robe with wisps of metallic, grey hair and beard, along with glasses. It wasn't until he got close that some of the students recognized that this man was actually the owner of the Hog's Head Inn, and as a result they ignored the elegant and unsmiling witch draped in a dark green shawl behind him. But Harry would never forget her, and his eyes widened simultaneously with Neville, Ron, and Hermione, who were at the next table. "Surprisingly, it's Aunt Emmeline Vance," Neville said with a soft intake of breath. Aberforth and Emmeline Vance selected a seat and the professors welcomed them. Aberforth chose to sit on the far side of the room. His face showed little expression as he casually picked up a fork from the table and tapped it twice, and Firenze, the centaur next to him, rubbed his hooves on the ground in annoyance. "Am I bothering you?" Aberforth asked gruffly. "No." Firenze said politely and curtly, his keen sense of smell caught a faint stench of goat. At this point, the students below came back to their senses, and a lively discussion broke out. A number of them felt that if they had to pick one of the 3 as a professor of transfiguration, they would prefer the elegant-looking witch with the classy demeanor. Not many of them knew the identity of Aberforth. A few of them had previously suspected that they had been mistaken. But Harry knew better than that. There is no way Aberforth would be a professor of transfiguration, because transfiguration is a disciplined study of magic, and as far as he knew, Aberforth was not very good at classes that required patience. On the contrary, Emmeline Vance is a very talented witch, who is a few years older than Sirius and Amelia, and also, like the Longbottoms, she fought in 2 wars and survived. Felix led the new students into the Great Hall and stopped in front of the professor's seats. He conjured up a small bench and placed the sorting hat on it, after which it began to sing, a process the older students were all too familiar with, except, "Why does this year's sorting hat singing sound feeble?" Ron muttered. Of course, he was just casually commenting that, as the sorting began, the enchanted ceiling overhead reflected the orbital trails of the stars. Firenze tilted his head to look up and Felix pulled out a piece of parchment and read out the first name. Locke Arwen. A freshman stumbled out of the crowd and put on the sorting hat, and after a moment, "Ravenclaw!" the sorting hat yelled. The Great Hall thundered with applause. The new student placed the hat down and hesitantly got off the bench when Felix said gently, "Just pick an empty seat and sit down. The house only matters when it comes to your class schedule." So Arwen ran to the Slytherin table and sat down, and Draco Malfoy, who is the prefect, stood up and shook his hand. The sorting proceeded in an orderly manner without much incident. By the time the ceremony was over, Professor McGonagall, as the headmistress, gave a welcome speech to the students and dryly announced several new appointments for this school year. Professor Emmeline Vance will work as Professor of Transfiguration. Professor Ferenza, who has just got back from a journey, has shown great expertise in observing the stars and capnomancy, and he will be teaching a branch of divination class for students who have passed the O.W.Ls exam. And also, this year's Ancient Rune class will be held in Classroom 7. Classroom 7 and the Underground Amusement Center will be available to students once again, and the keeper of these two places will be Mr. Aberforth Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall's serious gaze swept across the Great Hall, then she revealed a smile. Once again, welcome back. In this current situation, I am very happy to see that we are able to unite together without division, which is our strongest weapon. That's all I have to say, so let's start eating. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 711, Chapter 711, The Development and Expansion of the New Acolytes. At the end of the dinner, Professor McGonagall stood up and said to the students, "The first-year students and prefects please stay, while the rest of the students leave first, to avoid the risk of creating ruckus in the rush and running off to the wrong dormitories." The students slowly pushed back their benches and headed for the door. "Is it true that someone ran into the wrong room on the first day of school?" Harry asked curiously. "Oh, there were." Hermione walked over briskly and said, "But this mistake is easy to spot. Each dorm has the name of the new student written on the bed." In the professor's seat, Emmeline Vance, who had been quiet and hadn't said much all night, suddenly spoke up, "We haven't sung the school song yet." Several of the professors closer to her stiffened at once. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat unnaturally, "Ahem, it's not like we have to sing it every year." The other professors whispered in agreement, "Yeah, right." A look of obvious disappointment appeared on Emmeline's face, as if some wish hidden in her heart had been dashed, and she said calmly, "I know, it's usually reserved only for important occasions. I only heard it once when I was in school, and that was when I enrolled." "That time because of what?" Felix asked politely. "Can't quite remember." Emmeline shook her head slightly. Slughorn, who sat nearby, showed a reminiscent expression. "It seems to ring a bell. I remember back then Peeves created a mess in the records room and some of the folders were destroyed in a fire, including the music score of the school song. It happened all the way back. Before that incident the school song hadn't been sung for some years, I think at least 7 years, because none of the students at that time knew it. So the school song didn't have a single tune since then." Felix was a little surprised to learn about this. "Actually, there is one, we found the backup from the library a little later." Slughorn explained, but when Dumbledore found out about it, he thought it was sufficient to just keep the words and that the tunes could be changed at will. Later in the night Harry sat on the 4-poster bed in his dormitory and took out the stuff from his trunk one by one. He lifted the top lid of the trunk and a thick stack of parchment spilled out. Ron picked up the one that fell in front of him and looked at it, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I didn't know you developed a hobby of linking names, is there a pattern?" "They're real," Harry said, "and I'm going to write to them one by one." Neville stood behind Ron, smacking his lips a little as he looked at the parchment. "Is it still about Headmaster Dumbledore's biography?" "Yeah, to inquire about some details. Elphias Doge wanted the biography to be as good as it can be," Harry said. For the next few minutes, Ron and Neville were excited to chime in the familiar names they knew in the list, using it as a sort of game to compete to see who recognized more names, and when one got more names in the list, they felt that they got one up on the other person. Seamus, who was making his bed, peeked over and grinned, "Cormac McLaggen is going to go crazy with jealousy." Harry rolled his eyes. "Yeah, at the cost of puzzling over phrasing, considering grammar and expressions every day. In fact, he did much more than that. He also spent a lot of time trying to figure out what Dumbledore might have thought at different times, which was really not an easy task. Harry once experienced something similar. He spent some time in the mind of Voldemort to sense the other man's emotions and guess what he was up to. Harry felt he was doing the same thing now. "Let's think about something more serious," Ron asked. "What do you guys think Emmeline Vance will teach us tomorrow?" "I never knew she specialized in transfiguration. I always thought she specialized in dueling. She gave us guard duty, remember?" "She's good at quite a few different subjects," Harry said without thinking, "charms, potions, transfiguration, and she even invented a few simple and useful little spells. Dumbledore thought very highly of her." "That's amazing," Ron said, as he carefully placed 2 wizard pieces on the bedside table before lying down on his bed. "And that centaur, I noticed that Trelawney didn't show up for the whole thing. She must have been pissed about it." Harry shrugged, and the image of Trelawney gritting her teeth in the mirror in her room came to his mind. He suddenly thought of Luna, who is in 6th grade this year, and she would probably take Ferenza's course. At this point, Neville, who was still sitting in the same place, hesitantly spoke up. "Harry, can you bring me along when you guys go to Transfiguration class tomorrow?" Harry looked at Neville in surprise, but immediately a flash of long ago memory clicked. Oh, I remember you applied for the O.W.Ls exam in Transfiguration last year, so that means you. Done. Neville grinned. Ron sat up on his bed with a start. What did you get on the test? E. Neville said quietly. A chorus of exclamations echoed through the dorm. That's great. Harry gave a thumbs up as others in the dorm gathered around Neville to celebrate, so you can once again strive towards Auror. How did you pull that off? Transfiguration is probably one of the subjects you're least good at, right? Seamus asked him. I think it was Animagus that helped me, Neville said softly. During the practical test, the examiner said I would be able to make it to the front of the pack. Is its effect really that dramatic? I want to try it now. Seamus was envious, and at the same time he felt somewhat motivated to give it a try. Both he and Dean had mastered the Patronus magic, which would greatly help in learning Animagus. Neville also worked very hard himself and spent quite a bit of time. Harry reminisced. He kind of couldn't remember what Neville was doing during that time, but he vaguely recalled him spending a lot of time with Hannah, and he even managed to borrow Hermione's notes. Honestly, it's a little too late at this point, unless you're planning on staying in school for a whole year. Dean's tone was tinged with regret as well, and then they had a long discussion on this subject until they went to bed. I remember a gorilla captain from a Slytherin team a few years ago stayed back in school. What was his name again? Marcus. Harry vividly remembered him since he had left quite an impression. That's right, that's him. He ended up graduating from school with just one N.E.W.Ts certificate. I think it was Ancient Runes. Amazing, isn't it? For the next week, Felix stayed at school and had a rare leisurely time. As he mentioned while talking to the other professors at the dinner banquet, after a month of back-to-back actions, both he and Aching Bade needed to take a breather. He wasn't the only one in the International Confederation of Wizards, and even if he wanted to solve all the problems in one go, he couldn't do it. Under Felix's mediation, the various countries' ministries of magic did not act rashly. They also wanted to wait for the results of the British negotiations to come out, but they still reached a consensus on two things, the first of which was naturally the formation of a pan-magical alliance in their region, following the example of the British Ministry of Magic. Felix spoke to Ms. Bones, and she immediately decided to send 6 experienced squads, and the local Future World Company branch would also cooperate with them as much as possible. The second matter was equally significant, that is, the preparation for the General Assembly of the International Confederation of Wizards. Just like 300 years ago when representatives of various countries' wizards gathered to formulate the Statute of Secrecy, a new legal framework will be defined. In addition to the few remaining members of the International Confederation of Wizards who were working intensively on the preparations, senior officials from the various ministries of magic were also working on this. A week later, after a short break, Felix left the school. The memory body in the classroom 7 would be enough to teach in his place by pretending to be real. Moreover, for wizards, especially for him, distance is not a concern, and he could even be able to return to school for lunch every day at noon. When he saw Aching Bade again, he was staring with a sad face at the huge map of the world on the wall. Here, and these places, he said, tapping a dozen times on the African continent area, are all occupied by Grindelwald, who has managed to recruit a new generation of young acolytes locally to replace the former old ones, and some of the small groups of wizards who tried to resist or break away from the control were knocked out of existence. The change over there was way more radical. It was like a firestorm. Aching Bade said. Felix wasn't surprised, because that was something he had pulled off personally. He extracted the Grindelwald code from the ruins of history, picking out what could be still suited to this era, even if it was somewhat radical, and under his care, Grindelwald's name is now very famous, and various kinds of reports about him are being placed on the desks of various Muggle and non-Muggle organizations. Meanwhile, as a representative of the wizardism, similar to nationalism, ideology, Grindelwald also gained a large number of fans, which made Aching Bade fall into deep fear and doubt. Grindelwald is smarter and more dangerous than we thought. Rather than watching from the sidelines, he tried to escape the confines of the unbreakable vow by choosing the most chaotic Africa in the name of saving wizards as a way to break the rules and regulations. I know what you are going to say, he told Felix. Even if he is truly sincere and believes arrogantly that he is the chosen one who will save wizards from destruction, one thing you can't deny is that his power is expanding rapidly. I won't deny it. Felix said. Then, since we can't take care of the situation there for now, why don't we leave it to him, and don't you also think some of his actions make sense? According to your analysis, Grindelwald's real purposes would be to combine more than 200 loosely organized wizard authorities into some 20 Ministry of Magic-like organizations. In the future, the wizards in that land will be more united and easier to manage. But he will use the unified army of wizards to fight against us. What about the vow that restrains him? Felix couldn't recall how many times he had moved that reason, because he had said it too many times recently, but today Aching Bade was staring at him without changing the topic, so Felix had no choice but to change his reasoning. Well, if necessary, I'll step up to make sure both sides are united. How is that possible? Aching Bade shouted. The circumstances are rapidly changing, Mr. Supreme Mugwump. So anything can happen. Felix said seriously, at this stage, Grindelwald has little influence on us, on the contrary, his presence can deter some people with bad intentions more than I can. Ugh, how good it would be if he stood on our side, said Aching Bade with a sigh, his eyes showing an illusory glint. He won't just be the sinner who overturned the statue of secrecy and heavily damaged the magical world with his own effort, but, rather. Yes, what is it? Aching Bade was unable to describe it, and he said those words not to justify Grindelwald, but to lament and regret. After knowing that he had been duped, he could not wait to smash his fist all over that hateful and cunning old face. This kind of thought had been stuck in his mind for weeks, and when he learned that Grindelwald intended to make Africa his own territory, instead of withdrawing, it became even stronger. In his mind, this was an outright act of dividing and fragmenting the wizards, a bitter and ingenious plot of the ambitious person. Unfortunately, Aching Bade was unable to do anything but watch. He could not even go back to Africa to personally see what was happening back home, as he feared that instead of receiving a welcome, he would be beaten by a few nameless men who believed in Grindelwald's philosophy and brought in front of Grindelwald to be ridiculed by him. Felix, the only one who could protect his safety, strongly rejected the idea of going to Africa, and placed his attention on Europe and America, or to be more precise, he even left America aside for the time being, to which Aching Bade had a lot to complain about, as he suspected that he was afraid of facing Grindelwald. But Aching Bade also recognized a fact. From a utilitarian point of view alone, Felix's way of proceeding has nothing to criticize, on the contrary, with the passage of time it has gradually shown its correctness. Instead of rushing into a conflict with Grindelwald and showing off his might, which Aching Bade found hard to believe, and instead of wasting time facing the near unresolvable mess in the Americas in the short term, he raced to re-establish the prestige of the International Confederation of Wizards. In a single month, the Confederation is no longer an empty shell. The above is the opinion of Aching Bade, as well as a part of the wizard community, and if it changed to Felix, his thoughts would be very different. It is because nobody can assume that Grindelwald and Felix are essentially the same person because they have two completely opposite nature. With Felix's deliberate efforts, Africa has almost become an independent kingdom. He did exactly what Grindelwald always wanted to do, and even Vinda Rosier, the only one who knew the truth, sometimes wondered, whether it is Felix who is disguised as Grindelwald, or it is Grindelwald who is disguised as Felix Hap. At least as far as she is concerned, Grindelwald's ideology is eating away the minds and existence of African wizards in a gentle way, and growing as vigorously as a wildfire in the past month. If it wasn't for his physical condition, he could very well shine in this era, but of course, if that really happened it would mean that he and I would be on completely opposite sides of the fence. Felix muttered with emotion. When he said this, he had just taken down a group of wizards who had taken advantage of the opportunity to grow in the chaos by his personal might, and over 50 of them were now collapsed on the ground, staring at him with their heads tilted up in anger. Felix waved his hand absent-mindedly as a new generation of acolytes took over the area with their heads held high in an orderly manner. So exactly whose ideology do you favor? Is it Grindelwald, or is it Dumbledore? Rosier asked in a low voice. What ideology? Felix asked rhetorically. I'm here to solve some problems. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 712, Chapter 712 Enabling the Exposure of Magic. That day, Felix made a victory speech in Grindelwald's face, a speech that would occupy all of Africa's newspapers for the next 2 weeks, and would even spread to the non-magical world because of the unique chaotic situation in Africa. Afterward, Felix returned to the Confederation's headquarters, where Aching Bade informed him of an announcement with a cheerful face. If there is no surprise, the International Confederation of Wizards General Assembly with great significance will be held in early October. Ms. Bones would be the representative who would systematically talk about the outcomes and significance of a series of initiatives over the past 3 months, as well as the results of their negotiations with the Muggle government. Naturally, the purpose of the General Assembly is to discuss the emergence of legislation that will take on the same significance as the Statute of Secrecy and derive various general guidelines for the various ministries of magic to implement the law accordingly. It may take a few weeks, but the merits are obvious. Wizards will reunite as a whole. And what gave Aching Bade the most confidence that the law would be enforced was Felix Hap, one of the 2 archmages in the wizarding world who remained active on the world stage. In the afternoon Felix made a trip to visit the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic to meet with Madame Maxime as a school board member. They had actually met not long ago, at Bill and Fla's wedding, but Madame Maxime insisted on inviting him to Beauxbatons. There's no problem with the scholarship, is there? Felix asked. He hadn't bothered to check the inventory of Nicholas Flamel's fortune in the vault, but just from simple estimation, it would last another century or 2. The Gringotts goblins do transfer a sum of money to the school vault every year, Madame Maxime said with a not-so-pleasant expression on her face, and they do mail the lists to you. It may have been overlooked by me, Felix said without fidgeting. There are simply too many people mailing me every year. So you didn't call me because of this, right? Of course not. Then what is the reason? Felix, you're Beauxbatons Academy of Magic School board member, yet you've missed 3 board meetings and haven't even shown up at the school since the beginning of the crisis. Madame Maxime said in a low voice, her chest beginning to rise and fall. I haven't forgotten about this identity. Felix immediately said seriously, I have previously talked with you, and Nicholas simply did not bother with the affairs of the school, so like him, I have no intention of getting involved in the specific affairs of the school. That's a different matter, Felix. Madame Maxime protested, Sieur Flamel has lived for hundreds of years, his sense of time is different from ours, and we don't bother him lightly, but you are only in your 20s, what do you expect me to tell the students? That the school board member doesn't care about the school's affairs in the wake of such a big event? So I stayed at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, walked around, and helped a few students with their academic problems, and ended up having a meal with everyone in the cafeteria which went surprisingly well. The only thing that was a little awkward was that they called me MREP, but that is how it is. Later in the evening in the new deputy headmaster's office, Felix said to Ms. Bones, I can probably guess what Madame Maxime had in mind, they need a mascot to appease everyone. And they may also have the intention of asking for my help in case a problem arises. She's a responsible headmistress. Ms. Bones said, it may seem a little trivial to you, but it is quite important for her to maintain her relationship with you. Why else would so many ministries of magic send people to the Confederation for your sake? Felix hesitated, of course, he knew the reason, but he said jokingly, I thought it was due to my excellent eloquence. The corners of Ms. Bones' mouth curled up slightly as if she was amused by this statement. Yes, Grindelwald took over a third of the African wizarding community, probably because of his excellent eloquence as well. After the joke, she said seriously, Felix, now the Muggle Prime Minister is proposing to collaborate to finish an official dossier. There's something besides letting the public know the details of our negotiating stage and I want you to get involved. This will be the first document that will be jointly written and sanctioned by both sides, and it carries great significance. You have a great deal of experience in this area. Felix had almost forgotten that he also has a writer title, although his books weren't bestsellers, but they were certainly on point professionally. He thought for a moment and asked, how much progress has been made so far? The pace has accelerated considerably from what it was before, Ms. Bones said, but we're not just dealing with the somewhat stable domestic environment. There are oppositions, but it's nothing serious, we can't intervene in international public opinion, plus there are all sorts of conflicting organizations emerging, and all these factors can influence the peace talks. The tacit agreement we reached during this time period was to come up with something that both sides would feel satisfied with as soon as possible, to avoid complications. As for the other issues, they will be written down in a memorandum to be polished later. You know, the statute of secrecy didn't start out the way you see it now. She briefly described the recent progress of the negotiations, and then extended the invitation again. Felix agreed. At night, Felix was at his desk reading the information left by Ms. Bones, which contained many important subjects originally drawn up by both of them, only as time passed, some of them had progressed and some remained unresolved, and he needed to know all the details like the back of his hand. The small golden clock on the desk pointed to 12 o'clock, and the office lights were still on. Felix looked up to find Valen dozing on her small desk, and with a small smile, he wrapped her up in the velvet quilt. In late September, a book with more than 200 pages of thickness was publicly published. The media and publishers of both societies were in full swing, allowing the book to be placed on the desks of countless people as soon as it was released, to be studied over and over again. Some of its contents were summarized in concise terms in the newspapers, leading to rounds of heated debate, with each page setting off a wave of public opinion. But in fact, rather than being a negotiated pact, it was more like a political statement on witchcraft issued by the authorities. At least many journalists privately compared it to the government report. It represents the respective standpoints of the two sides, and mainly presents the facts and the results of the negotiations achieved so far, as well as the initiatives and expectations for the future. It is likely that some of the important statements in it will evolve into the groundwork for future initiatives by both sides, or be expanded into tailored legislation. Enabling the exposure of magic is divided into 3 parts. The first part is subdivided into 3 chapters, which describe the significant collaboration between the two sides, a brief history of wizards, and the intersection that occurred between the two sides in history. Hermione said under her breath, running her fingers through the table of contents one by one, turning to a page and reading it for a while, then looking up with a complicated expression, the people in charge of the negotiations must have put a great deal of thought into it, racking their brains for it. But it's boring to read, Ron said, I have the illusion that I'm reading a history of magic textbook. That's the whole beauty of it, isn't it? It's as impersonal as possible. Hermione said, but the real point of view is cleverly hidden. No, it's shown to you in a straightforward way. But you are blind to it. Harry looked at her. If it was 2 months ago he might not be able to understand the meaning of this sentence, but the recent frequent letter writing has given him a new sense. Wait, he took the book from Hermione's hand, flipped to chapter 3 and quickly skimmed through the subheadings between chapters, and looked up thoughtfully. I roughly understand what you mean, every word that appears on here is the result of the delegation's struggle. Hermione let out a long sigh of relief. What are you talking about? Ron asked impatiently. Look at this, Harry said, pointing to a page. 1917. It was during the First World War. Hermione interjected. That's right, Harry continued. A witch named Noelle Lita sheltered the town where she lived. Oh, and she was a bit special, originally an Englishman, then married into France. Like Bill and Fleur. Ron pulled a similar example out of his mind, only the relationship is reversed. Hermione warned him not to interrupt. Harry continued, and then this, back then the Ministry of Magic repelled wizards from a rival country, which included taking control of an army of dragons, and hey, it mentions Mr. Scamander, who made a great contribution back then. He sounded a little excited. Ron gradually regained his sense. It sounds like we made a lot of contributions? But aren't wizards not allowed to be involved in the war between muggles? That's true, but the Ministry of Magic also has a duty to protect the common people in their areas from the threat of magic. Hermione said, especially when some wizards and muggles have bonded, they are more inclined to protect their neighbors around them, something that is more common in times of massive social turmoil, and the Ministry of Magic has quite a few files records of violations. Ron rolled his eyes. You mean, some wizards took it upon themselves to protect their neighbors during the war and ended up receiving penalties for using magic after being found out? Hermione's expression was also a little embarrassed. At least in this matter, the Ministry of Magic did not play any positive role. The statute of secrecy was still in effect at that time. But when something like this happens, you will just be fined a little bit, and basically won't be sentenced to jail, let alone sent to Azkaban. Okay. Ron said reluctantly. But all in all, Hermione raised her voice slightly, the wizards featured on here are mostly presented in a positive light. You know, there are quite a few who steal chickens and prank muggles, and all of them will eventually get punished by the Ministry of Magic. And their punishments speak volumes. And that's not all, she continued. I think the most important thing about the first part of the book is that it presents two very important points in their entirety. The first point is naturally the affirmation of the role of the wizard, which mentions several kinds of magical disasters, which have been subsided by the wizard in the shadows. The second point, I don't know if you've noticed, but all the wizards carry a word in front of them. Harry glanced down. British wizards? England. That's right, all it discusses are about British wizards, and blurring out the fact that quite a few pure-blood wizards have no nationality at all. Framing the discussion at an internal national scale, without worrying about outside voices. But the Pan-Magical Alliance? Harry muttered. Well, they're different, Harry, very different. Hermione explained patiently, although essentially they are both designed to make wizards less constrained, they target very different audiences. The former, the term British wizards, basically designed to exclude the intervention of other countries, or at least an excuse to refuse to bring this whole negotiation into international debate and drama. The latter, the Pan-Magical Alliance, is aiming for maximum autonomy for wizards internally. Sounds so complicated. Ron looked dizzy at the moment. These are very serious political matters, Hermione said seriously, even a tiny notification can bring a chain reaction. Later on, this is why the Ministry of Magic has been postponing the formulation of various rules and regulations for some time now. Think about it, wizards don't even have a profession like a lawyer. Hermione, Harry said, I know you're right, but one thing you may have overlooked is the strength of wizards themselves. Do you know what I just thought of? He didn't wait for Hermione to answer, and stated the answer himself. It's Grindelwald, who is far away in Africa. At the beginning of August, what we read in the newspapers about the situation in Africa was nothing but chaos. At that time the International Confederation of Wizards had not yet regained its prestige with the help of Professor Hap, and it all changed with the appearance of one man. Harry, Hermione said nervously. A number of people predicted that in half a month at the most, African wizards would be involved in the regional dispute as an uncontrolled and dangerous force. Now 2 months have passed, and instead of becoming more chaotic, the situation there has completely stabilized, and one of the most thrilling moments was when Grindelwald took down 300 wizards in one night, relying on the power of one. Not even a single wizard died because of this. I don't know if it was because of the restrictions of the vow. Sometimes I have the illusion that Professor Hap and Grindelwald seem to have reached a tacit agreement with each other, to not interfere with each other for a period of time. Some newspapers claimed that they are planning to duel in the near future, just like that legendary duel half a century ago. Hermione's voice trembled slightly. The two strongest people in the world, if they are not deterring each other, each can cause a horrible destruction effect on the other camp. Ron also said uneasily, all wizards are looking forward to it from the bottom of their hearts, it's just not the right time yet. It's not just wizards who are looking forward to it. Hermione shouted pointedly. That's right, it's not just wizards who are looking forward to it, All governments have taken notice of it, and they all seem to be extremely wary and curious about wizards with the title Archmage. The two men, Gellert Grindelwald and Felix Happ, the former seemed to be an ambitious man who had failed once, but with his appearance in the wizard tavern in the Egyptian capital, his threat level continued to rise. As for the latter, he seems to excel in magic called Ancient Rune, has also been to the moon, and his prowess in combat remains hidden in the mists, but at least his survival ability is beyond comparison. This kind of countermeasures and analysis comes entirely from instinct, and almost every regime does something similar, but it doesn't mean that they intend to go to war with wizards, especially with their own. What they really have a hard time tolerating are guys walking around with nukes in their belts. Naturally, the fewer such people the better it will be. If there is a chance to reduce them, they would welcome it. In this process of analysis, they also found a strange fact. The power gap between wizards seemed unimaginably wide, and even though all those general abilities mastered by wizards made them feel extremely troubled, such as apparition, traveling in flames, being able to create terrible fires that were hard to extinguish, folding space, nevertheless these seemingly powerful wizards were still dwarfed in front of Archmage. They can only attribute this to the magic and trickiness of magic. Modern weapons are basically built on the foundations of science and physics, with many subdivisions, and everything seems to be in order. Unfortunately, it is still difficult to decipher the principles of magic with the current scientific theories. Just look at the scientists who are about to make themselves bald. The second and third parts elaborate on, respectively. Similar analyses were conducted all over the world. At about the same time, Grindelwald's manifesto also spread with the previous 2 weeks of fermentation. Read advanced chapters on P. Etrian. 713, Chapter 713 Guessing. From the beginning of the school year until now, Harry felt his attention seemed to have been broken into 6 or 7 parts: Quidditch, Dumbledore's biography, head boy duties, clubs. The difficulty of the 7th year curriculum had also increased over time, and the professors seemed to be waiting for this moment, intending to stuff all kinds of advanced magical knowledge into their heads. In the charms class, the excited short Professor Flitwick shouted in an exaggerated tone. "I want to teach you guys all kinds of useful spells, but I'm afraid your barren little brains won't be able to keep them all." The students below looked at each other with a blank expressions. "But don't worry," he said with a smirk, standing over a stack of thick books that were stacked up as usual. "I will teach you something much more practical, something closer to the essence of a spell, such as the reserving spell, which allows you to launch 2 very different spells at once, and how to analyze and construct an unknown spell, which will certainly come in handy if you plan to invent one later, or other advanced spell casting skills, such as the sequence of different spells' effect on the same target and how to reduce the interference, and so on." The crowd was not spared in the potions class either. Harry felt as if he was back in the first year after the failure to make a boil cure potion in the first class. Snape had trained them for weeks on the most basic potion techniques. The students in the advanced class had to do their best to meet Professor Slughorn's different requirements in each lesson, such as using rose petals and toadstool to reduce the toxicity of wolfsbane aconite and how to maximize the effects of a potion with limited ingredients. Even Emmeline Vance, who has newly taken over the position of Professor of Transfiguration class, after familiarizing herself with the teaching task, has given her students new requirements. The 7th year students should try to combine the theory of transfiguration with various complex types of models to synthesize them based on the continued study of the transformation of materials and properties. After that, she transformed a feather into a bird, then the bird's long beak flattened, the feathers fell off, and black fluffy fur grew out as it turned into a niffler. The students were amazed. "It is just a matter of physical appearance," Emmeline Vance said. "My takeaway is not to stick to the previously learned transfiguration image, and figure out what results you want to attain with it." Snape's attitude, on the other hand, is the most uncomfortable for students. Even if he switched to his favorite subject, his attitude has not changed much. In the recent defense against the dark arts class, Snape flipped the textbook with a clatter till the end, and the students traced his movements with their eyes, guessing which part they were going to learn, but when Snape reached the end, he simply tossed the book aside. Today's class would be an out-of-syllabus topic, and this lesson will not be part of the test at all. His dark eyes swept through the classroom. This means that this class will not be very helpful to those who just want to get their N.E.W.Ts certificate. Those who don't want to listen or don't understand it can come back next week. No one left voluntarily. Although everyone was irritated and had a feeling of being belittled, they secretly braced themselves to respond in kind. As a result, the students walked out of the classroom one by one with their heads down. Apparently, none of them were able to meet Snape's requirements. "You know what's really irritating?" Dean yelled indignantly. "He actually suggested for me to use my free time to do something else, like swim in Black Lake or something." "That's not surprising," Seamus said, stifling a laugh. "You almost hit him with your hair loss curse. Think about it." But the 7th year classes are truly valuable, with a dazzling variety of defensive and dueling spells with advanced applications, Daphne Greengrass quipped excitedly. you just can't think about using freezing charm like that normally, it was like stopping time of opponent's spell, how amazing. On the afternoon of the last day of September, Hermione walked out of her dorm room with a box in her arms and sat opposite of Harry and Ron. The two stared at the box with rapt attention, and Harry looked uncertainly and said, Hermione, is it possible that there's some kind of badge in it? And it doesn't have mockable acronyms written on it, right? Ron added. Hermione raised her eyebrows. Of course not. She opened the cover of the box and emptied out the contents. A thick stack of newspaper clippings immediately piled up like a small mountain on the table. Harry and Ron moved over to look at the pile. These are the ones I've collected over the past month of school, and now I have to reorganize them. Are you going to sort them as you did over the summer? Harry asked. Hermione said. Any idea what's going on? Harry asked as he and Ron rummaged through the table, picking out what they were interested to read. Since school had started, the summer newspaper cutting work was gone, and the other students subscribed to 1 or 2 newspapers at most. Except for Hermione, she ordered every newspaper and magazine she could get hold of, one by one. Every other week, the Grangers would send her a package containing as many Muggle newspapers as they could get their hands on. The news is always lagging behind, but there is still some useful information to be gleaned, and I must say the changes are happening every day. Hermione said as she looked down and sorted, especially after the publication of the book enabling the exposure of magic. I know that without even reading it, Ron grumbled, the whole world is changing, only Professor Bin's class stays the same. Harry's eyes stopped on a small newspaper clipping, and he looked down to read what was on it. The location selected for the new wizarding town is situated in Cornwall, and it will be called Rutherford. 200 wizards have already moved there, and it is known that Rutherford is adjacent to another wizard-muggle mixed settlement known as Tinworth Village. With the construction of the new town, the surrounding wizards will have more options. Tinworth. Harry stared at the name blankly, then he abruptly asked Ron, what was the name of the place where Bill and Fleur finally settled? Shell Cottage. Ron said casually. No, I mean the exact location. Oh, I think it is on a cliffside by the sea in Cornwall. Ron showed a reminiscent expression. Bill wrote to me to inform me on the outskirts of a village called. What was it called? Tinworth. Harry said with certainty. That's right, that's the one. Harry nodded and continued to read the neatly printed font on the newspaper clipping. Rutherford will be the second all-wizard settlement in England, the first being the Hogsmeade village, and those involved in building the town including 24 workers and 57 wizarding families have chosen to settle here, thanks to their contributions. Harry saw Longbottom's family name on a long list of names. The second news article featured in the Daily Prophet was a reprint of an interview from a Muggle newspaper in which a seemingly well-connected guy criticized the idea of doing business with wizards, saying that wizards should be banned from dealing with certain industries. Harry put down the clipping, accustomed to seeing this kind of opposition pop up every now and then, and reached for another small, palm-sized piece of newspaper. The piece of newspaper was printed in small, compact letters about Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the United States receiving 12 children with magical talent. All of them were not old enough to go to school, the oldest being only 10 years old and the youngest being only 6. Harry read about how these children had been forced to take special drugs and required to cooperate with various experiments before getting rescued, and he was stunned for a moment before continuing to read the following paragraph, the second of which stated where they came from: the descendants of the Scourers. The Scourers had once despicably betrayed their own kind, choosing to intermarry with Muggles to avoid punishment and abandoning any children who showed magical talent. These people were ultimately punished. A surge of both anger and relief rose up in Harry's heart, followed by a vague whim popping into his head, but it was cut short before it could take shape. Hey! Hear this, Ron exclaimed excitedly. This Muggle newspaper praised Dumbledore for deterring 2 generations of Dark Lords by himself, and they mentioned that now it's Professor Hap's turn to take the baton, and they're curious who's the strongest wizard. Hermione grunted sarcastically, they just want Grindelwald and the Professor to fight. I'm kinda curious too. Ron read the news with interest. They call Dumbledore the Sword Bearer, that's a cool title, but he was holding a wand, not a sword. Not sure though, maybe they were referring to Gryffindor's sword. He gestured in the air with one hand, pretending to hold a sharp goblin sword. How's the biography coming along? Hermione looked over at Harry, putting a stack of newspaper clippings in a small binder. It'll take a few months at least to finish, Harry muttered. Mr. Doge is very demanding. Hermione shrugged, and received small clippings of newspapers from Harry, which she skimmed over as she glanced down, before sighing, I hope these children will receive proper medical attention. But then her gaze froze, the sympathy in her eyes replaced by alarm. No, it shouldn't, it can't be. She muttered to herself as she stared at the tabletop. What's wrong? Harry asked. Hermione held her breath and asked quietly, do you think, these children, they were the first ones? Is it just them? Will there be more people? What first ones? Ron asked, stopping his movements. Harry's eyes snapped wide open. The vague notion that had just been looming in his head became clear all of a sudden, but he preferred that it wasn't true. You mean there were others before them who might be brought under the control of the local government? Harry couldn't bring himself to say another word, his expression turned grave. This speculation is too awful. Ron looked left and right, and snatched the clipping out of Hermione's hand as he read it quickly. His face gradually became pale and terrified as he combined it with what he heard. But he immediately thought of something. I think it probably isn't as you think. Ilvermorny has similar magic like Hogwarts. Any young wizard who shows magical talent will be recorded well. These 12 children are just not old enough to use magic to leave enough traces. Harry and Hermione froze for a moment. Ron's words seemed to make sense, and they couldn't find a loophole for the moment. The two breathed a sigh of relief. After organizing the newspaper clippings, Hermione took out a book, enabling the exposure of magic from her beaded pouch, but she seemed distracted for a long time, and she didn't even have an appetite for supper. Eventually, Harry proposed to visit Hagrid, and Ron and Hermione had no problem with it, when they stepped out of the castle and stood knocking at the door of Hagrid's hut for 10 minutes without getting a response. They know there is no one inside. Hagrid is not at home, probably went to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Harry said, how strange, obviously the lights are on. Or maybe he took Grok for a walk. Either way, we came for nothing. Ron said with a frown. They could only head back, and Harry turned back several times but did not see Hagrid, or a figure more massive than Hagrid. Let's come back tomorrow, Harry. Hermione advised. Don't forget to bring the Marauders map, so we don't have to worry about not being able to find them. Ron suggested. Good idea, Harry said, but there is no need to carry it with us, we can just make sure that Hagrid is at home before we visit. My copy of the Marauders map can't reach the depths of the Forbidden Forest. What's wrong with you, Hermione? Hermione suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes went wide with terror in them. The Marauders map, can't spot, she exclaimed, springing to her feet. Oh, I suddenly thought of something very important, but it's best to make sure of it first. I'll find you guys later. Without waiting for Harry to raise a question, she ran into the entrance hall in a flash. What did she thought of? Ron asked, in bewilderment. I don't know. A shadow clouded Harry's mind as he thought of those American scourers and all other heavy topics they had discussed during the day, but what could the spotting and the Marauders map have reminded Hermione of? Come on, let's follow. They ran towards the stairs, but even after climbing 5 floors in a row, there was no sign of Hermione. She probably went to the library. They turned back again and searched the library for a while under Mrs. Pance's sharp eyes, but they still didn't find her. The two were forced to return to the common room and wait for Hermione to return on her own. On the other hand, Hermione came to the Ancient Rune's office, which was similarly locked, and apparently, the professor had not returned to school even at this late hour, and she hesitated for a while, unsure of what to do. At that moment a strange ringing sound issued from her, and she took out a glowing sneakoscope from her beaded pouch. Is that Valen? Hermione's eyes lit up. If Valen is back, the professor must be here too. She took the the Niffler sneakoscope and walked down the grand staircase, and soon returned to the entrance hall. She stayed in front of the house point hourglasses for a moment to identify the direction, and then walked down the underground passage with an odd look on her face. Could they be in Professor Snape's office? With this thought in mind, Hermione followed the stone steps to a spacious underground corridor, which was brightly lit on both sides, with vividly colored portraits hanging on the walls and the occasional Hufflepuff student or two talking behind the pillars. This was not the way to the original potions professor's office. Hermione's face became even more odd. Well, it is not impossible. Finally, she stopped in front of a painting of a huge silver bowl filled with fruit. She took a deep breath, stretched out her index finger, and gently tickled the large blue-green pear. The pear squirmed and turned into a green handle. Hermione pushed open the door. The Hogwarts kitchen is inside, and her eyes swept across the spacious, neat room, which is as big as the Great Hall, with 4 long dining tables identical to the one in the Great Hall, and she walked quickly past it to where the kitchen really is. Hermione found the target at once. Originally her heart was filled with unease and dread, but now she actually wants to laugh a little. Felix was sitting on a small round stool, the kind that house elves usually sit on, with his hands on his knees and his eyes fixed on the huge fireplace. He was surrounded by dozens of house elves. She took a few steps forward, and she spotted a small black furry figure through the gap between the elves. It was Valen, who was also sitting on a small stool, hugging her knees and staring at the fireplace with glowing eyes. An enticing scent filled the air. Gulp. Hermione couldn't help but gulp. She hadn't eaten anything all night. Felix turned over on his side on the stool, revealing a dozen or so roasted fish constantly spinning and sizzling in the fireplace, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Granger? What a coincidence to run into you here. I haven't had a chance to eat dinner yet. He scrutinized Hermione's face. You came to find food too, right? Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 714, Chapter 714 Dangerous Assumptions, 2 in 1. She is not here looking for food to eat. Hermione thought indignantly. Although her principles had long been polished to be extremely well-rounded and flexible by her successive adventures, she still often wondered how she was surrounded by people who considered breaking the school rules, and sometimes the law, as simple as eating and drinking. She avoids breaking the rules, and sometimes the law, and tries to behave honorably unless she has a good excuse. So she hesitated to say that she had once incidentally made a Niffler's Neacoscope, which was inspired by Grindelwald, who had given one to Neville. But the words stopped on the edge of her mouth, because, well, it kind of seemed like she had an ulterior motive. "I'm not hungry." Hermione opened her mouth to explain, but the next moment her stomach grumbled. Her face instantly turned red like fire. The fire in the fireplace was blazing. Hermione didn't know how she sat down. It seemed as if the professor had just extended an invitation, and when she came back to her senses, she found herself sitting upright on a small round stool, provided by the house elf, staring at the sizzling roasting fish in the fireplace. Her face felt hot from the heat. Hermione lowered her head and found Valen looking up at her, her little dark eyes twinkling brightly. "I have been rather busy lately, wasn't often at school," Felix said. "I heard that the students kinda like being in classroom 7. "Oh, yes. Professor, what have you been up to these days?" "Just wandering all over the world. Yesterday I dealt with another magical incident." Seeing Hermione's surprised look, Felix explained, "By chance, a farmer found a wizard's discarded self-stirring cauldron. The magic on the cauldron was no longer effective, but there was still a residual draft of living death in the cauldron. The farmer used the cauldron to prepare a dose of insect repellent. 30 cows were found unconscious the next morning. It was even reported in the news. Was that discarded cauldron a mistake, or did someone leave it there on purpose?" Hermione asked with a frown. "I know some wizards like to tease muggles. Ron's father dealt with many similar cases." "It's hard to say," Felix said after thinking for a moment. "I guess it was just an accident. A number of wizards who have been living in Muggle communities have returned to the wizarding world during this time, and Hogsmeade alone has expanded outward twice as a result of the relocation, so it was likely someone had left it behind when they moved." "Mr. Happ, Miss Granger." At that moment, a house elf wearing a wide white scarf appeared, holding a silver tray with stacks of small cookies and 3 goblets filled with pumpkin juice. "Thank you, Cloudbur." Felix took a cookie. Hermione also said thank you, and then Felix was keenly aware of the difference in addressing. "So, do you know each other, Cloudbur?" he asked. It was quite evident from the way he was calling her, as he called her by name instead of how they would call other students. "Yes," the house elf Cloudbur said respectfully. "There was a period of time when Miss Granger used to drop by frequently." Cloudbur and the rest were puzzled at the time, and many elves were upset about it, but then we understood Miss was fighting for elves' rights. Hermione waved her hand repeatedly, gesturing to the house elf not to go on, so Cloudbur bowed deeply and left. In fact, Felix was quite curious to know what the house elves thought of the Pan-Magic Alliance, and he wondered what kind of perks and rights the Ministry of Magic had come up with for house elves, probably a few extra days of rest plus money to buy gifts for their masters. The kitchen was a little quiet for a while. Then Hermione heard the sound of metal clinking. She looked over and saw Valen pulling out a pocket knife and fork from her little pocket and tying a palm-sized emerald green handkerchief around her neck. When she saw Hermione staring straight at her, she hesitantly pulled out another red handkerchief and handed it to Hermione. "Key? No, well, I don't need one, and it's too small for." Hermione trailed off, when Felix chimed in, "Give me one, too." Valen grunted in displeasure and slowly took out a bright yellow handkerchief and shoved it into his hand. Felix waved it in the air, and the handkerchief grew larger magically with an additional layer of Rune's embellishment. He placed the handkerchief that was several times larger on his knees and turned his head to look at Hermione. Then Hermione took out her wand and pointed it at the handkerchief, which immediately transformed into a wide dining cloth. Then the fireplace in front of them brightened up, with a dozen sizzling roasted fish floating in front of them, shiny and rich in flavor, looking very appetizing. Felix, Hermione, and Valen each took a grilled fish. The rest were given to the house elves. The house elves did not refuse, and they dutifully carried over 3 small tables, which were placed in front of the 3. Then they went to the side to enjoy the food. This kind of behavior that goes against the nature of the house elves surprised Hermione, but it did happen, so there could only be one possible reason. This same thing should have repeated many times, and the house elves know that it is hopeless to reason with them, so they no longer bother to make a protest. Hermione took a bite of the fish. She did not sense any fish bones, and could not help but praise the miraculous spell that extracted fish bones, in her heart. This late-night meal was extremely weird. The crowd was large, like a dinner gathering, but the house elves were basically silent, but judging from their contentedly swaying bodies, and tiny physical gestures, you can tell that they are in a very happy mood, which caused Hermione to have an illusion of participating in the festival of a mysterious tribe. Moreover, She also gleaned a secret from the movement of the house elves swallowing food thanks to her sitting on a stool less than a foot high. She could clearly see it is difficult for wizards to distinguish the gender of house elves through their outward appearance. But today Hermione figured out that male house elves had slightly protruding throat knots, while female house elves had softer, less noticeable lines on their necks. Exactly the same as humans. Hermione wondered if this secret was obstructed from being discovered due to the fact that house elves always talk with their heads down. Seeing how the plates started to become empty, and they had eaten and drunk their fill, Hermione finally remembered why she came over. Professor. She wiped her mouth with her napkin and said, "Those kids you saved from the US government?" Felix turned to her, his plate was long empty. There was a lot of discussion in the newspapers, but all in all those comments were both positive and negative. "Quite normal," Felix muttered, "when you put yourself in the public eye unless you are so bad enough to be disgusting, you will always receive both praise and criticism. But I don't suppose there are many people who question the need to save those kids, are there?" "That's right. With the publication of the book enabling the exposure of magic, a number of anthropologists and historians have already recognized ancient wizards as one of the early humankind, and the director of the British National Museum claims to have found evidence from the murals of primitive people. It is believed that wizards were first to appear out of two communities, primitive warriors, who gained their magical powers by fighting magical creatures, and rituals, for example, using the blood and bones to perform rituals." Felix was unconvinced by this conjecture. He had made similar guesses, but they were only guesses. The specific origin of wizards is so old that no one knows the exact truth. Moreover, there is no standard method of analysis. What exactly marks the emergence of wizards? Did the use of magical creatures to create magical artifacts and other things marked it? Or did the first appearance of mysterious powers in ancient humans mark the emergence of wizards? Or perhaps is it only truly founded when magical knowledge was summarized and passed on to other gifted individuals? The significance of each of these three is quite remarkable. The first example represents an attempt by humans to harness magic, the second example means that magic is something that inborn in wizards from the very beginning, while the third example implies that magic could be imparted, and thus the mastery of magic went from an individual to a group. Or perhaps none of the above is accurate. Why can't magical creatures and wizards both emerge at the same time? Felix did not attach too much importance to the answer to this question, and when it was discussed, he asked for this unproven history to be included simply in terms of public awareness to avoid many questions. Hermione, after elaborating on the contents of the newspaper clippings, concluded. "The controversial part is about the tactics you use, Professor. They want to solve the problem through the law, not frontal confrontation, and there is a lot of debate about whether wizards have the right to investigate and enforce the law." Felix said in a low but firm voice, "They can discuss it, but I'm not going to compromise on this matter." Hermione bit her lip. But this was not why she was here tonight. Beside Grindelwald's approach was much more radical. He is promoting total revenge, believing that once a country or individual tries to steal a wizard's power, a wizard can retaliate by any means, like how the witch who lost her daughter had burned the lab with a fiend fire did. "Are all those children fine?" she asked in a whisper. "Fine, except for a few frightened ones." Felix glanced at her, not elaborating on the inner details of the situation. "Ilvermorny's healers will take care of them carefully, along with necessary examinations. Magic is not the only way to modify memories, except for the fact that all means other than magic are more tedious and must be performed in a closed environment for a long time. Therefore, I simply checked whether or not they had a locator device on their bodies." "Locator device?" Hermione said in surprise. "Won't those kinds of technological gadgets fail due to being close to magic?" "I read in Hogwarts, a history." With the other side's intention to probe, expecting them to automatically fail would be too passive and incautious, Felix said, then paused as if hesitating to reveal more, but then he went on, "In fact, I suspect the local government knows some general locations of wizard gathering place. The relationship between the Magical Congress of the United States of America and the United States Muggle government is not good. As potential enemies, they will naturally try to collect useful information, and it's quite difficult to keep it completely secret." But Hermione's face looked shaken. "You are worried that they might try to initiate a war since they've our locations?" Hermione nodded. "The chances of that are slim to none." Felix smiled and said, "All magical communities, especially schools, are shrouded in magic, at worst shielded by Muggle repelling charm and intruder charm, with a huge range of coverage. Trying to breach it by purely technological means, I don't know if it's feasible, but it certainly would require a huge amount of time, and the wizards staying inside could be evacuated quickly. As for using heavy artillery weapons, maybe there was a possibility of that at first, but it's near completely gone now." Hermione looked at Felix in confusion, and Felix waved his hands so that their voices could not spread out and could only be heard by the three of them. "Granger. Since you decided that you want to be a Minister of Magic as your career choice, and you did show potential in that area, we can talk a little deeper on this subject. I don't want this conversation to be made known to the public, not even a word of it can be revealed, even to Harry, Ron, and your parents, Are you okay with that? Hermione agreed with some nervousness. Very well, let's take the United States for example. Due to their history, they have a much lower percentage of wizards, almost 40 to 50,000. Let's discuss the most extreme scenario: these wizards suddenly suffer a devastating attack and lose a lot of people, but the possibility of half of them surviving is still quite high, and this is still the outcome when the Magical Congress of the United States of America would be foolish enough not to find any hints of attack. Hermione imagined the scene. She had seen documentaries on human warfare and had a clear idea of the horror of intense artillery bombing coverage. Her body shook sharply, and her face turned pale. But then what? Felix said in a calm tone, this is the beginning of the war, not the end. Once this happens, there will definitely be a mass fleeing of wizards, but there will also be a significant number of wizards who will stay and decide to fight till their death, because of the loss of their family, friends, and everything. A person who has nothing but vengeful thoughts will turn into a reasonless beast, and at the same time the most tenacious warrior. We know from past history that weapons will be upgraded the fastest during the war years. Still, I'm 100% sure that wizards will only grow faster than that, especially if they choose to let hatred fill their hearts. War will make people cold and apathetic, and at that time, fiend fire would simply become the most merciful method of killing and destruction. No, that's horrible, we should never let that happen. Hermione murmured. Felix looked at her quietly and after a moment he said, that's what we're doing. Well, forget about it. The above is just an academic discussion, a hypothesis, and basically will not happen. What do you think we've been trying to do all these months? You should go back, it's about time for lights out. Hermione silently walked towards the kitchen entrance, Valen yawning and curled up in Felix's arms. They came into the entrance hall, and Hermione suddenly said, hold on, Professor, I have something very important to tell you, and that's why I was looking for you. I went to your office, but you weren't there. She just received a huge mental blow, and almost forgot the real purpose of her trip. What was it? When we were sorting through the newspaper clippings this morning, me, Harry and Ron discussed a possibility. Hermione said quickly what had happened during the day, and Felix shook his head slightly. The Magical Congress of the United States will guard against this. They've already had some clashes over this with the Muggle government. As for the young wizards who are not yet enrolled, there is indeed a chance for it, but Ilvermorny. Professor, you want to say that the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has collected their names, don't you? Hermione said quickly. Felix's expression grew serious. Hermione obviously wanted to say that there are loopholes that can be exploited. A sudden scene flashed. It is the words that Professor McGonagall had said to him. There are 3 students refused to enroll in the school. In fact, refusal to enroll is no big deal. He previously did not attach too much importance to it. The procedures are all pretty much set. When this happens, Hogwarts will send a few professors to communicate with the parents, and if the communication is unsuccessful, it will be reported to the Ministry of Magic, who will dispatch another person to deal with the situation, using the Obliviate if necessary, accompanied by years of supervision. This process generally lasts until adulthood. The later it becomes, the less it matters, which is 17 years old, meaning that those who give up on magic basically won't be able to accidentally create damages due to emotional outbursts after that, and their magic will gradually become dormant due to long periods of unexercised magic. This is quite different from the Obscurial. Obscurials are children who have been physically or mentally abused, and grow to hate and repress their magical abilities, refusing to cast spells. They are basically unrelated to those who give up magic because the Obscurial hardly lives past the age of 10. Felix also only mentioned it to Professor McGonagall after learning what happened to Dumbledore's sister and knowing that some rare Obscurial might live past the age of 10. The light in Hagrid's hut was left on, making us think he was in the house the whole time, but in fact, he went out, and Harry's Marauders map had a limited search range, so once Hagrid went deeper into the Forbidden Forest, there was no way to find him. Hermione continued, as her lips began to tremble, but the point is, was he really in the Forbidden Forest at that time? And what happened? We don't know all these. There is no need to say more. Felix fully understood her thoughts, and precisely because of this, his expression turned frosty like never before. If the young wizards had stayed in the country, they would not have been in danger, and even if they happened to be in danger, it would be quickly noticed. But what if one day their family decided to emigrate? Or any other reason? The endless sea is beyond the reach of the wizard's magic. At this moment, as they speak, would there be a ship or 2, or a submarine, carrying the little wizards wandering around? No one would know what had happened to them before they set foot on land. Naturally, this also includes the possibility of never docking. Read advanced chapters on P. Etrian. 715, Chapter 715 The Awakening of Memory. After separating from Hermione, Felix returned to his office and entered Classroom 7. The space in Classroom 7 seems to have expanded again. Here both imagination and reality will intersect. You might have originally walked a few steps into a path in this place, then it would suddenly turn into a beautiful garden. Felix deviated from the path that students usually use in class, and through the layers of mist, a small, humble village emerged before his eyes. Felix stood in front of a small, plain house and knocked on the door. It was Grindelwald's memory body that opened the door. To Felix's surprise, what he saw before him was not the image of a younger person, but the face of Grindelwald in his old age, but when he looked closer, his face seemed a little different. I knew you would visit me, so I used this face to meet you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The old man grinned and laughed. He was wearing a purple robe, his demeanor was calm and subdued, and there was no trace of hostility could be discerned. The two of them sat down opposite each other. You have something to share with me? Felix asked, and then gave the old man a curious look. Are you complete now? I mean, your memories. Of course, of course. Grindelwald said, at this moment when I'm talking to you, I'm more complete than ever. You know what? After staying for a while, I'm actually not very happy with this place. Why? One reason, it's too dull, and only 2 memory bodies in the whole space have the characteristics of life, which is equivalent to half a living person. Grindelwald said. This surprised Felix quite a bit, because although the memory bodies looked like they are alive, they are very different in the way of existence compared to real people. For example, their perception of time is very different. You surprised me just as much by appearing to be no different from a regular person. Felix said as he looked at Grindelwald's memory body with a probing gaze, and the other man smiled without speaking. Other than the first reason? You said you were waiting for me, so it has something to do with me. Grindelwald nodded slightly, then slowly shook his head again. I did initially intend to talk something with you. After the funeral, I decided to leave the necessary information and talk openly, but you never came. Later those ghosts told me what you had done in the meantime, and I decided that there is no point in talking anymore. You have fully grasped my intention. Then today. It's a sort of farewell. Or would you like to hear a story from my past? You know, it's a strange feeling to meet them, but they don't remember me like I've turned back time and everything starts over, but I'm the only one who remembers what really happened. My memory becomes a burden. Do you mean Dumbledore, or his sister Ariana and nephew Credence? Aurelius, Grindelwald said slowly, I prefer to call him that. That boy has helped me a lot. Felix made a gesture of listening. Aurelius Dumbledore, said Grindelwald, I remember, well just 70 years ago. He chose to join my side during the underground rally at Lestrange Mausoleum, after my careful planning. You can't imagine the importance I placed on him. Because of his lineage? Felix asked. Credence was Dumbledore's nephew, but for a long time neither Dumbledore nor Aberforth knew of his existence, and it's fair to say that it was a huge secret at the time, and it definitely took no small amount of research for Grindelwald to figure it out. More than that, he was an obscurial who lived to adulthood. His potential was unimaginable, surpassing 99% of wizards by sheer instinct alone despite never receiving a systematic education in magic. I had planned for him to follow my footsteps. Felix was taken aback by this statement, and he looked at Grindelwald, who had no need to lie, and Felix sorted out many scattered threads along the line. Grindelwald's biggest obstacle at that time was Dumbledore, even with the blood pact standing between the two. As long as Grindelwald didn't give up his dream of ruling wizards and muggles, they would surely go against each other as the whole world would force them to do so. In the end, even the most unbreakable blood pact proved that everything would crumble. Rather than sitting back and waiting for Dumbledore to find me, my plan was to nurture a wizard who could rival Dumbledore and fight him on a number basis. Grindelwald said slowly. Nurture an archmage? That was a daring notion. Felix relaxed his breathing, he put himself in Grindelwald's shoes at the time, and all he could think was that this plan was 1,000 times harder. A bit whimsical indeed, but I eventually found a solution, perhaps even the only viable solution, the Obscurial. Felix drifted off. Grindelwald was aware that the Obscurial couldn't live past the age of 10, the proof was Dumbledore's sister Ariana. Perhaps he originally had the idea of finding a young Obscurial, taking good care of him, and helping him subdue his own dark magic, the Obscurus, but he didn't expect to accidentally pick up the lost child of the Dumbledore family. Credence. A child who rivals the Archmage in terms of potency and emotionally constrains Dumbledore simply fits my requirements perfectly. Grindelwald's memory body said slowly and thoughtfully as if he was personally sitting in front of Felix, talking calmly to him about past schemes and hidden secrets that were not known. That rally also allowed me to grasp a crack in the Ministry of Magic as an aura killed a common folk who came to hear my speech, which gave me a perfect excuse. It was not me who sought out violence, and from that point on, the acolytes engaged in a full-scale confrontation with the existing hierarchy of the Ministry of Magic. My power expanded rapidly. In the middle of this process, Aurelius and a woman who could read minds played a huge role. The former appeared all over the world while receiving my teachings, and defeated the Aurors in various countries. The latter, I remember her name was Queenie, used her innate talent to identify the spies placed in our ranks by hordes, and with the ability of Legilimens she was able to keep a check on bad apples. Everything was moving in a good direction. Grindelwald said calmly. But Felix knew there was a twist coming, and sure enough. I had kept the secret of Aurelius' identity hidden, to use it as a killer, ready to use at the critical moment. But several accidents occurred one after another. On the one hand, a phoenix followed him everywhere on the battlefield and became famous. A phoenix. Grindelwald clicked his tongue. The Dumbledore family has a legend, when their family members are in dire need, a phoenix will appear. It was probably what drew Dumbledore's suspicions. I was forced to reduce his appearances. Good times did not last long, his body went out of order, and his ability became extremely unstable. I thought of some ways, but I still couldn't do anything other than watching his body moving toward its collapse. Perhaps this is the fate of Obscurial. I was disappointed by this. I was sure he also realized this by himself. He volunteered to assassinate Dumbledore, but I refused, as he was totally not Dumbledore's opponent at that time. Later he brought over his little girlfriend. She was Maledictus. When they met again, her condition became serious, and most of the day she took the snake form. They stayed together all day until one day, Aurelius disappeared for a while and came back empty-handed. Is that woman's name Nagini? Felix asked. Do you know her too? I know her and even met her once, but in the appearance of a snake. I think it was Aurelius who set her free. Set her free? Grindelwald repeated in a low voice. I thought she was dead. Remember the woman I mentioned who could read minds? She had the same problem. Well, it wasn't about how her sister desperately tried to bring her back, but something else. She had a Muggle lover and wished for them to publicly stand together. But after so much time, there was no hope in sight, so her stance began to waver. I noticed her negligence, especially in the most important task, the assessment of Aurelius' mental state, and in the matter of concealing his origin. When I realized this, I knew that the original plan was not suitable anymore, and I had to speed up. I decided to run for the International Confederation of Wizards' Supreme Mugwump seat that year. In fact, no matter what the result was, I was ready to wage war against the Muggles, but there were many people opposed us at that point in time, and I wanted them to join my side. I found a clue about the Kylan, which has unique magic that can increase the chances of my victory in the campaign, so I sent several small teams to look for it, and finally it was Aurelius who brought it back. I turned that newborn Kylan into a puppet, and also saw part of the future with the help of its blood, saw Dumbledore. At that time I had a premonition. Although I handed him the blood pact for several years, he did not find a way to crack it, but I did have a bad feeling. It turned out to be just as I expected. I managed to get elected as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards thanks to the already dead Kylan, but that trick was foiled when Newt's commander brought in another Kylan, and it turned out they were twins. It was all Dumbledore's master plan. He had no idea what he had done. It wasn't that I wanted to create division, but rather he was creating it. At that moment I finally made up my mind. I drew my wand, and Aurelius stood in the way. Grindelwald's eyes became cloudy. It was as if everything had happened just yesterday. Me, Dumbledore, and his brother, three of us all at once fired out, while the defenseless Obscurial stood next to us. Nevertheless the result was very different. Aberforth was irrelevant, my spell connected with Dumbledore's, and the chains wrapped around his hands finally shattered. I had a brief clash with Dumbledore, the first time we had fought in over 30 years, and when my hand contacted his heart, I could feel his heartbeat, but could no longer sense his inner thoughts. This meant that the blood pact was completely broken. The plan was forced to suspend, and temporarily I couldn't focus on waging war on Muggles. Dumbledore got in the way, even though I came the closest to success. So the blood pact shattered because Felix asked. I'm not sure, it was an accident. It couldn't possibly be because of love, could it? Hey, maybe. The blood pact uses blood as a link, but it takes a strong emotion to solidify the magic into shape, and we've been bound by that emotion for decades, and we can't break the bond no matter how hard we tried. The only thing that makes sense might be that Dumbledore used a stronger love to override the limits of individual emotions at that time. Grindelwald's memory body stood up and walked to the door. Why are you telling me all this? Felix asked all of a sudden. Perhaps because, after today, this will become a permanent secret. Silver specks of light began to escape outside of Grindelwald's memory body, then his face changed little by little, becoming younger, and his back regained its stature, his hair turned into a brilliant gold color, and when he opened his eyes, his pupils were clear blue. As he said at the beginning, the memories of the past became a burden, and if he wants to start over, he must let go of unnecessary things. When the students came downstairs the next day, they found a white and cold fog covering the yard. As the trio passed the bulletin board in the entrance hall, Harry saw a group of people pointing at the bottom, and from the looks on their faces, the notice was a positive one. Let's go over and take a look. Ron said. No need, Harry said, I know what it is. If nothing goes wrong, it should be about the first Hogsmeade weekend schedule. Ron whistled lightly. That's great, I heard some new stores have opened in Hogsmeade, I'll have to check them out. He said, but how did you know that? I suppose, Harry flashed a smile, probably because I posted it there myself. Ron, Hermione said kindly, if you look closely, you will also find the handwriting on the notice resembles the homework you usually use for reference. Despite knowing this in advance, Harry looked ahead in anticipation to this short trip in 3 days. He simply wanted to go out and let off some steam and clear his head, even if it only consisted of having a drink with Ginny at the Three Broomsticks and spending 2 or 3 pleasant hours. Hey Harry, Hermione said, you could take this opportunity to ask Mr. Doge to meet you, didn't you say you wanted to talk to him face to face? Harry froze, and halfway through he muttered, I'll write to him. Why don't you guys use the communication mirror? Ron asked, in confusion. Mr. Doge isn't used to it. Harry said, he thinks writing letters will help him clear his mind. At that moment Neville came towards them, his face was flushed, and he seemed to be whiter than usual. It was uncertain whether it was from the cold or from being overdressed. They went to the Great Hall together to eat. At about the same time, Felix appeared at the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Horace Grimstitch, President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, appeared not long after. When they were about to part, the expression on the other 2 men's faces looked extraordinarily grave. I will send Aurors to search and investigate, Horace Grimstitch said in a deep voice, and the investigation will be conducted in secret, without affecting the next General Assembly of the Confederation. The headmaster of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry also said, if there are really young wizards in their hands, the most cost-effective way is not to imprison them or do all kinds of experiments, but to let them grow up, whether it is for the purpose of cracking the mysteries of magic or training a force of wizards of their own. Both of them are better than simply imprisoning them. What's more, they can also send them to find out all kinds of information by using their wizard identity. They talked in detail for a while, and then Felix appeared at the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards, waiting for the assembly that would be held in the afternoon. He had a vague picture in mind, and Grindelwald's words made him realize that he was also creating a division between wizards as a whole. Although this might not be obvious at the moment and seemed necessary, Grindelwald's identity did make some of the problems easier, but there is no doubt that the 2 forces will eventually have to be brought back together. It requires a perfect opportunity. Author. Felix and Grindelwald definitely need to meet, but meeting in reality would not meet the expectations, so it was changed to Classroom 7, also out of frustration with the new films. I took the plot of the last 3 films, and combined it with my own ideas to tinker with it and insert it into the book. I've always wanted to do this, but I didn't find the right opportunity before. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 716, Chapter 716, The General Assembly that is destined to go down in history, 2 in 1. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the General Assembly was held at the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards. It was a spacious room, comparable to a standard basketball court, but it was a bit crowded when more than 400 chairs were placed there, not to mention an empty space in the middle, covered with a purple and gold trimmed carpet for occasional speeches. In the front of the meeting space, there was a large seat that was specially cushioned, the seat of the Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and near the Supreme Mugwump seat, there were some reserved seats that were allocated for the Deputy Supreme Mugwump, the Recorder, along with some unmarked seats, which were not permanently designated for anyone, as they were reserved for people who were invited according to the theme of the assembly, such as Amelia Bones. Some people followed Ms. Bones' line of sight to the young man diagonally above her. The man's expression was not as serious as hers. He carried a smile on his face, as he fiddled with a peculiar hat in his hand, and the 2 were having a quiet conversation. Felix Happ. It is unknown how many people recite this name in their hearts with awe. With Akingbad's prestige alone, it is simply impossible to assemble these people all together. This current scenario is almost single-handedly brought together by him. Felix Happ is seated next to Akingbad on his right side, looking pretty radiant as if the pressure has been lifted from his shoulders. He was dressed in a layered and finely detailed robe and sat high on the platform. A ripple ran through the hearts of the delegates participating in the General Assembly. The seat of Deputy Supreme Mugwump on the left side was currently vacant and seemed to be reserved for Felix Happ. It is not unprecedented in history to see the Supreme Mugwump ignoring politics and the Deputy Supreme Mugwump taking the helm of leadership. In fact, the last Supreme Mugwump Dumbledore did the same thing, except for the fact that he was the one who took the initiative to distribute his control. You dyed your hair? Felix asked with interest. Ms. Bones, who was in the process of checking the materials, gave him a blank look and hummed through her nose, And your complexion is much better, did you take a beauty potion? Bones' movements froze. Felix whispered, if I look more closely, your hair seem what happened to my hair? It seems to have grown longer. Wait, let me check through my memories. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and said with a definite look, yes, it has grown longer. Ms. Bones, who seemed slightly embarrassed, whispered, Felix, this is a serious occasion today. But she seemed visibly distracted, as she flipped the material in her hand over and over. What occasion? You mentioned it that day. A happy occasion. Felix said with a straight face, the last time when we were at Bill and Fla's wedding, I saw Sirius posing like a little love god Eros with a chicken leg. Well, or maybe I was wrong, it was more like... Bah, shut up. When the current supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Babajid Akingbade tapped a small wooden mallet, the crowd gradually quieted down. 3 centuries ago, we formulated the Statute of Secrecy here, which worked splendidly until the wizarding world was completely exposed. Therefore, I would like to ask for all of your help to formulate a similarly guiding and forward-looking law with the same sense of historical responsibility. I am honored to have Ms. Amelia Bones, who was involved in the whole process of negotiating with the Muggle government and smoothly reached a common consensus, the details of which are written in the book enabling the exposure of magic, which can be found right at your reach. Mr. Felix Happ, an expert who was also deeply involved in the negotiations, described the finer points of the book to me. No hasty sentences were allowed in the agreement, each line of text was carefully chosen to fit the moral tone of both sides, and you may notice that the second and third parts of the book were referred from time to time. He will assume the right to maintain order in this General Assembly and to mediate on controversial issues. Akingbade paused for a moment after saying this, and when no one objected, he looked to his right, Felix. Felix nodded and said briefly, Amelia, you may begin. Ms. Bones' calm and collected voice echoed through the open conference hall. She wore her familiar monocle lens on her eyes, her face was half hidden in the light and shadow. The second part mainly covers the progress and results of the negotiations between the Ministry of Magic and the local government, as well as a part of the unsettled segments of the negotiations. The last part covers the cooperation that has been initiated or soon going to be implemented, such as joint law enforcement, magic stores and we chose to include some books for sale together with complementary products, assuming that this would facilitate a better start. As you might have guessed, she said as she glanced at the chattering crowd, I will do my best to offer everyone here support in terms of relevant background information and specifics. She sat down. Thank you, Amelia, and thank you, Babajid. Felix said in a booming voice, as his eyes darted over each face. We will formulate a far-reaching law that will rival, and in some places even surpass, the Statute of Secrecy. It is not meant to only last a year or two, but rather, it will stand the test of time, just like the Statute of Secrecy. Because of this, we will not spend time deliberating specific bylaws, much less discussing trivial issues like how much should a drunken wizard be fined or imprisoned for blowing up a dustbin. That's the sole responsibility of the Ministry of Magic. You can go discuss and negotiate with your local government, follow local customs, adapt to local conditions. What we need to determine is what is acceptable and what is not, in terms of emotion, in terms of belief, and in terms of principle. It will become the common guidelines for the future wizarding communities, a shared belief in the hearts and minds of all, and once established, no individual or group, no subsidiary law can violate them. Well, everyone is now free to speak, to offer independent opinions, or to ask your queries in response to Ms. Bones' previous speech. The representatives from various countries began to speak after a period of silence, and as if to liven up the atmosphere, a witch with thinning yellow hair asked spiritedly, Bones, why did you choose to sell children's books? Is it because you believe that those muggles are in dire need of additional common sense? There was a low chuckle arose from the crowd, but many more choose to refrain from laughing. For 2 reasons, Ms. Bones said calmly. First, and she glanced at Felix, we believe that magic is mysterious in the eyes of the outside world, so in the first 1 to 2 years after the initial contact, whatever we come up with will attract huge attention, and we want people to understand the culture and concept of wizards more than about potions, food grown with magic and magic items with various special functions, and also to prove one thing, except for magic, there is no essential difference between wizards and ordinary people. The second reason, which is also mentioned in the book enabling the exposure of magic, is that the wizarding community should be integrated into the outside world in a gentle way, with as little impact as possible on the existing systems and social orders on both sides. Thus the logical reason behind why we did this is obvious. It's no big deal for ordinary people to have an extra comic book at home that could automatically flip pages or story frames that moves, but if they have an extra invisibility cloak at home, something is likely to go wrong. The questions became too sharp for Ms. Bones to handle alone, so Felix joined in, looking as comfortable as if he were answering questions in a classroom, and the key point was that there was no one present who dared to be unreasonable with him. Some new departments also took shape during the process of discussion. For example, the International Magic Technology Collaboration Review Committee is responsible for reviewing collaborative projects between the two sides. The International Magic Trade Association is responsible for transnational trade as well as the vetting and certification process for the list of Category 1, 2, and 3 items. The Emergency Issues Investigation Division responsible for communicating and dealing with difficult and potentially high-risk emergent situations. The quill in front of the registrar scribbled furiously. A red-haired wizard mentioned the Pan-Magical Alliance. At the moment, there are many local branches being established voluntarily, and although the pace of development varies, they are all at least in the process of establishment, but not even a shadow of the headquarters of the Pan-Magical Alliance is in sight. Perhaps we can make it a subordinate division of the Confederation. A wizard suggested. Doesn't that mean the other races would still live subordinate to the wizards? The red-haired wizard objected, we definitely need to concede some rights in exchange for their support to the wizards. The old way won't work in this new era, and those races are our natural allies. You mean to let the Pan-Magical Alliance reign supreme over the Confederation? I didn't exactly mean that. Then what do you mean? Well, at least I am not like you who only knows how to evade questions. Cowardly Diricol. The red-haired wizard spewed an expletive. Beware of spit, you slimy ghoul. Seeing that both sides were arguing fiercely and no one could convince the other, Felix cleared his throat and the crowd quieted down. This issue will be noted down first, when the conference gets further in depth maybe there will be an unexpected solution. After a few moments, there was a commotion outside the door. People who were in the middle of a heated discussion stopped and looked toward the door. Immediately after a sharp knock was heard on the door, Aching Bade frowned, and waved his wand, layers of magical light converged, and a man pushed in the door with a panicked look. What's wrong, Claude? Aching Bade shouted at the man, didn't I tell you to guard the door and strictly forbid anyone from disturbing? Claude stammered for a few moments before saying, Gr. Grindelwald. He actually dared to come. Aching Bade's face showed astonishment, and the conference hall was horribly quiet as if the pause button had been pressed. Then many people sprang up from their chairs with a look of panic, and the room suddenly became a chaotic mess. Felix frowned, realizing that he had overlooked the fact that the people attending the conference were not young, and most of them had witnessed firsthand how Grindelwald had reigned supreme and stirred up the entire wizarding world. Just when everyone was at a loss for words, a calm and loud voice hammered on their hearts like a drumstick. Silence! The crowd looked at Felix, who was sitting upright on the stand, then he stood up and calmly turned to Claude and asked, Claude, finish your sentence. Yes, Mr. Hap. The man stammered, Grindelwald didn't personally show up, it was his men I mean, his half-bald head was covered in fine sweat, he sent a delegation, nearly 20 men, saying they are here to attend the conference. The conference hall seemed like it had exploded. Let them in. Felix said as he suppressed all the murmurs. The various countries' Ministry of Magic delegates looked at him as if they had found their backbone, and then turned their eyes to the door again with an expectant expressions in their eyes. After waiting for a few seconds they heard messy footsteps, and then a line of people came in from outside. The leader of the group is a tall woman with dark skin, grey eyes, a few yellowish-brown markings painted on her face, and her dark, brownish-red hair neatly combed behind her head, held tightly by a spiked iron ring-like headband. Libert. Aching Bade said, looking at the woman in surprise. Aching Bade, it's been a long time. The woman said, in what seemed to be a sigh of relief. The two people's greetings indicated that they knew each other. She calmed herself and spoke aloud in a monotonous voice, a bit like a theater actor reciting lines for the first time on stage, Margate Libert, Egyptian Minister of Magic, meet you all. There is no Ministry of Magic in Egypt. Aching Bade shouted in a muffled voice. There is one now. The woman with the headband said, looking over at Aching Bade and Felix and choosing her words carefully, we were ordered by Gree, to attend the Confederation's conference, and that man said that African wizards make up 1/10 of the entire wizarding world's population, and since it's an international conference, we certainly should have to come along for the ride. Aching Bade said hesitantly, in that case. He was a bit indecisive, his expression kept changing as if he was having a complicated mental struggle, then he froze in place for a while. Felix waved his hand, and a row of seats and desks appeared out of thin air, then he gestured with his eyes to Margate Libert, welcome. Perhaps there will be division among us in the future, but when our deeds incorporated in the World Historical Database, we all will share the same common alias wizards. Margate Libert inhaled and walked toward one of the seats, exchanging glances with the people who had varying expressions as she passed along the way. The man behind the woman intended to follow suit but was stopped by Felix with a look. Those who come in will need to state their names and identities in turn. He said calmly. Right behind her was a clean-skinned, short, chubby man who stopped with a jerk on his heels and introduced himself somewhat awkwardly, Mudo Tobias, Minister of Magic of Nigeria. After saying that, he carefully glanced at Felix, and when he saw Felix nod slightly, he quickly walked to follow her in front, and the crowd noticed that his clothes were already soaked with sweat. If Aching Bade or Hap ordered these 24 people to be locked up, there was nothing they could do. Well, if there were those who cooperated, then naturally there was also a rash fool, but that fellow had now turned into a painting, which was picked up and carried by the Confederation's clerk who hung it on the back of a chair, leaving the man with nothing but a pair of dark eyes that turned from side to side in terror, which looked surprisingly rather comical. What nerve! The old wizard next to him muttered, he won't be able to recover forever, will he? As soon as the words left his mouth, the pair of black and white eyes turned even more. The old wizard sneered a bit and rolled up the painting on the chair as if it was a piece of paper. Another older witch reached out and touched it with her fingers, then hastily retracted her hand and made a disgusted sound. Felix looked at the first woman who sat down and asked as if nothing had happened, Nona Liebert is your second daughter. The woman looked a bit flattered. She made quite an impression at the goblet of fire. Felix said. Oh, thank you. When the group of people sat down one by one after introducing themselves, all of them present was a bit dumbstruck, not to mention anything else, just the extra 24 Ministry of Magic in Africa was enough of a surprise, but some people also secretly exclaimed, if they were to hold a gathering previously, Africa was capable of sending over more than 200 people as representative. But the question is, whether Grindelwald is actually sending them to the front as puppets, or is he really prepared to implement reforms and establish a new system in Africa? Akingbade froze for a moment and accepted Felix's way of proceeding as well, and after they all settled down, he asked with a sharp look in his eyes, what does Grindelwald exactly mean by this? Margate Liebert shook her head, no one knows what he has in mind. Then will he abide by the resolutions made by the Confederation's General Assembly? Akingbade pressed on, and Margate Liebert proceeded to shake her head, and he sighed in disappointment. Despite expecting it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. At least he's willing to send someone over, which means he's not planning to cut off contact with us completely. A wizard said. His words drew a low murmur of agreement. No matter what, we are all wizards. These words had an effect, and those attending the conference no longer treated these uninvited guests as outsiders, but the next point of focus seemed to be off topic, as the delegates from various countries began to ask about the situation of the African wizards living in the enemy-occupied zone. Mr. Grindelwald, he brought together the originally loose autonomous organizations and gave us a clear division of authority, such as the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, which was forcibly united on the foundation of the previous 12 regional autonomous organizations. He also introduced the Wizard Code as basis guiding for ruling and management. I have carefully studied the content of the above, and it has many similarities with the book published by the British Ministry of Magic, except it is more sharply worded, and demands the prohibition of action on some matters. Can you tell us about that part? Felix asked coldly, it might help with the topic of this conference. Oh, yes. Margate Liebert said. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 717, Chapter 717 Subtle Changes, 2-in-1. Margate Liebert spoke at the Confederation's headquarters. It is necessary to protect the wizard's own heritage well, I think he means the ones that are worth preserving. Otherwise, wizards will easily disappear like sand swept up in the sea and lose our footing, and the accompanying dangers will be deadly. Some buffer zones will need to be laid down. Then there is also the matter of how to educate the young wizards, over the violation of the rights of wizards as a whole when facing such violations. Gradually, these 20 or so African delegates also joined the proceedings, but few people realized that they were actually presenting Grindelwald's views, or more accurately, some radical, intense opinions that, if nothing unexpected happens, will take root in some people's minds and grow stronger in the subsequent years of implementation. At least Felix doesn't have to worry about the Confederation becoming a pool of stagnant water after he let it go of his hands. Time passed, and the weather gradually turned chilly. On Saturday morning before heading to Hogsmeade Village, Harry, Ron, and Hermione coincidentally chose to wear scarves to keep themselves warm. They met in the common room and then walked towards the school entrance with their classmates laughing and talking. Surely it's not that cold, Ginny said in a somewhat surprised tone next to Harry. Several younger grade girls passed them, chattering and giggling excitedly, each draped in a pretty light-colored cape. Harry bet that these girls must be third-year students. He had only seen that kind of excitement on the faces of people who were going to Hogsmeade for the first time. In addition to the little wizards who had wrapped themselves up tightly, others were dressed very simply, with only a coat over them. Harry suspected they had got the seasons mixed up. Parvati went through her trunk last night and complained she left her thermostat locket at home. Hermione said, which solved Harry's doubts. So I advised her to wear more, the temperature has been a little bit low lately, and there are a lot of people getting colds this time of year. Madame Pomfrey had prepared a batch of pepper-up potion in advance. Ron sniffed and immediately tightened the scarf around his neck. Harry hurriedly handed his scarf to Ginny, who arched her eyebrows and smiled brightly. You could use a warming spell, Harry. Hermione suggested, and Harry did exactly that, at which point he noticed Ron sizing himself up with a scrutinizing look, followed by a humming sound coming from his nose. Very considerate, Ron said mockingly. It was probably due to the effect of the warming spell. Harry felt his face burn a little, like a furnace that refused to diffuse heat. Ginny, on the other hand, graciously took Harry's arm and said as if no one was listening, ignore that vile hypocrite, he also writes letters to girls himself. Harry's eyes widened. Ron turned red and defended himself desperately, she wrote to me first. Asking if I wanted to join her squad after graduation. He turned his head to Harry, you knew about it, didn't you? I even teased her with you for not blending in well. Seems so, Harry said as he slowly recalled, but I remember her birthday passed long ago, I did not expect you to still be in correspondence with her. Aha. This time it was Ron's turn to feel self-conscious. Hermione asked in confusion, "Who are you talking about?" "Collins," Harry said briefly. Oh, Hermione trailed off, remembering that both of them wanted to be Minister of Magic. "How's she been?" "Not too bad," Ron muttered. When they arrived at the Hogsmeade village, their first thought was that there were more people walking on the streets, and many of them were unfamiliar faces. At the entrance to the village, there was a schematic map, and they went over to look at it and saw that 2 new streets had been built in the eastern and northern parts of the village respectively. Being the one and only now it has become one of the only 2 exclusive wizard villages in Britain. Hogsmeade has shown the wonders of magic and magical people of all shapes, sizes, and colors, and as they passed the bickering wizards of both sexes, Harry swore he saw a male wizard with vampire fangs. At that moment, an owl with snow-white feathers and black spots quietly descended from above their heads and landed on Harry's shoulder. The owl gently pecked his ear. "Ouch! Hedwig." Hedwig haughtily stretched out a leg for Harry to remove the note tied to it, which he unfolded and read, before he looked towards the other 3. "Mr. Doge will be here a little later, he told us to hang out somewhere for a while," Harry said. He patted Hedwig's beak. "The dorm window is open, I left food for you there." Hedwig flew off. "Great," Ron said happily, "let's go to the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and Future World Company store first, there may be some new products available, and we can get a sneak peek." "Good point, so where shall we go first?" Ginny asked. "It's been a long time since I've seen Fred and George," Harry said, so the group went to the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes first, but Fred and George were not there, with only 2 sales clerks who were busy. Harry was a little disappointed. He also wanted to ask the twins if they had passed the Muggle government's purchase list, although he seriously suspected that the prank products of the brothers would be returned mercilessly. They politely thanked the clerk for his help and strolled around casually. Fred and George's store is as fascinating as ever, full of colorful blobs of light and all sorts of comical noises, and some strange gadgets sprang up from the shelves, corners, and ceiling every now and then to scare people. Harry repeatedly warned himself not to overreact, but when a spider with thick eyebrows dangled down from the ceiling using a web, he couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head to show this to Ron when he caught a glimpse of Hermione reading a pamphlet and talking to the clerk. The look on her was not like someone asking questions about a new prank product on the brochure. He curiously went over. A small jellyfish fireworks exploded amidst the crowd, and then immediately a young boy was surrounded by a group of jellyfish of different colors. Harry heard Hermione asking the clerk, "Can I take one?" "Of course, you can, it's a free distribution from the Ministry of Magic," the clerk said. "What's that in your hand?" When the clerk left, Harry inquired. Hermione pointed to the box on the floor, in which there were neatly stacked identical pamphlets to the one she was holding, and on the outside of the box, it read "Travel Guide to get you through the Muggle world without a hitch. Provided by the Ministry of Magic." "Wow," Harry said. "Well, it looks pretty much on point to me, isn't that so?" Hermione flashed a smile. "I've just read a bit of it, and it recommends for wizards visit the big cities if they want to, where they might feel more welcomed. For example, London has recently attracted a lot of foreign tourists, all of them are interested in magic." Ron and Ginny came over with a bunch of things in their arms. "Hey, look at this!" Ron said excitedly, carrying 2 colorful packages. "Weasley Boutique Prank Gift Bag. It has all the best-selling classic products that have been available since the establishment of the store, with an additional free Dark Lord figure pendant. There is also a Muggle special snack gift bag. The price is somewhat expensive, but it is barely acceptable." "Uncensored version?" Harry asked, pointing to the printed words on the package. "What does this mean?" "Well, do you remember that product list review at the Sword Castle? Percy eliminated some of the products for being potentially harmful to Muggles, but Ron shot Harry a knowing look. Harry stared at the sticker of a boy gazing at the gallow on the package in a daze, wondering what this product corresponded to. At that moment, Ginny jabbed him in the waist with a finger, gesturing him to look at what she was holding. It is a translucent box, and through the packaging, you can see that it contains 12 small bottles, with a sticker of several males and female wizards riding a flying broom with fascinated and intoxicated expressions on their faces, accompanied by fierce-looking trolls and goblins. "It's not some kind of prohibited item, is it?" Harry asked worriedly, and Ginny moved her thumb aside, so he could read the name of the product, which read Daydream Charm, Quidditch exclusive set. "Very interesting," Harry said dryly. "I can finally understand why even goblins and trolls can sit on flying broomsticks." The temptation of being able to play a game of Quidditch with goblins or trolls in his dreams appealed to him nonetheless, so he went to the clerk and bought 2 boxes as well. They then went to the Future World store, where a large notice was posted in the front window of the store, which attracted a lot of people to gather around. When the people in front of them left contentedly, the 4 of them immediately pushed their way to the front. "Recruiting business partners. Whether you are a wizard who can't find your way, a student who just graduated with no direction, or a werewolf, vampire, or goblin, as long as you have a unique vision and actual talent, you can apply for subsidies as well as support from a professional team of over 300 people. Future World will help realize your dreams in its entirety. Harry clicked his tongue. As long as I have a unique vision, the people at Future World would help me realize it. It's not that simple, said Hermione, pointing to the small text below. First of all, your idea must be practical, which requires professional evaluation, and it should not be illegal. Secondly, you must personally spend a lot of time working on it, instead of being clueless about it. The Future World company would only help out if you found yourself stuck on some technical difficulty. They went for a walk all around, then after some times they decided it was about time, and made their way to the 3 broomsticks to wait for Mr. Doge. I'm exhausted, Ron hollered, after walking all day. While waiting for Mrs. Rosmerta to prepare something for them to drink, Harry looked around from his seat and sensed that there were more guests than last year. A little away from them, 2 tables were filled with gruff-faced adult wizards who evidently didn't feel entirely comfortable with the student figures that appeared from time to time in the 3 broomsticks, and at the moment they were talking in gruff, clenched voices. I don't want those muggles to visit us, they've already occupied too much space, and now they are finally going to take on the last piece of wizard territory, are they? It's up to the Ministry of Magic to decide, Dick. Another man absent-mindedly said as he stroked the pattern on the goblet, and seemed surprised that the goblet could be this clean. Harry figured he should have gotten used to drinking in places like the Hog's Head Inn previously. The first man cursed an expletive. That's something Ron said. Yeah, well, I suppose not everyone will be happy with the new policy. Harry looked back and noticed Ron was looking in another direction, and he followed his line of sight to a group of 4 Hogwarts students playing wizard cards. Coincidentally, there was one student from each of the 4 houses among them. Eleanor Branstone, Ginny whispered, standing up and saying hello to the person across the room before recouping her seat. Who did you mention? Harry asked. The one in the bear hat, I think it might be a club party. Ginny said, her club is pretty famous, I don't know where she got all those recipes with unique flavors, secret sauces, and stuff, but I guess since Luna brought her family's recipes, they might also have. Ron choked and coughed repeatedly. I had just thought about checking it out at the next club event after hearing what you said about unique flavors. He said with a dejected look, but, now I've lost all hope. Don't say it like that, Ginny looked at him reproachfully, then she said in what seemed to Harry to be a completely unnecessary heartfelt tone, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans wasn't well received by the public when it first came for sale either, just think of its current status. Yeah, I can roughly guess what role Luna's family's recipes will play in that. Ron said snarkily. Mrs. Rosmerta brought over the drinks and Hermione stashed the pamphlet away and casually asked, Hello, Mrs. Rosmerta, has business been good lately? Not bad, she said casually, didn't they build a new wizard town in Cornwall to house foreign wizards, one by the name Rutherford? Hermione nodded. Some of them also moved over here, but they are not that many, most of the recently relocated people are wizards who have previously lived in Muggle communities. She also mentioned one person. Well, you guys know a witch named Carlotta Pinkstone, right? Hermione nodded again, yes, she campaigned for the abolition of the Statute of Secrecy, I think she must be overjoyed right now. She got locked up again. Mrs. Rosmerta said with a scowl. What? Harry exclaimed with incredulity. The other 3 were also surprised, Mrs. Rosmerta explained, the day after the complete exposure of wizards, she cheerfully checked out of her room, saying that she was going to do something big, and during that time didn't the Ministry of Magic ask everyone to stay concealed in their place? But she just went and showed off some magic in front of the Muggle crowd, and was taken away by Aurors in less than 10 minutes. Nevertheless, now that the peace agreement has been signed, it is estimated that she will be released soon. Maybe she might have already been released. She added another sentence. Then Mrs. Rosmerta recommended new dishes to them, but when Ron brought that package of snacks he bought earlier to the table, she turned around to greet the other guests. Harry and the gang began to try each of the odd treats that Fred and George had so carefully created. That woman asked for it. Ron said with a mouthful of treats, there are always some people who want to be unique and stand against the rules, you guys have no idea how much overtime Dad had to work during this time. I heard a family of wizards cast a weather-modifying charm on their Muggle neighbor's house before they moved out, and the water pooled 3 feet deep. He picked up a pale yellow grape and stuffed it in his mouth. It's okay, orange-flavored, what are you guys laughing at? His face unknowingly turned the color of grapes as well. Harry stifled his grin, Hermione and Ginny slumped over the table as their shoulders twitched, and Ron pressed hard to ask what was wrong. After a while, Ron, who had managed to figure out the whole situation, forced Harry to eat a plump, unappetizing-looking multi-flavored grape, which turned Harry's face bright red. An upgrade, hey? Kind of funny. Ron huffed, pushing the remaining half-bunch of grapes aside. When everyone regained their composure or at least didn't laugh out loud out of breath, Hermione waved the pamphlet in her hand. So the Ministry of Magic advises wizards living in Muggle communities to conduct themselves better, With joint law enforcement coming into effect now, every single case judged will influence them for years to come, she finished with a smile on her face. I think the name of Carlotta Pinkstone will certainly appear in the files of new law enforcement division. And the guy who turned his neighbor's house into a swimming pool will certainly be mentioned in the history of magic textbook. Ginny said. I'm not that sure about that, it's pretty hard to get Professor Binns to change the content of the textbook. Harry said. Then they laughed together. The door pushed open from the outside and Alpheus Doge strode in. Harry stood up and waved at him, and when Doge sat down, the group noticed that he looked slightly tired, with sunken eyes and an angry look on his face. I'm sorry kids, I'm late. He said apologetically. What's wrong? Harry asked, perceiving his mood. It was nothing, Doge said immediately, but the 4 people at the table stared at him so hard that he said with a sigh, well. I ran into a crazy old hag on the way and argued with her for half a day. He said with an exasperated voice. Over what? Ginny asked. Some rumors, conspiracy theories, and whatnot. I've been collecting details for Dumbledore's biography for a while now. Since Harry couldn't leave school, I visited some people door to door alone. He shook his head and his few strands of hair fluttered up from one side to the other. The 4 people stared at him blankly. He glanced at the customers a few tables away, then lowered his voice, and said, you know, the wizarding world has recently undergone a lot of changes, which would not have a big impact separately, but together they made people feel uncomfortable. So, it's natural for them to want to vent their frustrations, and all the influential people have naturally become the target of anger, even Dumbledore. But Professor Hap and Ms. Bones, as well as the Ministry of Magic officials, the Order of the Phoenix members, are all trying their best to bring out the best possible solutions for all wizards. Don't the disgruntled people realize that these measures could avert hundreds and thousands of conflicts in the future? Harry said with exasperation. Obviously, they don't know that. Doge said calmly. He explained with understanding, they only know that their lives will become something different, something that will alter their lives for the better or for the worse, and they are filled with fear about their future. Harry and the group exchanged silent glances. But, Mr. Doge, we rarely hear such views in school and newspapers. Hermione asked in confusion. Ah, I think it's because your minds aren't made up yet, and as for the older ones, Doge said slowly, many of the old wizards who are actually still alive, are no different from dead. They will only come out of their houses once or twice a year, and their minds will long be out of date. That's understandable, just like our Aunt Muriel. Ron said to Ginny. Ginny rolled her eyes. I don't want you to remind me about her. She warned me after Bill and Fla's wedding that if I ever wanted to borrow her tiara when I got married, I had to follow the ancient rituals. Harry gasped audibly. What did you reply to her? Ron asked. Ginny smiled and waved her hand. I told her not to bother, as I intended to arrange the wedding up in the sky above, and then we'll distribute a flying broom to each guest. Ron looked at Harry with an odd expression on his face, then stuck out his thumb with a look of admiration and said, That's awesome. I can't wait to see it. Doge said smilingly, If that's the case, do remember to invite me, I want to see it too. Then he noticed that the 4 people present were staring at him with unblinking eyes, and he asked in confusion, Did I say something wrong? Although I'm over 100 years old, I also occasionally fly around the yard for a while on my broom. Well, Mr. Doge? Hermione asked carefully, Did you just eat the grapes on the table? Oh, yeah, I took one. What happened? The 4 people hastily shook their heads sheepishly. Hermione whispered and uttered a word, 15 minutes. The other 3 immediately snapped out of it, knowing that she was talking about the expiration time of the multi-flavored grapes that could change the color of the skin. Mr. Doge, let's talk about the biography, Harry said hurriedly. I've written 2 more draft chapters, but I think some parts are easy to misunderstand. He gestured at Hermione to take out the manuscript from the beaded pouch and tried his best not to look at the green, wrinkled face. Doge grabbed the thick parchment from Hermione's hand and looked down to read it. He said while reading, I admire Mr. Hap greatly, he is very visionary, particularly in Dumbledore's biography matter. What is the saying? Know and anticipate your enemy. At first I had some doubts. The rest of October was mostly cloudy and drizzly, with the winter creeping in and blanketing the country for the next 2 weeks, bringing the temperature close to freezing. It was only when the Halloween season approached that the air finally stopped being damp all day. The various governments paid more attention to the ongoing activities of the International Organization of Wizards, which is said to be comparable to the United Nations but with more effective law implementation, as they had enforced the Statute of Secrecy alone for 300 years, which is even longer and older than most of the countries in the world. On October 27, the headquarters of the Confederation finally showed some movements. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 718, Chapter 718 The Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance, 2-in-1. A law with a long name and relatively short volume, but with great significance and far-reaching implications, has circulated, fully known as the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and the International Pan-Magical Alliance. This law, which was born under a special circumstance, had its own unique charm. In addition to regulating the responsibilities, rights, and obligations of all wizards, it also specified how to address a series of issues such as the relationship between the magical and non-magical communities, short, medium and long-term goals, and rationalizing the management boundaries of both sides. This was also the first time that the International Pan-Magical Alliance officially appeared in a legal article. The implications of this are far-reaching, representing the fact that the Pan-Magical Alliance branches that are currently established spontaneously in various countries are no longer loose regional organizations, and it almost announces to the world that the International Pan-Magical Alliance will have a key significance in the future. An official order was issued together with the Constitution of the International Confederation and Pan-Magical Alliance, which was issued directly from the headquarters of the Confederation. A copy of this constitution should be distributed to all wizards. Even those wizards who were hiding in the nooks and crannies of the world were able to get a copy delivered to them either through their friends or by the local Ministry of Magic staff. At school, Harry held a club event just in time before Halloween, and they ate and drank while talking about the contents mentioned above. Quite a few dark wizards have suffered. Ron said with a grin, they have been really unlucky lately, getting sifted through like lice over and over again. I heard Mom say they have to read it while even inside the prison. Neville had an excited gleam in his eye that Harry perceived as gloating, but it was truly rare for such emotions to appear in Neville. It's true, and the order was enforced much more rigorously. The corners of Susan Bones' mouth curled up. It makes me recall the hectic times of the O.W.Ls exams, it's kind of refreshing to hear. In contrast to Neville, Daphne Greengrass smiled brightly. Dad is thinking about illustrating every single article of the law. Luna said. Well, I will buy it for my collection, Luna, Hermione said, holding the pamphlet and reading it aloud. Apart from the preamble and the conclusion, the Constitution of the Confederation and Pan-Magical Alliance is divided into 7 chapters in total, each corresponding to a major subject. These 7 chapters are: the general conventions in the magical community, procedures concerning individual, family, interactions between the magical community and the non-magical community, the rights, responsibilities, and obligations of the Ministry of Magic and other social organizations, the regulations concerning magical creatures, ghosts, and other magical entities, rights, responsibilities, and obligations of humanoid races, draft proposals on cooperation with the non-magical community, disputes, conflict resolution, and necessary measures. All of them are short and concise, covering almost every aspect. And for the record, I noticed that the new legislation incorporates some of the provisions from the Statute of Secrecy. This is natural. The complete exposure of wizards and magic does not mean that all the original laws are no longer applicable. For example, the requirements for wizard dress code, since the wizards no longer have to disguise themselves in the same way as before, although most wizards never cared enough to do so, and improper dress is one of the most common offenses that have been committed since the Statute of Secrecy came into effect. This section has been greatly toned down, and only 2 clauses have been retained: the prohibition of exposing the lower body in public, and the prohibition of wearing clothes and accessories that could easily lead to misconceptions. Harry stared, wondering who suggested retaining this part of the article. Do wizards still have a fetish for nudity? But then he couldn't help but think of an old wizard in a skirt he had met during the Quidditch World Cup. What are clothes and accessories that could easily lead to misconceptions? Justin was a little confused. Hermione was just about to speak when Ernest Macmillan interjected, "Wait, I seem to have some recollection about it. My uncle has mentioned when he wrote me a letter. Last week when a male wizard was being interviewed on the Muggle Street, the reporter asked whether the pumpkin he was wearing is some kind of peculiar fetish or not, and he said it is for Halloween preparation." That sounds pretty normal. Justin said in bewilderment. It's not over yet, Ernie said, stifling a laugh. That guy gave the reporter a demonstration that resulted in a bunch of live bats flying out of the mouth of a spooky pumpkin he was wearing, scaring the reporter and the cameraman. Several students burst out laughing, and only Hermione said with a stern face, the follow-up procedure to deal with was quite troublesome, as Muggle animal welfare organizations accused the wizards of animal cruelty. At that point, Hannah Abbott stared at the pamphlet and asked, "But Chapter 2, Article 13 mentions that you can demonstrate magic to Muggles." On premise of being asked, or in special venues, such as New Diagon Alley, otherwise wizards should try to be inconspicuous when casting spells near Muggle communities. Hermione added, finishing with a shrug of her own, "I actually find that many of the laws of wizards are not that strict, as we judge the crime based on the gravity of the situation and the actual circumstances involved, and if I am displaying magic spells to my parents at home, I am sure there will be no real issue at all." But all the students in the room were attracted by another word that came out of her mouth, and Luna hummed a quirky little tune and said, "Oh, New Diagon Alley, I would love to visit it." Back in her office, Amelia Bones looked at the files piled high on her desk and her eyes bugged out. There wasn't even a palm-sized surface of the table visible. She was so baffled in place that Felix thought she seemed to be suffocating. Luckily, that was when Mr. Weasley came over to deliver some materials and told her that only a small portion of the files needed to be processed. The rest are all the ones that we felt necessary to let you know about. Mr. Weasley explained. Ms. Bones rolled up her sleeves and rummaged through her pockets for her monocle, seemingly ready to have a go. It's nothing more than a few hours of work, Amelia. It shouldn't be about anything serious like the sky falling, should it? Felix looked at Mr. Weasley, who immediately said with understanding, that's right, moreover the minister has just found some time to come back in her tight schedule, and if there's something particularly urgent we'll report it without delay. Let's have a drink together. Felix summoned a bottle of wine out of thin air, and they sat down on the sofa used for the reception and drank as they chatted. Mr. Weasley took off his glasses and rubbed his shiny forehead, and Felix noticed that his hair had noticeably decreased in thickness. Bones sat on the couch, took a small sip of wine, and shook her glass, as she said, Arthur, how's the new department under you faring? All good. Mr. Weasley said, not counting Scrimgeour's side, just us alone has carried out a few cooperation with the Muggle government. The Muggle Prime Minister specially allocated a small piece of land in the downtown area, and I worked for 3 days with my new colleagues to build up a small Diagon Alley avenue, and a steady stream of tourists visited the place. Some events like new book launches, giveaways were held there, and several organizations responded to the Ministry of Magic's call, like the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, who gave out thousands of free newspapers and magazines to visitors. Felix guessed from the heartfelt expression on Mr. Weasley's face that he had probably come into contact with more people in that time than he had in his half-lifetime before. You mean they have distributed them to tourists for free? No money was charged? Ms. Bones asked curiously. I don't know much about Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, but the Daily Prophet. It's all old issues of newspapers or magazines that didn't sold out, and it doesn't affect them much. Mr. Weasley explained. Well, as for the new Diagon Alley, are there any businesses moving in there now? Felix asked. Not yet, but some advance preparations have been made. Mr. Weasley said, we contacted the parents of young wizards from Muggle families individually to ask if they are interested in opening a store in new Diagon Alley. In fact, quite a few of them are squibs or something like that. According to what Mr. Ollivander told me, they were at least capable of using exclusive wands and could assume the job with a little training. Have you guys got in touch with anyone from the Society for the Support of Squibs? Ms. Bones asked. They might be interested. Mr. Weasley nodded, then shook his head. We reached out to them, but their interest is not exactly strong. Seeing the slightly surprised looks on the faces of Felix and Ms. Bones, he smiled for the first time. Most of the people who we are aware of as squibs, all have surviving relatives, and many of the families are happy to take in their children who now have a chance to use magic. Any more news? Let's see. After the treaty was signed, a dozen or so anti-wizard marches broke out one after another, but none of them gained much momentum, and our protection magic ensures that people with malicious intent can't get in and Muggle firearms will be disabled. It's a good situation. Ms. Bones said with some leap of faith. There have also been a few mishaps. Mr. Weasley pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat with slight embarrassment. 2 of the exclusive wands were accidentally lost during an event. What happened? Ms. Bones asked with a serious expression as she sat upright on the couch. Wasn't we previously planned to roughly estimate the number of squibs? 3 days ago we hosted an event where visitors could try out the exclusive wand. Mr. Ollivander further improved the exclusive wand. I don't quite understand the principles, he said. He said that he used some magical creature materials to enhance the sensitivity of the exclusive wand. Anyway, we obtained a relatively rough estimate, and the number was around 200 to 1 ratio. Felix nodded slightly, rubbed his chin, and said, so there are about 300,000 squibs all over the United Kingdom? No, that's not quite accurately worded. Most of them should have a much worse perception of magic and can't even see normal magical phenomena like ghosts and dementors. That's right, Mr. Weasley said with approval. Mr. Ollivander thinks that even with the help of an exclusive wand, those who can cast spells successfully are in the minority. The Unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries have proposed a possibility that magic is like a rising and moving tide, where magical capability would gradually decline starting from the first generation of squibs, and then a tipping point occurs in a certain generation, where the magic becomes more and more significant. This conjecture is quite interesting. Felix said with interest. If this whole concept proved to be true, it would be possible for the parents and immediate family members of a young wizard of Muggle origin to use an exclusive wand. But after all, they are not quite young, and the thin magic power present in their bodies, or within their souls, is nearly impossible to mobilize, so they can only use the exclusive wand to release set party tricks. However, during the event, a Muggle suddenly rushed out and snatched 2 exclusive wands from the hands of the staff. The Muggle government law enforcement officers did not catch up, and our people were concerned about using powerful spells without permission that time. In any case, the thief escaped to a residential area. Mr. Weasley said, Scrimgeour and the Muggle government people are teamed up to track down this matter. The exclusive wand that was brought for testing didn't have a tracking spell attached to it. Ms. Bones asked. Sorry, we didn't think much of it back then. Unlike Ms. Bone's serious expression, Felix didn't take it seriously. Let them take their time, there will be more and more these kinds of things will happen in the future, we just need to close one loophole after another, whether it's tracking spell or positioning enchantment to avoid such issues once again. At these words, Ms. Bone's expression eased down, and at that moment a knock sounded at the door. Scrimgeour pushed open the door, his thick tea-brown hair intermixed with strands of grey ones, his face wrinkled with a deeper layer and made him look much older. Ms. Bones motioned for him to sit down as well, and sure enough, he had come to report on the matter of the exclusive wand. That person was found, and the initial evidence suggests that it was just an unforeseen incident. The trial will be held in 2 weeks, and I will personally participate in the courtroom. Scrimgeour said that this would be the 132nd court hearing he attended involving both wizards and muggles who had violated the law, from minor complaints about prank magic spells to flooding an entire house or setting a tree on fire by not launching fireworks at the required venue. The end result is basically a fine, but since it's still an initial joint law enforcement cases, where the first conviction could potentially serve as a reference for future court hearings, he shows up dutifully every time. Rufus, you can leave some of the work to someone else as well. Ms. Bones persuaded him to do so. It will be good to be occupied for a while, Scrimgeour said curtly. Amelia, I'll give you a copy of each verdict, with the comments from the other Wisengamot members, so you should better read them over. By mutual agreement, if there are no objections, new laws will be ratified and take effect in the following year. Additional ones will be added each year if it is deemed necessary. So the materials on the table. Ah, well, there are 2 stacks that are mine. Rufus, you need a break, at least get some assistance, or your body will wear out. Ms. Bones said softly. Someone has to do the work, I don't feel comfortable leaving it to anyone else. Scrimgeour said coldly. Ms. Bones wanted to persuade again when Felix uttered a name, Barty Crouch Sr. All 3 looked at him at the same time. As far as I know, Barty Crouch Sr. is quite adept at dealing with matters of law, and he has been out of the public eye for almost 3 years, and if he has the will to, Felix said slowly, well, I think he may be somewhat demoralized by the past events, but he's a very strong-willed person, and if someone informed him that the Ministry of Magic needs him, I think he would not hesitate to say yes. The best candidate who could be a lobbyist should be someone who has a good relationship with him, someone he used to work with, or a good friend of, but that person's attitude must be serious, firm, and a little bit strong. The corners of Ms. Bones' mouth twitched as she turned her head to look at Scrimgeour at the same time as Mr. Weasley. There seemed to be the perfect candidate right here. Barty Crouch is still serving his sentence. Scrimgeour said in a deep voice as he stared sharply at Felix. The 2 men's gazes collided in mid-air. For them, the former contradictions were long past, and no one would reopen old grudges. Felix even personally killed Crouch Jr., but he recommended Barty Crouch Sr. nonetheless. But their philosophical differences still existed. Scrimgeour is a seasoned veteran, and in a way, he inherited Crouch Sr.'s ideas and philosophy. It's only a matter of 2 months, Felix said, he can serve his sentence anywhere, and we can arrange for a separate room, with pretty much the same environment. Oh, and I can recommend someone who will serve him exclusively. A house elf, called Winky. I don't know if you have any impression of her. The few people present stared and pondered the feasibility of such a practice. Under what title? After a moment, Mr. Weasley asked in a whisper. A consultant. Felix said without thinking. Ms. Bones rolled her eyes. Finally, Scrimgeour said dryly, I suppose I can try to convince Barty. Actually, the ideal person I have in mind is Moody. Felix said in an odd tone. Scrimgeour's hair and beard twitched, his knuckles made a crisp sound, and he seemed to be holding back with great perseverance from rushing over and choking Felix and shaking him. After a long while, he spoke coldly, then it's a deal. After saying that he left in a huff. Rufus is obviously glad in his heart, I can feel it. Ms. Bones said. When Mr. Weasley left, she asked curiously, Felix, you really don't care if Barty is released early? I mean, well, she sighed, to work in a cell. It's nothing more than a month or 2 sooner. Besides, will his release from prison have any effect on me? Obviously, no. The issue of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance is not an end, but a starting point for a new round of negotiations, which will no longer involve petty disputes, but with the success case of the Constitution and the British Ministry of Magic, negotiations will be held in dozens of countries at the same time. And on the American side, for the past half a month, the Magical Congress of the United States of America found nothing. They even risked rummaging through the top-secret information within the government, but the results they yielded were virtually worthless. The President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, Horace Grimstitch, mentioned a certain solution vaguely during the meeting, but he could not implement it until he returned. Felix hoped there would be no trouble. As for the rest of the magical community, the most popular topic right now is the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance, which is constantly featured in the newspapers, on the radio, and on Muggle TV programs all day long, with experts of all kinds taking turns on stage to analyze its contents. This general constitution, which acts as a sort of foundation law for wizards, is very diverse in its extensions, and also clearly states the bottom line. The penultimate chapter mentions a series of ambitious long-term goals such as magic technology, joint hospitals, rapid farming, interstellar travel, extraterrestrial migration, and amputated limb regeneration. And the final conclusion is summed up in one word: full of goodwill. Although in Felix's case, he could accomplish the above plan now, he would rather stretch the time to achieve it to 30 years, 50 years, or even longer. Number SHTC. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 719, Chapter 719 Anticipated Conflict. Felix returned to school and took some time to find Valen, who was pleasantly walking around. Felix had left her behind at school due to the serious nature of the previous conference. After not seeing each other for a while, Valen's temperament grew even wilder. Felix asked in a tone of prying insider information, "I heard that there is a flying niffler roaming around the Forbidden Forest recently." Valen shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she had no idea of such a thing. "Really?" She patted her chest and suggested with all seriousness that he could ask Hagrid, who might know. "There are many dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest," Felix cautioned her. Valen waved her hand carelessly. Felix followed her line of sight to the small bell tied in her scarf and reached out a hand to get it. "Confiscated. This is to keep you safe, not an adventure prop." Valen could only watch blearily as Felix's hand shook, and the pretty silver bell uncoiled and turned into a silver bird. This is a Patronus magic specially designed by Felix. The main focus of this Patronus magic project is related to the fact that it has parts of the Mandrix rune circuitry hidden within it. In case of real danger, the Patronus can shout at the top of its voice to stun a few unsuspecting wizards. This trick also works on creatures in the vicinity of the Forbidden Forest. They walked towards the castle. "You like the Forbidden Forest? I know several particularly flavorful herbs. Professor Sprout has hidden them well." The next day Felix woke up to a tempting aroma of roasted pumpkin. He stood in front of the windowsill with a feeling of being in a different world. The mountains in the distance wore white and silver blankets, and the black lake at the foot of the mountains had a thin layer of ice, just waiting for a big snowfall. He spent Halloween at the school and took time to reacquaint himself with his students. It was strange that no one distinguished him from the memory, as Felix felt that he was much more serious and attentive when giving lectures to his students. He even attended a party hosted by Slughorn with interest, where Snape still appeared out of place, with an unapproachable aura. Despite his implicit mention of the tiny progress he had made in simple potions, Felix refrained himself from asking for details. That way the other party would have no chance to brag about it. Emmeline Vance, who showed no interest in the food at the banquet but enjoyed the classical music being played, asked Slughorn the name of the record, to which he said briskly, "You can't find it anywhere else. I bought it from a Muggle store." "Yes, it was specially processed to play using magic. I have some connections within the Muggle government. I can send you a copy." After Halloween, Felix realized that he still had the title of Deputy Headmaster attached to him, so he went straight to Professor McGonagall to finish his duties and had a chat with the Sorting Hat in the process, but unfortunately, that dirty hat didn't appreciate it, and kept yelling and screaming, classifying Felix on the list of those who it would refuse to communicate with. Felix was a little resentful. The relaxed days did not last long, the critical phase is at hand, so after a week he returned to the Confederation headquarters, which acted like a large information transceiver, constantly receiving and sending all kinds of information, and there were times when a dozen different shapes of Patronus appeared in the hall of the Confederation headquarters at the same time. The days of intensive activity had brought very encouraging progress, and some of the countries with a faster negotiation process had already reached the final step, and the entire Confederation headquarters was revitalized. One morning, Aching Bade returned from the United States with bad news. "The situation looks a little grim." Felix took a look at the headline, which stated in bright red letters that an Auror squad was sadly killed. After he put down the newspaper, Aching Bade briefly explained what had happened. A 3-man Auror squad that was investigating the local government's secret control of young wizards had been involved in an accident, and there were no survivors. There was an armed force involved. Felix asked in surprise. "It was wizards, another group of wizards." Aching Bade said, "It happened last night. The other squads received the final signal, but by the time they got there it was too late, and it was noticed by the reporters who were standing around the Congress." Half an hour later, Felix appeared in the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States of America Woolworth Building. 3 bodies were laid out before him. Horace Grimstitch, the president of the MACUSA, the headmaster of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the director of magical security, along with Jura his deputy, and several high-ranking officials of the Congress were all present, with very unpleasant looks on their faces. "Any clues so far?" "There may be other wizard organizations involved," Horace Grimstitch said grimly. "I suspect they are descendants of the Scourers." I dispatched a large number of people around Halloween to monitor the suspicious-looking people passing by. It's perfectly feasible in theory, many wizards would make their purchases during the holiday season, and I figured someone would take advantage of the opportunity to fish in the muddy waters. This is the plan he mentioned to Felix. But the plan only succeeded partially. The Aurors did find the anomaly, but they didn't come back alive to report the situation. Felix did not dismiss the speculation about them being Scourers. The Scourers had played the role of extremely infamous wizard traders throughout history, similar to mercenaries who took money to do certain tasks, and at one point the American wizards treated them with disgust and hatred. When the Magical Congress of the United States of America was established, these people were immediately purged, and only a small percentage escaped punishment and were hidden within the Muggle populace. They were powerless to retaliate against the Congress, much less dare to use magic, and for this reason, they even actively abandoned their magically gifted children, and judging from subsequent developments, these people did not choose to cooperate with the government for a long time as the former murderers who had sold out their fellow people for money to the Puritans and official radical groups. They knew too well what they would be subjected to, and their fear and hatred for the magical Congress had been passed down from generation to generation. So the incident with the 12 magically gifted children some time ago was really an accident. No, maybe it wasn't an accident. Felix thought sharply, what if the last time was a probing by some people? A test for wizards and public opinion? Suppose those children had constantly been subjected to the surveillance of a small group of people, and when the time was right they would be shipped to the unmarkable sea base, as a regular quota that would be delivered every year, only this year it was used for other purposes. Felix carefully examined the remains of the 3 victims, and after a long pause, he looked up. I think these 3 Aurors came across the people we've been looking for, except those kids are now adults and even more importantly, they've become our enemies. This was pretty much the worst-case scenario. Could it be that this secret plan has been going on for decades? But even so, there's no way they could possibly confront formally trained Aurors, and those people didn't even receive a complete magic education. A bearded wizard on the scene who is the director of magical security yelled out in disbelief. There's no need to get a complete schooling. Felix corrected, it's true that they would have difficulty in receiving proper magical instruction, but that doesn't mean they have to figure it out from scratch. The easiest thing to do, just by gaining the trust of any random wizard, they can enter and leave the magical world at will, and easily buy publicly published magical books and potions, and they can even buy second-hand wands at black markets. As for whether or not their true level exceeds that of the Auror, I can't discern. For the time being, there are multiple possibilities of what truly passed, such as these Aurors being careless, deceived, or really not skilled as expected, but one thing is for sure. Their opponents were not ordinary folk, but highly trained and carefully groomed professionals. A blurred portrait emerged from Felix's fingertips, and he leaned in close to examine the faceless face closely and whispered. No magic school is built to train undercover agents, assassins, or killers. We were educated to better control magic, as well as to develop and strengthen the wizarding community or at least to avoid decline. So wizards moved from the earliest days of homeschooling and mentorship to schooling, creating communities and branching out into many professions that seem dispensable to me, all for the betterment of wizard communities. But that's not how the antagonists hiding in the shadows think. They just want to squeeze as much as they can out of one aspect of their skills in the short term. It is worth an attempt to outline the environment in which those people grew up. Disregarding the ones who died due to various accidents, they generally left their parents before the age of 11 and have been drifting at sea for years since, undergoing various experiments, brainwashing, training, and so on. When they get a little older, they come out on missions. So what are those missions? Horace Grimstitch felt a burst of chills. His mind worked quickly, then he suddenly turned his head to look at one person and said urgently, Jura, immediately lead some squads to visit the common magic store to ask those shopkeepers whether they have received young wizards. Their common characteristic is that they have more than one spot a variety of magic materials in bulk, and, he said with some difficulty, investigate those wizards who have lived away from the community, and find out if anyone has disappeared for unknown reasons in recent years. Jura's expression turned grave as he hurriedly left. Several people present wore different expressions and did not speak for a long time. Finally, it was the headmaster of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry who spoke out to break the silence. Mr. Happ, according to this speculation, is it possible that the other party has trained powerful enough wizards? Felix pondered for a moment and then dismissed this possibility. Those people's overall quality can more or less be at the level of an average good Auror at the limit, and they are still only comparable in one aspect. There is no possibility of going further, let alone exploring the true meaning of magic. As for the evidence, from the wounds left behind, they all casted regular spells with obvious dark magic characteristics. This is not an indication of how profound their magical attainment is, but a reflection of magic imbalance. Moreover, they can't get advanced magic knowledges that are inaccessible to the public. From this, we can also conclude that no matter who the other party is, the time span in which they are doing this will not be too long, definitely not more than 30 years. Why are you so sure about that? Any longer than that, these people themselves will suffer a backlash. You know, the magic power of a wizard is directly connected to the soul and will directly reflect on the personalities and characters. After a long silence. What's next? The negotiations will continue as usual. I have a feeling that the next step of the negotiations will not go too smoothly. The hidden forces will try to obstruct the signing of the treaty by all means. However, someone will show up voluntarily, which will help us find the key players. In addition, I also need to create a pair of maps. The entire month of November was passed in a disturbing atmosphere. Although a dozen ministries of magic and local governments around the world who signed treaties recognized the status of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance, there were many people who openly questioned the validity of this law, believing that organizations like the International Confederation of Wizards, which overruled various countries' ministries of magic and even the will of their governments, should be illegal and deserved to be banned. In particular, some of its clauses are simply inconvenient to the various organizations and governments of some countries. The delegation from the Magical Congress of the United States of America held 3 rounds of negotiations with the local government, but as the negotiations progressed, some issues of principle surfaced and proved to be irreconcilable contradictions between the two sides, and the negotiations once again reached a deadlock. Some tough voices appeared openly in the news media. An anonymous congressman from a remote state proposed that the government should fund the establishment of a special school to create and take over the magic community of America. These remarks immediately gained the support of pharmaceutical companies and military groups, who expressed their willingness to make donations to this great cause. But the next day the congressman cried in front of reporters about the evil crimes he had committed, and this almost immediately became evidence of the wizard's ability to control people's consciences, and a series of vicious events that had happened in the past was indirectly linked to the wizard, and the delegation of the Magic Congress who spent most of the month negotiating, found that the public sentiment in the outside world had completely changed. The cold reception given to the U.S. Magic Congress delegates, the boycott imposed on the International Confederation of Wizards, and the gradual spread of public opinion around the world all led to one conclusion, and this is exactly what many government think tanks had agreed upon, that a head-on conflict would be inevitable. In a way, it was even the outcome everyone was hoping for, provided it didn't happen in their own country, and for many, it seemed incredible that it took so long, making one wonder if magic was at play. A group of more than 2 million people hidden beneath the surface, at odds with the world order, and wielding powers that exist only in books and fairy tales, yet as of now, it is so strange that no conflict of a certain volume and scale has never been broken out, as if everything was planned. The shadow of war is never far away. Initially some people in the United Kingdom began to parade, but as the situation in the United Kingdom stabilized, the eyes of the various countries turned to the most chaotic Africa, but although Africa is chaotic, skirmishes have repeatedly occurred, it has never really got out of hand. Some people waited and waited, and the result of waiting arrived in the form of Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance. Followed by drastic dozens of countries simultaneously carrying out negotiations. How things have developed to this point is simply a wonder. But some things cannot be avoided, other means will only serve to delay and deter the inevitable. Disputes that happened only on paper aren't enough to reflect the strength of the two different communities. Only after a real battle will the darker and more fickle minds will sink back into the decaying mud and acquiesce to the birth of a new order. What caused disagreement among the wise men of various countries was when and where the conflict would break out, who would start it, and in the end how many people would be killed or injured, and could it be contained within certain limits. The bad weather of November extended into early December, and with a group of people holding their breath and waiting with bated breath, the time came to the last month of 1997, and finally, Babajid Aking Bade, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Felix Happ, the first president of the International Pan-Magical Alliance, issued a serious statement to all the wizards. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Number SHTC. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 720, Chapter 720 Declaration, 2-in-1. That statement is very long. First, it disclosed a series of deeds done by the U.S. official government one by one, such as secretly and illegally imprisoning and controlling young gifted wizards, stealing confidential knowledge, and secretly hunting and killing solitary wizards, and then it also reviewed the recently incited and growing anti-wizard thinking and violence in all social classes, and finally, many things they have done so far are considered as serious violations of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance, and if we do not stand up against them now, the rights of wizards will not be protected and our children will meet a fate even more cruel than that of the Middle Ages. This country is in fact already become a place that is no longer suitable for general wizards to operate openly. For the above reasons, the International Confederation of Wizards and the International Pan-Magical Alliance jointly issued a general announcement to suspend all communication links between other regions in America, including but not limited to travel, visiting friends, graduation trips, participation in international magic events, hosting communal events, suspending the creation and distribution of cross-country port keys to that country, disconnecting the flow network, aborting negotiations, and suspending all cooperation between the two sides. Wizards of America will be moving to secret locations, to conceal their identities in accordance with the former statute of secrecy, the International Confederation of Wizards and the Pan-Magical Alliance reserve the right to raise any further objection, announcement, and to take necessary measures. The news announcer on the TV did his job. Outside the window was a fierce wind and rain accompanied by snow, and the induction stove in the house was beeping. Vernon sat slumped on the couch, his fat body immobilized, and his weight flattened the couch like a huge stone, the remote control in his hand constantly switching the channels. He couldn't remember how many times he had heard the same kind of news on TV this week, probably more than 200 times if he added the ones he glanced at in the newspaper and heard from his colleagues. White House spokesman claims that the officially brainwashed wizards do not exist. On the contrary, it has further proven that the Magical Congress of the United States of America has infiltrated the internal government. According to the declassified information, there were extremely serious and vicious incidents happened in the 1920s, and it is reported during. Switched the channel. The United States has submitted a Wizard Management Control Draft to the United Nations, to which the Magical Congress of the United States of America has responded very aggressively. There will be no compromise. And demanded the other side to hand over the perpetrators. Switching the channel again. The International Tribunal has issued a statement. Everywhere they are all constantly talking about wizards. Wizards this or wizards that. Vernon muttered repeatedly under his breath as he switched the channel again. The International Court of Justice of the Confederation elaborates on the provisions of Chapter 7 of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance. There was movement heard at the door, followed by a sound of pushing and footsteps, and Petunia entered the room shivering, carrying a net bag full of vegetables and groceries, her lips frozen blue, her cheekbones sharply raised, snowflakes caught in her hair, her long neck wrapped in a collar and hunched into her shoulders like a giraffe forced to spend the winter in an area shrouded in snow. She walked in, glanced at the TV, and her lips immediately pursed together, but she made no comment. She walked briskly into the kitchen, and after a half hour, Petunia called from the dining room, "Dinner's ready." "Coming." Vernon grunted, and just when he was about to turn off the TV, an urgent breaking news broadcast. His hand dangled in midair. The news announcer fumbled in a hurry, and it took him more than 10 seconds to regain his composure. At 2:40 p.m. local time, more than a dozen wizards appeared out of nowhere in New York Harbor. The purpose of the group is unknown, and there is a large influx of reporters and onlookers arriving at the scene. From the footage sent back by high-precision cameras, these wizards are wearing the symbols of the Magical Congress of the United States of America and the International Confederation of Wizards. Are they going to do something on the biggest harbor in the United States? But they all turned their backs to the harbor and looked solemn. "Wait. There's something under the water." Turn the camera over quickly. Vernon was so glued to the TV that he didn't even notice Petunia coming out of the kitchen. In the afternoon, the shining water in front of the harbor suddenly rose up with a huge swell, and a massive black shadow gradually surfaced, like a silent and inky black fish, with its head raised up. It became clearer and clearer. It was a submarine. A black massive submarine appeared in New York Harbor. It's a bit unbelievable how it seems to have appeared out of the blue. The Coast Guard and the crews on shore gave no warning. The submarine is already a little bit exposed, and my colleagues are currently working intensively to verify the submarine number. From the revealed shape and pattern, it may have been used for marine science experimental purposes. Oh, my God. Vernon's eyes widened, and he couldn't be bothered to complain about the fuss the host was making as he sat back on his butt on the couch with a guttural groan emanating from the springs. His mind went blank. The black submarine's front section jolted up unnaturally, like a lifeless dead fish, but it was so big that it had a strong sense of oppressiveness, and the camera swept across the harbor, people's eyes dead on the water. The submarine's arc was as big as a rocket poised to launch. It rose steadily through the air, its black hull bursting out of the water and curling up a huge vortex. It was completely taken out of the water and suspended in midair. Then with a loud bang, the submarine hit the ground. A big crater was smashed on the ground of the harbor. All the people who saw this scene seemed to have their hearts smashed out like the concrete floor with spiderweb-like cracks, and couldn't help but inhale heavily. In the distance came the roar of propellers, and the local law enforcement agencies finally responded. A dozen or so wizards standing by the shore suddenly moved, holding their wands like precise surgical scalpels, and with an unpleasant creaking sound, the submarine's shell was peeled off, revealing its inner appearance. As we all know, the space inside the submarine is relatively narrow, and the area near the middle is very empty in comparison, which shows its importance. This modified area is divided into 3 spaces, with the connections separated by steel and thick glass doors, so that the inside can be vaguely seen. Only a narrow passage has remained on the outer part. The wizards continued to efficiently disassemble the submarine, then a stream of spells flashed, and steel pipes and valves fell off one after another as they passed by. They tore open the walls made of special material as if they were ripping open the wrapping cover of a bag of chips, presenting the interior layout to the crowd. The first 2 spaces were equipped with large and small instruments, which were shown by the wizards in such a way that even the most ill-informed person could find the corresponding prototypes from TV programs, a small laboratory-like place. The wizards continued to wave their wands, the range of their movements began to increase, as if they were in a hurry, and their movements became rough. The steel and piping were moved aside, including those who seemed to be encased in amber. 6 or 7 of them were wearing white coats, and after half a minute the last thick metal plate was swung aside. From inside, a young man with black hair and blue eyes walked out. It was none other than Felix, and many people recognized his identity instantly thanks to the overwhelming publicity in the North American news media. Some people viewed him as a cult leader-like being. Miraculously, he also gained quite a few supporters, mostly from young people. Felix tugged his hand behind him, seemingly tugging at something, and soon those near the harbor could see that it belonged to a child in a hospital gown. Through the high-definition camera, the boy's pale face could be clearly captured. It was kind of abnormally ghastly white, as if he hadn't been in the sun since birth. The second one to come out was a little girl, wearing a sleeveless dress, with evasive eyes, seemingly unaccustomed to so many people, desperately trying to hide her body behind an adult. Her arms were densely dotted with pinholes, half of her hair was bare, and her eyes were narrowed with clear photophobic characteristics. There was silence at the harbor. At that moment, half a dozen helicopters flew over, hovering over their heads, a machine gun aimed downward. Warning! Warning! Drop your weapons, and immediately surrender your weapons. The words came to an abrupt halt. Naturally, they had no idea how far the thinking room covered or what it meant to enter that range. The others on the shore tilted their heads up and looked at the thin paintings floating and being swept around by the wind through the sky, like film posters floating down from the sky. A total of 4 children walked out of the submarine. Afterward, Felix faced the reporters who arrived for a short temporary press conference. Magic and science are 2 excellent systems that exist to complement each other, and I notice that there are already scientists who call magic the engine, or key to the next technological revolution, and they are pumping their fists and preparing to update the existing basic scientific theories. If it's true, unfortunately, some countries will probably have to miss out on that. The International Confederation of Wizards and the International Pan-Magical Alliance will defend the interests of wizards and magical beings as a whole. We respect the laws of every country as we respect the laws we make for ourselves. The Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance highlights this, and we have agreed to come together to talk calmly only when the laws of the 2 sides conflict with each other, but for the past few months in the past, we have been treated like fools and given a blank check. Conflict? We've tried to avoid conflict as much as possible, but that doesn't mean allowing our own children to be put on a lab bench to have their blood drawn and tested. Calm? The fact that I can still talk calmly and clearly instead of unleashing a fiend fire all over the country is proof that wizards still possess sufficient sanity. But as long as this kind of thing is still happening and the perpetrators continue to get away with it, there is no way for the peace negotiations to go on. Maybe your perception is not quite the same as ours. What happened today only proves the validity of our previous warnings that this land is in great danger and no longer suitable for general wizards. The Wizards Confederation and the Pan-Magical Alliance will do what we can to help needy wizards stay away from this land that harbors evil. I guess they should not have felt any risk in doing this. Don't forget the fact that the current wizard regime was established centuries before the current non-magical regimes. We have grown organized and strong compared to centuries ago after the establishment of a current wizard regime. Running away in disgrace? No, they will leave openly and honestly. The evacuation will take place in about half a month, and the location. I think this place is just fine, spacious and open, can easily accommodate more than 100,000 people. Hehe, even as a battlefield it is very suitable. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war. The reporters in the scene have heard the meaning behind the message, not that the 2 sides have not clashed before, but they were all of an incidental nature, but this time is very different. The time and place are determined in advance, giving the government enough time to mobilize the army. This is going to be a big head-on battle. Absolutely big news. The follow-up to this incident happened half an hour later. A group of heavily armed officers took over the harbor, but despite all their efforts, they couldn't move any of the equipment in the submarine. It was like it was stuck to the ground. In the end, they could only leave with Ember with people with crooked mouths and eyes on the ground along with a few realistic-looking helicopter posters. American Magic Hospital. Felix handed over the few children to the healers, and fellow participant in the rescue operation, Horace Grimstitch, whispered, according to the memory of that councilman earlier, we followed the trail and rescued 12 groups of young wizards. As for the rest, even if there are still any, they will be completely hidden from our sight. Felix nodded slowly. Horace Grimstitch hesitated for a moment and said with a hesitant face, Mr. Happ, I'm not opposed to having American wizards go into hiding. Anyway, it's not much different from before, but a head-on conflict, our wizards may not have an advantage. What are you thinking? I don't need you guys, I was just borrowing your name. Are you going to use the Confederation's manpower? Don't worry about it. The Magical Congress of the United States will be responsible for maintaining order. I know you will stay, and even a large part of the wizard will choose to stay, but there should certainly be those who want to leave, so they will have to be prepared in advance. Time passed day by day, and the whole world seemed to quiet down and surveyed that part of America with static eyes. for the first time in half a century, they felt the shadow of war so close. The formerly prosperous cities seemed to enter the Great Depression in advance, countless people fled in their cars, the ships moored at the harbor disappeared without a trace, only a few security ships floated listlessly. The doors of the Capitol building were closed, and no one knew what heated debates were going on inside. Even the British magical community, thousands of miles away, was affected, and constructions on the new Diagon Alley were forced to suspend. Of course, the external excuse given for that was the influence of the blizzard. In what was probably the last quiet moments before the Great War, Felix suddenly found himself with nothing to do, and all negotiations were temporarily put on hold as everyone seemed to be waiting for the outcome of the conflict. He returned to school, had a good night's sleep, and woke up to meet the amazed eyes of his students and professors. Professor McGonagall was the first to appear to lead him away. In the headmistress's office. Is there really going to be a war? Professor McGonagall asked with a serious expression. We don't want a war, but there is no choice. Felix said, if we give in on such a major matter of principle, not only the American wizards, the entire wizards' survival environment will be extremely poor, and at the same time, it will cause division. Don't take things too simply, the other party won't start a full-scale war if we let them take the initiative, at least they won't target all the American wizards, because they are very proficient at pulling strings, spying, and provoking. If they succeed, the American wizarding community will see the biggest division ever. And that would lead to a series of chain reactions. Is there no way to stop it? Once a war starts, it won't be so easy to stop it. Don't ask me, I don't know. Felix shook his head slightly and said, there are too many factors involved in this matter, and neither Aching-Bade nor I want to let things grow, and it's best to limit it to North America, one part of America to be precise. Looking at the big picture, both the wizarding and non-wizarding communities are expecting a conflict like human life isn't worth anything. Before there was Grindelwald, a lot of people might still have expectations. I mean, in those people's minds, maybe I'll fight him and end up dying together. But with the issue and implementation of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance, the likelihood of them waiting much longer is very low. The establishment of a new order will inevitably be accompanied by bloodshed and conflict, and it will face all kinds of challenges. If we break through, the whole world will usher in a period of peaceful development, but if we don't, it will definitely affect more than just the living environment of the American wizards. It might even flatten out the previously signed treaties. Fortunately, we have laid enough groundwork in the past few months. We must fight while we have the advantage of information, face to face, head to head, to dispel all the unkind eyes at once. Professor McGonagall was silent for a moment and said, Felix, I called you here because of another matter. What is it? Didn't you always daydream about having a long chat with the Sorting Hat? It agreed. I wasn't exactly daydreaming about what did you say, Minerva. Felix tore his eyes away from the ceiling over the couch and looked at her in surprise. Professor McGonagall rose from her seat, her eyes moving along the portrait of the headmaster on the wall. Not even Dumbledore knows all the secrets of this castle, let alone me, but I think if the four founders did leave the key to unlock the secrets, the biggest possibility of it being in the Sorting Hat is very high. I hope it will help you. After saying that she left, leaving Felix alone in the headmistress's office. Felix stayed stunned for a moment, then looked straight at the Sorting Hat in the compartment. He stood up swiftly and went to the compartment to closely look at the dirty, grey hat, which did not budge, then he picked it up and shook it off, and returned to the couch with a surprisingly nervous expression. After sitting quietly for a few seconds, he put the Sorting Hat on his head. Number SHTC. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 721, Chapter 721 The Journey of the Sorting Hat. Felix, after wearing the dirty, crumpled, and patched Sorting Hat, asked in a whisper, You have something to tell me. As he spoke, he stole a passing glance at the portrait frames on the wall, and the portraits immediately closed their surveying eyes and snorted. I have nothing to tell you, you're the one who keeps coveting me. A subtle voice rang out in his head. I am just curious about your method of existence. What's there to be curious about? You've existed for too long, and your material is too ordinary. Think about the headmaster's portraits on the wall, and then think about the Peeves ghost. Sorting Hat said in a mellow tone. Portraits? Peeves ghost? Felix's expression froze. Wait, you're part of the school. That's right, as long as the school exists, I will continue to exist, even if I'm just a hat made of ordinary material. Having cleared up a long-standing puzzle, Felix was somewhat relieved and also a bit lost, and after thinking about it, he calmly asked in his mind, By the way, why did you assign me to Slytherin in the first place? Oh, let's see, calm, level-headed, worship of power, ambition to reach the top of the wizarding world on the first day of school, and with all due respect a clear awareness of the dark side of human nature at a young age, and adequately prepared, all these are very rare to come across entirely in one person throughout my sorting career. Felix smacked his lips, so I perfectly matched Salazar Slytherin's philosophy of selecting students. Philosophy, what philosophy? The Sorting Hat asked with a wide grin. Of course, the ideology of the four founders of the school. So you think I have a little slip of paper with lots of rules and regulations printed all over it sewn up in my lining? I thought there would be something like that. Felix said calmly, like a fixed pattern of thinking, or a standard process. Sorting Hat interrupted him indignantly. Then wouldn't my job is to hide behind the student's mind and tick off the notes one by one? Well, have you got a different opinion about that? Of course I do. Yes. My job is much more important and complicated than you think, Sorting Hat yelled loudly, and although I'm just a hat, I have a mind and a personality of my own. I'm smarter than most people, yet I don't have human flaws, I don't have to eat or sleep, my mouth is just for conversation without any other purposes mixed in. I'm also hell-bent on useful thinking, and well, most of the time I reminisce about the past and compile new songs. It's amazing. Felix said, although he wasn't quite sure what there was to reminisce about. Could it be about all those years it spent in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, spying on the affairs of successive headmasters? But is there any sense of involvement in that? Or savoring the memories of nearly 1,000 sorting ceremonies all by itself? But the question is, will it really not get confused? The Sorting Hat seemed to choke for a moment, it remained silent for a while and said, I'll show you personally. Okay. Felix closed his eyes and waited, and for a good deal of time, the Sorting Hat did not make any move. He was surprised. Remove the defenses from your mind. Sorting Hat said sullenly, I can't see anything other than surface thoughts, it's like bumping into a thick wall of stones. Sorry. Felix mumbled as he withdrew his shielding, and after a few more seconds, he felt an invisible force tugging at the top of his head and lifting it upward, as if to pull him up to the sky, or into the hat, which reminded him of how the thinking room worked, and he didn't resist. A blur appeared in front of his eyes, and he materialized in the darkness. Gradually, colors appeared in the darkness, and Felix stared at a string of lights that appeared out of nowhere and crashed down, splashing out sparks of grey-green and silver-white, which formed a long, muddy pool of silvery light and green foam that stretched into the distance. A solitary figure waded through the murky shallow water. Salazar Slytherin, holding a wooden pathfinder stick, walked past Felix at an unhurried pace. When the two passed, his expression did not change, his simple robe seems to be tied with a whole piece of black cloth, and several small snakes followed him. Light and shadow flickered, this time transforming into a wilderness. Felix saw a young man walking on a country road, straight back, with brisk footsteps, and red hair flowing in the wind. Young Godric Gryffindor jumped on a boulder, looking back at the small village from which he came, and then resolutely walked towards the distance. He naturally did not know that his hometown would later be named after him. On the tranquil riverbank, Rowena Ravenclaw quietly gazed at the flowing river, which reflected the blue sky, where an eagle streaked across the surface. In the Golden Valley, Helga Hufflepuff twisted ears of wheat that glittered in the sunlight, and the ears of wheat blossomed into a small flower. It dawned on Felix that this would be the memories of the four founders of the school, and then new doubts rose up. According to what the Sorting Hat had said at previous sorting ceremonies, they had collectively infused it with their thoughts, and Felix had always assumed them to be ideologies, but ideologies would inevitably become outdated, medieval moralities would not necessarily fit the modern era, but the work of the Sorting Hat never ceased. Now he kind of got it, the four founders did inject their thoughts into the Sorting Hat, but it's not some shallow concepts, but rather the footprints they walked on. Felix shuttled through the darkness, every minute there is a new scene, slowly, he grasped the pulse, and peeked into the hidden corner of history. Why Gryffindor and Slytherin were able to become good friends? Because they both seek great power. Why did they ultimately go their separate ways? Felix had a vague answer in his mind when he saw Gryffindor learning swordplay from the Muggle Knights and Slytherin relentlessly eradicating the threats in his way. Such a vague understanding became even keener when he met Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As the best witches of their generation, and a pair of close friends, they have traveled together through many places, joining hands to help the weak. While Hufflepuff has a loving heart, treats everyone equally, and is always willing to look out for the underserved, Ravenclaw is clearly more comfortable dealing with someone who is flexible, as it assists in solving issues quicker. The two worked well together, with the former neutralizing a lot of unnecessary strife and the latter being good at coming up with ideas to solve problems once and for all, such as building a windmill. Felix saw the culinary magic of the future Hogwarts kitchens and the beginnings of the castle's architectural structure in the travels of these two women. Naturally, the experiences of the four school founders when they were young also laid the groundwork for future disagreements. Of the four, Salazar Slytherin was the most radical, or rather the most withdrawn, living a life closer to that of a monk, walking alone through the chaos of the world. He sought power like Gryffindor, but he was more unscrupulous, like Ravenclaw, he was aloof and indifferent, but he was also more indifferent to himself, like Hufflepuff, he was sympathetic to the young wizards who lived in poor conditions, but this sympathy was extremely stingy, and he never shared a single bit of it with unrelated people. These four best male and female wizards of the same generation met, and having heard of each other, they exchanged their knowledge of magic among themselves. To Felix's surprise, in the beginning, except for Hufflepuff, the three were clearly more talkative, and Slytherin was not shy about pointing out that the magic Hufflepuff studied is worthless and useless in a chaotic world. Fortunately, there was a calm Ravenclaw and enthusiastic Gryffindor to mediate between them. Coupled with Hufflepuff's usual good temper, this conflict did not become a storm. As their exchange progressed, Hufflepuff proved herself to be an excellent witch, who not only excelled at cooking magic but also at identifying herbs and mixing potions. Finally, the four decided to build a school of magic together. They traveled to the Scottish Highlands, a remote, untouched, and inhospitable place, with ancient rocky shores cleaved by water and glaciers forming ravines and streams, where Ravenclaw picked out a cliff with a lake, encircled by emerald slopes, wearing white snow caps, with a deep ravine running below, and a lake bordered by dense woods. The four men unanimously agreed that this would be an ideal place to build a school. Among them, only Ravenclaw had the experience of building a house with her own hands, with magic, and she designed the school's floor plan, especially the main building's flexible and movable revolving staircase, while the two guys brought in all kinds of materials, and Hufflepuff searched for flowers and greenery to decorate the school, and accidentally found a wild wig entree in the nearby primeval forest. The castle gradually took shape, and the four worked together to arrange the most tightly organized defensive magic for the school at that time, and when they considered that the castle would be filled with students in the future, they even came up with a genius idea, a unique innovation at that time, to rely on the castle to collect the escaping magic power, which would function as the most important part in maintaining the magic supply of the castle and strengthening the defense system. Felix watched the scene with rapt attention. He didn't expect to get advanced magic knowledge from the Sorting Hat. At first he was just curious about its state of existence, and later he wanted to talk to the four founders inside the Sorting Hat, provided that it would be possible. But an unexpected surprise came out of the blue. The four founders of the school unreservedly and enthusiastically worked together to create something which allowed them to demonstrate what they had learned. The secrets of Hogwarts Castle unfolded in his eyes, and Felix's eyes followed the movements of their hands, and the Book of Runes hovered close to his chest, automatically turning the pages. With him at the center, waves of rune symbols spread along the ground in all directions, climbing up the walls, burrowing through the doorways, and extending outward. The magic channel inside the headmistress's office revealed itself clearly through the air and received the power of the ancient runes, and soon this new power flowed throughout the castle like gushing blood along the magic channels. After passing through Myrtle's abandoned lavatory, it split off into a new fork and headed straight for the Slytherin chamber. In the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick just made a wonderful demonstration for the students below, then he suddenly paused, reached out his hand, and flicked his wand in the air. The tip of the wand brought out a chain of golden rune symbols. The students looked up, the walls and floor looked like small billowing ocean waves, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to calm. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. Students, let's continue the lesson. In the school kitchen, the house elves worked busily to prepare lunch for the students. When a breeze passed by, they seemed to sense a friendly gaze. The house elves looked around but found nothing. In the kitchen, there is a plain portrait of a woman with a benevolent gaze. This painting is not connected to the school castle, nor does it have any semblance of magic, rather it simply has been passed down from generation to generation in the house elf community. Every house elf has heard an ancient legend for as long as they can remember. It was Lady Hufflepuff who brought them into Hogwarts, gave them shelter, respect, and work, and taught them culinary magic personally. Felix opened his eyes with the last scene still lingering in his mind, that of the four founders standing together, infusing their thoughts, their life paths into the Sorting Hat, with Slytherin wearing a locket, Gryffindor holding a sword, Ravenclaw with a diadem on her head, and Hufflepuff with a golden goblet in her hand. At the last moment, their gaze held a relief. Felix slowly stood up and placed the Sorting Hat back in the compartment. His eyes lingered on the glass case next to him, which held the pendant, the sword, and the golden cup. With the exception of the Gryffindor sword, which shone brightly, the other two relics of the founders were somewhat dull. Felix took the Ravenclaw diadem out of his ring and gently placed it beside the other relics. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 722, Chapter 722, The Eve. Professor McGonagall appeared after a while. She was not surprised by the commotion that Felix caused from time to time, since they had long discussed the possibility of incorporating Felix's magic into the school. It's just that they had not been able to convince the Sorting Hat at that time. So she first calmly pacified some of the frightened students and faculty before returning to the headmistress's office. Felix sat on the couch, appearing as if he hadn't even changed his position except for the additional book of runes that he held in his hand and read with great interest. Professor McGonagall looked at him with a critical eye, then asked, "A great harvest?" "Yes," Felix said with a smile, "it broadened my horizons a lot, and I gained a lot of insight. Although I didn't end up speaking with the four founders, it seemed as if we have actually traveled together." He paused, and said with slight embarrassment, "Minerva, there's something that you should better know. You took a third of the school's magic." Professor McGonagall shouted. Felix nodded good-naturedly, indicating that she had heard it correctly. After double-checking, Professor McGonagall had to accept the reality and asked calmly, did it have an effect on the school? A little, but it won't interfere with the daily magical operations of the school. Ahem, I think the armor and statues in the castle will be silent for a while, sorry to spoil your Christmas plans. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze swept over, but her words stuttered, you know. The Stone Dance Troupe is a good name, it just happens to match with the spell that controls them. Professor McGonagall looked at him expressionlessly, mouth tightly pursed. The constant flexing and stretching knuckles showed that she was by no means calm at the moment, it seemed like she might rush over and choke him desperately at any moment. Felix, who noticed her mood, hurriedly said. Is not intentional, it was just a passing glance when I put the sorting hat back. I believe regardless of who it is, they will give 2 more glances when they see a comic strip in the pile of documents on the table. Then he said with a smile on his face, Minerva, this is the first time I know you can draw. If I can evaluate it, I would say it is very vivid. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth and decided not to dwell on this topic. She stared, and then asked, you need a lot of magic power? Is there not enough magic power now? As she spoke, she briefly glanced at Felix's book of runes, the thin pages of which surged with palpitating violet and ice blue magic, with a small, pocket-sized snake swimming around happily, as its silvery, transparent body floated in and out of the pages. If it's just about fighting this battle, my magic power alone is barely enough, but I'd like to do something more along with it, Felix said thoughtfully, with his hand on his chin. I'm not sure whether it's going to work, after all, it's not exactly going to be a massacre. Do something else? Is that? We've drawn so many big pies, we need to make at least one of them happen, and at the same time it's a way to prove to the world that wizards have a way back at all times, and the things they value are far less significant than they think. You mean? Professor McGonagall asked in a low voice. The land. They remained silent for nearly a minute before the portrait of Phineas Black on the wall stroked his goatee and said, I can kind of tell that you want to be a hero all by yourself. So what do you think? Felix asked politely. I have no great opinion, but I have a lot of humble advice to offer, said the portrait of Black snidely, to eliminate the process of demonstrating that you are a fool, I will directly say the conclusion. He suddenly grabbed the frame and yelled vigorously, boy, you are not capable of being hero. You're the most powerful archmage after Salazar Slytherin from our house. Speaking of archmage, Tom Riddle was. Tell him to get lost. And Merlin. Screw Merlin. Black portrait rudely said, being a hero is something that Gryffindor should do, you are Slytherin. We are brave, but not stupid, got it? There is no need to risk it alone, or at least drag a group of people, such as the group of reckless Gryffindor and silly Hufflepuff. Those words immediately drew protest from several other previous headmasters of the school. Felix was deeply concerned that if he ever had to hang his portrait on the wall, he would naturally be in the same camp as Headmaster Black. Thinking of this horrific scenario, he hurriedly said, no one should know better than me what the 4 founders originally had in mind, and I just talked to the sorting hat, remember. The portraits of the headmasters paused and looked at him with rapt attention. Is the sorting useful? It is useful because it allows us to better find companions and discover the noble qualities within. There is certainly more than one quality that can be called noble. In general, some people will succeed, and some will not. And by the time our 7-year academic life is over, we will be tempered to face a far more complex environment than school. Don't forget that people change, and think about how many 7 years there are in life, and if you still have the opportunity to wear the sorting hat when you're 100, what will it sort you into? Of course, personally, it wouldn't mean much to you at that time. The portraits look at Dumbledore. If anyone has had a sorting experience after the age of 100, most certainly it's none other than Dumbledore. It does mean very little, Dumbledore said from the portrait. When you are young there are infinite possibilities, so with the help of sorting, we can regard one of Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Godric Gryffindor as a target to strive for, and when we are old, we will simply become ourselves. The circular office went quiet for a while. Professor McGonagall blew her nose. Well, I will leave time for you to debate, Albus, there are some things you should have told me while you were alive. She recomposed herself and said seriously to Felix, we have to prepare as thoroughly as possible and give it our best shot. There isn't much time left for us, and I'm sure you'll need some time to digest. She said, striding over to her desk and taking out a picture album from the drawer. Felix looked at her with wonder. Don't you need magic? Professor McGonagall explained as she flipped through the pages, what better place to get it than other magical schools that are also world famous? Thanks to this album, I know enough about other schools for me to be aware of some that happen to have similar defenses to Hogwarts, such as bows batons. Professor McGonagall looked up at Felix, who stood stumped, and asked, what's wrong? Felix jokingly said, Minerva, I really want to give you a kiss. Professor McGonagall glared at him with a red face. In mid-December, it snowed a few times at Hogwarts School, and Black Lake was covered in thick ice. Some students were trudging through the snow on the grounds to get ready for their Care of Magical Creatures class when they saw Professor Hap in the cabin built by the lake from afar. There was lots of speculation about it floating among the students, but none of it was confirmed, and the professors at the school were tight-lipped. The more widely circulated theory is that Professor Hap is working on a strategy for a drill a week later. Yes, it's not clear where this word circulated from, but people are calling the war that is visible to the naked eye a drill. It's actually just a cover-up. One boy said with a serious look, "My dad wrote to tell me that anyone with a brain should support Professor Hap, the International Confederation of Wizards, and also the International Pan-Magical Alliance. So you placed a bouquet of flowers at the professor's door." Another student said teasingly, "Not only did you get detained, you even got beaten up by a niffler." "No." The boy turned red. "I placed a greeting card." "Greeting card?" The students around him laughed and joked, but they all looked at the cabin by the Black Lake with reverence, but the reverence didn't last long as a round, furry, black-skinned niffler rushed toward the students, waving a small, glowing wooden stick in her tiny hands and babbling under her breath. "Run!" One student shouted, dashing off, the rest quickly following. But there were some who stayed behind, mostly girls, who looked eager to give it a shot. Valen blinked her dark eyes, a bit thrilled. This week the Great Demon King was busy with serious matters and did not even have time to play cards. Only Harry, Hermione, and Ron would purposefully come over, and there is also Luna, but even Valen did not know if she had got lost. All in all, these days were very boring, and it is good that she has found a new pastime for herself. Valen, draped in an exquisite cloak, stood on the boulder by the lake, and with a very imposing wave. The snow tumbled and a crystal-white snowman nifflers hopped out and followed Valen forward. The students who stayed in place before had long been on guard as they waited, their eyes glittering with excitement, and soon both sides engaged in a short fight, with snowballs flying around everywhere along with laughter and swearing. 10 minutes later, the burly Hagrid stood in front of his hut and yelled at them. The battle was halted, and each side put on an air of victory and agreed to fight again another day. With a majestic, vigorous stride, Valen walked toward the Black Lake, and as she did so, she found herself lifted by someone from behind. Valen turned back and opened her beak at Hermione, who was inching her face closer, revealing a smile. "Come on, let's go to class together, Professor Slughorn is missing you." Probably because he found a niffler with more snacks in her pocket than he did. Ron muttered in a small voice and Harry grinned, "But we have to admit, Professor Slughorn always finds the right excuse. What is it this time about?" He turned to Hermione and asked. "Oh, I heard he found 2 hibernating mice lying in a flower pot." Hermione replied with a smirk. "What, does Valen want to take them in?" Harry asked in surprise as Valen flared her claws at him. They walked towards the castle, occasionally stopping on the stone steps to look at the snow-covered cabin by the Black Lake, and silently stopped talking. At the entrance to the castle, Harry suddenly said, "I'm going to listen to Mr. Doge's advice." "What?" Ron asked immediately afterward. "A graduation trip." "Oh, you mean that one," Ron said slowly, "I'm not sure, it should be okay if it's just for a few months, but..." "Hermione, what about you?" Hermione shook her head. "I would go straight to the Ministry of Magic, as soon as I graduate. Ms. Bones said there is a shortage of staff who knows both sides well, and my plan is to stay in the Ministry of Magic for a few years, and then find an opportunity to travel abroad for a while. The Constitution of the Confederation and Alliance mentions a lot of departments that are still in the process of being established, and I think the post of Pan-Magical Alliance Inspector would suit me just fine." Ron rubbed his chin. "So one of you going abroad before returning, and one of you prepares to go abroad for a long stay in the future. That's an accurate summary," Harry said. No one mentioned the possibility of an unexpected development, as if they are fully confident in the future. They walked into the castle and glanced inside as they passed the Great Hall, where the fires for warming blazed, and 12 Christmas trees stood tall and firm. Harry glanced at the empty table. It would not be long before the table will be filled with plump roasted turkeys, mountains of roast meat and cooked potatoes, delicious small sausages, buttered peas, rich broth, and mouth-watering desserts. And of course, there are Christmas poppers. Harry recalls the last Christmas Eve banquet. He and Ron had drawn sailor hats, which were far less impressive than the tiger and parrot hats they had worn themselves, and then he thought of the 2 people who are destined to be absent this Christmas, Dumbledore in his antler hat, smiling and urging people to eat more, and Grindelwald, who drew a red Santa hat when he was still disguised as Professor Bagshot. Felix lay on a simple bed, in a state of almost half awake, staring at a soft violet and ice blue glow in the richly colored book of runes. A small snake swam around in the pages of the book. This is his new patroness. Number Book 2. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 723, Chapter 723 Book Page, 2 in 1. As Christmas Eve approached, the usual festive spirit of joy was diluted by a serious, solemn atmosphere, and everyone's hearts sank as if they too were hanging in an invisible holly and mistletoe draped ribbon just like those on the Great Hall's Christmas tree. News and pictures of New York Harbor continued to multiply, ranging from traffic jams caused by the blizzard, to the presence of air, land, and navy battalions, as well as Marines and Coast Guard troops gathered in the harbor, and appeals sent for calmer and more restrained responses on both sides from the United Nations headquarters, all increasingly stirred the common people's tense nerves. At first, the White House did try to glamorize the dispute as a peace drill, to undermine and erode Wizards' morale to fight, by issuing statements like to help make the Wizards recognize the situation and understand their place in the world. But it soon became clear that this kind of practice would not be going to succeed. With the sheer persistence and unity behind the extraordinary silence shown by the entire magical community, and the news that hundreds of young wizards have been illegally imprisoned and abused for up to 2 decades gaining momentum around the world, they had no choice but to quickly turn their guns and start violently attacking the legitimacy of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance. The White House started to claim to the public that wizards are all minorities and should follow United States law. But when the reporters pressed him for his opinion on the 200-page lists of perpetrators along with evidence provided by the International Confederation of Wizards and the International Pan-Magical Alliance, the spokesman kept his mouth shut for good. And the federal courts, which represent justice and public order, collectively lost their voices at a critical moment. A certain public relations expert from across the ocean, who carried himself in the same manner as Rune, told the unpleasant truth in one sentence. The secret of this conflict is written on the last page of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance. When people took up the magnifying glass to scrutinize the dense signatures on the document with great probing eyes, they were shocked to discover how simple the truth turned out to be. Next to the signature of Felix Happ, a name which is by now well known to everyone, with over 300 organizations sprang up in North America alone that somehow insist on being affiliated with him, a small line of dark green letters clearly states, "The above laws and regulations are recognized and signed into effect by all representatives of the magical community, and the Archmage, Felix Happ, is authorized to guarantee their implementation." It dawned on some people that a few days ago the spokesman of the International Confederation of Wizards solemnly announced to the public that Felix Happ had been authorized to transport the American wizards who are currently in grave danger, but a few days prior to that, he would participate as the only representative of the wizard community, and the spokesman said in a sneering tone the so-called peace drill. "This is Monsieur Happ's personal choice, and I do not wish to analyze his intentions in doing so in detail. All I can do is hope the best for him, just as we all waited for the outcome of that legendary duel half a century ago." In the following days, various tabloids unanimously used eye-catching terms such as cruel and bloody, and some even directly put up the headline Black Christmas. The morning before Christmas, the sun came up, and the world went silent. The early morning sky shone with a cold, dark blue hue, the weather was cold and dry, and dozens of battleships wandered like ghosts a few kilometers away from the harbor. The water splashes they made as they moved forward made the frozen harbor more and more tense and unsettling. At least hundreds of Earth observation satellites in the sky pointed their lenses at this area, which are powerful enough to observe centimeter-level frames. The atmosphere in an underground control chamber deep within the harbor was unusually heavy. 10 minutes ago, a satellite call came in and told them, "It's on." Thus, an operation with the keyword hunting started in full swing. All of a sudden, there was an abnormal disturbance in a satellite feed. A group of people gathered in front of the satellite feed, which appeared abnormal. "What's going on?" "It is not clear at the moment." "What about the ground radar?" No moving targets were detected except for the tagged helicopters, fighter jets, tanks, and military fleets. At that moment, a private officer raised his hand. "Report, a report, right now. It's similar to one of the situations in the manual that was issued to us." "Speak." "Magic disturbance." The commander looked very confused. "Are you implying that there's some wizard near the satellite?" One of the surveillance officers who had his back to the commander muttered in a low voice, "That man has once even been to the moon." What he subtly implied was that the distance of a satellite is nothing compared to the moon. The commander interrupted gruffly, "There is no evidence that he has been to the moon. Except for that little bit of dust." As soon as these words left his mouth, a young face appeared on the monitor, and the corners of his mouth moved as if he was talking to himself, but unfortunately, his voice could not be transmitted. Then that frame fell into darkness. The commander gulped and asked, "Did anyone able to catch what he said?" There was silence in the control room. After a few seconds, a voice quietly whispered in the corner, from the English pronunciation, "I think he said." The voice paused and seemed to find it uncanny as well, "U.S.A." In the next 10 minutes, hundreds of frames segmented on the big screen went out one by one. Those frames were like the flames that mankind first managed to harness when they first started their civilization, which now are being extinguished one, by invisible hands in the darkness. The temperature conditioning in the room seems to be completely broken. The temperature inside is as suffocating cold as the icy weather outside. After another 3 minutes, no more frames disappeared. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. At this moment there are less than half of the satellite feeds are still intact. In the time it took to catch their breath, the satellite phones in the control room rang in quick succession. "Shut those drunken sons of bitches up!" The commander yelled. "The target may have given up. Immediately mobilize the remaining satellites, turn on the radar power to the maximum, instruct the helicopters, reconnaissance planes, and fighter jets to search with all their might." Hundreds of fighter jets buzzed through the sky, trailing long white trails as the sky was divided into fine fractions by the white smoke, like a crisscrossing chessboard, circling the morning star that had not yet been completely hidden. The early warning aircraft finally sent back a message when it climbed almost to 30,000 meters, "Target spotted. Should we initiate an attack?" Then the military radar, satellite positioning, and graphics gradually became clear, although only a rear view of the head was shown. "Attack!" The commander coldly gave the order. Felix was restraining the urge to use magic, letting himself float down slowly like a feather. Although he could fly on his own. At the moment Felix is still in the mood to calculate in the midst of free fall, according to the current speed, he will probably land in about 3 hours, which is really a long time. The orange-red fire streaks of light dotted into lines, which then intertwined to form a net-like format that approached him quickly from all directions like a swift storm. But with the thinking room that expands to dozens of kilometers into the distance, Felix knew even before the pilot in the fighter jet whether these machine gun bullets fired at high speed would hit their target, which turned out to be him. Because this is definitely a technical task, as he is individually too small compared to the size of the aircraft. After Felix symbolically dodged a few rounds of high-caliber bullets, various types of aerial guns, air-to-air missiles, and laser-guided bombs started to fire at his appropriate location, and then the sky turned into a field of fireworks displays that began to flash wildly with the sound of deafening thunder. As another fireball with an explosion radius of more than 200 meters exploded around him and tried to obliterate him, Felix somewhat stared into the empty air. When everything regained its silence, Felix carefully observed the nearby black smoke and the much brighter sky, where various fighter jets were trying to turn around in the distance, as if they wanted to do it several more times. "At this altitude, you should be able to see pretty well, right?" Felix whispered to himself. Of course, he wasn't talking to the pilots or even the commander on the underground, but to the more than 200 nations and regimes on the planet who must be watching this. He wants to make it clear that conventional weapons are ineffective against him. Felix held out his hand and said flatly, "Then let's get it over with as soon as possible." Even if there was no time for preparations, he has far too many means at his disposal to handle most circumstances, not to mention now, when he has more than enough time to prepare. In a dazzling light green glow, a guttural cry that felt like a baby's cry rang out, which gradually sounded clearer and louder, then it came to an abrupt end. Felix stood in the air, his face looked expressionless, as he lowered his arms. Within the enveloping range of the thinking room, many streamlined fighter jets suddenly went out of control and plummeted downwards at a skewed angle. The cry of the mature mandrake would kill people, a magic he had originally intended to hide permanently. It wouldn't be long before the information about it would be on the desks of the leaders of various countries, and the magical effect and casualties it could create are comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Under the help of Archmage's massive magical power, it could envelop a city almost without any side effects and create a dead zone in a blink of an eye, from which not even mosquitoes and cockroaches could survive. Felix suddenly felt like a merchant peddling death. The voice of death is now demonstrating the capabilities of the product to potential buyers, and in fear of customers will not know the products, it must be accompanied by an instruction manual. Felix knows that no one can hear him now, but he still wants to say something. It is kind of inevitable for it to develop to this point. If it is not the United States, it will be other countries. As much as I thought and planned, even to the point of taking care of places as chaotic as Africa to avoid war as much as possible, the more I ended up on the opposite side of the whole world. Wizards, as a group that holds a lot of individual strength, should have been made accessible to all countries at the first moment of exposure, but I delayed this process for a long time, and as a result it made many people suspect that wizards are only strong on the outside. It is true that without my top battle power, wizards would either have fought back, compromised, or hidden deeper, and some places would have fallen into flames of war, chaos that would inevitably last for years and decades, a process that would inevitably also allow everyone to make an assessment about wizards' power that is close to the truth. A new order will be established through blood and fire, at the cost of countless lives. I loathed chaos enough to single-handedly promote the formation of the Constitution of the International Confederation of Wizards and Pan-Magical Alliance, just as 4 of the most distinguished male and female wizards joined forces to establish Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry 1,000 years ago. Come to think of it, I had foreseen this scenario as if I could glimpse into the future well, somehow it was not wrong, and since I had seen this possible future ahead, it became my duty to ensure that such a future wouldn't become a reality that is bound to happen. From this day on, everyone will know what it really means to be on the opposite side of an archmage, especially an archmage of the ancient Rune domain. Felix's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already stood at the edge of the harbor, where he could smell the scent of the sea. He stretched out his left hand, with his palm up, where a book heavily covered in runes appeared out of thin air. He opened the book of runes with his right hand, brushing his fingertips over the pages, then one of which instantly fell off, floating in the air like a feather, without any kind of power at all. However, in the eyes of highly skilled wizards, this page carries an unimaginable amount of magical power that they could not even imagine. Felix's body stood straight, and he raised his head unhurriedly, sweeping his eyes in every direction. In fact, it was something redundant, as the thinking room had long shown him that the nearest helicopter is still 2 kilometers away from here, about the cruising fleet outside the harbor even without him turning around, about the snow that is piling up in the distant city, and that the reflections of the glass in binoculars on the tall buildings are intertwined. In fact, he could even faintly hear the roar of motorcycles and the shouts of excitement. He could completely grasp all the surrounding details. The entire city in front of him has a total area of more than 1,000 square kilometers, with close to 8 million people living there. Of course, most of them had now temporarily evacuated the city, which had caused a major traffic jam before, but there were still small groups of people who unbelievably chose to stay and watch the spectacle. And the city's empty, depressed long streets also give these people the opportunity to vent their raw desire for violence in broad daylight, with steel, leather, motorcycles, muscle, and sweat seen everywhere. Felix estimates that this place could become a source of inspiration for a number of artists in the coming week. In the next second, the page fell to the ground. Ancient rune symbols fluttered like ice grains, and ice blue magic suddenly curled up and merged with the biting cold wind around, blowing his clothes in the process. This magic is like a dye dropped into a pool, leaving a kind of colorful ripples. Felix has already used this magic before, even more than once, but the magic power consumed then was far less than 1,000th of what it is using at the moment, and the result of that is, with him as the center, all colors began to fade away, whether it was buildings, machines, or people, all that remained behind were clear lines, and if you look closely you will see a light glow reflecting on their surfaces. This magic coverage was so wide that it was enough to cover all the troops, the command room, and part of the military fleet, that were scattered along the coastline. Of course, all these people are still alive, but they will fall into silence along with the city for the next week, like moving from the middle of reality to a subplot in a comic book. After all this was done, Felix took a step forward and appeared outside the harbor. There was no sound around him, reminding him of his first experience in the space, and suddenly a bold idea popped into his head to roll up New York City and hang it on the doorstep of the White House in Washington, D.C., as he had done with Gropp's house in the borough, an idea which he even found to be too crazy. It is estimated that at this moment aching bait and Ms. Bones' side of every contact method that can be used would almost be blown up. The commotion transmitted through his thinking room also reminded him of the business that needed to be focused on, and as Felix stood high in the sky looking down, the sea seemed to have an extra clear line of separation, with half of the sea being realistic and half being in the shape of waves that could only be found in comic books. He looked at the city again. Not everyone had been linealized. He deliberately avoided the wizarding families hiding in the shadows. They remained intact, and at this moment they stood out in a cluster of chaotic black and white lines. The most conspicuous of all these had to be the Woolworth Building, which doubled as the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States of America and was nearly filled with several hundred wizards. As he watched Horace Grimstitch fly toward him on a broomstick, Felix suddenly realized that the people of the Magical Congress of the United States of America might be about to have their 6th relocation. Author. I can see that some readers in the community do not understand what Felix is up to and why he is doing this, so I will briefly explain the plot to you. Felix, the International Confederation of Wizards, and the Ministry of Magic people have always wanted the peaceful integration of wizards into the outside world, and they have done a good job, through a series of means, to sign cooperation treaties with various countries one after another. But the biggest problem in the middle of this is, because of overly well-rounded planning, no large-scale conflict has broken out so far, which has led the world to doubt the war potential of wizards. As the wizards' deterrence level only stayed on paper, various countries now unanimously, in fact, wish to see a conflict, as long as it does not happen in their own country, and it can be said that this is the last hurdle before moving towards peace. And Felix took this responsibility on his own. Number Book 2. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 724, Chapter 724 Floating, 2-in-1. In front of the harbor, Felix pulled out a silver pocket watch from his jacket and popped open the top cover to check the time. Horace, have your men arrange the transfer as soon as possible. To be honest, I'm not sure if a big guy is going to appear over our heads in a few moments. It's hard to figure out what those folks are thinking. Seriously, I don't like politics. He paused. I could probably make a warning a minute earlier if there would be a real danger. Horace Grimstitch nodded with understanding. 1 minute is plenty of time to do a lot of things. A suitcase materialized in the air, and Felix handed it to Grimstitch. The latter looked surprised and asked tentatively, I have heard that Mr. Scamander had a suitcase that could hold a remarkable amount of things when he was young. Ah, it's based on the same principle. I asked Mr. Scamander for advice. Horace Grimstitch's face suddenly revealed a look of reminiscence after Serafina Picquery, Every president of the Magical Congress of the United States of America since the beginning of their term was told to be wary of magical zoologists who traveled around with suitcases. He made his way to the outskirts of the harbor in a rather mixed mood and fired off a safety signal with his wand. The aurors and staff of the Magical Congress of the United States of America were the first to arrive, with incredulous expressions on their faces, as if they hadn't yet woken up. They looked around in amazement as a young auror stretched out his hand, and his fingers passed through the middle of the black and white lines of varying shades, unhindered by the old red fire hydrant that originally should have been in that spot, which still had a rat standing on it. "I've only seen a similar sight in comic books," the auror said, in a state of fascination. Another male wizard in bell-bottoms cautiously looked in Felix's direction and whispered with a look of awe, "What do you think? What does the world look like to Mr. Happ?" There was a short silence. "A book, perhaps?" The young auror chattered away, "And still a comic book. Ugh, it's terrible, it's hard to imagine how he did it. Mr. Happ should be able to beat Grindelwald, right? I think it's feasible. At least Grindelwald couldn't possibly do something like this," the young auror said excitedly, looking around with frenzied and idolizing eyes. "But both of them are considered as archmage," another man said hesitantly. "There will always be a difference between the strong and the weak." At that moment Horace Grimstitch, who walked over with a suitcase, glanced at the speaker and said, "Archmages cannot be classified on the basis of strength or weakness, they are all outstanding figures who are far beyond their wizard contemporaries in one or more fields at the very least. Well, get to work." One after another, wizards descended from the sky. These people brought their families with them, carrying large bags of luggage. Horace Grimstitch's mood became as heavy as that of the aurors present, but he could not say anything to stop them. They all basically brought their children with them. The situation of the American wizard might not continue to deteriorate after today, but there are no signs of improvements visible either. The bloody scars don't heal that quickly, and the barrier between the two is like a chasm, so they will continue to conceal their identities for a good while. "President Grimstitch, all the members of the Revolutionary Society support your decision," Jura said in a quiet but firm voice, "we are the chosen generation." Horace Grimstitch opened the suitcase and several aurors leaned to look down at the long staircase, and wizards who had arrived from all over the country silently lined up in order to move to their new residences, which would be arranged by the Confederation and the Pan-Magical Alliance, with the first choice being the countries that had currently signed a peace treaty with wizards. Horace Grimstitch repeatedly told the families of wizards who went past him, "There's plenty of food and water inside, with different scenery to see. It's like a train ride, nothing to worry about." As the daylight gradually brightened, the long line became thinner, and finally, only the staff members remained. Felix kept standing at a distance, pretending to look over the abstracted city, because when he glanced at the rest of the people, they immediately showed smiling and docile expressions. This struck him as odd. The bottom of the sea is visible at first glance, seaweed and algae remain floating in the waves, and schools of fish sketched by simple lines look like they are flying in the sky and lifelike except that they are magically frozen. Finally, Horace Grimstitch approached and handed the suitcase to Felix. "This contains over 1,000 wizard families," he said cautiously. "They will not be harmed in any way." Felix assured him, "There will be a chance to return later." He added reassuringly, "I know." Horace Grimstitch murmured to himself, saying that just because a wizard's identity information is not in the hands of the Muggle government does not mean that wizards can just relocate at will. If they have a choice, they would still prefer to stay in familiar surroundings unless they are forced to do otherwise. There was a massive migration of wizards in the British magical community back when Voldemort had been most brazen. After handing over the suitcase, Horace Grimstitch sighed with relief, as if the constant pressure had disappeared at once. For him, the next priority was to keep the rest of the wizards as concealed as possible, and he was even in the mood to joke. "I thought you would create a huge flying carpet, and never anticipated that you would use a suitcase." "Pretty much," Felix said with a straight face, "I said before when I spoke to the press that I would let them leave honorably, and now it's only half done." "What's the other half?" Horace Grimstitch asked curiously, and he suddenly glanced behind Felix, suspecting that something else might be hidden there, such as he put it, a flying carpet that could accommodate several thousand people. A few dozen miles away from the harbor and the coastline, Felix, Grimstitch, Jura, and a few curious aurors who had followed them stood in the sky, mentally marveling at the sight. Beneath their feet lay a ground half the size of a Quidditch pitch, and it really seemed to be a pitch. They tilted their heads, quite sure they saw poles with circular rings in the thin air 50 feet above them, sort of like the little plastic sticks children used when blowing soap bubbles. "The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch," Jura whispered, and it dawned on the others that this could be part of the same magic that had enveloped New York Harbor. The first part turned physical objects into vague virtual things, and right now it happened to be the exact opposite, bringing virtual things from memory to reality. Horace Grimstitch remained engrossed in great stupefaction. An island, floating island, not to mention the huge amount of magic needed for this kind of magic. After the earlier scene, he thought it might be nothing for Hap, just considering how to maintain the effect of magic for a long time is a big problem. In his own visualization, if the entire Magical Congress of the United States of America worked around the clock and cast thousands of levitation charms together, it would indeed be possible to pull up an artificial island several kilometers in circumference, but such a huge spectacle would last at most a week or two, which seemed somewhat superfluous to him. Perhaps this is Hap's purpose? Horace Grimstitch pondered, crossing a sea before the magic expires as a way to demonstrate the power of wizards, doing so is indeed very meaningful. Felix's body flickered and appeared in the distance. His eyes glittered with a silvery hue, rune symbols dotted around his pupils, and his pupils reflected the shadow of the profoundly shaded book of runes. He opened his mouth slowly and recited an incantation in a low voice. In an instant, the daylight behind him seemed to be gradually swallowed up, breaking open a large dark green hole, as if someone had torn off the bright blue background while shooting a film, revealing the messy dark green curtain behind. Felix's entire being then exudes an air of mystery and elusiveness. Lightning like fine lines streaked across the background behind him, and then whether it was the dark green background or lightning traces, they all began to dent and distort, its shape became clearer and clearer. It was a giant serpent, with dark green representing the color of its body and lightning representing the folds of its scales. After staying on the edge of the Black Lake for half a month, Felix's new patroness appeared before the eyes of the world for the first time. It measured a staggering 1,000 feet in size, and it is far from its limit. Felix never found himself as powerful and close to the essence of magic as he is at this moment, so close to the core. He is still an archmage, and he didn't feel that his understanding of magic surpassed Dumbledore's, but every cell in his body is conveying one thought to him. Even if all of the archmages in history came together in one package, they couldn't beat him at this moment. Just by virtue of the fact that he had brought together most of the magic power accumulated in 11 of the world's top magic schools, which happened to be collected into the Book of Runes and released via the brand new Patroness. Patroness. Felix felt it a bit of bullying to call it Patroness anymore, as this magic had completely changed under his constant improvements, and if one researched it carefully, they would definitely smack their lips at the knowledge this magic contained. The memory nodes of Rowena Ravenclaw, the memory magic, emotion magic, the branch of memory magic, ancient runes, and the technique of constructing stable magic channels that he had mastered not long ago. The giant serpent blended into the sea like a swimming fish, without making a single ripple. But Felix knew that it is drawing nourishment from the sea, melting the rocks underneath the reef and the soft sea water deposits into its body and strengthening itself. Almost a few minutes later, the entire surface of the sea began to shudder and bubble, water splashing, and swirling like overlapping nesting dolls, the eyes of those present fixed on the shadow beneath the surface of the sea, the huge black shadow approaching them. Finally, the black shadow poked its head out. They looked at the huge serpent head in terror and speechlessness. It grew several circles bigger out of thin air, and unlike its previous elegant head, its head is now covered by thick reefs and solid submarine rocks. The rough surface looks hideous, and from the holes between the rocks, rune symbols can be seen blooming. The giant serpent leaped out of the water, as a small piece of land abruptly rose. Even hundreds of meters of sea waves were insignificant in front of it, only compared to the rough scales of its huge body. It is difficult to imagine the impact that this giant serpent will bring. At least, it won't just be Grimstitch and the surrounding auras going to be shaken up. When they came back to their senses, the giant serpent had already coiled itself into a rough circular-shaped figure, with its huge head hanging down and its tail sticking upwards, with its head and tail connected. Rolled up into an ice cream roll. A female aura stared wide-eyed, or a rolled ice cream with a bite taken out of it. The people around her couldn't help but suck in their breath, and a bearded aura growled at her in exasperation. Nonsense, it's obviously an Ouroboros snake, although it looks a bit strange, like it has been pumped up. The others murmured in agreement. They were aware from the news that the Archmage had once chosen the Ouroboros snake as a symbol of his identity. Such unique symbols were not uncommon in the history of wizards, and if later that wizard became sufficiently famous, the symbol he had chosen in his youth would probably become a family crest. Moreover, there is one thing they did not say: the name Ouroboros snake is much better than rolled ice cream, even if the latter is more fitting based on its shape. Felix did not hear this inspiring discussion. He did not intend to do that. In order to make the magic channel flow through unobstructed, this is the most effort-saving way. The men quickly approached, and only when they boarded the floating island that had appeared almost out of thin air with the help of flying broomsticks and apparitions were they surprised to find something unusual. The ground reeked with the smell of salty seawater, the terrain rippled and began to crumble and disintegrate visibly to the naked eye, a deep crack stretching backward from under Felix Hap's feet and spread all around with a haunting clicking sounds. Everyone could see that something might have gone wrong with the magic. It was true too. The giant serpent had eaten too many underwater rocks and now had some indigestion. Felix is standing on a raised platform, probably the flattest piece of diamond-shaped scale on the serpent's head, the edge of which is about 10 feet long. He stood motionless with his hand aloft. "Mr. Hap!" Horace Grimstitch shouted urgently, and the next second a deep voice suddenly rang in their ears, "Leave him alone." Horace Grimstitch was startled. He would never forget the owner of this voice, the one who had single-handedly caused the wizard's exposure crisis, who had signed an unbreakable vow with Aching Bade, who had toyed with everyone. Grindelwald. He shouted out of breath. He raised his wand subconsciously, his heart twisting and pounding, and the first thought that loomed through his mind was, it's over, Grindelwald has spotted the opportunity and decided to strike Mr. Hap. Don't worry, Grindelwald said with a wide grin, I'm here to help. The rest of the dozen or so wizards in the area gathered around, and they heard Horace Grimstitch ask warily, how can I trust you? For a moment, the situation became unclear. Grindelwald said nothing, other than raising his empty hand, and it became clear to everyone. If Grindelwald had been hostile, he would not have bothered to explain to them. Horace Grimstitch hesitated slightly and moved out of the way. Grindelwald walked unhurriedly towards Felix, and Grimstitch shouted at his back, Mr. Grindelwald, don't forget, we are wizards. Grindelwald paused slightly and repeated, you're right, we're wizards. The whole crowd watched as Grindelwald and Felix stood side by side. He slightly turned his head sideways, and it seemed like they were whispering with each other, although they couldn't hear what the two of them were talking about. The crack under Mr. Hap's feet stopped expanding. They felt very mixed emotions. Grindelwald. The crowd murmured the name. This drama is of course created by Felix. He had indeed gotten into trouble earlier, but not because of a lack of magic power, which he now had in terrifying abundance, but rather on how to divide his attention between the two tasks of maintaining the massive size of the floating island from collapsing while still building a solid magic channel, both of them equally tedious and important. But the solution is also very simple, splitting another thought to divide the work into two, which will dramatically reduce the difficulty. But when Felix was about to do so, he suddenly thought that he could take this opportunity to solve the problem of the merger of African magical communities that he had not been able to deal with before. At that moment, Felix and his other self looked at each other face to face. What are we going to talk about? God knows, just act a bit friendly. Anyway, it is to show the outside world that the two sides have reached a reconciliation, and in the process, let's give Grindelwald a positive reputation. This old man may have done a lifetime of bad things, but the recent ones have nothing to do with him. A silence followed for a moment. Have you thought it over? This face no longer could be used to do bad deeds. Grindelwald asked seriously. I thought it over, I can afford it. The sun was high in the sky, and the golden light shone on the sea. Grindelwald's figure had disappeared, and Felix remained alone. He hesitantly looked over the sea. The distant stirred-up water mists refracted the sunlight to create a rainbow, which looked beautiful. After a difficult labor, the earth beneath his feet has shrunk by a circle, while the reef and submarine rocks are more closely connected to each other, so it is no longer scattered, and truly bears the outline of an island. Plus the most basic magic channel construction is now complete, and based on the magic he invested, the island can stay afloat for several years. Moreover, there will certainly be many wizards living on this island in the future, and their escaping magic will be collected like the ancient defense system of Hogwarts and used to maintain the existence of the floating island itself, forming a virtuous circle. The Sorting Hat was a great help. Felix sighed in his heart, but would the future wizards living on the island be considered his subjects? It should not be regarded as that, at best he has the ownership. Felix felt extremely reluctant to think of himself piloting the floating island for the next few years, like a scavenger salvaging the right size reefs from the ocean to expand the landscape. Actually, there is no need to do it alone, this will become a real window of integration between the two societies. Felix thought to himself as he watched Horace Grimstitch walking towards him, and with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he whispered. A place where magic and technology can integrate. What did you say, Felix? Horace Grimstitch asked, having vaguely overheard. I was thinking about the future of this island beneath our feet. Felix said with a straight face, his mind continuing to wander. The wizard ahem, he is actually capable of creating an underwater city in the depths of the ocean, but after this idea circled in his mind for a moment, he shelved it for later for reasons similar to not constructing Wizard's Village on the moon. Both methods would alienate wizards from ordinary people and would defeat his original purpose. But it would be nice to secretly create a private holiday spot in the Marianas Trench. Felix suddenly frowned and took the communication mirror out of his ring, where aching Bade was pounding the frame of his mirror desperately. Babajid. Felix? Thank goodness we finally got through to you. What's happened? Felix asked calmly, then he thought of the other man's current situation. Didn't we discuss the whole plan? You, as a representative of the Confederation, need to participate in the live TV broadcast and objectively explain from the standpoint of a wizard. The problem is, there are rumors going around that you are planning to create a big meteor and destroy the entire American continent. Aching Bad's face got slightly distorted in the communication mirror. Felix listened in disbelief. Who started this rumor, hey? He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. There are still hundreds of satellites overhead gazing at him. After thinking about it, he casually found a reason. Let's say the International Confederation of Wizards and the Pan-Magic Alliance are planning to hold a Christmas bonfire to celebrate the departure of the American wizards from evil clutches. Number Book 2. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 725, Chapter 725 Celebration. When he put away the communication mirror, Felix couldn't help but laugh. Rumors always caught more attention than facts, especially when they were paired with a short, concise, and easily spreadable sensational headline. It would have been perfect if the rumor could creatively explain major events in history with complex explanations in 3 or 2 phrases. Not only will it most likely be popular at the time, but it will also gain everlasting vitality thereafter. To avoid being impacted by the unique charm exuded by these lovely rumors, it would be best to provide another topic worthy of being talked about, in addition to disclosing the truth in a timely manner. Thus, I'm going to organize a Christmas bonfire, Felix said. Here. Horace Grimstitch was somewhat perplexed to hear this response, and he stomped his foot and turned around in place. Oh, good idea, he said reluctantly, but it didn't take him that long to change his mind and begin to become deeply fascinated with this idea. Christmas at sea. Bonfire night. Guys. Grimstitch hunched over and shouted excitedly at the suitcase, which made the normally serious and old-fashioned man look a bit crazy. He turned his head sideways and explained, "People need to be happy." He remained hunched on the ground as he spoke, looking somewhat comical. Before anyone outside could comment, about 7 or 8 hands stretched out from the suitcase and dragged him inside without warning. After a few moments, a hollow echo came from the suitcase, like an old loudspeaker with dubious quality operating, but the squeals and cheers could still be clearly distinguished in the deafening clamor. Jura walked over to Felix. "Is it true that there's going to be a bonfire?" he asked in a whisper. "Yeah, but it will take a while," Felix said. The others stood at a distance, and a young Auror tried to come over but was pulled back by his companion, who shook his head slowly but firmly and looked over with a serious expression as if the two were talking about some profound issue. "Will we be attacked?" Jura blurted out the most fearful worry in his heart. "That's why we have to be patient," Felix explained, "until the drill is over, and we take control of the island to depart. Not now, so in theory, yet," he said in a relaxed tone, "there is an actual possibility that we could be attacked by deadly weapons." He stepped over and picked a dry rock to sit on, breathing the cold, biting sea air and tilting his head toward the azure sky. A few dozen kilometers in all directions are within his range of view, but he's not actually paying attention to everything, as he just sat in silence. The huge magical power surging through the island seemed to be an extension of his limbs, and countless tiny runes flickered between the cracks of rocks and stones. He began to recall the experience of the past 6 months bit by bit. From the initial surprise to calm acceptance and active mediation, the role he played grew larger and larger, and now he finally placed himself on one end of the scale, tilting the weight of peace written on the other end high. He stood at the forefront of all the wizards, and any eyes directed at this group would inevitably focus directly on him and confront his presence. As the sun rose to its highest point in the day, Aching Bade showed up, winded and dusty, with the happy news. "It's over." 20 minutes ago, the spokesperson walked out of the White House. He talked incoherently with excitement, his face blossoming with a smile. "I used the portkaya in order to tell you the news personally." Even if he appeared to be very calm, when the dust settled and everything drew to a conclusion, Felix quietly felt a sense of relief in his heart, as if a weight had been lifted. He did not care what kind of heated play happened in Washington, hundreds of kilometers away from the coast in the past few hours. Even when Aching Bade told him that the other side extended an invitation, ready to restart negotiations, he did not show any unusual expression. "That is something for the future. All that needs to be done now is to welcome tomorrow's Christmas, and after that, the New Year." Half an hour later, the floating island left towards the deep sea. The president in the White House, who saw this scene through the satellite transmission feed, sighed in relief and sat down in his chair, covered in a cold sweat. The senior officials and cabinet members around him also breathed a sigh of relief, as the stone in their hearts fell to the ground. Now there is no one in the world who knows more about the strength of the other side than they do. Other countries can only rely on the satellite in the sky to observe and assess from a distance, while they are the party that experienced it firsthand, so they can do more. All kinds of complex probing equipment were installed throughout the port and surrounding areas along with the military a week ago. Of course, now all the equipment has failed and turned into some kind of state that is completely unexplainable by the existing scientific system. An hour ago, they were heatedly debating whether to use the ultimate card, a decision that is not so easy to make, and other countries have also politely conveyed their meaning through explicit and implicit means. Once they use the nuclear bomb, the situation will most likely go completely out of control. That's something all countries don't want to see. Of course, the White House also does not want to see that. They have used all means at home and abroad to force the wizards to create a head-to-head confrontation, but it was not to pull themselves into the abyss of war. This was done with the foreboding that wizards would seriously damage their interests in the future, or rather, the higher the presence of wizards, the more threatening it would be to their worldwide voice. Since this is the case, it becomes necessary to suppress the most influential international wizard organization at the moment as much as possible. The best outcome they envisaged was to create a worldwide anti-wizard movement, while they themselves would adopt a strategy of soliciting and fighting against their own wizards, by using various political means to attract and divide the entire wizard community, under the pretext of either racial distinctions or differences in lineage, but all these scenarios were based on one premise: the International Confederation of Wizards must disintegrate. The International Pan-Magical Alliance is just an empty shell in their view. They almost witnessed the rejuvenation of the International Confederation of Wizards, which was in decline. It was all because of one man, Felix Happ. His books about the non-magical world became the standard textbook for wizards to study the developments of the non-magical world very easily. The system of runes he created was made available for countless wizards to study. The negotiation strategy he formulated became a reality step by step, especially this part, which made countless people sigh with regret if not for the image that wizards had laid in front of the world in the previous months. The current situation where everyone was watching and waiting on the sidelines would not have occurred, not to mention the tacit agreement about cooperation being the main focus and confrontation being secondary. Needless to say, Happ has personally shown an ability that is comparable to that of a god today. That is the key concern. In the eyes of the President and Cabinet, the construction of a floating island is not the scariest thing. On the contrary, it fits their fantasy of magic. What truly scares them is the seemingly harmless and fairy tale magic that has enveloped the whole city, the effect of which is somewhat similar to that of a black and white drawing book that children use to practice doodling. The hidden message behind this magic made them give up on the idea of escalating the conflict any further, and it pretty much sealed the deal. An hour ago, a small unit of troops closest to New York quietly entered the city, and they detonated hundreds of small explosives, which didn't cause any damage to the city, as if the two were not in the same world. What does it imply? The nukes probably won't help, and there is a high probability that they might not even work. Even if they detonate in front of that person, the likelihood of them threatening the other party is infinitely close to zero. As for the what-if feasibility, no one dares to gamble on the consequences. If it happens to fry someone he values, the whole country will be in the dust. A silence fell over the White House as the president read in a low voice the title he seemed to have given to another wizard in the newspaper, and it seemed as if it served as the best footnote to the conflict. Archmage? The sword-bearer. A different scene unfolded on the floating island. One by one, the wizards in the suitcases stepped out of it, and gawked around like newborn babies with curious and timid hearts. The adults talked in twos and threes, and the children played and fooled around on the uneven reefs and submarine rocks, tirelessly pulling small fish, shrimp, and seaweed out of the crevices. Felix and Aching Bait avoided the crowds and strolled on the relatively flat ground. You're going to turn this place into a land where wizards and muggles can peacefully coexist? Let magic and technology merge. Felix nodded lightly. And also going to invite wise wizards, muggle scientists, and companies from all over the world. Again, he nodded. That's a lot of projects. Aching Bait said with emotion. After a while, he stepped down and suddenly asked, Felix, what do you think about me relocating the Confederation headquarters here? Felix looked at him in wonder. Aching Bait smiled, the wrinkles on his face stretched out. In fact, I have long entertained this idea. During the time when we managed to sign the treaty with several countries, and the circumstances were promising, I was thinking that the Confederation headquarters must not remain hidden, but I wasn't able to think of a new destination yet, and it wasn't the right time. But this thought popped into my head repeatedly, and I first considered Strasbourg, where some of the international Muggle organizations are also located, but what could be a better place than an island built by the wizards themselves? I don't have any problem with that. Felix replied after some thought. At that moment a young Aura approached, looking at Felix with eyes full of reverence. He said to the two men, some people offered to renovate the surrounding area for the bonfire night. President Grimstitch sent me over to ask you guys. Felix and Aching Bait exchanged a look, and they naturally had no objection. As a result, there was a flurry of activity. More wizards gushed out from the suitcase, and with great enthusiasm, they volunteered to assist in fixing the grounds and applying protective magic. Still, soon they faced the dilemma of not having enough materials. This problem was partially solved when Felix undid the magic in the suitcase. The 2-kilometer radius at the center of the island got replaced by a camp, and then he contacted the headquarters of Future World Company. Originally he was planning to ask Lupin to prepare some tents and campfire supplies for the bonfire, which he would personally retrieve. Sirius proposed a whimsical idea, which Felix considered feasible, and Ms. Bones agreed to provide manpower support, so the big event, which was repeatedly described by countless historians, was finalized. Hundreds of wizards stepped out of the flames, bringing all kinds of building materials with them, and with the wave of their wands, hundreds of houses of various shapes and sizes appeared out of the blue. More and more wizards arrived, and the scene quickly turned into a wizard celebration comparable to the Quidditch World Cup finals. Even Sirius, who came up with the idea, was shocked by the sheer size of the crowd, and he smacked his lips and said, there might not be enough space, right? A crammed place could accommodate 200,000 or 300,000 people with the help of magic. Felix said with certainty, but when he spotted the vendors pushing carts and peddling their merchandise, he suspected that he had spoken too soon. Later in the afternoon, he saw sneaky Fred and George, who were peddling Weasley fireworks around. When they spotted Felix looking at them, they immediately smiled wryly and fled. Not surprisingly, there was a spectacular fireworks display at sea that night. The whole celebration lasted for half a month, and it was nothing like the solitary Christmas Felix had expected. Even New Year's Day was filled with noise, and the vast sea seemed to connect the wizards from the north to south. Every day he could see familiar figures, dazed and seemingly carelessly wandering around. Luna was hugging Valen and waved at him. Hermione managed to find Sirius's new motorcycle, which Harry and Ron would occasionally borrow for a ride. Former ancient Rune Professor Bath's Haida babbling. Professor Burbage who is concerned about the soil of the island. Delirious Trelawney. Lupin and Tonks, Hogwarts students, professors, Ministry of Magic officials, pen pals who he has never met, and even journalists. Their story has only just begun. Author. Basically, the main story ends here, and the sequel chapters, epilogues, will be updated a day later. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 726, Epilogue, 5 years later. Emotional thread, please read at your own discretion, smiley face. 5 years have passed, and it's yet another summer. Time flies. On one side of the couch, Ms. Bones said with a smile. Opposite to her is Hermione, who has just returned from abroad. After finishing a 2-year inspector duty in the International Pan-Magical Alliance, she is dressed in formal clothes, her hair is pulled together behind her head, and her body exudes a refined temperament. How was your experience traveling around the world? Ms. Bones passed her a cup of tea. Great. Hermione said with a wide smile, taking small sips of the hot tea and groaning in satisfaction. Then she sighed and said, I seem to have used up my lifetime travel quota, so unless it's a hard-to-miss chance, I'm going to stay in our country for good. That's good news, Ms. Bones said in a jubilant tone, you can come back and continue to work as my secretary. I got my hands full with lots of things to do while you were away. Hermione looked at her with a pout. Am I only supposed to be a secretary? Ms. Bones laughed. Oh, you still want to be Minister of Magic, good drive, little girl, it more or less brings me some relief in the current situation. Looking at Hermione's puzzled expression, she explained, Scrimgeour is older and might retire earlier than me, and as Thick Ness, Crouch Sr. who serves as an advisor he adopted a half-nephew last year, and has only made a handful of appearances in the ministry since then. Other senior-ranking officials are only good at one field, such as Ludo Bagman, Phoebus Penrose, Arthur Weasley. Now the demands placed on the minister have grown so high that I have to spend every day studying and trying to deal with various sectors. She said with some annoyance, a certain fellow stays in school and no longer makes a public appearance, and the few times I wrote to him, he sent me a perfunctory letter. You mean the professor? Hermione asked, perking up her ears. He is the one, Ms. Bones said indignantly, then she gently rubbed her forehead and softened her tone, I can actually understand Felix's behavior, he seems to deliberately isolate himself from the general public, just like Dumbledore after 1945. As the most important deterrent force in the present world, his private life gets blurred. The sword-bearer, that's what they call him. Hermione nodded slowly, recalling the last 2 years of experience, she now had a deeper understanding of Bones' words. No matter where she went, people would zealously inquire about the professor's private affairs, and when she cherry-picked and described the unimportant details of his life to them, these people would show complete shock and amazement, as if the myth had shown into reality. Hermione was deeply impressed by a response from a particular person. Is what you have said true? Mr. Happ sat down to eat with you? Won't you feel pressured, still have a glass of wine once in a while? He is also very skilled at dancing? Oops, I always thought he would be he gestured with his finger in mid-air for a while, and then he failed to elaborate his thoughts. The man said with an apologetic smile, sorry, I've only seen him on TV and newspapers. Well, I also collected one copy of a magic newspaper, which reported about the bonfire night on the floating island, which has now been turned into a small city. But Hermione is well aware, in the mind of that person or many people, the name Felix Happ has long ceased to represent a specific person, it has become more akin to an abstract symbol, a law or a rule. Such impressions will become more and more solid with the passage of time. 5 years ago, when the grand Christmas bonfire at sea on the floating island ended, everything returned to tranquility, and since then, the magical and non-magical communities began to work together in an orderly manner, with occasional twists and turns, but there are no more major conflicts. Everything went on smoothly. 6 months later, their class graduated from school when Harry and Ron chose to travel around, and she dived into the heavy workload in the Ministry of Magic. There were so many things that needed to be sorted out. Politics, economics, culture, law, education, art. Yes, art. One of the first things Miss Granger did after joining the ministry was to host an international art exhibition in England, an exhibition of works that originated after being inspired by the super magic Professor Happ left behind in New York Harbor. Although Hermione had long seen the relevant pictures in the newspaper, still she had to admit that those artists picked a tricky enough angle. She had stopped in front of a 6-meter-long panoramic overlook photo gallery called The Art of God for a long time, and the description on the nameplate stated that the work was made up of thousands of photos which encompassed both broad views of the city and cleverly integrated hundreds of details. It is even accompanied by the artist's comment about it: if there is a God, he appeared on December 24, 1997, to turn the helm of human destiny gently in a new direction. But Hermione knew that God has his own worries, such as grading student test papers, shortlisting the list of the first batch of scientists to join the floating island, selecting birthday gifts for Muggle friends. Hermione, who recalled this, took a sip of tea to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. It made her think about what the professor said at the time. I'm not very good at this, I have asked Sirius, Remus, and even Harry, but they have no idea of what gifts they would like to receive for their first child, let alone Severus, so help me out, Miss Granger. This happened not long after the new year, and the targets of the questions were all busy. None of them planned on having a baby in the near future at that time, especially Harry, who must have been baffled when he was asked he and Ginny wanted to get married by the end of this year, 2003. How's little Rosalie? Hermione asked. Good as gold, Ms. Bones grunted through her nose. Sirius often carries her to visit Harry and Lupin, and every day before I leave the office I have to use the communication mirror to check where my husband and daughter are, and frankly, I'm not quite accustomed to house elves calling me your honorable lady. Sirius isn't used to it either, but he seems to think it's funny. Hermione pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Rosalie is the female version of Sirius' brother Regulus' name, who was born 3 years ago around the same time as Lupin and Tonk's first child, and together with Bill and Fliss' child, who is a year older than them, the 3 little ones fit perfectly as playmates. When she stepped out of the office, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Bones gave her a month off. A lot of people you know, and many familiar places have changed a lot. Take a look around, and then come to work in good spirits. The position of chief assistant of the minister's office is reserved for you. She wandered over to the Aura office, and along the way, all the staff showed surprise and welcomed her return. The office in question is divided into many cubicles, the outside of which is labeled with Aura's name along with the nature and scope of the work they're responsible for, while the interior walls are covered with portraits of wanted criminals, posters, photos of family members, recent news clippings that correspond to their personal interests and other things that look eye-catching and diverse. Hermione quickly found Harry, Ron, and Neville's space based on her memory, but all 3 seats were empty. Potter and Weasley have been rotated to the floating island post, and Longbottom is in charge of investigating a case of potion material smuggling. Nearby Auror said to her, he had a long beard and looked like a scaled-down Hagrid. You know, as the list of magic potions suitable for ordinary people's constitution has become longer and longer, the smuggling in that aspect has become more and more frequent. Hermione nodded slightly. She was aware of the smuggling problem mentioned by the Auror, which has become a common headache for all ministries of magic, but the place where the black market trade is most rampant is certainly America, sort of one of the follow-up impacts of the drill incident back then. Then there is Future World Corporation, whose headquarters was moved to the floating island a long time ago, earlier than the relocation of the Confederation's headquarters, which has now also served as the International Pan-Magic Alliance headquarters, as both of which completed their merger 6 months ago with the retirement of Aching Bate and the takeover of Professor Hap. Over the years, the number of people on the island gradually increased, and various ministries of magic regularly sent Aurors to maintain order on the island. Where's Tonks? Oh, she should be on the island too, along with Lupin and Collins. Tonks applied for permanent duty on the island 6 months ago. After all, her family is there, and as for Ms. Foley, the bearded Auror revealed a smile that only he could understand, as he said seriously, I'll just describe what happened to you. Weasley originally did not have to join in the routine patrol, but he blurted out something at the last party, saying that Collins had taken the initiative to court him. Hermione held her forehead. She could totally imagine what happened after that, Ron running away in a panic, with Collins chasing after him with a knife. Her eyes went over to Harry's space, where there is a picture of him and Ginny together, both riding on broomsticks, with Ginny in her Holyhead Harpies uniform, 2 separate pictures pasted on Ron's cubicle, and papers scattered on the desk that seemed to have been haphazardly pushed into the corner to make room for the chessboard in the middle before he left. It turned out to be a wizard's chess set, with the pieces bouncing around so lively that if it weren't for the fishbowl-like glass shell holding them inside, they would have run out and bounced around. A piece of paper was stuck on the outside of the glass shell, which read, Dangerous items, avoid contact. Hermione's pupils flashed with a silver glint, and she could see that the pieces are densely woven with rune symbols. He hadn't finished when I left, she said with a sigh. What? Oh. The bearded Auror said with great interest, the famous Knight Weasley, the stag who shares common traces with Floating Island's Ouroboros patroness, Longbottom who can enter the dream world, Malfoy who established the first joint wizard-muggle hospital, Lovegood, who discovered many kinds of magical creatures in a row, and of course, there's also you, Miss Granger, There are really a lot of talents emerging these years. He then lowered his voice and said, "You're back just in time. I've heard some gossip. Ms. Bones is planning to step down as minister, and she might spend the next few years looking for new minister candidates." Hermione raised her eyebrow. "It's true." Bearded Auror said hurriedly, "I heard Potter will soon be promoted to head of Auror's office post, Weasley will be reassigned to Muggle Liaison Office, and Longbottom will solely take over the responsibility for smuggling cases, but it was rumored that he has other plans, and has recently been frequenting Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade." "Thank you, Tuttle." Hermione said, "I think it's too early for me to think about that. Kingsley is an excellent wizard." "Oh, Kingsley." The bearded wizard said, somewhat lost in thought, "You're right, he's a good fit in every aspect." After leaving the Ministry of Magic, Hermione strolled through the streets of London, where the traces of magic seemed to unknowingly occupy their place in the city as if they were originally meant to do so. She pushed the door into a bookshop, and on a separate shelf, Dumbledore's caring face watched her a biography jointly authored by Harry and Elphias Doge, with a purple ribbon-bound cover that read bestseller for 3 years in a row. But today, there was another wizard book placed in the center, and Hermione stared at the title on it with an odd expression on her face, Harry Potter, and the huge poster next to it explained everything, with the young face of Mafalda Pruitt printed on it, with a wide smile. An exclusive unraveling of real student life on a school of witchcraft and wizardry, unveiling a glimpse into the curtain of Legends saga from the perspective of key characters. Observed personally by the writer for 3 years to obtain first-hand information, 5th to 7th grade content, combined with multiple interviews with the parties involved and those who experienced it to restore the truth. The first film under the same name will be released on June 25. Hermione stared dazedly. Past memories came back to her mind. Oh my god, Mafalda actually wrote about Harry in a book, he must be pissed off. I wonder what he looks like in the film? She glanced at the calendar next to her, today happens to be the 25th. She picked up Dumbledore's biography and Harry Potter, she had read the former many times, and hesitantly touched the book with the title The Lion and the Firebird, authored by Sybil Trelawney as she moved her fingers in between. She was not interested in Trelawney's book, and did not question why this divination book had been placed in a Muggle bookshop with such prominence. Perhaps it was because she did occasionally display the gift of the seer, Hermione reasoned with herself. What really intrigued her about the book was the testimonial on the cover. Mars has been historically known for its association with war and conflict. When it moves closer to us, those who are gifted and sensitive by nature will be the first to be affected. Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald, Tom Riddle, Voldemort, Felix Happ, including the author herself, their birthdays all validate this law, and now that this day has come again, what changes will it bring to us? Mars. Hermione chewed on this word, and after a short time she muttered, "Old fraud." But she still took that book to the counter and paid for it, and stuffed the 3 books into her beaded pouch, to which the shopkeeper asked with interest, "Wizard. Can you do me a favor?" The shopkeeper immediately added, "I will give you a 20% discount." Hermione stared at her blankly in surprise. "Well," the shopkeeper said with a smile, "my daughter, Lily really likes the Little Wizard Mix Adventures, can you please just cast a random spell to let her see it personally?" Hermione hesitated for a moment and asked, "What is her favorite?" "Anything, ma'am." The shopkeeper instantly said, "Little things that girls like, bows, dolls, kittens." Hermione bit her lip, then held out her hand, and gradually, a pair of beautiful butterflies outlined in the air, then they flew in the air and landed in the shopkeeper's hand. "They are bows when they are not moving, and can also accompany your daughter to play together." "Thank you so much." "It's nothing. Well, do you know the nearest cinema?" "Sure. There's one right around the corner." Hermione said thank you and walked out of the bookshop, where she followed the directions given to her by the shopkeeper and found the cinema on the adjacent block. As a result, she was a bit dumbfounded. There was a curved queue from the entrance of the cinema to the back door, and all these people seemed to be here for the first Harry Potter film. She looked around, then slipped into an alley when the others weren't looking, and the next second, she appeared a few kilometers away. It took her 3 cinemas in a row to find a place with fewer people. There was only one person ahead of her in line, and that person was wearing a long trench coat, carrying a small suitcase in his hand, with short black hair, and that day's newspaper in his other hand. "A ticket to the Harry Potter film," the man paused, seemingly finding it very intriguing. I've been looking forward to this for years." The ticket seller obviously didn't take the year's comment seriously and casually asked, "Got an inside scoop, hey?" "Sort of." Hermione's eyes widened, and her heart suddenly beat faster. She approached the ticket counter, but the man had already taken his ticket and left. She bought her ticket quickly, and in the process, she couldn't help but look around anxiously, and then she bent down to sit sneakily on the opposite side of that man, who reclined on the sofa armchair, unfolding the newspaper and reading it with great interest, and Hermione caught Earth and Mars distance, moon landing plan, and new breakthroughs in magical science, and other articles. Ahem. She cleared her throat. Even after a few seconds, there was no half-hearted response from the other side. She cleared her throat again, but this time she made some other sounds, after which she heard a key. Didn't finish reading? Your reading speed needs to be improved. The man said, and Hermione could well imagine the look on his face as he spoke, and the little furry, flat-mouthed creature poking her head out of a silver pocket watch near his chest. She caused the cups on the table to make a tinkling sound which already bordered on being noisy. The other side certainly should have noticed. Hermione's heart leaped, and she thought about what to say first, when a long, white hand reached out from behind the newspaper, and tapped lightly on the table, then retracted. A silent spell. Hermione grated her teeth quietly. Professor, you are already under suspicion of breaking the law. Wizards should try to avoid casting magic in public unless they have obtained consent, and that's something he had personally defined. Hermione's eyes flashed with a silver glint. Almost at the same time, an irresistible ripple of magic spread out from the opposite direction, and the somewhat dimly lit environment of the cinema faded off in color while Hermione gasped for breath. Granger, oh, Hermione! Hermione regained her breath and saw Felix and Valen glancing at her past the newspaper, and the corners of Felix's mouth curled up with a smile. What a coincidence, you're here for the film too. A pleasant atmosphere fermented and brewed in the air, gently exuding a wine-like aroma. Hermione's heart beat faster, and she seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Even after 2 years of being an inspector at the International Pan-Magic Alliance, the two still stayed in touch, at intervals of about 2 or 3 months, and occasionally met up on the floating island, but Hermione felt like she had been transported to a different world, that's why she hurriedly came back after only 2 years of being in post. If she counted carefully, they had known each other for a long time, from the 2nd year in the Ancient Rune office listening to Felix teaching mysteries of ancient runes. No, it should be even earlier when she was in her 4th year, he was also in the 4th year. They communicated through letters for as long as 9 years, once a long while. Hermione stroked her hair and said, "Long time no see, Felix." Outside the cinema, people were coming and going in the street. Felix and Hermione followed the crowd out. It was dusk, the sky seemed as if it had just rained, even the air was humid, and the puddles on the ground reflected the sky with the soft haze of the sunset. The two stood at the entrance of the cinema for a while. No one spoke. People who watched the film passed them by, discussing the plot enthusiastically as they walked. It was fabulous. But how come Felix Happ didn't appear? He's going to be recruited in the following year. Didn't you see the Easter egg at the end of the film? That person who applied for the job should be him. A girl commented her input. I heard that quite a few famous actors have volunteered, even though the crew said his part is relatively limited. Gee, I'd rather see him in an independent film. He's a living legend. What do you think about having Bradley Fitzgerald play Felix Happ? No. The girl said with a fierce attitude. His jaw is too round, and he looks like a blacksmith. The two talked and laughed as they left. Hermione pursed her lips a little. Seriously, I'd like to see your independent film too. You know I wouldn't like it, Felix said, shaking his head slightly, his light blue eyes glued to her. I've made very few public appearances in the past few years, basically staying in school. It's due to both my personality and more practical considerations. I'm too prominent, so unless I intend to turn the magical world into my sole domain, it's best to tone down my edge. Edge? Hermione thought of the conversation she had with Ms. Bones during the day. The sword of Damocles? The sword bearer. Felix said with slight distress. People seem to readily accept this term, and even took the liberty of placing me in the position of the 2nd-generation sword bearer, but compared to other more exaggerated titles, I found it not bad, and it also contains an implicit expectation of the people. Whether it is the sword of Damocles or the sword bearer, it will not be easily shown to the people, and only used for intimidation purposes. But no one can ignore his presence. Hermione smiled brightly, but her heart did not budge as she laid a verbal trap. Oh yes, I almost forgot to ask, how is Professor McGonagall? Minerva is fine, she still occasionally gives public classes to students, but she's usually quite busy, Felix said with a nod. Hermione looked over quickly with a probing look in her eyes as she stepped closer. Truly surprising, I remember she was busy even when Headmaster Dumbledore was around. Felix said uncomfortably, ahem, Miss Granger. Call me Hermione. Well, Hermione. Felix paused for a moment to find an excuse for his laziness, and of course to be honest. That does seem rather odd. Perhaps there's a way to explain this phenomenon. Minerva is so dedicated to her duties to the point where even the slightest hint of an issue draws her attention, whereas Dumbledore and I, well, we're more than happy to watch from the sidelines for a while and let the issue be exposed more thoroughly. For example, just like how Dad and Mom fight over chores, Hermione continued his words, it's not necessarily true that one is lazier than the other, or inattentive, but that the two have different standards of judging cleanliness and fail to reach a common understanding. When she finished, she stared at him with a burning gaze. Felix froze. That's not the analogy I came up with, but it's very good life wisdom. It's just you know too little about it. Hermione blurted out. After saying that, her face became hot, like the evening sun in the sky. She lowered her head, showing only a reddened forehead, and said in a weak mosquito whisper, I only figured it out by watching my mom and dad, too, I think. Felix looked at her fixedly, as if looking at a difficult magic dilemma. I am going to travel. He abruptly said. What? A travel? Felix gestured at his suitcase and newspaper with his eyes. The distance from Mars to Earth is at its closest during this time, and I'm going to go up there to see it. Then he asked in a soft tone, I remember you once mentioned I had just returned from the moon at the time when you told me that if there is another opportunity, you would also like to tag along to space to see. He suddenly felt his mouth go a little dry and his heart beat faster. He could now command a magic that could envelop an entire city easily without any external help, but he still couldn't figure out how to handle the situation in front of him, nor know the answer in advance. Then an irrelevant thought popped into his head, he must master time magic more quickly. He pretended to be calm and said. Of course, so much time has passed, you may have forgotten it. Many people, when they are young, have a momentary impulse, wild thoughts which will eventually fade away, but if your thoughts have not changed, still willing. I do. Hermione looked up and shouted. I wish to ask you to accompany me. There was silence. Then a strong urge surged through his heart, and Felix took a major step in his life, embracing Hermione in the setting sun and brilliant haze, and their shadows nestled together. It was as if the whole world had gone quiet, and the rain drizzled, with a hazy rainbow reflected on the rain. For a good while, the two looked at each other and then smiled together. Passerby sent their blessings. They looked no different from other lovers, except that the topic of their discussion was slightly shocking. How far is Mars, from us? About 60 million kilometers. It sounds so far, with only the two of us. Key. Oh, and Valen. It's actually not that far, it's only 2-day travel. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 727, Epilogue, Lovegood. Luna Lovegood opened her eyes and stared at the ever-shifting clouds in the sky, the pure sunlight shining on her face through the gaps in the Brazilian rainforest. The air was fresh and refreshing. Her husband, Rolf's commander, was taking photos of a plant 2 kilometers away. A small bug crawled on her. They had been in this rainforest for 3 months, looking for what the locals described as a glowing bird that flies in a rainbow, which an 8-year-old boy claimed to have seen with his own eyes at the river, but unfortunately, it vanished in the blink of an eye. The source was absolutely reliable, but it was impossible to tell if it was true or not. It could be that the boy had a momentary lapse of vision and mistakenly made a link between a rainbow and some kind of beautiful bird he couldn't name, such as a toucan, but they still showed up nevertheless, treating it as their honeymoon trip. They searched the nearby waters and ponds, and only found some beautiful feathers and a few blue gemstones. Now those feathers and gems are kept in a small box along with the dirigible plum earrings, cork necklace, and pebble diadem. In the words of Rolf, you should accommodate the aesthetics of ordinary people and have 1 or 2 pieces of normal jewelry. Luna inhaled the rich scent of grass and earth and drifted off to sleep. Some time later, she was awakened by the whistling sound of an intruder charm, and it was Rolf's commander, who had returned carrying a camera and a thick book. Found another endangered wild plant, Rolf said, left a detector close by for the local Environmental Protection Department to pay a visit. He looked at his wife who bounced up from the ground and couldn't help but frown. You're lying on the ground again. Luna hastily took out the wand tucked inside the thick hair at the back of her head and pointed it at herself. A white mist evaporated from her dew-soaked clothes, as she spun around in place with great enthusiasm and bounced twice. How about now? Fine. Rolf muttered in a small voice. The two began to pack their tent. Today is the last day of their stay in the rainforest, and both were a little reluctant to leave this place. Halfway through packing their things, they sat down in the middle of their big bags and flipped through a thick photo album. This is the local village and its residents. I like them, they love to tell jokes. Luna interjected. That's right, 1 joke per 3 sentences. Here's a picture of me playing football with them, and look, how happy they are. That's a victory smile. I think if it had been Quidditch I might not have lost so badly. You were studying their weaving techniques on the side, so who exactly was taking the pictures? Anyway, I feel it's necessary to remind you that the locals use this technique to make fishing tools, not to weave vines onto their bodies. At the Wizard's Tavern, we met 2 new wizard friends from Castle Bruxo and one of them insisted on cursing my little thumb. Nice stunning spell back there, dear. A toucan wandered into the tent, but ended up getting scared off by a magic lamp. Next, several magical creatures unique to Brazil, all discovered by you first. How strange, it reminds me of our first meeting. He clicked his tongue and flipped the album forward, skimming over nearly a third of the wedding photos and stopping at the very first few pages. 2 heads came together. Luna, a few years younger than she is now, is crouched on the ground, reaching out to pet a creature that looks a lot like a ferret, the little fellow munching on a steaming hot dog, with its eyes narrowed pleasantly. The background is a snowy, Glacial landscape. Seriously, I've spent 2 years searching the Arctic, Rolf said sourly, and ended up with nothing, so I strongly suspected that my grandfather had omitted some crucial information. Nevertheless, I didn't exactly return empty-handed. Luna hummed happily from the side a tune that sounded like a piece composed by the Weird Sisters 12 years ago, a great victory. Rolf hummed a couple of lines along. Near noon, they walked out of the Brazilian rainforest with 2 suitcases, one large and one small. After Rolf handed over a thick stack of photos to a local wildlife preservation group, the two made their way to the border, where they registered and returned to England via a port at. Wizards are truly born explorers. A cross-border patrol officer said. We always have been. Rolf replied. Hey, I'm talking about the one who landed on Mars. The officer teased. On the hills near the Ottery St. Catchpole village, the grass was rippled by the wind in a large circle and a small house that looked like a tipped rook was in sight. My dear daughter. You are back. Xenophilius Lovegood ran out of the house to embrace Luna, who gently patted her father on the back. Xenophilius was dressed in messy clothes, his cotton candy-like hair haphazardly tangled into one mass like a discarded bird's nest, and his eye problem seemed to have worsened, so he used it as an excuse to pretend he didn't see the man next to his daughter until Rolf took the initiative to greet him, and he reluctantly gave the other man an extremely perfunctory hug. Sorry, I forgot your name, Roman. It's Rolf. Luna said jovially. Xenophilius clicked his tongue, his one eye seemed to roll out of its socket, he gave his daughter's husband a sidelong glance with his other eye, then without a word he took the suitcase from Luna's hand and pulled her towards the black door with his other hand. Rolf's commander shook his head and followed. This attitude is considered good. According to some journalist who sneaked into the wedding and was kicked out in the middle of the occasion, the old widower Lovegood seems to have plotted to hex his son-in-law during the wedding ceremony and turn him into a big-mouthed colored plimpy. Too bad it didn't succeed, or it would have hopefully contended for the biggest scoop of the week in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Happ, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, the Scamanders, and a host of other family and friends. But Rolf knows that was pure nonsense, or at least not entirely true. In contrast, he believed that Xenophilius originally intended to transform him into a horn of Erumpent, because when he first visited here as a guest, he had inadvertently broken the secret of the gift that Mr. Lovegood had given to his daughter. The grey curved horn purchased from a smuggler's hand, was not a horn of a crumple-horned snorkack but a horn of Erumpent, which is extremely dangerous to keep at home. Then he paid the price for his straightforwardness. The interior of the house is a standard round shape, like a round pepper shaker. The kitchen is on the ground floor, with flowers, insects, and birds painted on the stove, sink, and cupboards. Up a cast-iron revolving staircase, the second floor is a more disorganized living room and studio, where an old printing machine occupies the best light and position, and the other places are scattered with miscellaneous items. It is clear that Mr. Lovegood is not in the mood to clean up the house during his daughter's absence. A few palm-sized, animal-shaped magic lamps flew around the ceiling. 2 staircases extend upward from this floor, leading to the bedrooms of Luna and Mr. Lovegood respectively. The three spent the afternoon sorting out the travel materials, with Mr. Lovegood still treating Rolf like air, but asking questions and caring about Luna, and showing a surprising amount of curiosity about all sorts of interesting details that happened on the trip. Oops, is that so? This seems to validate a certain theory. Luna's observation skills amazed the 2 men present, and Rolf felt somewhat sorry that these brilliant perspectives would only appear in the unreliable magazine The Quibbler, and be published alongside bizarre tales of flame elves, quivering maggots, and life on Mars. That last one doesn't exactly count. When Mr. Happ and Mrs. Granger returned from Mars, the answer to this question did not matter, as people plunged into a wild fantasy, obsessing over the topic of possible immigration to an alternative planet in their lifetimes, and it took them a long time to realize that the next closest point of Mars to Earth would not be until 2018. In the subsequent years, 6 space stations have been established on the Moon. Luna abruptly looked up at the ceiling. We have about 1,000 people above our heads. She said. I'm really worried those people will fall off, Xenophilius said, but if they can sit on a flying broom. In the evening, Mr. Lovegood was in a good mood and prepared to show off his cooking skills. When Luna suggested giving Rolf an opportunity to cook, he has all the Lovegood family's cooking recipes. Then he has taken a big advantage. Mr. Lovegood muttered, no one else has had a chance to see it yet, except for the gnomes in the garden. He began to talk about the last time the Happs visited the house. Felix Happ is a good man, both knowledgeable and humorous. I interviewed him about what he saw on Mars, and about the crumple-horned snorkax. He said he owns 2 of them. On the contrary, his wife has no sense of humor. Rolf worked for a while in the kitchen downstairs and peeked out from under the cast-iron stairs when Luna questioned him with a wink. A few spices are missing, but I think I can find them all nearby. Rolf said confidently. After dinner, Mr. Lovegood, who had become much nicer to Rolf, said vaguely, I can taste Pandora's cooking after all these years, maybe it's an illusion. Mom had her vegetable garden. Luna said in a trance. Early the next morning, Luna and Rolf arrived at the Daily Prophet headquarters. Both of them previously penned articles for the Daily Prophet, but then Luna completely went back to the family industry, while Rolf wanted to focus more attention on the survival of magical creatures, just like his grandfather. After exiting the editor-in-chief's office, the two ran head-on into someone in the hallway. Rita Skeeter, a journalist who is passionate about writing articles of a defamatory nature. Rita Skeeter glanced at the two from above her jewel-encrusted, rectangular glasses. Let's see. Luna Lovegood, Rolf's commander, rising stars in the magi zoologist community, worked together brilliantly even before they got married. The wedding was so rushed, that I haven't had a chance to congratulate the two of you. That's because you came uninvited and were evicted. Rolf said seriously. Good materials are hard to come by. Skeeter waved her hand. The big shots gathered, so of course, I had to find a way to blend in. The last time I had this opportunity was 2 years ago, but that time I didn't dare to make a small move. Have you heard of it? Heard of what? Rolf asked with confusion. The big events that I have been eyeing in the recent years were just too dull, but, they... Skeeter's face reddened slightly, her long nails piercing into the crocodile leather purse in her hand. The Quidditch World Cup. Luna abruptly said. Skeeter glanced at her. That's right, the 426th Quidditch World Cup held on the floating island in July 2010. But I've dug up something even bigger, something that will absolutely blow everyone's mind, more explosive than Felix Happ marrying one of his former students. She deliberately lowered her voice in the last sentence, and when she finished, she furtively looked around the hallway, as if she was afraid of being overheard, and then she warned them, this is something that should not be discussed outside of this area. Is there anything that I can't discuss? Luna asked curiously. Rolf tugged on his wife's sleeve, and Rita Skeeter grunted twice, her sharp eyes flicking over her, landing on the food box in Luna's hand. She said provocatively, if I have to be honest, to become Luna Lovegood's husband you first have to have a stomach of iron, and according to the reliable information I have obtained, her nickname when she was in school was Looney. She was also happy to feed Centaur and a Chromantula. That's false information, Rolf's commander said seriously as he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his wife like a real man. Luna didn't show any special interest towards a Chromantula, and, most of the time, I'm the one who cooks. Do you want to know the secret ingredient? Rita Skeeter stared at him without speaking. Just keep a few special spices on hand. I discovered this when we first went to her house, because it just so happens that I like it too. Rita Skeeter left on her high heels, looking furious. A smile appeared on Rolf's commander's face as he looked down at his wife and found her looking at him, unblinking and straight. So Mom put spices in it when she cooked? Luna asked. Dad tried to make it many times, but it didn't work. I guessed that, after seeing it in the garden when I visited our house back then, and your family is very tolerant of weeds. Rolf's commander said. He gazed at the slightly bulging light silver-white pupils and asked softly, Luna? Has anyone ever told you that you have beautiful eyes? Yes. Luna affirmed, Papa, Mama, Ginny, Forenza, Vanity, Sandra, Teresa. Wait, who are all those names in the latter row? They're all Centaur. Rolf choked for a moment, suddenly understanding how Rita Skeeter felt. You can compliment me about my hair. Luna said understandingly, and Rolf couldn't help but advise when his eyes strayed over his wife's disheveled, dirty blonde hair. Honey, I think it would be a good idea for you to take care of your hair as you did at the wedding. That looked great, like flowing gold. Of course, I am not talking about that dress. Which one? The one with rainbow, glitter, and a silver unicorn antler diadem. But I like it a lot. Luna said with some distress. Ahem, it can be worn at home, but if it's a particularly grand occasion. Rolf said with some hesitation, his heart clenched when he saw his wife's eyes wander. The Quidditch World Cup. Tens of millions of people. Merlin ah. Oh Hap. He rushed to speak. Honey, I've come up with a great idea. We should make a custom costume for the World Cup opening celebration. We? Yes. Rolf's expression looked very miserable. Luna frowned briefly, then she said with a grin on her face, but, you have to dress formally according to the general view? Yes, that's right. No need, I'm determined. The two walked hand in hand out of the Daily Prophet headquarters building. Let's go back to school sometimes. Rolf's voice said. Yeah, I miss spending time there. I think if I wear the sorting hat one more time, I might find myself with Gryffindor potential. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 728, Epilogue, Malfoy. In the bright glow of the deep blue sky, 3 owl messengers flew over the heavy cast iron gate into the imposing Malfoy Manor with 3 copies of that day's Daily Prophet in their beaks. The Malfoys were having breakfast. Daddy, I want to read it too. A little blonde boy, about 5 or 6 years old, said with a hopeful look on his face. He stretched his head up to talk, even though he was sitting on a stack of thick cushions, and the armchair underneath was considered quite tall, as he was too short. Nothing in the dining table seemed handy to him. The silver knives and forks and dinner plates, for example, were too heavy, which made it hard for him to eat. The others had almost finished eating, and he still had a third of the food left on his plate. Draco spread the newspaper on the table and showed the little boy the moving pictures on it. Lucius and Narcissa looked up from their daily profit and watched the scene in silence. Little Scorpius don't know how to read yet? Narcissa asked. Draco opened his mouth to answer. I can read, Grandma, I can spell 100 words. When the little boy looked up, inhaled, and interpreted, Mommy showed me the amazing adventures of Mick the Wizard comic, and she tried to get me to make friends at daycare before she got sick. The temperature in the dining hall seemed to have dropped by 10 degrees, or perhaps it was Lucius's grey eyes that dampened the mood in the hall. It was merely an idea, Draco said cautiously, to drop him off in the morning and pick him up in the afternoon. Little Scorpius can play games with the other children, listen to stories, learn counting and spelling, and continue his magic education when he gets home. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a look with each other, and Lucius said coldly, the Greengrass family has raised a good daughter. Father, aren't you also very sociable? Draco said defiantly, right here. This very table hosted more than one group of high-ranking government officials. Every year you allocate at least half a month to prepare decent gifts and make door-to-door visits. That's not the same. Lucius said impatiently, to which Narcissa gave her husband and son a stern glare and turned to the boy, Scorpy, are you done eating? Finished up? Come to Grandma, little one. Haven't you been trying to sneak into the study and wreak havoc? There are quite a few portraits of our family members hanging there, and some of them will even talk with you. Really? Scorpius's eyes lit up, and he hastily wiped his mouth with his napkin and wiggled himself off the cushions. Is Grand-Uncle Regulus there? I've heard all his stories, the warrior who faced the inevitable darkness alone. The corners of Narcissa's mouth pursed tightly. There is one in the other room, I'll show you. She led the little boy away, and then the dining hall quieted down as Draco and Lucius, both father and son, sat at opposite ends of the long, elaborately decorated and patterned table, silently observing each other as if they were engaging in some sort of silent contest and confrontation. You should stay this afternoon when we have guests at home, Lucius said, as a few extra wrinkles creased on his pale, sharp face. Another get-together for networking. Don't forget, you're a Malfoy. That doesn't mean anything, I shouldn't have come back, I'm going to visit Astoria in the hospital. There was a long silence, and the fire behind him splintered. Fine, Lucius suppressed his anger, you are now the director of the Joint Wizard-Muggle Hospital and have a lot of responsibility regarding the education of little Scorpius. Don't worry about it, you seem to have more important things to care about. Draco said stiffly, I would never let my child live in a room that is 12 corridors away from me. I miss that cramped safe house more than the manor I grew up in. The safe house he spoke of was originally owned by Nicholas Flamel and later inherited by Felix, who lent it to the Malfoys to hide from Voldemort. Draco also lived there briefly, and after the war, their family naturally moved back to the luxurious Malfoy manor, but Felix did not reclaim that house yet. Lucius looked a little dazed. Back then, when Selwyn was arrested and brought back into custody by the Ministry of Magic, in order to get a pardon, he voluntarily confessed a list of members of the Death Eaters, which included him, but then Hap openly admitted that Lucius was an undercover agent he had placed among the Death Eaters, in order to allow Snape, who was also a spy, to hide more deeply. His attitude softened. Astoria. How is she doing? Same as usual, Draco said immediately, I have been casting a healing spell on her once every week or two, but it doesn't take long for it to recur back, and it's gotten more recurring since Scorpius was born. That snaky wood wand you're holding, Lucius said with a serious look on his face, is a wand that every healer dreams of, taken from a branch that branches off from the wand of Salazar Slytherin, and even it can't eradicate the blood malediction. That curse is extremely potent, a curse that was imposed on an ancestor, passed on for centuries through the bloodline of succeeding generations of family members, has manifested itself on her, and in recent years I have mobilized the most outstanding minds of both Muggles and Wizards, exhausted all sorts of methods, and have yet to completely conquer it. I have advised you long ago to stay away from the woman of that family. Lucius exclaimed. That's not what you said at first. Draco snapped back. You and Mother had such high hopes for her, fellow Sacred 28, equally powerful family, only to later find out that she had no interest in the whole bloodline crap. The incurable terminal illness did not break her, but rather gave her the qualities of cheerfulness, optimism, and compassion that the Malfoys lacked. I think it's pretty damning that you are still pulling that clique crap. That's enough. Lucius shouted. He glared at his son, gasping for breath. That was necessary rhetoric to win the hearts and minds of our allies, not to mention that Selwyn has been coveting my position at every step, so I had to fight back. Even at the expense of standing against that man. Draco asked pointedly, you know his attitude, as far as I know, he has never actively investigated his origins, no one knows who his real parents are, whether they are muggles or wizards, it makes no difference in his eyes. His son's words woke him up. Lucius burst into a cold sweat, and the image of a polite young man came to his mind. No, a middle-aged man. It is also wrong, age seems to have no meaning to him. Lucius once again recalled the wedding 2 years ago, only a few close people were given handwritten invitations, and judging from the size of the crowd, no more than 100 invitations were handed out. Today that invitation is placed in the Malfoy family vault. Unlike others who were quite vocal, such as the small group that did not receive an invitation, consisting of some of the purebloods who escaped liquidation, Lucius witnessed the smiles, with a hint of bashfulness, on the faces of the newlyweds, would like to raise both hands and feet in support of this wedding. In his mind, such a situation would become only worse for him if Felix Happ were to choose a mate from a pureblood family. This attitude stems from Lucius's reflection on his family's fate. After experiencing Dumbledore's era and the 2 chaos brought by Voldemort, the Malfoys naturally were inclined to prefer order and, ideally, establish a solid bond with those in power. While people cheered the arrival of a new era, Lucius was deeply troubled, realizing that the Happ era was not stable and that people can change, just like the former Dark Lord. After the war, Happ was like an untethered kite, flying higher and higher, soon going to be hidden in the clouds. Who knows when he would get bored with the existing life and suddenly disappear. That's when a hand pulled the kite, and in the foreseeable future, more and more hands will pull the kite if they choose to have offspring. Few bits of news could have cheered the Malfoys more than this. With Lady Bones out of office and Kingsley in power, Lucius' heart came alive again, and he cautiously reached out his probing tentacles, but he found himself an additional adversary, the Selwyn, who hadn't hesitated to betray him in the courtroom, both of them vying for the support of the pureblood remnants. I've received a heads up, the sobered-up Lucius said slowly, that Mr. Happ intends to leave the floating island in Harry Potter's hands. Draco frowned. I was under the impression that Potter had spent nearly half of his career stationed on the floating island for several years, due to the fact that basically most of his relatives and friends were staying there. Lucius did not speak out loud, rather he mumbled something almost to himself. In order to take over the floating island, first, the philosophy needs to be in line with Happ, and second, the ability to meet certain requirements. He is now the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, so there is no doubt about his basic management skills, and in terms of personal strength. Then there is even less need to concern. Draco said with complicated eyes. You've seen? Lucius stared at Draco, then nodded. It seems that information is true. He gestured to the newspaper on the table. I guess it'll be announced during the Quidditch World Cup. His birthday is at the end of July, right? That's young, not even 30 yet. Later that day, Draco showed up on the floating island with Narcissa and Scorpius. Narcissa, who had spent the past 2 years only on her family's territory, at the moment gazed at the sight before her with some surprise. They were standing high up on a floating island, with hundreds of fireplaces lined up all around the perimeter, but they were quite different from ordinary fireplaces, except for the 4 corners, which were made of pure white stone. The rest of the building was empty, like large and small stone arches, with a flame burning in the air in the center of the arches. She glanced backward and the fireplace behind her looked the same, except the flame color was changing from green to red. In just a blink of an eye, 2 wizards stepped out of the flame, and after identifying their direction briefly in the same place, they headed towards a small white building. That's a registration office, Draco introduced. First-time visitors have to specify their purpose of arrival and leave a wisp of magic. Originally there was no such rule, but the number of settlers has increased over the years and a new procedure had to be added for ease of management. Narcissa didn't say anything. Her attention was drawn to the row of flying brooms that streaked across the sky, all of them painted blue. Those are public brooms, slower than normal flying brooms with height restrictions, but the good thing is that both wizards and muggles can use them. It has a special enchantment on it that keeps people's butts glued to it to prevent first-time riders from falling off. Draco said with an odd look on his face. I know. That's a Weasley's Wizard Wheeze's innovation, the little Scorpius yelled excitedly. I love going there. Narcissa glanced at Draco, who looked away with an expressionless face. They left the fireplace area, then apparat to a street where Draco dutifully acted as a tour guide. The hospital is nearby. You and Dad used to come here a lot before, but it's changed drastically in the last few years. In a physical sense, the floating island is bigger than it was 2 years ago, and by Muggle standards, it's considered a large city, with the capacity to accommodate over 10 million people, but currently, there are only about 1 million inhabitants, which is pretty lively for wizards. Oh, and almost a third of those people are wizards, the others are scientists and their families who preside over various large-scale projects, government employees, corporate employees. It also includes a certain number of tourists. At that moment there was a deafening thump sounded in the air and a 3-story high bus appeared across the road. A night bus. Draco was non-committal, leading the way through a sea of oddly shaped houses that bore the hallmarks of wizards, unconventional in detail, often violating certain laws of physics, and varying in appearance. They passed through a low patch of rain clouds, their hair nearly brushing the black clouds at the nearest point, and yet the sun was shining brightly as they turned a corner. A grand white building appeared before them. This place is the first Joint Wizard Muggle Hospital, with the simple name Joint Wizard Muggle Hospital, without any prefix. The hospital logo is a winged wand coiled by two snakes. Whether it is a Muggle society or a magical society, this logo can be associated with medicine. Of course, if you look closely, you will find that the wand is a magic wand, and the snakes on it are similar to the giant Ouroboros snake wrapped around the exterior of the floating island. Across the street from the hospital, there was a concentration of unique magic stores from all over the world, and as the Quidditch World Cup approached, a steady stream of tourists arrived at the island in giant ships. Draco saw a familiar face among the group of women. Luna Lovegood was dressed in an eye-catching outfit embroidered with various magical creatures along with an oddly shaped blue brooch at her collar that looked a bit like a broken eggshell. The woman and children around her shouted excitedly. A brown-haired man with a camera jogged over. Scamander? This thought wandered around in Draco's head for a moment, then it was tossed to the back of his mind. They walked into the hospital, and along the way, Muggle doctors and wizard healers greeted him, to which Draco responded with a nod. Narcissa watched all of this silently, with pride spreading across her face. It was true that she and Lucius had financed and contributed to the construction of the hospital in its infancy, but within a few years, her husband had once again become obsessed with the game of power and moved back to England, where she could only hear about their recent breakthroughs on tenacious diseases and selections of the best treatments from newspapers and family gatherings during the weekends. It was obvious to her that she was a little out of step with the times. They arrived at the entrance of the advanced ward on the 5th floor. A woman dressed in a nurse's outfit strides over and said respectfully, "Mr. Malfoy, someone from Future World Corporation has sent a letter stating, 14 more high-precision instruments have passed the magic test, and their accuracy is guaranteed. We need your personal signature before we can collect them." Draco signed the document quickly. He was about to push open the door of the ward, but the assistant pulled out the memo like a Muggle magic trick and tore off a page. "One more thing, Mr. Potter dropped by this morning and said he had something important to talk about, but you were not at the hospital at that time." "I see, I'll reach out to him." Draco took the note and walked into the hospital ward. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 729, Epilogue, Snape. Snape and Harry stood by a neatly trimmed hedge, not far from a very picturesque manor house. Behind the two men were a few Aurors and a dozen hit wizards, which was less than the number of people on the other side from what they had learned from their intel, but all those present looked very relaxed without even a hint of worry. "I really don't want to find Draco Malfoy in there," Harry whispered. "Maybe he is not a part of the group," Snape said. "But when I went to the hospital this morning, his assistant said he had gone home," Harry said in an anxious voice. Snape gazed at him coldly. "I don't know when you got this extra indecisive nature." "Oh, well, I think it's because I'm busy taking care of my little girl," Harry said without a second thought. "She is getting too naughty, more rowdy than the other two when they were younger, and Ginny and I are getting a bit overwhelmed." Not surprisingly, when he finished this sentence, he noticed that Snape's expression became quite inscrutable. "Ginny and the children are on the island," Harry added. "I will visit," Snape said with a grimace, "with presents." As Snape made his way toward the cast iron gate, Harry was still thinking about the relationship between the two. Their contacts should have been totally cut off after graduation. In the next few years after graduation, as he had expected, they had only met a few times on the floating island, but he had no idea what had gone through his mind when his third child was born, that he had to choose a professor with whom he never had much of good relations when he was at school as a godfather for his youngest daughter. In this manner, each of his 3 children got to have one godfather respectively. Perhaps he did this because he ran into him when he visited his family's grave. It was then that Harry realized that Snape had never let go of his past. Even though he had achieved such great accomplishments, he still stubbornly continued to stay at the school rather than choose to give up the teaching duty or take a short break, because nearly all the memories of his life were there, whether they were good or bad. Even Hagrid would leave Grop behind every summer and disappear for a month or two, and likewise, the whereabouts of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic headmistress were also unknown during that period. But Snape remained all alone. According to Neville, Professor McGonagall seems to have intended to set him up with Emmeline Vance, but history always goes round and round, and both of them have inherited the desire to win glory from their snake and lion houses, and have fought very hard for the House Cup in recent years, with no chance for any sparks at all. Young Rosalie is going to enroll in school next year. But Harry was thinking of Sirius' second child, the one who nearly stole the name James. Fortunately, his and Ginny's first child was born 2 months prematurely, to which Sirius held a grudge and eventually insisted on being a godfather of James. Harry waved his hand and the Aurors and Hit Wizards assumed their positions. At the moment, the drawing room of Malfoy Manor is bustling with activity. A group of people in black robes sitting crookedly at a long table, complaining about the injustice they have suffered over the years, such as the difficulties of daily necessity, extravagant needs, etc. The lighting in the drawing room was deliberately dimmed to the lowest level, to make the atmosphere similar to that of a gathering of Death Eaters back in the day, with the fireplace blazing in the background, though the seat right before the fireplace was left unoccupied. Lucius Malfoy sat with a stiff expression on the left-hand side of the main seat, looking at Selwyn who was sitting across from him and chatting with two large, stout, pudgy male wizards. "What, Lucius?" Selwyn called out, "There has to be fresh blood brought in, or else the whole community will become rotten, and none of us here are looking for personal gains. We are here to discuss something as important as the fate of all pure-blood families, so won't it be better if more people join us? Isn't that right, Vincent, Gregory?" Lucius looked at his son's former best friends with a complicated look and simply nodded his head. Thus, Selwyn looked smug. "Let the young one see the big world. Old friend, so why can't we see Draco? He had something to do and couldn't make it." Lucius said. "Something to do," Selwyn repeated so that everyone could catch it, and then he gave a puzzled look. "What's so important than our cause? Let's see. Oh yes, he's a big, influential man now, with a busy work schedule, and countless people are counting on him to conquer one or two more Muggle diseases so that those dregs who can't even use magic can live as long as wizards, while some of our loved ones and friends are left to die rotting in Azkaban." Crabbe and Goyle's naive faces immediately burst with hatred. Lucius narrowed his grey eyes and said coldly, "I think you have a part in all of this, Selwyn." "Oh, don't be ridiculous," Selwyn immediately shot back. He was obviously well prepared. "Let's not mention the best concealed Snape. How many hidden secrets have you revealed just by yourself, Lucius? Compared to you two, what I did was really insignificant." He stood up and walked around, his body close to the back of the chair facing the fireplace as if he was going to sit down. All eyes widened. That seat has remained unoccupied for 12 years, did Selwyn intend to lay his hands on it? All eyes in the drawing room were darting and panicky. But Selwyn just stood next to the chair, raised his volume, and said, 12 years ago, we made a deal with Mr. Happ in gratitude for freeing us from Voldemort's enslavement, he said while bending slightly toward the chair, and over the years we have tried to keep our presence as low as possible and stay out of trouble. But what was the result? I have seen a look of contempt too many times. Everyone looks at us as if we are the outcasts of the wizarding world. Now it is time to unite and make an impact. Gentlemen, more than one Dark Lord, Archmage-level wizards, have existed and perished. Nevertheless, the pure-blood families have survived and lived at the top, all ages. Lucius smelled some kind of danger signal and quietly leaned his body against the back of his chair. Selwyn's speech poked a lot of people's sore spots, and they couldn't help but recall their past glories. At that moment Selwyn placed his hands down a little loudly on the main chair and the crowd immediately quieted down. He smiled in satisfaction. Pure-blood families are above the reach because we have signed one magic pact after another over a long period of time. Of course, now most of it has been transferred to the Ministry of Magic, and I do not intend to ask them to be returned. There are many other ways to get rich, he said vaguely. But using this to negotiate with the Ministry of Magic, to ask for a piece of the pie will not pose much of a problem. I'm going to talk to Kingsley about it. Also, there's something more. I managed to establish a connection with one of the Queen's stewards, and Mr. Edwin revealed that the Queen has been thinking about re-establishing the court mage system lately. I suppose I don't need to tell you what that means, gentlemen. Selwyn swept his eyes around, and at that moment even Lucius' eyes blazed a little. That is symbol of knighthood, noble status, and unique position. But immediately after that Lucius recalled the conversation he had during breakfast. His heart calmed down instantly as if a scoop of cold water had been poured on it. While Selwyn was still making his speech, his mind wandered elsewhere. He seemed to hear the faint sound of footsteps, his eyes turned to the heavy wooden door, and he rubbed his eyes as the bronze handle seemed to be turning to open bit by bit. Click! A gust of wind flowed in, and Selwyn looked up in confusion as he spoke. There was a figure standing in the doorway, the hem of his black robe fluttering along with the wind that just blew. The figure did not move, as if he was adapting himself to the dim light of the room, but all the people in the drawing room could immediately recognize his face, and there was a flood of murmurs. I never accept that Snape would show up. Isn't he teaching at the school, and researching Muggle potions? I heard that he had defected to Potter. Snape walked in with big strides and gazed all around before looking at Selwyn. Selwyn snapped back and put away his surprised look as he posed a smiling face and greeted, Severus. Severus. Haven't seen you in a while. I heard that you became someone's godfather, haha. Snape's face remained expressionless, without a trace of a smile on his face. Other people in the drawing room also did not smile, their gaze moved between the two, and then they all collectively looked at Lucius Malfoy. He seemed equally surprised by Snape's arrival, but they were not sure if it was an illusion. The face illuminated by the fire was actually turned a little pale. Snape walked in front of Selwyn. To be precise, he stood in front of the chair that had its back against the fireplace. He pulled out the chair and sat down. The drawing room instantly fell silent. Some people were frightened, and their mouths widened slightly as they made unconscious hissing sounds. Snape sat upright on the main seat, and looked at the expressions on everyone's faces for a while, before he spoke. I have brought a message. What is it? Selwyn asked subconsciously. Snape's eyelids lowered as he said, it has nothing to do with you. How come it has nothing to do with me? Selwyn exclaimed, and then he saw something from Malfoy's pale face. Fear soaked through his body gradually as if a drowning man kept sinking down. He eventually could not control his lead-like legs and stumbled back to the seat next to him. Are Aurors waiting outside the door, or? Snape did not make any response. Selwyn stared with wide eyes, his lips trembled for a moment, and he violently sprang up and knocked the chair down to the floor. Then he turned on his heel and ran towards the door, with several people following Selwyn in a panic as he bolted across the long table. If I were you guys, I wouldn't choose to run. Snape's eerie voice spoke. But in his current state Selwyn was not able to listen to these words. He was the first to rush out of the drawing room. He did not use the fireplace, because the fireplace may be under surveillance of the Ministry of Magic. He rushed out of the drawing room and dashed towards the rear of the manor, where there is a fountain. The vicinity of the fountain can be used by people to apparate. A few of those who followed Selwyn paused at those words. The expression of a short fat man who was currently a few steps away from the door started to change repeatedly. His mind was in a mess, not knowing whether to listen to Snape's words or not. With all those things he had done, he would be locked up for at least 10 years. Then the entire drawing room atmosphere seemed to have frozen, including the short, fat man with a desperate face at the door. Beads of sweat on his forehead solidified all over his face, then a circle of silver light passed through his body, and brushed over everyone present like a silver veil, who immediately felt a throbbing headache. Do not resist. Snape's voice stated. Lucius was the first to obediently give up resistance. No matter who is coming, whether it is Auror or Hap, he does not have any desire to resist, and that is not something he is good at. Not to mention he still has to think about Narcissa, Draco, and little Scorpius's future if he were to resist. The next thing he knew, he was like a drowning man surfacing and taking a breath of fresh air, slumping back in his chair, panting heavily, realizing as an afterthought that his clothes were already drenched in a cold sweat. Silver ripples spread like a tidal wave, and Lucius' heart inexplicably flooded with courage, but this courage is not to resist and fight, but to work together with the owner of the Silver Aura to fight evil. What a strange task. The Malfoy family does not need to do something like that. When the 14th wave of silver ripples swept through the drawing room, the door was rudely pushed open from the outside, and 3 Aurors who were bracing up a shimmering magical barrier carried away the man at the door, leaving no word from the beginning to the end. Is that Potter outside? Someone asked warily. Before Snape could speak, the door was pushed open for the second time, and everyone sucked in their breath when they saw the man's face clearly. It was Harry Potter, and surprisingly, he was personally leading the team. A silver solid patroness loomed behind the Auror squad, and then they seemed to hear the da-da-da sound of hooves. Harry was slightly relieved when he didn't see Draco's face, then he spoke calmly, by the order of the Minister of Magic, Selwyn, Parkinson, Knott, and Roll, who reportedly committed serious violations of the law, will be brought back to the Ministry for further questioning. All of them lowered their heads in fear. After an unknown amount of time, with a bang, the door closed from the outside, and everyone showed the expression of surviving a disaster. Snape said calmly, the Slytherin snakes should not crawl in the gutter, but fly in the sky. In case you don't understand, he paused and pulled out a few sheets of parchment from the pocket of his black robe. I have prepared some materials. With that, he dryly read the contents on the parchment, as if he was reading a lengthy report. Despite the fact that his mind was no longer here, Snape found in a trance a hint of familiarity. Many years ago he once read a few boring reports like today, but then it was in the drawing room of Black's old mansion. No one interrupted him. The fire in the fireplace behind him burned brighter, the woods cracked occasionally, and sparks burst out to illuminate the area behind him. Everyone sat upright, trying their best to hear something useful from the report without a hint of emotion. For some of them, the scene was equally familiar. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 730, Epilogue, Potter. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that Harry got rid of the back-to-back drinking. There was no way around it. It was his last day on duty, so all his colleagues were enthusiastic. The last scene he remembered was Hermione looking at him with a small smile, which was followed by a constantly increasing goblet of wine shoved under his nose. It was Ron. Harry thought, with gritted teeth, red hair, and grey freckles. There was absolutely no mistaking it. Mr. Potter, are you sober? Miss Granger asked me to drop you off on the island. A voice said, and Harry jerked back as 2 staff members stood behind him. Oh, thanks. He muttered while rubbing his throbbing forehead in the process. You're welcome, we happened to head to the island for some business. The man said, and they immediately left with him. Harry walked aimlessly along the lane, passing along flowering shrubs and tall trees, thanking Professor Burbage, and all the herbology professionals involved in planting greenery. After walking for a while, he sobered up a little and came to a public broom stall under the soft glow of a magic lamp. 10 minutes later, Harry knocked on the door of his home on the floating island. The door opened and Ginny glared at him with crossed arms. Who am I supposed to seek revenge on? She asked, like an angry female cat. Ron. Harry said achingly and Ginny appeared to be exasperated. I knew it. She welcomed Harry in and sat him on a couch. Harry saw a half-written press release on the table. The now retired Victor Krum, who will not be competing in the 426th Quidditch World Cup, has said in an interview that he will regret missing this event during his career. Harry took a sip of tea as he read. Clanking sounds rang out in the kitchen, and before he could finish reading the article, Ginny came out with an omelette and grilled sausage. Thanks, dear. Harry immediately wolfed them down. Are the kids asleep? Yet. Krum couldn't make it to the game. Yet, his scores have been dropping badly in the last few years. I guess his body got strained down by intense training and back-to-back games. I've analyzed all his footage. His desire to win is too much. It's probably good for him to have a few years off. Ginny judged with a professional eye, having made it into the Holyhead Harpies right after graduation as a professional Quidditch player and later became a Quidditch columnist for the Daily Prophet. Her judgment is quite accurate. By the way, guess who I ran into during the day? Ginny asked. Ahem, Harry asked with some concern as he choked on his omelette. It's not Snape, is it? What made you think of him? Ginny gave Harry a friendly pat on the back, and after feeling the force on his back, Harry decided not to reveal the fact that Snape might be coming to Lily's birthday party for now. Snape many times called her a stupid girl. It's Luna, Luna. She giggled, she's busy tending to little babies. What? Harry said in disbelief, spitting out the half-bitten sausage, then he thoughtfully mused, magical creature cubs, I guess. Ginny cleared her throat. In the end, they brought back a couple of blue gems and unknown feathers from the rainforest, which turned out to be the eggs of some unknown magical creature. Well, not that they have noticed it earlier, actually, Luna embedded one of the gems in her dress. I heard it was Rolf's idea. Probably because of the relatively great magic fluctuations on the island, the bird's egg hatched itself while they were shopping. Harry listened with amazement. That's quite a pretty bird, it gives off a colorful glow, Ginny said with a wide grin. You might keep an eye out for it. Luna changed the eggshell into a brooch. I think it just matches her one-of-a-kind dress. Later that night, Harry stood at the bay window, looking out at the night view of the island. Ginny hugged him from behind. They just snuggled together in silence, enjoying the tranquility of the night. There are several buildings with shimmering lights in the deep blue sky, shining brighter than the stars in the sky at sea, and Harry knew that one of them belonged to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. What's on your mind? Ginny asked. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry gave an unanticipated answer. Ginny looked up in confusion and Harry sighed. I only now started to realize what a valuable thing Dumbledore left me back then. He said discreetly, it's the memories. Memories. Harry murmured, Professor Hap had reminded me of that once, but I didn't pay much attention to it before. I just thought about finishing Dumbledore's biography as best I possibly could. On my graduation journey, I went to the place where he and Grindelwald dueled back then. After that I have traveled to Brazil, to the United States, to Nepal, following the footsteps of the legend along the way. Its effects have only become apparent in the past few years. Professor Hap said that some of my magic is approaching the level of an archmage now, not only the patroness which I have often got a flash of insight during my training. Let's go back to school sometimes, Ginny said softly. Luna told me that quite a few of the professors are planning to retire. Well, Harry paused hesitantly, it's best to wait until the conclusion of the World Cup. I won't be able to make time for it for a while in the near future. Professor Hap said that there might be some people who would attempt to disrupt the opening ceremony. What do you mean? Ginny lost her tongue, but how is this intel true? The floating island has never been subject to an attack before. Harry was equally confused, but for some strange reason. He recalled the small note that the professor had given him, which had precisely recorded the coordinates of 12 locations on the floating island, which included the Joint Wizard-Muggle Hospital, the headquarters of the International Pan-Magical Alliance, the headquarters of the Future World Corporation, the Lunar Support Center, and several other iconic buildings. It might be possible that these are the locations where the riots will be caused on the opening ceremony day. The professor said vaguely. But just like Ginny put it, how did the professor know such detailed information? Memory magic? But this is something that hasn't happened yet, and with such detailed information, surely it can't be prophesied, right? The ride on the broomstick around the island just now had provided Harry with some inkling, or perhaps it was because he had thought about Hermione that he suspected that the professor might secretly possess a time turner, but the problem was, that thing could only let you go back in time, not to look into the future. Well, at least judging from the professor's attitude, it ain't much of trouble. Probably, he might have spotted some clues. Harry shook his head, without voicing out the doubts in his mind. He put me in charge of this whole mess, it seems like a test. I'm just concerned about the lack of manpower. There are over 200 Aurors and 1,000 hit wizards on the island. but this number is still far too low compared to the influx of visitors who would be coming in during the Quidditch World Cup. Ginny racked her brain and then her eyebrows gradually relaxed. How come there won't be enough? This is your home turf. My home turf. Harry repeated, and mused. He didn't know if Ginny was referring to the residents of the island, but they are not warriors. Warriors, a thought flashed through and Harry's eyes lit up a bit. Hogwarts. The Frontline Lookout Club and the Ouroboros Club. Ginny pursed her lips as she added. And the Order of the Phoenix. Didn't Sirius whine about retirement being boring? He's enjoying it, Harry said on the spot. He even turned down the offer of an exclusive wand academy, not even willing to become the headmaster. But I don't think he would turn down a surprise adventure, would he? Ginny said with a raised eyebrow, and Harry, who thought of his godfather's character, nodded in agreement. That's true. The exclusive wand academy is the only place on the island where magic is taught, but its students are somewhat unique. It enrolls wizards who are unable to use their magic properly, commonly known as squibs, both children and adults. Compared to other magic schools, the floating island has a unique advantage. It has the highest density of wizards in the world, and with the floating island's ability to collect escaping magic, it can better replenish the consumption of magic within the exclusive wand, but due to the increasing demand, the number of students enrolled in this special school is limited to no more than 2,000 people from all over the world each year. This school was established with the objective of helping squibs to acquire the most basic spell casting abilities. So don't worry, I'm sure you can do it. Ginny encouraged, you're a hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Harry touched his nose, finding his nose a little itchy. He muttered in a small voice, not many people would believe that, and that happened when Voldemort has terribly weakened. Ginny blocked his mouth, and only after a long time did she free her hands. Well, I even went to visit Astoria in the hospital. Ginny said under her breath, both arms slung around Harry's neck. Harry barely managed to calm his pounding heart and asked in response to Ginny's words, is she okay? He had seen Astoria once last year, and her face showed a tendency to transform toward the pale color that is unique to the Malfoys. Kind of bad, Ginny said, it's a peculiar curse. There's no way to tell exactly what it is anymore, apart from the fact that it is tied to blood and magic. Moreover, the curse is invisible and shapeless, ingrained deeply throughout the Greengrass family bloodline, and it just happened to have chosen her. Her sister Daphne is just fine. Ginny tightened her grip and Harry gasped a little, but he could feel her dread. Harry couldn't help but think of a young girl who attended school 2 years behind him, and he found himself most impressed by the image of Astoria standing on a golem snake, the prize she had won from a dueling tournament, which she used to slither around the Black Lake. She was very outgoing and cheerful, simply very different compared to her current weak appearance. An incurable curse, Harry mentally mumbled slowly. Some unformed thoughts swirled in his mind. The Greengrass family, Malfoy, Professor Hap. At this point, Ginny hesitated and said, Albus has made a new friend. You mean little Scorpius? Harry was thinking about something on his mind when he blurted out right now. Ginny shot him a suspicious look. I don't know when you guys got so close. As he lay in bed, Harry mulled over in his head what he needed to do tomorrow. First of all, he had to report at the floating island headquarters, although the official appointment would not be announced until some time later. Still, with Professor Hap's throwing away tedious hassles attitude, he needs to start his duty in advance. The good thing is that after all these years he is already familiar with the island environment, but at least, he needs to meet the foreign aurors who have been rotated over this year. In addition, he needs to make a trip to each of the 12 locations mentioned in the note today. The first place he went to after returning from the hospital without success was Lupin's house. Little Teddy was very likable and much more well-behaved than his own 2 brats. After that, he went to the Lunar Support Center, where someone seemed to have mentioned to him some kind of space island project. Was it about creating an island in space? But he was immediately called back to Britain to take charge of the last operation before leaving his post, so he didn't hear much. Harry's thoughts began to stray. At the farewell banquet, Ron said he did not want to be promoted, although it would be nice to be the head of the department. He did not want to work as hard as Percy, who took the earning Minister of Magic position as his family mission. Due to overwork, Percy already have grey hair. The discerning eyes can see that Hermione, who is a senior deputy minister, has greater hope than him. Harry thought of Malfoy and Astoria. In a half-asleep state, he made a decision in his mind to find Professor Hap to talk. No, it is better to ask Hermione. Professor's current state is a bit scary. Harry's body trembled. If he did not know that no one in the world can hurt him, he would have suspected that the professor at some point became a ghost. He muttered a couple of grunts and brushed the outrageous notion aside. A baby's babbling was heard in the corner as Lily Potter rolled over. Harry sniffed the scent of Ginny's hair and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Harry was awakened by the sound of a baby crying. He yawned, put on his glasses, and saw Ginny attending to his baby girl in her pajamas. Look at that! Ginny said happily, and Harry saw the little baby moisten her lips with saliva, then opened and closed her lips like a little fish and spat out a bubble. She giggled on her own. That's cute! Harry said, reminds me of the mer people in the Black Lake. At breakfast, the family sat together and watched the magic TV while they ate. A very passionate voice was announcing the morning news. 8 million people are expected to come to the island. It's difficult to imagine this, although the floating island has been receiving tourists from all over the world, it's the first time that it has been opened to the public on such a large scale. Imagine, on average, a square kilometer will be packed with 10,000 people. I heard that this is common in large cities, so are they living in a sandbox? It was Lee Jordan, Harry lamented as he watched the TV host, who had barely changed. Lee Jordan was in the second group that landed on the island. The floating island has undergone several important changes over the years, each phase adding significant and far-reaching initiatives. The first phase started when Professor Hap built the island, when 1/3 of the 1,000 American wizard families remained together with those wizards who chose to stay after participating in the Christmas bonfire night which made up the first inhabitants of the island. The second phase was marked by the relocation of the Future World Corporation headquarters when a large number of scientists were invited to study a way to combine magic and science in a cooperative manner. In this process, some spells shined, such as the permanent sticking charm. The way in which the scientists used magic spells innovatively to create machines was an eye-opener for the wizards. As the headquarters of the International Pan-Magical Alliance settled along with various large corporations and national organizations appearing on the island, there was a serious shortage of wizards, so the wizards were recruited from all over the world to settle and work on the island. It is worth mentioning that there were many squibs among them. But they prefer to call themselves magic-insensitive wizards. The most famous representative of this group is Winnie Valentine, one of the teachers of the exclusive Wand Academy, who came up with this term and whose teaching philosophy is to integrate wizards into all walks of life, and she is expected to win next year's Dumbledore Award. Flim has sparked a new wave of cinema watchers throughout the entire wizarding community. I think there is no need to mention which film I am referring to. Yes, it is Harry Potter. The two kids at the table immediately perked up their ears. Mafalda Pruitt is 4 years younger than me, and there were rumors floating around about how she didn't get an invitation to Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley's wedding, but my good buddy informed me that this was nonsense, and she just couldn't make it to the pledge session because of a sudden nasty ailment that prevented her from riding her broom. Harry and Ginny looked at each other and smiled. 6-year-old James looked left and right and exclaimed incredulously, "So it was you guys who did that? Or was it, Uncle Fred and George? Gosh, I keep telling Teddy that I adore her." "It's no big deal," Ginny said absently, "you just adore the story she wrote, and the story was written about your father." She leaned over to look at the crib. The baby inside blinked her bright eyes and stared at her. Ginny, however, frowned. "That's weird, the milk in the bottle hasn't decreased at all." She took the bottle to give her a taste, but the baby kept avoiding the nipple, with two small eyebrows furrowed tightly together while her limbs were kicking and thrashing. Ginny shot a suspicious look at James, who is undoubtedly the naughtiest and most hyperactive in the family, as if he'd been infected by his godfather. James swore. "It's not me." The eyes turned to Albus. "I heard Albus saying he missed the taste of the milk bottle." James grinned and mocked, which in his mind apparently a sign of lack of maturity. On the other hand, Harry's mind drifted off. The reason was found. He wondered if this is considered a talent of Pody Wonner? But maybe it can be used to persuade Ginny. 5-year-old Albus immediately lowered his head in embarrassment as he put down his fork and knife, and whispered, I'm done eating. Can I go play near the hospital?" Harry and Ginny exchanged a look, to meet a friend. Yeah. Albus said evasively. "Come back early in the afternoon, we're going to Lupin's house for a visit." "I don't think he'll have time for us," James said with a straight face, "he's too busy taking care of all of his fluffy doo." When he saw the look in his mother's eyes, he covered his mouth with both hands and mumbled through his fingers, his little problems. Harry couldn't help but smile. He took out his wand and flicked it, a thin golden thread wrapped around the hem of Albus's shirt. Then with another flick, a second thin thread wrapped around James. "What is this?" the two brothers asked in unison. "Trace magic," Harry replied. "Cool." James gave a thumbs up. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 731, Epilogue, Valen. Exclusive Wand Academy is located in the northeast corner of Floating Island. In addition to the normal teaching facilities and buildings, what is more unique about the school is a group of statues on the main compound, dedicated to the first people who got their exclusive wands and changed their destiny. One of the most striking statue is a wand-wielding Niffler, better known as Valen. Speaking of Valen, she is arguably the most famous Niffler or even magical creature in the academy. Because at the beginning of the establishment of the school, Valen cooperated to record a series of teaching footages. Thousands of magic-insensitive wizards learned from a Niffler when they tried to systematically understand the functions and applicability of their exclusive wands. "I've seen Valen a few times," Winnie Valentine said in class, "and she has used the exclusive wand to do things I have never thought of before, which has greatly expanded the scope of use and value of the exclusive wand. There are no less than 10 worldwide research topics developed due to her or inspired by her." The most significant research is magic reactivation theory, which studies the possibility of dormant magic being reactivated to make us normal wizards through learning and practice. There are rumors that Valen has gotten rid of the restrictions of exclusive wands, but of course, it has not been confirmed. What if it is proven? A student asked. It means she may well be the smartest Niffler ever, at least surpassing the 12,000 magic-insensitive wizards involved in the research in a broad sense. Well, if you don't mind, let's get on with the class. By the way, Valen also knows more words than any of you, and she even penned an article for the Daily Prophet, which was rejected, but that article was later published in the Quibbler, which you may have already heard of, Diary of Life on Mars. The bamboo forest behind the academy houses a nest of Nifflers, born from the siblings of Valen, and every week scientists in white coats will drop by and trade golden, shiny little objects for 10 to 20 minutes of time to study their lives, but unfortunately, these Nifflers don't exhibit intelligence beyond the ordinary except for the fact that they are all very good at playing Exploding Snap or any other cards. Today, 2 uninvited guests showed up at the school. Albus, I have a secret to share with you. Scorpius said as the 2 stomped through the wet mud with crisp birdsong coming from the bamboo forest. I'm all set to hear about it. Albus said. Dad's been a little bothered in the past few days. Oh, Albus said softly, as he lowered his head and scraped his toes on the ground. I think it's because of what my dad did, he rated Malfoy Manor. It has nothing to do with that. Scorpius said, it was about a bloke with the name Not. Dad had been distracted after he heard he had been arrested, and his home was searched by the Ministry of Magic. I found this in Dad's office. He pulled out a small golden timepiece, and Albus stared blankly at the delicate hourglass embedded in the center of the timepiece. What is this? Scorpius took a deep breath. A time turner. Time what? Well, it will let us travel through time, Scorpius said with excitement, but the last Minister of Magic suspended all research and sealed all records kept in the department whose name I don't know. I read all of this in Dad's notebook. I guess if we can find and defeat the person who put the curse on Mom, she'll get better. But we're only, Albus counted his fingers, 5 years old. Yeah, Scorpius said dejectedly, we can make a promise and wait until we are powerful like 10 years from now and then use this thing to travel back in time and find the man who put the curse on the green grass family to defeat him. It's a promise. Albus said. 2 fingers hooked together, both of them giggled contentedly, and then they heard distant chattering sounds, which didn't sound like humans, but rather like some kind of magical creature. Albus and Scorpius exchanged a look and walked cautiously in the direction of the sound. The 2 opened their mouths in amazement when they saw an alcove in their field of vision, after parting off a shrub that appeared very tall to them. They seemed to have trespassed into a nest of more than a dozen Nifflers, some smaller ones with pink and grey fur, playing on a field full of bamboo leaves. In the center of the nest stood a small table, is it a table, where 3 Nifflers were playing cards with 3 big piles of shiny things beside them. It's wizard cards. Albus said as he stared at the virtual figures rising above the table. The gameplay is the famous Dark Lord battle that has become popular in recent years. Look, 2 against 1. Scorpius said. The 2 sprawled on the ground and watched with great interest. They are only 5 years old, so their minds are far less complicated. A good card from Great Demon King set. Which one? The one with the fluffiest fur, like velvet satin. Albus said, then he suddenly felt that something was not right, as if the light overhead had become brighter. The 2 looked up to see a freshly awakened Niffler cub ruffling the leaves, yawning halfway through and staring wide-eyed at them. No, at the small glowing timepiece in Scorpius' hand, to be precise. Oh no. Scorpius said. What to do? Albus asked. Run. At the same time, the Niffler cub squeaked, and all the Nifflers stopped playing and looked to the side in unison. Even the ones who were burrowing in holes also poked their heads out. Did they hear it right? Baby, treasure, has come by itself? All the Nifflers except for Valen looked at each other with glowing eyes. They are very poor, especially whenever Valen comes to visit them. Valen turned her head around unhappily. She was about to win again, for the 144th time. The feeling of winning your 2 brothers and looting them is too good to be true. After the looting, she will organize a treasure contest to give them some of the treasure that she looted, and the 2 silly brothers will not hold a grudge or fight. In her line of sight, 2 small children who are not yet as tall as the bushes stumbled towards the slope, one of them holding something shiny in his hand. A real baby? Valen thought with a tilted head, it looks a little familiar. Albus and Scorpius ran some distance away, huffing and puffing, but instead of disappearing, the subtle trembling of branches and the sound of bamboo leaves behind them drew closer, and Albus's eyes caught a glimpse of a black shadow outrunning them. What to do? Go up the tree. The 2 kids didn't have time to think about whether this would work, but neither of them wanted to run any further, so they selected a roughly 1 foot thick, knotted holly tree and climbed up it, pulling each other up, and by the time Albus reached the nearest branch with Scorpius' help, he was too tired to speak. Scorpius poked Albus, and the 2 looked down together. A dozen nifflers with black fur stared intently at them from under the tree, and then a particularly conspicuous niffler that stood separately from the others, strutting under the tree and looking up at Albus and Scorpius. That particular niffler was naturally Valen, and she stared at the time turner in Scorpius's hand, her flattened mouth opened wide. They're trying to snatch the time turner. Scorpius shouted. Don't worry, Albus said, I have a trace on me, so Dad will come looking for us. Theoretically, all it will take would be hiding in the tree until the night. I'm not as optimistic as you are, said Scorpius. For example, I'm not quite sure whether Niffler can climb trees or not. Baffled by the question, which he hadn't thought about at all, Albus said hesitantly, I don't think so. The next moment he saw a brownish-red Niffler cub wiggling its round body up a tree, and he immediately shut his mouth. The expression on his face became terrified. Valen patted the little Niffler and shoved a piece of candy into its hand. Then she made a thoughtful expression, and after a while, she pulled out a mirror from her pocket, and several Nifflers came over curiously, staring at the glowing mirror with their eyes dazzled, while Valen squinted her eyes with a small wooden stick in her hand, as if she was going to swing it over. When the mirror was connected, Valen chattered a lot and hung up the mirror with satisfaction. After doing all this, Valen stared at the two children in the small tree in a daze. Somewhat in boredom, she pulled out a jar of candy, to which Albus and Scorpius in the tree gulped. Here. Scorpius said, agilely catching a candy in the air and shoving it to Albus. No, it's your turn to eat. Albus said. He eyed Niffler under the tree, which was so hateful, tossing candy into the sky one after another to tempt them to climb down the tree. He was so distracted that he didn't even notice the appearance of a man not far away, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and both were startled when he spoke. You can come down now, it's easier for everyone. Felix said. Albus almost fell off the tree. Scorpius' throat was stuck by candy in his mouth, and his face turned red with urgency. Felix reached out and pointed. His expression quickly eased. Albus patted Scorpius's back while asking, Who are you? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Felix Hap. Felix said, tracing his finger down in the direction of the holly tree, a common problem of those who become famous, subconsciously assuming that everyone will know who I am. Of course, Albus and Scorpius had heard of this name a lot, they just failed to react due to surprise, but they were unable to care about the surprise, as the holly tree under their feet bent towards one side, and with it, they also tilted. The rough bark became smooth, like a slide, then the two of them slid down uncontrollably, and as they approached the ground, hundreds of branches grew wildly, twisting and intertwining with each other to form a bench. Felix sat on one side, looking down and talking to Valen. Oh, is that so? Well. A big and small pair finished their exchange and looked in unison at the somewhat uneasy Albus and Scorpius. Albus bravely asked, Hello? Are you really happy, Professor? Sir? Headmaster. Call me sir or professor, Albus. Felix said calmly. You know me? Albus asked in surprise. Yet, Felix suddenly got a little embarrassed, but you may not remember much about me. I got married the year before, so I spent some time cleaning up the ocean trench to work on my marriage venue, but all in all, I'm no stranger to you. He looked over at Scorpius. I know you too when I sent a wand for Draco and Astoria's anniversary, belated wedding gift due to the time it took to create the wand. Scorpius' eyes widened. The wand that made of snacky wood and basilisk horn wand core. That's right, I initially had my eye on unicorn hair, but Mr. Ollivander told me that it wouldn't fit. That was when it occurred to me that I also had a collection of some basilisk materials, which failed a few times in the middle, and I don't have to guess why. But all these are irrelevant. Felix said, so can you show me the little timepiece you're holding? It seems better than the one that the knots have hidden away. It should be one of the last two that are still left outside. Scorpius hid his hands behind his back warily, tears welling up in his eyes in worry. You want to take it away? No, I can't give it to you. Well, you can keep it for now. Felix said thoughtfully, normally I should have known about it 3 days later, from my wife after Draco informed her, but it's hard to predict, as I am not likely to see everything. I didn't pay much attention to this, being distracted by another matter. He paused. Draco had asked for my help, but I wasn't sure at the time, and now it's time to fix that. Albus and Scorpius looked at him in bewilderment. Felix blew his breath into his palm. Then countless tiny runes scattered like flower petals and pieced together a mirror in the air. But there was only a frame, the mirror part remained empty. Then Felix rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a thumb-sized glass vial, which he shook gently, and Albus and Scorpius saw that the vial contained a few wisps of golden mist. Recently I have consumed a little too much, it is not easy to collect. Felix muttered to himself as he unscrewed the cork and picked out a wisp of golden mist with his pinky finger and flicked it toward the mirror frame floating in mid-air. The wisp of gold mist quickly filled the empty part of the mirror as if it was alive, then tiny runes illuminated from the outer edge towards the inner side layer by layer, and the golden mirror surface became flat and smooth after a few seconds. Let me think. Astoria, no, it should be green grass family. Felix said seriously. The image in the mirror kept flickering, people and space were changing rapidly, and it was dizzying to look at it, like wearing a pair of dirty, handprint-covered glasses to read a dictionary with small, dense handwriting. Felix took a moment to explain to the two children, I will not travel through time, the cost is too great, and I also don't want others to cause interference in time, but there are many things that can be done, such as the curse of the green grass family. It is not really necessary to go back in time, as long as I can see everything that has happened once before my eyes. I was not able to do such a thing during the first few years when I studied time, the energy alone caused a major headache. Found it. Albus, Scorpius, and Valen all looked into the mirror, the reflection in the mirror fixed in one place, and the scene became somewhat clearer, what appeared to be a thin, pale-skinned gloomy man with a mouse mustache, reciting something under his breath, blood flowing down his nostrils which curved and clotted in the air, before transforming into eerily throbbing black symbols at the sound of the incantation. The scene was a bit creepy, but Felix watched it with great interest, nodding his head as he watched. So that's it. Somewhat similar to the curse that was once placed on Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class. It is not directed at a specific person, but at the green grass family, and as long as the bloodline of this family remains, the curse will not die out, unleashing its accumulated power every few decades. Knowing the principle behind it makes things much better. Much better? Scorpius asked blankly. For example, a spell could be designed to make the curse assume that the green grass family has already perished naturally. Of course, it was just an example, I actually have a better way. The mirror shattered, and Felix carefully collected the visibly faded wisp of golden mist into a glass vial and then got busy. Valen watched for a while, taking various snacks out of her pocket and distributing them around to Nifflers, and the two children, Albus and Scorpius, had long since found themselves hungry and ate with great gusto. What's that? Scorpius asked, pointing to a jar in which he thought he saw tentacles wriggling. Don't touch it, it's just a pile of cockroaches. Albus said with great experience as he looked at it. Scorpius looked at him oddly, and Albus said reluctantly, if you have a brother who likes to pull pranks too, you might know. There's not much hope, Scorpius said glumly, then became happy, but maybe I'll have an extra little brother or sister. It's all over. Felix said, smoothly snatching a piece of lava cake from Valen's hand and stuffing it into his mouth. Don't be a stranger. Valen has the Honeydook's lifetime discount card, which even I don't have. Valen yelped twice in dissatisfaction beside him, didn't you use my name for that card? The curse, gone? Mom is well? Scorpius asked with a blank look. He tried to move his arm, hoping to experience a feeling like a lighter body, but nothing happened. Felix nodded and shook his head again. The curse is indeed gone, but Astoria's body still needs to recuperate for a while. I hope she can make it in time for the World Cup. Well, you guys have been out too long, it's time to go back. He waved his hand, and Albus and Scorpius disappeared from sight. Felix slumped on the holly tree bench, his fingers fiddling with the glass vial containing golden time energy, his breathing slowed, and his body grew transparent. As if isolated from everything. Valen picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at him. Felix rolled his eyes. Hermione has totally bought you off, actually if you can change it to candy, I'll feel better. Valen immediately pulled out a brown wig from her pocket, which she wore on her head, and then leaned forward, looking like a certain someone. She clasped her hands over her chest and sneered, if she could, as she thought, humph, despair, great demon king, our alliance was formed a decade ago, a solid friendship forged while walking around the castle under the moon, nothing can destroy it, nothing. Valen craned her neck and sniffed at the air. Deep-sea fish, some species that probably have never been found before, I wonder how they would taste. Gulp. Valen gulped, feeling her unbreakable friendship being challenged, followed by the sound of another gulping of saliva in unison, as a group of Nifflers' eyes looked over. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 732, Epilogue, Granger. As the month of June came to an end, the heat in the air became so intense that you could even feel it inside the British Ministry of Magic, which was built underground. Hermione presumed that her bad mood during this period was caused by the approaching competition. All kinds of news related to the floating island multiplied all at once, and Mafalda Pruitt, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper Wall of Mystery, which emerged out of Hogwarts, commented on the phenomenon by saying, no matter what time of year it is, you can at least spot a guy riding a public broomstick and carrying a camera around the island, and needless to say, that's my lovely peer. Rita Skeeter, another journalist with a sharp tone and penchant for snarking remarks, after covering topics such as hidden smuggling families, excellent naturalists, bad fashion designers and other trending articles, she set her sights on the tourists who came to the island. But this time she almost put herself all over the news. When she was asked about her sources, she hinted about bribing the island staff to get a list of famous people in advance, including some members of the Order of the Phoenix, members of the Frontline Lookout and the Ouroboros Club, along with Muggle politicians, celebrities, pianists, musicians, and the tennis player who ranked second in the world last year. But most important of all is the chain reaction caused by her recent gloating articles such as alternation of power behind the World Cup and panicking people. Journalists from other countries are also not that far behind. This seems to reinforce the point Mafalda was trying to make: there are more journalists on the island than tourists. This is of course an exaggeration, and Hermione, who is a senior deputy minister, could not be more aware of this as she is currently approving new applications to visit the island. There are about 120 people signed up this morning, and if you include the information synced over from the Muggle government, that number is going to increase by 2,000. And that's just one day worth of quantity. Hermione rubbed her forehead. The portrait is totally inadequate, and the number of people who can access the fireplace each day is limited. Moreover, it is necessary to ensure continuous accessibility for critical moments. Didn't we remodel a passenger ship for the British government? The Prime Minister wants that ship to be used as a private vehicle for the Queen and her official entourage to travel. A man from the Department of Magical Transportation replied. Hermione opened her mouth as if she wanted to mock a couple of things, but in the end, she didn't say anything. I can only provide 20 more temporary fireplaces, whose coordinates are located on a small island 30 nautical miles away from the floating island. Let them arrange the pick-up and drop-off boats if they agree, otherwise let them figure out their own way. She wrote down her suggestion and added her name at the end of the document. Give it to Kingsley. The office fell silent. Hermione glanced at the time. The hands of the clock seemed to have stopped moving at 4 o'clock. She went through the list of files in her hand again, the newly legalized articles, the simplified magic potion list review, the private flying broom license, the opening date of Wizard Town, the draft Anti-Space Smuggling Act. After confirming that they were all taken care of one by one, she began to stare at the photo on her desk, which she had taken with Felix on Mars. The two of them were sitting on the reddish-brown rocks with desolate dunes and gravel in the background, a sandstorm coming up in the distance with an exotic haze behind them, Valen jumping around with great interest with a bubble head charm covering her upper body. A slight smile of reminiscence appeared on her face as her fingers unintentionally brushed the photo frame. The past few years flashed through her mind. As an official assistant of the last Minister of Magic, Ms. Bones, her entry into the Ministry of Magic started from a very high position, but there is nothing surprising about it. The Minister of Magic has a number of assistants. There is a special office, the Assistant Minister Office, which is dedicated solely to serving the Minister of Magic. The number of assistants ranges from 1 to a dozen, and these people normally assume both the role of secretary and advisor, but of course, occasionally there will be a few guys who just get paid to do nothing, will also be included in the ranks. But Hermione received a full range of work experience here. From the initial responsibility of reporting information related to Muggle affairs to the gradual exposure of specific affairs of the Pan-Magical Alliance and participation and development of the rules and regulations for liaison between the various magical races with the Minister's assistant status and government contacts, in which her talent in politics was shown. 3 years later, Hermione applied to become an inspector of the International Pan-Magical Alliance, and in the following 2 years, she went around the world and wrote a series of observation reports that incorporated the local magical circumstances with an international perspective, which provided the headquarters of the Pan-Magical Alliance with a thorough and detailed analysis of the situation, together with the findings of other inspectors. As far as Hermione was concerned, her perspective was further broadened there. When she returned to the British Ministry of Magic, she was only 24 years old, but she had been through far more challenging situations than her peers, so much so that she became the Chief of Staff of the Assistant Minister's office after an interview that went so harmoniously that it could not even be considered an interview. Theoretically, she could give orders to Felix back then, who still held a staff position. Felix so far still didn't understand the interrelationship between these posts, and no one had dared to command him. If she follows the same pace in her political career, she is likely to go further and further down the path of promotion, eventually becoming the Minister of Magic. But her magical path will also become narrower and narrower, and in fact, unlike Harry's smooth path, she would have experienced her own limits much earlier. Although her abilities far exceeded those of the average wizard, she recognized that she might never become an archmage, with an invisible wall in front of her. This wall has trapped an unknown number of outstanding wizards. It was the trip to Mars that brought about an unexpected transformation in Hermione's path in life, and in the words she summed up afterward. The transformation of every wizard's magic is inseparable from the great mental transformation, and for me, it happened during the month I lived on Mars. I didn't have to think about all the real-life implications, and I completely left behind all the constraints and concerns. Compared to the vast universe, people are extremely insignificant, but when I did my best to light up a small piece of the starry sky, I was able to feel the shock and grandeur from the bottom of my heart, as if all my past perceptions had been overturned. When she returned from Mars, she wrote a dozen articles exploring the nature of magic, which are mostly conjectures, but they are enough to prove that she has a new understanding of magic, and Felix picked one of them and suggested her to publish it publicly, which was later considered to be a perfect argument for the puzzle of the adaptability of magic under extreme conditions. In her office, Hermione said to herself, that feeling was really amazing. What's amazing? A voice interjected. She looked up just in time to catch Harry's odd expression on his face, and Hermione said teasingly, the scene where you perform the Wronski feint at the wedding in public. Harry coughed unnaturally twice. He was getting married for the first time, so some exuberance was inevitable, plus he and Ginny had taken their vow in the sky, and by the time they finished their vow Fred and George had shouted out at the top of their lungs to give them a show, and with masses of lively guests swooping downwards on broomsticks, he couldn't stop himself from doing it. By the way, what brings you here? Hermione intentionally changed the subject. I thought you would be too busy to come out at all for a while. Pretty much, Harry muttered, I've missed at least 3 family dinners, and little Albus is upset with me. There's so much to deal with. It's a city populated by millions of people, bringing together most of the world's nations and authorities, with complex relationships. To be honest, I'm a little overwhelmed. Perhaps you should learn from how Felix handled it. Hermione suggested. Good idea, Harry said, dividing every little task to others, occasionally showing up to solve a problem or two, and then in the process, you need to get rid of all the guys who have caused that problem. I have seriously thought about it, but this style does not suit me. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Did you come looking for sympathy, or did you come to complain? Neither, Harry said with a straight face, it's because of another matter. Hermione looked at him from across the table. The Ministry has recovered a time turner during the search in the Knot House, haven't they? How did you? You tell me first. Harry said. Hermione thought for a moment. That's right, the Ministry has been working on a project to recover time turners that have been lost through the centuries, damaged or not. This whole thing started well over a decade ago when Ms. Bones was still in office. Because, well, you know exactly why. Oh, I understand. Harry said slowly, one of the 2 people in this conversation happened to experience time travel and traveled far beyond what the Ministry of Magic allowed, indirectly contributing to the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries getting breached. When someone stole a lot of time energy in the hourglass of the time turner, who that person was, the 2 knew by heart. Ms. Bones deemed it necessary to conceal the existence of the time turner, especially at this particular juncture when the magical world is heading towards openness. Hermione explained to him, it was Headmaster Dumbledore who applied to the Ministry of Magic in the first place, and now this policy has ended with his loss. The time turner will not appear in the school or in the public eye, and Kingsley and I both agree with this policy. Harry pondered about Dumbledore's attitude towards time turners, about the silverware that always littered the long-legged table, and then he pulled a small golden timepiece out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Hermione's eyes widened for a moment, then the look of surprise faded from her face and became thoughtful. This can't be yours, she said. It's the Malfoys, Harry confessed. Draco was originally going to give it to Professor Hap, but he wasn't sure what he would think, so he compromised and entrusted me to send it to you. He said, Harry scratched his head, that Astoria is getting well enough to make it to the World Cup opening ceremony in perfect health. That's good news. Hermione broke into a smile. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 733, Epilogue, Longbottom. Today, the floating island serves as the largest wizard transportation hub and transit point, linking wizard settlements in major regions of the world together, and inadvertently connecting the entire magic world in the process, greatly easing communication between wizards. The cross-country shipping business on the floating island is also very prosperous. Any ambitious company would find a way to establish an office here, a phenomenon that can be explained by the popular saying, here, the world is within your reach. But there is also a piece of advice that comes along with it, make sure you have your clearance paperwork before you cross the flames, otherwise, you will be kicked back without any ticket refund and will even receive a summons in addition to a footprint on your arse. But don't worry too much, the government departments stationed on the floating island are set up specifically to deal with such troubles. After a few years of running to court, at least you won't have to worry about conflicts due to language differences. A week before the World Cup opening ceremony, Neville got a letter from Harry. He was washing up upstairs at the leaky cauldron when an owl flew silently into the second-floor window and landed on the sink holder, startling him. Hello, Hedwig, Neville said with a mouth full of bubbles, stretching out a hand. Hedwig raised her wings and bounced back 2 steps, thus avoiding the wet hand as she raised her leg with the letter tied to it. Neville carefully opened the letter and quickly skimmed through it, his eyes gradually brightening. After a few minutes, 2 heads came together. There's plenty of time for us to leave with the other professors, Hannah said. I'll write back to Harry right away, Neville said, as he excitedly searched the room for a paper and pen. The 2 got married a few years ago, and after Neville left the Ministry of Magic, he took over the Professor Sprout post and became the herbology professor at the school, while Hannah took over the leaky cauldron and became the proprietress. This combination of the two made the students think it is quite cool. 2 days later, at dawn, the early risers in Diagon Alley noticed a sign on the door of the Leaky Cauldron with a closed during the World Cup sign along with a lock. No one was surprised. This year's World Cup attracted so many people who wanted to join in the fun even if they had no interest in Quidditch. It was rumored that there would be plenty of new and interesting merchandise made available during the tournament. Neville and Hannah arrived at Hogwarts through the Diagon Alley fireplace. It is summer break right now, so not even a single student is present, and Professor McGonagall is standing in the middle of a group of professors, wearing a feathered hat and matching slender, dark green robes, looking as elegant as Emmeline Vance beside her. Pomona Sprout was waving at the two of them, and Neville waved back in return. Professor Sprout was retired and usually lived in Hogsmeade, although she would often drop by the school to visit the little darlings she kept in the greenhouse, and to give Neville many pointers during his induction, especially teaching him how to deal with Professor Snape. Well, we don't get into serious scuffles, but a lot of herbs are needed to brew potions. This kind of advice helped Neville a lot. Professor McGonagall nodded toward Neville and Hannah. Is it just you two? What about Frank and Alice, and Hannah's parents? They're already on the island, Neville said cheerfully, and they even sent us a bunch of photos together with Luna, Seamus, and Dean. Grandma's staying home, she's not interested in Quidditch. Professor McGonagall huffed. My parents couldn't spare free time. Hannah said, shaking her head. Well, Professor McGonagall said, glancing at the others, Emmeline, Pomona, Sybil, a total of Phileas, exactly the right number. Our deputy headmaster is unsurprisingly absent once again, though this time he can be slightly excused. According to the Daily Prophet, he seems to be in the middle of a power transfer, floating island power, which I deeply doubt. Let's go. I wonder how Professor Burbage is doing now. Neville whispered, this professor had helped him a lot too. Well, she'll be just fine in the sky. Hannah said in a quiet voice. Neville nodded, and at that moment Professor McGonagall's eyebrows knitted hard as she passed by the two and overheard their conversation. Professor Burbage was just invited to go to the moon to do research, she'll be back. She couldn't resist the urge to explain. Well, I really hope everything goes well for her. Hannah said sincerely. If it had been me, I wouldn't be so sure, Trelawney interjected. I made a deliberate attempt to observe the stars before I traveled, and judging from the angle between the moon and Mars, it's not a good idea to travel for some time in the near future, it's prone to unexpected misfortunes. Thanks for the warning, Sybil. Professor McGonagall said, Felix happened to have been to both places you mentioned, I will ask his opinion about it for you. She led the way and walked on. I never knew Professor Trelawney would be interested in Quidditch. Hannah whispered. I didn't know that either, Neville replied in a whisper, but the other divination professor at the school made it clear that he didn't like Quidditch, so. Trelawney, who wore a half-dozen scarfs over her head, suddenly turned her head as if she had heard the two whisperings, startling them into shutting up. Emmeline smiled at them. A group of people appeared in Hogsmeade Square, where a temporary fireplace could be seen erected in the midst of the messy crowd. Everyone don't crowd. Come in order, the entrance of the Three Broomsticks Inn is the Port KS Storage Center. A somewhat sheepish aura shouted to maintain order, in front of wizards jumping into the flames one by one in turn and disappearing. Soon it will be Neville's group turn. Designated location, Pacific Ocean 30 kilometers west of the floating island, Ingersoll Island, aura shouted out of habit as he looked down and checked Professor McGonagall's ticket, then only to get startled when he got a good look at the members of the group. Principal McGonagall? And all professors? You are perfectly free to apply to go directly to the island without a transit. We're not in any rush, Professor McGonagall said, and we will be able to see some scenery along the way. Well, then, have a nice trip, everyone. The aura said. The swirling green flames carried Neville through one archway after another, followed by a period of monotonous dizziness. It was more uncomfortable than any other past experience of using the flow network, and then he finally felt his legs settled on the ground. He stood on a sandy beach, the sea breeze, and dazzling sunlight hit his face, with footsteps and talking coming from everywhere around him. Neville looked around and froze for a moment. Unlike the desolate island he had pictured, there is a lively beach in front of him. There should be at least 1,000 umbrellas on the beach, people surfing in the sea, paragliders and flying brooms soaring in the sky, a little girl walking past him clutching a purple flying carpet on which a middle-aged man with a round belly was dozing. Whoa, did we come to the wrong place? Hannah, who had just arrived, asked. She nearly fell when her foot stepped on the soft sand, and Neville rushed to support her. No. Neville said brightly, pointing in one direction. The sky over the sea was clear, so he could clearly see the island hovering above the sea in the distance, and Hannah abruptly laughed. It does look a bit like a rolled ice cream. What are those little dots next to it? If you look closer, they don't look like that, said Neville. Those dots are probably wizards on broomsticks, probably detecting the weather and watching out for storms at sea, or they could simply be playing a dueling game, you know, riding on broomsticks and aiming for a knockdown, either one-on-one or in a melee, but only a specific spell can be used, and this sport was trendy among the Aurors for a while, and I forget whether Harry or Ron came up with the idea. Hannah looked at Neville. Well, I'm not very good at Quidditch, he said, somewhat sheepishly. Professor Sprout also believes that as a professor of herbology it's best to keep my feet on the ground at all times. I did say that, said Professor Sprout, emerging from the flames, exuding a cheerful vibe, as her soft grey hair blew back high in the sea breeze. Have you ever been to classroom 7? I always thought the other me is kind of wild-natured, but it's pretty cool. I've interacted with everyone in there and benefited greatly. Emmeline Vance said. Several professors stood on the beach with Neville and Hannah, looking over the golden sands and endless blue waves. The floating island seemed to be slowly turning, the sunlight shining on it, faintly reflecting the scales of the giant snake coiled around the bottom base of the island. 20 feet away, 2 staff members under the umbrella waved a small flag. When they stepped within range of the umbrella, they were surprised to find that it was much cooler underneath. Special perks. One staff member said, worrying that we would suffer from crowd phobia. There are tens of thousands of people here. There are that many people? Are they all tourists? Professor Flitwick asked in amazement. Yeah, there's always some people who would worry about the floating island falling down, even though it's been floating on the sea for 12 years. Those kinds of people can be found in both wizards and muggles, for that reason they would choose to come to this island to spend their nights in tents. Another staff member said, casually handing them a form, and Neville wrote the names of the group. What about the opening ceremony? It was at night, no? Emmeline Vance inquired curiously. Maybe they will get themselves drunk. The registration staff said humorously. From his mouth, Neville and the group learned that the passenger ship to the island would come every hour, which gave them almost half an hour of free time. They wandered around and ran into acquaintances along the way. It was Bill and Fleur, both dressed very coolly. Bill was wearing a beach pant with sunglasses and a silver earring on his left ear that just happened to complement with his wife's moon feldspar earrings, while Fleur looked dazzlingly gorgeous in a one-piece swimsuit with a silver waterfall-like hair draped behind her head, and there was a similarly gorgeous-looking young girl standing next to her. This is Gabrielle, my sister. Fleur said in a somewhat whispery voice. Neville and Bill exchanged a look, then the two walked to the side. You got the letter too, right? Neville asked. Yes, Bill said briskly, the island is short of manpower, we are happy to help, the children can be left in Gabrielle's care, he whispered, do not let her hear this, she still thinks she has been assigned to a great task. Neville glanced over to where the girls in question were giggling and chatting happily, and he heard Hannah point to an African witch and say, Lee Jordan courted her. Neville blinked in confusion at the sight of a tall, dark-skinned girl, and it took him a few seconds to barely recall her identity. The participant who had represented Uagadou in the Tournament of Champions in his 4th year, Nona Libert. We're waiting for the rest of the family to arrive, they will be here pretty much today or tomorrow. Bill said, except for the duo of Ron and Percy, both of whom are working at the ministry to coordinate this big event and probably won't be able to get a day or two off until the opening ceremony. We have already stayed overnight. The Fiji wizards rushed over with their mascot Dakiwaka, a distant kinsman of mer people who can transform into sharks. Oh, there was a dragon too, Charlie would have loved it. Half an hour later, Neville's group and Bill's family parted after one last sentence from Bill. Sirius and I have formed a band called the Furry Boys. The passengers boarded the ship to Floating Island. The huge ship parted the sea waves, seagulls followed on the side, and the people on board stood on the deck talking and laughing with anticipation in their eyes, but as the ship approached the floating island, the sound of talking became sparse, as if all of them were struck by a silencing charm and fell completely silent. A seemingly upside-down mountain stood in the middle of the sea floating in the sky, casting a huge shadow that covered the passenger ship from a long distance away. They made their way through the shadows for a long distance, surrounded by the tranquil sound of the ocean, and finally came under the island. Suddenly someone shrieked, and Neville looked up to see an impossibly large snake's head facing them, its rough scales spreading upward to form a rocky forest-like landscape, its mouth containing its tail, its long body wrapped half a dozen times along the island's inverted base, nearly merging with the island itself. The ship anchored at the bottom of the island. Everyone leaned over the railing to look around when something glittered in the distant shadows. Then they heard the sound of hauling ropes and motors, and after a while, a glowing mass came toward them, hovering steadily above the water, linked to the ship's ladder. The glowing mass became visible as well, a lift, with a magic lamp hovering at the top of the lift. The people on the ship looked at the phone booth-sized lift and gaped. Get in line. Prepare to disembark. At that moment the crew shouted, the interior space of the lift is very limited, it can only carry 100 people at a time, please do not crowd. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds, and one man yelled, it's magic. Yes, it is indeed magic. The crewman said grimly. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 734, Epilogue, Weasley. The lift opened in the central area of the floating island, and the people inside came out in a heap, and Ron laughed, "Floating island, I'm back." He was followed by a short-haired witch, who held a small red-haired girl in one hand. "Stop it," Colin smacked Ron on the back as she looked around and asked, "Do we need to meet up with our families first?" "No worries," Ron whispered, rubbing his shoulders and picking up the little redhead, "Percy won't be here until this afternoon, so let's stroll around first and then go to the hotel. I heard that lots of old friends are staying there and there will be a party in the evening." The three of them stopped by the busy street and watched the passers-by. "It's a shame that little Hugo couldn't come with us, but one is more than enough to suffer," Ron said happily. "Let's snap a few more pictures and tell him about it when we get back." "Didn't you say it might get dangerous?" Colin said without a smile. "That's why I left him in my mother's care." "That's what I said, but it's not like we're the ones in danger." Ron puffed out his chest. "You guys can go wherever you want, just don't forget to use my name." Collins was suddenly tempted to roll her eyes. "So can I go play in Nocturne Alley?" the little redhead asked, sucking on her finger. "Rose, we're thousands of miles away from Nocturne Alley, and it's day. Well, of course, we can," Ron said without thinking. "The next time the Ministry searches for prohibited items, let's take the opportunity to blend in with the Auror Squad. Wait, your mother is in charge of that area." Rose looked expectantly at Collins, trying to find the slightest possibility of favoritism in her mother's face, and then she silently withdrew her gaze and stopped talking. "Can you two stop talking about illegal practices all the time and trying to make it look like I am the bad one?" Collins complained. "Well, Rose, let's talk about something else. Who made you have a head of Auror office as a mom?" Ron said, "Your aunt raided the Malfoy place some time ago. That's our family's archenemy. Oh Merlin, Harry must have wanted to topple the Malfoys as a major step in his career, but unfortunately only a few minions were taken away at the end, but I guess old Malfoy might have been scared enough. He has a popular and influential son. When we went to school, we did not have a good relationship. Your father's grades always crushed him every time." Collins looked at Rose, who was listening intently with an adoring expression, and Ron, who was describing it in graphic detail with squinted eyes. "Are you sure it's true? If not, let's ask others." "Ahem, I mean, I suppressed him in certain subjects." Ron revised his words at light speed. "It absolutely really couldn't be any truer. Harry will vouch for me." The three of them wandered around the narrow streets aimlessly, sometimes walking to find a wall in front of them and having to use magic to make a narrow stone path. On the island, you can immediately distinguish which plots belong to wizards and which belong to Muggle government institutions and research institutes. Like right now, it is obvious that it is not well planned to normal people's eyes, but Ron and the group found these obstructions quite entertaining, and they went quite well with the different styles of houses and the wide range of stores around them. Foursquare, perfectly sized, everything required to be symmetrical and measured with a ruler like Crouch Senior's beard is actually quite intimidating. This is the central area of the floating island. It is believed that the bonfire was held in this vicinity. Some iconic landmarks are preserved, such as a group of statues standing in the center of the fountain, each holding a burning torch that will not go out. Everywhere you can see magical creature-shaped rubbish cans. Just knock on its head, it will open its mouth and eat the rubbish into its stomach. Some weird monsters will also burp in a bizarre manner. In addition to the stores and street view, there are a number of small mobile vendors pushing carts. Ron fell in love with a set of simple scuba gear in front of a stall. Your grandfather will absolutely love it, but he probably might have already bought it. His personal garage has expanded fourfold since he retired. In addition to scuba diving gear, they even found merchandise of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. "Are they selling well?" Ron inquired the vendor. "Excellent, especially these two items. There's a discount for buying them together, sir, ma'am." The vendor enthusiastically promoted the two items to them, one being an underwater firework, while the other being some kind of smoke cloak, which by the logo appeared to be a collaboration product between Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and Diggory. Ron paid and asked Collins as they walked away, "I heard Fred and George talking about working on a firework designed to be used underwater a long time ago, but since when did Cedric enter the trick market?" As a fellow Tournament of Champions team member, Collins has maintained a good friendship with Cedric and Roger Davies and knows more about their recent developments. "He didn't. He and Cho Chang." Collins said, "The two of them have focused on public welfare in recent years. Cedric invented the transfiguration smoke for extensive utilization in the medical field, and for various functions in magic dolls, though later he joined the Floating Island Commercial Security Agreement to ensure that his research results will not be used for military or illegal use, which is guaranteed by the 2,000 investigators of the International Pan-Magic Alliance around the world." "There are goblins in there?" their daughter Rose shouted. "There must be hundreds of goblins here, you know, they take their property very seriously." Collins explained to her daughter, "It's said that many Muggle doctors are proud to own a set of goblin-made scalpels, though I've heard they're relatively uncommon." "Why?" Rose asked. "This, well, it falls under the controversial issue of ownership. The Alliance allows goblins to keep their own racial traditions, but when trading with other races, they must make a written notification about this point, otherwise, the trade will not be protected, and goblins are known for their stubbornness. Don't be fooled, those goblins are smart, Ron interjected. I have dealt with a batch of prohibited items, which includes a few pieces of silver jewelry made by goblins, but the goblins refuse to admit it because those pieces are not marked. Collins was a little surprised. This is completely against the goblins' concept of ownership. Are you sure it's a goblin creation? Of course, Ron affirmed, just look at the look in their eyes. Think about it, when their addiction to money-making and traditional concepts clash, it's not surprising for a group of goblins to decide not to inscribe their names and sell their products on the black market. What a bunch of sneaky guys. But sometimes goblins will deliberately carve some mean words on it. I remember a doctor mentioning it in a newspaper some time ago. He was holding a scalpel inscribed with Scrooge, or maybe the goblin's naming style has changed. All I know is one long beard and grubby goblin. He added. Collins and Rose laughed out loud, and at that moment, Ron's attention was suddenly drawn away by something, and Collins followed Ron's gaze and saw a tall, broad-chested man at a stall that sold hats not far away. Ron withdrew his gaze and grunted, might have mistaken, I don't even remember much about. Who did you have in mind? Harry's cousin. The one who sent a gift at Harry and Ginny's wedding. Collins immediately gave a look of realization as she looked once again at the hat stand, which was already swarmed with crowds. They walked in the opposite direction and saw huge posters in front of a theater. François Clutoy Special Recital. Ron read the words on the poster, would you like to give it a try? Rose nodded repeatedly. Collins pointed to the date of the recital on the poster, which was yesterday. Oh, crap! Ron and Rose said at the same time. Ron looked for a reason and tried to change the topic. Actually, it's good that we missed it. We can save our energy for the mascot show, but unfortunately, there's no villa this year. I saw it once a long time ago, and the feeling. Ron. Ahem, nothing to see. Ron said with a straight face to Rose, who was blinking curiously, you're a girl, if your brother had come over. Her brother is only 3. Oh, yeah, you reminded me, want ice cream? He hastily changed the subject, and Colin's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. The family of 3 exhaled as they stood in front of a mobile ice cream truck. How's business? Not bad. As Collins and Rose selected their ice cream, Ron chatted with the store owner, and within 2 minutes they were talking about the price of the ice cream truck. I've always wanted one. Ron said with some envy, and the vendor replied to him, 500 galleons. But you can rent it for just 2 galleons a day by registering on the island. Ron's eyes lit up, by which time Collins had already picked her choice, 1 strawberry and peanut butter ice cream, and 1 floating island chocolate and nut ice cream. How about you, Ron? I'll have the chocolate one. Ron said. Collins pouted and glared at him, so he hurriedly said, we can switch. The vendor got busy, and he pulled out his wand. Ron looked at the row of gems on his wand and couldn't help but let out an audible gasp. I'm a magic insensitive wizard. The shopkeeper said with little to no interest. Then the gems on the wand lit up one by one. He waved his wand and soon 3 ice creams were made. The strawberry one looked like a flowing volcano, the chocolate one looked like a full ice cream had been slapped flat with some flowery candy particles sprinkled on top, but there is one key feature, a little chocolate snake spitting its tongue and glaring at them. I kind of understand, the little chocolate snake, but it didn't bite its tail. What's that? Ron asked, pointing to the splattered debris. A house on a floating island. The vendor said, the little snake does not bite the tail because it has another purpose, it will compete with you to grab. He stopped talking abruptly. What did you say? Ron asked as he handed 1 chocolate ice cream to Rose, and bit off the snake's head in the process. The vendor was speechless. Probably sensing the vendor's inner turmoil, Collins took the initiative to ask, the wand you are holding is a custom-made one? I am referring to the magic on it, your spell casting is very smooth and instant. Ah, yes, the vendor said with a sigh of relief, Future World offers a custom order service, but now they have distributed this business to several other companies. There are some wizards who specialize in this. What do they call it? Magic path design, which uses a limited amount of magic to achieve a series of complex effects. It's not just ice cream making, you can create one for all walks of life. It's very impressive. At this point, there was a sudden clamor in the street, and a large group of people gathered around there. There's a fight going on. The ice cream truck owner calmly pressed the red button on the truck in front of Ron's family, and then said with no small amount of satisfaction, this is a locator cum alarm device, it will only take 20 seconds for someone on duty to come. What are you doing? Ron and Collins raised their wands high at the same time, ready for battle. But after a few seconds, they realized it seemed to be just an ordinary drunken fight. Leave it to me. Ron said confidently as he lowered his wand. A black chess piece somehow appeared in his hand, and after aiming in that direction he threw it towards the crowd. The knight piece came to life in mid-air and became larger and larger. Bang! The knight landed heavily with his horse, smashing a deep crater, the obsidian-like tall horse excitedly grinned on the ground. Half of its body was protected by the extension of the knight's steel armor, which was 12 or 13 feet high, and everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of this big fellow. Unrelated individuals retreat. The knight shouted majestically from his horse. The surface of his armor shone with a metallic sheen, and then the mask of the knight's helmet popped open, revealing a face that looks similar to Ron's face inside. The crowd gave space and two drunken men stared dumbfounded at the Black Knight approaching them on his horse. As they shivered in place, the broadsword in the knight's hand looked like a huge door plank, seemingly capable of slapping the two men flat in one fell swoop. He walked slowly, but no one doubted how violent the force would be when the knight launched his attack. Both troublemakers sobered up completely and loosened up their hands at the same time. "Look," Ron said smugly as he walked over, and just when he was about to speak, two wizards descended from the sky. "What's going on?" one of them asked in a serious voice. No one in the crowd of tourists said anything. Instead, they looked behind him in silence. The male wizard turned his head a little stiffly. Hiss. He took 2 steps back and fumbled to pull out a walkie-talkie-like gadget, ready to call for backup. "Don't!" Ron and the other wizard shouted at the same time. A few minutes later, the knight disappeared with a bang, reverting back into a chess piece, and Ron and Tonks walked together, though Ron's expression was a bit downcast. "Let's see if you will keep showing off blindly in the future," Collins lectured. "He did sort of help," Tonks said objectively, and Ron raised an eyebrow in disbelief when he heard Tonks continue. At least he didn't throw out a full set of wizard's chess pieces. From that point of view. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 735, Epilogue, Lupin. "Can you tell me why you're here?" A short male wizard sat restrainedly in a chair. "I came here on Wolfman's recommendation. He said you are a very wise man, who runs the largest multinational corporation in the world, and the most trusted person of that gentleman. More than that, you are still. He stole a quick peek at the person across the table with his eyes. "Still one of your kind?" Lupin added. Yes. The man said. Lupin looked kindly at the short male wizard. They are meeting for the first time, but a familiar feeling welled up in him. Perhaps it was due to the other man wearing a torn and patched robe, cloak and scarf in which he wrapped himself, with a sickly complexion, interspersed with white hair and eyes full of insecurity. How similar he was to him back then. "Mr. Lupin," the man gained a bit more assurance from Lupin's gentle eyes, and spoke much more smoothly. "I have been living isolated from the community, living in the wilderness for more than 10 years, and only recently I heard from a group of explorers about what is going on out there. It's incredible, it's like a dream for people like us who are on the edge." He spoke and explained everything very quickly. When he finished, Lupin gave him a brief pause to catch his breath, then nodded approvingly and said, "I've seen a lot of cases similar to yours. They all came in with a belly full of worry and sorrow, probably with the most helpless look ever, overwhelmed by the changes in the world, but after a period of communication, they left contentedly to start a new life. As far as I know, they're living quite well now." "That's right," the man said hurriedly, his eyes revealing his hope. Wolfman said the same thing. "He said that you have a very good way to make werewolves reborn." Lupin laughed. "I don't remember having any miraculous way to make a werewolf reborn which I must keep secret. I did isolate some practical techniques derived from werewolf transformation magic, which I pretty much handed out to every single werewolf community to facilitate their mutual support and learning. I also founded the Werewolf Rights Association, where you can receive a monthly wolfsbane potion for very little money as long as you follow the rules and regulations stated there. By the way, the association is currently training its own Podiwanners, and we have mastered the production methods of 4 of the 7 types of wolfsbane potions. These benefits are open to everyone, and you don't need to meet me to get them." The man looked at Lupin blankly, looking confused, and he couldn't help but lean his body forward slightly and ask tentatively, "But I guess there must be something special about you, right? Why else do all the werewolves respect you?" Well, you totally deserve respect just for being on top of most people, but the respect I am talking about is very different. I can sense the difference." "Oh," Lupin smiled lightly, "I feel honored by your belief. I do have some stories and a few suggestions that might help you fit in better in the outside world, but in the final analysis, there is nothing special. On the contrary. I would love to hear your story." When Tonks came in from outside, she just happened to see Lupin and the male wizard coming out of the study, and just as it had happened countless times before, the strange visitor walked with ease on his feet, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Lupin handed the man a business card. "You can contact Miss Temple, she will settle you down properly, there is no doubt in her ability to carry out her task." "Thank you, Mr. Lupin, thank you so much," the male wizard said gratefully as he looked over to Tonks, who approached him. "You must be Mrs. Lupin, right? A lonely person like me has been told about the love story between the two of you. How enviable. Mrs. Lupin seems to be a kind-hearted person just from the first glance." "I kind of found out." When the male wizard left, Tonks raised an eyebrow and said, the comments I get from your side of the friends all carry a kind heart as if I'm with you because of kind heart. I know. It's because of love. Lupin said seriously, but love is a luxury in the eyes of other werewolves, let alone having such a beautiful, intelligent witch as a wife. Tonks grunted twice in delight. Lupin opened his arms and held her as he had done at the wedding 11 years ago, without a single change. He felt content with what he has now, a smart and considerate wife, a healthy and active son, without any werewolf features, other than the transformation brought by metamorphomagus ability he inherited from his mother, a godson, Harry's young son Albus, a bunch of relatives and friends, a respectable career and social status. There is nothing more to complain about. He felt incredibly glad that he accepted Dumbledore's offer. Because since then, he has been constantly getting many good things. His heart felt incredibly fulfilled, which is why he still has the energy to do something for his kind over these years, both in terms of the Werewolf Rights Society and simplifying werewolf transformation magic, as well as in terms of the almost once-a-week conversations in the study. Every year over the past decade, werewolves have found the courage to emerge from the mountains, the jungles and the wilderness to observe the unfamiliar surroundings with timid and wary hearts. And as probably the most famous werewolf in the world, Lupin has helped and reassured countless people. The warm moment didn't last long as a 10-year-old boy came running in with a breeze, stomping on the stairs with a thud. Lupin and Tonks exchanged glances and looked at their child. "Dad, Mum, Sirius asked me to check when you're going over there." Teddy Lupin shouted. "Right now," Tonks glared, "if you didn't have disrupted our conversation. But if I didn't make a sound, you guys surely would be hugging each other without a break." Teddy called out. Tonks pouted, her eyes darting up and down at the little boy as if she was finding a fault. "What's wrong with your hair?" Teddy's hair shone fiery red dazzlingly, different from the ginger color he had at breakfast. But he had inherited his mother's ability to change his appearance at will, which naturally included adjusting his hair color, so his mother's words were akin to picking a fight. He shook his head smugly. "I met a little redhead girl, a silly one, and I told her I am a relative of the Weasleys." Tonks and Lupin looked at each other. What was that little girl's name? It wouldn't be Rosalie, would it? How could it be? Teddy had an incredulous look on his face. Sirius brought her to our house to visit a few times, at least once in half a month, and on the other hand, we met her at Godfather Harry's house. "Is it Victoria?" Lupin asked. Teddy thought hard for a while and said slowly, "I think that's the name." "Gosh," Tonks said, "that's Bill and Fliss kid, you guys used to play together when you were kids." 10 minutes later, when Lupin came out of the living room, he saw Tonks and Teddy, mother and son, staring wide-eyed at each other in the hallway, their hair changing color like a traffic light. This is Tonks's speciality, but Teddy is no slouch either, as it's being the first skill he learned after birth, even before he uttered his first word. Lupin leaned on the windowsill, incredibly content to appreciate the scene. After another 10 minutes, Teddy was defeated, his hair reluctantly settled on black. In contrast, Tonks looked smug. "Let's go," she said gleefully. The sun was shining outside, the hotel was packed with tourists, and they made their way to the third-floor ballroom. At the entrance, deafening music could be heard even before they entered. Lupin was a little stunned, and an uneasy feeling arose in his heart, which was confirmed in the next second. Sirius was singing happily on stage, holding a guitar in his hand, dressed in a hippie outfit. Behind him was Bill, his fingers brushing the keyboard like a flowing river, his ponytail swaying from side to side, the small flapping earrings on his ears appearing and disappearing. Rolf's drum beat was obviously a bit out of rhythm, as if he was in a hurry, and Lupin guessed that if he had come a bit earlier, he would not be the one sitting in that seat, and it was more likely for him to hold a saxophone. Neville looked around with saxophone as if he had bought a standing ticket to the stage. Lupin suddenly had the impulse to close his eyes. It is a serious band with the name Furry Boys Band. To make the matter even more unfortunate, he came to realize that he too had become a member of the band, forcibly. Even the name of the band was chosen by Sirius to tease him about his new nickname Furry King. The audience off stage wore a wide range of expressions. The performers' family members all looked like they wanted to laugh, except for Luna, who perhaps genuinely enjoyed it, her head nodding along to the rhythm as she held a bird with rainbow feathers in both arms, the Weasley family sitting together with focused expressions, Ginny desperately holding back the boy, James, trying to stop his growing desire to perform, Mrs. Weasley and Fleur simultaneously staring at Bill's flopping ponytail, but Lupin dared to bet that the two were thinking very different things. It was written all over their faces. Severus sat in the corner, his mouth slightly open, the pot-bellied Slughorn beside him chatted smilingly with Draco and Astoria, the students Sirius had taught whistled enthusiastically at the next table. "To be fair, it isn't that bad." Mad-Eye Moody near the door asked in a jarring voice, "What are they singing?" "A Great Victory." Lupin subconsciously blurted. "That's right, that's it." Moody laughed and hummed along with the melody, with his hoarse voice as a contrast. Lupin could also hear the beauty of Sirius's singing voice. When Harry, the organizer of the party, appeared and saw the crowd singing in chorus, serious, and Bill's stage play got even rougher, leaving him a little baffled. Does his own godfather really have a talent for singing? Didn't Amelia say that only Creaker had complimented him? Harry interpreted that as unprincipled flattery, like if he had asked Dobby, he would definitely think he had a wonderful singing voice. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 736, Epilogue, Dursley. Welcome to the Midday News. A host with rimmed glasses appeared on the television screen. A month ago I was thinking about the Quidditch World Cup as if it would happen in the next century, but in the blink of an eye the time has come. A lot has happened in the meantime, starting with the appearance of various national dignitaries on the island, and we're evidently short of reporters. The Queen of England lives in the British Palace on the island, but a greater number of politicians and celebrities choose to experience the Wizard Hotel. Prince Charles and Camilla stayed in the Ice Town, which has quite the opposite environment to the present in a low-key manner. It is worth mentioning that the former Princess Diana lives in a botanical garden at the other end of the island. She has spared no effort to promote magic farming over the past years, and has a personal friendship with Charity Burbage, who got invited to go to the moon for research. François Crouthoy, the renowned composer and pianist, has just finished his recital, in which he revealed in an interview that he would not stage any more performances for the next month and that a feast is close at hand. He said, Crouthoy has a deep emotional attachment to magic, and since his hands were healed and his masterpieces were created, there is no doubt that magic is his muse. The Ancient Rune Society has published a new almanac, which expanded the original ancient rune laws to 22. There were concerns about an incoming storm, so our weather team went out 3 days ago and tilted the storm in a different direction, making it eventually pass us by. The Selma Lake monster cub from Norway has suffered a bout of malaise. Magi Zoology Luna Lovegood and Rolf's commander found the creature in a state of depression due to the lack of freshwater habitat available on the island and the refusal of the Seawater Purification Department to give up one of its freshwater reservoirs. 2 days later a spokesman said the problem had been properly resolved. We kept it in a bathtub. The new problem is that it has now become a little afraid of living beings, in particular of flat-mouthed, black-furred creatures. Red-haired Curupira from Brazil clashed with an Irish leprechaun, then the American Ilvermorny Pukwudgie made their appearance wielding small axes. The only saving grace was that their bows and arrows were confiscated because they were reportedly poison-inflicted. Apparently the island's acting governor quite busy focusing on the 8 million or so visitors along with his own young daughter's birthday party, and someone suggested allowing future world's house elves to supervise the restless bunch, which may be a good idea, but it might spark an even more disastrous consequence. Today during the first light of sunrise, a small boat approached the floating island, with a big burly man on board who knocked out more than half of the Fijian mascot Kiwaka, some kind of shape-shifting creature that can change between shark and humanoid forms, that was released in the surrounding waters, and his roar drew the attention of the island's patrol when the former claimed to be Hogwarts care of magical creatures and the gamekeeper and keeper of keys and grounds. He was accompanied by an elegantly dressed, unusually large woman. He claimed that they were supposed to have arrived a week ago, but got lost on the way, due to a sudden rainstorm. After a bit of babbling, the host glanced up. Let's switch our focus to the visitors to the island. Tuss, can you hear me? The screen shifts to an outside shot and a middle-aged man appear on the screen. His bald head looked like it was waxed, glistening in the sunlight, giving the impression that he was energetic and loquacious. Hello, Reed. The place where I am now is one of the most visited attractions on the floating island, the Memorial Hall, which records the documented history of magic from all over the world. The in-house collection of books and various visual materials is so rich that it takes 2 or 3 days to just skim through it, while there is a free canteen built in, but I don't think anyone would walk in for a free lunch. It's worth noting that things about just Mr. Happ, his colleagues and students alone occupy 1 floor of the gallery. This gentleman, can I have a little of your time? Dudley stared blankly at the reporter. The souvenir hat in his hand fell to the floor. Pick me up off the floor. Boy! The hat shouted. He's not as fat as he was as a kid, and his boxing experience in high school didn't make him a great boxer, or rugby player, but at least it curbed the non-stop crazy weight gain. Listen, I'm not going to spend a penny more than I already have. What's the matter, Dudley? Vernon and Petunia approached. Vernon's mouth was greasy, so he was wiping it with a tissue, and then he froze in place when he saw the reporter and the camera. You guys are together? A family? The reporter averted his interested gaze from the hat that kept screaming on the ground. Excellent, there is no doubt that you are all interested in magic. What? Vernon growled with wide eyes. Oh, cough cough cough, yes. He said vaguely, pulling Petunia with one hand and tugging Dudley with the other as he prepared to leave, but the reporter had already passed the microphone to Dudley, who was closest to him. Care to answer a few questions? It won't take up too much time. Dudley stammered, and his eyes darted around, but the reporter said, Great. Where are you from? Dudley froze for a few seconds and muttered, England, I guess. England. The reporter's eyes lit up. I interviewed Andy Murray last week, who last year became the first Brit to win 14 titles in the Open era, but went through a bit of a slump in the first half of the year, switching coaches and inviting a former St. Mungo's healer to join his crew, and he and his girlfriend are settled together on the floating island not paying attention? Not interested in tennis? That's a shame because that coverage was my best work, which included his relationship with a controversial journalist. He smacked his lips, a little disappointed by the Disley family's reaction, but he quickly recovered. Well, let's move on with. Since you're from England, you must have gone to the third level of the Memorial Hall? That's the main attraction. Well, which ones are you interested in? The two archmages, or the current headmistress, Ms. McGonagall, who promoted the exchange student program between the 11 magic schools. The mysterious and controversial professor of defense against the dark arts and professor of divination, or another pairing the amazingly sized professor of charms and the professor of care of magical creatures. The gothic, long-sleeved professor of potions, and the professor of herbology who retired from Auror. Dudley racked his brain to think of something to say, but he was flat out unable to interject. Of course, I think you might be more interested in another group of individuals who have made such a profound impact on our lives, the Weasley brothers, the most popular magic merchants who have spread the idea of mischief to over 70 countries, the Diggory couple who have made their mark in the medical and charity fields, Mr. Malfoy, the founder and head of the first Wizard Muggle United Hospital, Clearwater, who is in charge of the Future World Corporation's thousands of branches. Operations, Clammy Vera, who is in charge of 2,000 R&D teams. Harry Potter. Dudley said. Harry Potter. The reporter shouted dramatically, showing that he had intentionally kept the name just for this moment. That's right, this name has been mentioned quite often lately, and the public watches him with scrutinizing eyes. He is also quite legendary and played an important role in the downfall of a certain Dark Lord. I think his name is Voldemort? Sorry, I'm not familiar with foreign names. It is said that during his time of great terror even his name could not be mentioned, and he was called you-know-who instead. He slaughtered many people, including Potter's parents. Petunia's expression slightly became erratic. Vernon tightened his grasp on her hand. But all of this can be seen in Harry Potter films, haha. I remember some of the film footage being used in the Memorial Hall, because some people are not happy to disclose the photos. The reporter said with some emotion, I wonder about the relationship between Mr. Potter and his Muggle relatives. You know, people generally think his aunt and uncle are irredeemable but expect something from the cousin who seems to be suffering from obesity. The irredeemable Vernon's face turned a vivid purple, Aunt Petunia's lips were pursed tightly, and her eyes flashed a hint of panic. I think their relationship would be pretty good, Disley said at the first chance he got to speak, for the first time since the start of the interview. Their kids would play around while they sat together having a beer and watching the games and stuff, boxing, football, Quidditch, and talking about the chocolate frog cards of Felix Happ and Garrett Grindelwald's being the hardest to collect, which Ron Weasley having a flood of them. He rattled on. Vernon, who had been mumbling, was stunned in place, and Petunia looked as shocked as he was. The reporter froze, then smiled and said, That's not a bad one. He faced the camera and jokingly said, Film crew, if you are planning to respond to fan requests for a sequel, you might want to take your paper and notes out. With that, he handed the microphone to Vernon. This gentleman, I can tell you've been wanting to talk and can't seem to wait to. Vernon clenched his fist, so tightly it turned purple, and the reporter cowered and took a step back. Can't wait? That's right. He yelled, spluttering, I'm thrilled. I love magic, our whole family loves magic. Satisfied? The feed shifted from Memorial Hall to inside the studio. Thank you Tuss for bringing us this live coverage, the host said calmly as he held up the frames of his glasses. Next we will have a short segment featuring a group of celebrities who have enthusiastically sent their best wishes for the opening ceremony of this World Cup. In front of the TV, Ron asked Harry. You guys really drink beer and watch the game together? Also discussing chocolate frog cards? Harry shrugged. Well, Ron muttered, I do have 2 Grindelwald cards, but don't expect me to trade them to him. The two walked into the meeting hall and Harry took a deep breath, looking at the hundreds of familiar faces in the hall. It seemed like he was back in school, but now he is facing a much more complicated situation. Fred and George squeezed their eyes at each other and took off their Dark Lord bowler hats. Hail to the Honorable Lord of the Island. The two men looked quite cheerful in their brown suits with yellow stripes and a colorful polka dot tie. Oh, don't mess around, Percy said. But the interlude just now quickly calmed Harry's tense heart. His eyes moved slowly over Sirius, Ms. Bones, Lupin, Tonks, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, the Weasleys, Ginny, and especially Dobby. They all gazed at Harry with soft, trusting eyes, and a warmth welled up in Harry's heart. He reached out and knocked on the wall behind him. The crowd let out an audible gasp, as a giant map that seemed to have blended in with the wall slowly emerged, presenting the outline of the floating island and the 1,000 square kilometers around it to the crowd, with dense ink marks moving around on the wall. The situation is like this. Harry spoke. How come I can't find Hermione? Percy's wife, Penelope, asked Luna quietly, who said briskly, "The Grangers are here." Penelope was a little taken aback. "As it turns out," Fred whispered, "even the greatest wizard cannot escape the pressure brought by the in-laws. I wish I am there to take on the job of livening up the atmosphere. I personally think Professor Hap is not good at telling jokes. Felix has quite a good sense of humor." Luna said unbiasedly. "Happy Christmas? Number Giant Sloth." Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 737, Epilogue, Hap. Fred's expectations were not far off, but there was someone to liven up the atmosphere. Of course, Valen herself was unaware of this, and thus she enthusiastically led the Granger couple around the various rooms. "I remember the last time I visited the house was built on a cliff," Mr. Granger said thoughtfully. "That was an oversight," Felix recalled, "there were a lot of seabirds nesting down there. I thought it was because the front door was facing the cliff outside." Mr. Granger said. "It wasn't," Felix thought to himself, "that was the best part of the design. He specifically made 2 couches at the main entrance, facing the sea, but unfortunately, cleaning up bird droppings was a big problem. There were just too many anger-inducing birds." Mrs. Granger stared at Valen's cradle bed, which was filled with Valen's all kinds of necessary equipment, a small hat, a traveling cloak, an exclusive wand, and a bedtime storybook. "How well prepared," she said with an odd look on her face. Hermione said in a more positive tone, "There was a fish tank before with little fishes." Mr. Granger asked curiously. "Oh, Hermione suddenly panicked a little, "You know about the Selma Lake monster, right? It's pretty much the same kind, just a little smaller." Mr. Granger muttered in disbelief, "I read in the paper that it was depressed due to lack of fresh water. Maybe it's homesick, Norway's a pretty long way from here." Felix smacked his lips. "Makes sense," Mr. Granger said. Over dinner, Felix and Hermione told the Grangers about many of the island's attractions, and the Grangers mentioned the recent changes in London, quite a few people waiting for the telecast. "It's the same on the island. Even after several renovations of the tournament venue, it can only hold up to 500,000 spectators, and that's still with magic involved. So some people will only get to watch 1 or 2 games, though it's certainly possible to hold a good carnival at the end of the World Cup." The 4 of them along with Valen ate and drank their fill while chatting leisurely. Mr. Granger got up from the table and went to the window in the drawing room. "What's this?" Mr. Granger examined the beautifully shaped, thin-mouthed bottle on the shelf with shallow layers of fine sand at its base with interest. He thought the silver grains must be laced with some interesting magic, they seemed to breathe. "It's a memory," Hermione came over to say, motioning for the fine sand to come out of the bottle. The cork spun open automatically, and the silver grains of sand slid down the neck of the bottle, flashing the silhouettes of Felix and Hermione. "You went to visit a tomb?" Mr. Granger asked in surprise. He vaguely saw a headstone but failed to read the words on it. Hermione said softly, "To meet a very complicated person." It was the place Grindelwald had selected for his final period of seclusion. One day when Felix was studying time magic, he saw a glimpse of Grindelwald's final period in the mirror, so he and Hermione made their way over to see it. The surrounding scenery was picturesque. The 2 of them erected a stone monument and headstone, and then the stone monument was hidden away using magic. Hermione and Mr. Granger returned to the dining room, bringing back some desserts on the way. While Felix and Mrs. Granger were still chatting, Hermione sat down next to him. "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Granger immediately shut up. Felix grabbed Hermione's hand and wrote on her palm. Hermione struggled to decipher it. The first letter was B, the second letter was A, and halfway through the third letter, her cheeks turned scarlet. "We are not in a hurry to have a child, it is not too late to have one at 60. Felix said with a straight face. The Grangers sucked in their breath in shock. Hermione glared at him, "Of course, we won't wait until we're 60. We can help to look after the baby." Mrs. Granger said hastily, a dreadful voice still echoing in her head, 60, 60. She quickly poked her husband in the ribs with her elbow, and Mr. Granger seriously said, "Yes, since you are relatively busy in general. Hermione and I discussed this matter very seriously, only a few days ago." Felix said. "But there isn't even a parenting book in the study?" Mrs. Granger inquired. "Actually, there is," Felix said, giving a wink. At that moment Valen yelped from the couch, rummaging through her pocket and pulling out a parenting book, and then pulled out a glass for herself as she pretended to read through it. The Grangers were dumbfounded. "You guys, are you planning to leave your baby to be raised up by a niffler later?" "That's wrong," Felix said seriously. "Valen will just impersonate. I don't know if you realize that the size of Valen is about the same size as a baby. Hermione sometimes practices with her, I've secretly watched." He stopped talking. Hermione's fingers already carried bison power. "An after-dinner drink." Felix snapped his fingers cheerily and 4 cocktails and a glass of juice immediately appeared in the air. He pushed the juice with a straw to Valen, then asked with interest, Anyone wants to add cherries or lemon slices? I like cherries. Mr. Granger's attention was drawn away. Can I get a little spoon to scoop them up? After settling the Grangers down, Felix and Hermione lay on the bed. The scene in the room changed the moment the two of them slumped down. They were pillowed on the soft grass, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, with the breeze blowing against their feet. So tired. It's okay, everything was taken into consideration. Including the parenting book thing. Ahem, my common topic with them would be you. In our first official meeting we talked about your childhood and school days, the second meeting revolved around the dental health of wizards and magical creatures, and that one turned out to be the best, because I gifted a pair of movable dragon skull to your father, who seemed to have liked it. Yet, he loved it so much that he couldn't bear to sleep without it at night, Hermione said with a smile, although Mum was less than pleased about that. That tells us one thing, that you have to give up something to get something. Felix said with a poker face. Hermione laughed a little too hard, that her hair got messy. When she had laughed enough she pulled her hair back together and found Felix staring at her earlobe. It looks good. As good as the Book of Rune. Hermione winked. Is it my Book of Rune, or yours? Well, this one. A falling leaf fell from the sky and Felix reached out to catch it, turning it into a pair of earrings and putting them on Hermione. Well, there's nothing to compare when I am yours, and you are mine. Hermione put her one hand on Felix's chest, brilliant runes spread at her fingertips. Felix's home clothes turned into a tuxedo, and she pulled Felix up from the grass with one hand. Want to dance, Professor? She asked as the illusion shattered as the couple stood by the bedroom bed. It's too small here. The next second the two disappeared from the room. A few moments later, Valen bounded in on her short legs and stared at the empty bedroom. The two guys had run off again, and this time where had they gone? A series of secret base names flashed by: desert, rainforest, under the sea, the moon, inside the floating island, but it depends on what they want to do. If it is a fight, the Archmage and near Archmage level wizard has a fewer range of options. The desert, the moon and space are all okay. Felix and Hermione's month on Mars was not all stargazing or dry discussion of magic. As the world's only two wizards with the Book of Rune, one of them still treading on the threshold of enlightenment, the only way to verify magic is, unreservedly wielding your magic hundreds and thousands of times. Exasperated, Valen sat in the doorway, pulling out the parenting book, and began to take notes. Hogwarts. Hermione, dressed in a bright goose yellow evening gown, looked around wide-eyed. Felix was no longer there. She walked along the stairs, and a poof sound emitted, then a dwarf levitated in the air. It was Peeves' ghost. Hermione could not help but smile when she saw his appearance. It seemed like Peeves had been forced to change his clothes, a bit like the butler's outfit Dobby loved to wear. Peeves looked downcast, his dishonest black eyes trying to shine with sincerity, as he held an invitation in his hand. Beautiful lady, are you lost? He read the lines. Oh, Hermione said jovially, yes. Peeves cursed in a small voice, then immediately put on a surprised look. What a lovely coincidence, there's a ball around here, if you would like to. Looking at his expression he was obviously expecting Hermione to say no, but Hermione smiled and said. Thank you, Peeves, please lead the way for me. Peeves bounced down the stairs and Hermione pulled on her skirt to follow. As they approached the great hall, the melodious music was faintly heard, and Hermione took a deep breath and walked in. The room was filled with people. Professor Dumbledore. Hermione blurted out in surprise. I don't know if I can agree with that, Dumbledore's memory body said cheerfully. I was listening to chamber music in classroom 7 when Felix suddenly appeared and asked if I wanted to attend a ball. Hermione seemed to see a wise, white-bearded old man through the young face, and she wore a reminiscent expression. In any case, you gave me the most important advice, and it proved to be an incredible treasure for me. Dumbledore's memory body tone of voice slightly turned curious. You told me that mastering my magic is just as important as recognizing myself and that I should follow my heart. Hermione said softly, and Dumbledore smiled. Where the treasure is, there the heart is. Exactly. Hermione walked toward the center of the great hall, which now looked completely new, with the golden dance floor stretching to the feet of every guest from classroom 7, who stepped through it with curiosity. Two ghosts floated through the air. I heard that the 426th Quidditch World Cup is under preparation outside. How enviable, I've been to the 322nd. Felix and Hermione looked at each other through the shadow of the ghosts, and Felix reached out a hand and led Hermione to slide on the dance floor. Hermione was in a bit of a trance, and it wasn't until the two were dancing on the ball floor that she understood this feeling of déjà vu at the 4th-year Tournament of Champions ball, at Bill and Fla's wedding, on Mars, and at their own wedding 2 years ago. Each dance represented a further step in their relationship. How long can we dance? Hermione asked in a whisper. About 1,000 years, Felix said, I guess. Number Giant Sloth. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. 738, Epilogue. The Prosperous World, Finale. It was just after midnight, dawn had yet to arrive, the moon and stars still hanging in the sky, and a faint grey-green color appeared on the distant sea surface. It was early in the morning, the time when people are most asleep. Harry rode on his broomstick, breathing the cold sea breeze, over and over again as he rehearsed the operation plan in his mind. Today is the day to close the net. The last group of mercenaries along with the tourists blended into the island. The huge floating island gradually dismantled piece by piece in his mind, which was replaced by a dense traffic map, thousands of flow networks, more than 200 night buses, tens of thousands of low-altitude tourist brooms, as well as not very popular flying carpets, hovercars and other magical substitutes. Then there are also apparition and port KS shifting hubs. The governing body of the floating island has relatively comprehensive regulations for wizards to apparate on and off the island. Usually, only the external defense is maintained, that is, outsiders are prohibited from directly sneaking onto the island, and in turn, wizards are not allowed to leave at will, but there are no internal restrictions. During the World Cup, it is much stricter, and a series of no apparition zones are announced in advance, except for a few places such as the stadiums and their surroundings, which could accommodate 500,000 spectators, and the strongholds controlled by Aurors. All other areas were strictly banned for wizards to apparate at will. The latter, the Auror stronghold, is one of the main reasons why the floating island can cope with most emergencies with less manpower, and Harry has even temporarily formed a dozen elite wizard squads to provide support in case of emergency. At that moment a figure rushed over. It was Ron. He pushed the broom handle to suspend in front of Harry. Everyone's ready. When are we going to move? Now. Cool. Ron gave a thumbs up. See those billywig insects? I can't wait for them to get a good shot of my wizard pieces charging. Don't wake up the whole island. Harry cautioned. I really would have liked to. Ron trailed off with a bit of regret. Too bad you deployed a group of people dedicated to casting the quietening charm and repairing charm. The two descended to the ground on their broomsticks, and one by one the heavily armed figures disappeared from Harry's sight. Harry tightened his wand. They are his family, classmates, friends, and comrades, who did not hesitate to answer his call, so he must do everything possible to protect their safety. The battle was fought before dawn and ended before dawn. Harry's patronus pierced through the darkness. Near the stadium, his close-range continuous apparition was a nightmare for all enemies, and he barely faced more than a decent resistance. In many cases, the battle was over before Harry rushed to support, and Harry heard the Creevy brothers whispering that they hadn't even caught a single enemy. I knocked down 7. Sirius walked around excitedly. Make sure you let little Rosalie know that. Oh, and little Edgar. Grandfather Phineas, who loves to yap. Harry grinned. Little Edgar is Sirius's second child, the one who was almost named James and later inherited the name of Ms. Bones' brother. As for the grandfather Phineas that Sirius spoke of, it is actually the portrait in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, which Sirius has often gone back to visit since he had a child, and he loves to give advice. Harry walked to the back corner. Hermione was yawning a bit. She danced all night, and when she returned, she learned that the operation was imminent and rushed over. She was so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open. She barely said hello. Oh ha Harry, anything else? I'm going to go back and catch up on my sleep, and come back when I have time. Okay. Harry said hesitantly. He still did not say the words of thanks since Hermione is here. It's given that the professor also came over, but he only did not show up. Today's operation is expected to have some of his pushing factors to build up momentum for him. Hermione smiled and waved her hand. Come on, Harry. She turned into a shadow. Harry seemed to see the professor smile and nod at him, and then they both disappeared together. Harry took a deep breath. He still has a lot to do. When the World Cup is over there is plenty of time to talk with Professor Happ. Early in the morning, the sleeping city reawakened. When you looked down from high above, you could see little ant-like people pouring out of the hotels and merging into the various main roads. Today is the day the Quidditch World Cup begins, and although the opening ceremony will not take place until the evening, the atmosphere in the air is already pulsating with excitement. Many tourists had only learned what had happened in the early hours of the morning from the newspapers, and a large group of kindred spirits had gathered in the pub to talk about how more than 300 organized and premeditated criminals had been caught unawares while they were sound asleep. It wasn't like there was no movement at all, said one man. I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and vaguely heard someone shouting charge and give us some. Or something like that, but the volume was so low it wasn't as loud as the sound of peeing. It's a quietening charm. Some law enforcement officers have cast a quieting charm nearby. A wizard cried out. That means the battle was under control from start to finish. I suppose that means the young chief of the island is quite a talent, hey? Someone asked a question. Cough cough cough, it's the island governor. The wizard coughed violently. Harry Potter is not young, he's very famous in England. Yeah well, but compared to Happ. The male wizard stopped talking. It was undisputed. No wizard could match Felix Happ's influence now, not even close, but then again, governing the floating island isn't that demanding. These people soon diverted the conversation elsewhere, discussing the evening's opening ceremony, arguing about which country's team would win, and soon two drunken, cranky guys with flags painted on their faces were fighting at the pub as people around them cheered with gusto. The pub barman ignored this and simply turned on the TV, where the morning news was being broadcast on the screen as follows. 327 criminals were arrested, and after interrogation, it was ascertained that these men were from 12 prominent anti-wizard organizations, and enchanted guns and materials used to make magic bombs were confiscated from their hideouts, which had been planned for over 3 months. The people in the pub watched the footage of the subsequent battle in awe. Most of them, including the male wizard, were seeing the standard wizard squad in action for the first time, which completely overturned their past perceptions. Silent invasion after using bewitched sleep spell, transfiguration magic which could turn walls into open doors, the quietening and disillusionment charms to block sound and sight, besides the smoke that enveloped half the neighborhood, the 10-foot-tall magic golems, and no one thought that the fully armed equipment on Oris was just for show. Probably they didn't even have the chance to operate it during the battle, or it was working, but they were unable to tell. Of all these, the Silver Stag Patroness was quite impressive. Whenever it appeared, it basically meant the end of the battle within seconds. Nearly noon, Valen sat up in her cradle bed, a little dazed. She only remembered that she was sitting at the door of the Great Demon King's bedroom yesterday. Valen fully woke up with a jolt, jumped down and ran into the bedroom. The scene before her eyes made her angry. Those two guys were lying on the bed snoozing, and she didn't even know when they came back last night, and now they both. She tilted her head and glanced at the time, 11:59. Valen smacked her beak and waited quietly for a dozen seconds, and when the needle jumped to 12 and continued to go down, she immediately hopped into bed and shook the covers hard. It's already past 12. You guys are too lazy. Felix reached out in a daze and glued Valen to the bed, and after a few seconds, he opened his eyes and met Niffler's glaring eyes. Why did you glue yourself on the bed? Felix scratched his nose absent-mindedly. Valen froze for a moment, then struggled hard. Key. By the time Felix and Hermione had eaten, it was afternoon, and the television was still dutifully broadcasting footage of the Wizard Squad's heroic battle, with a number of interviews thrown in, such as Rolf, who was gushing about his wife's skills, and the reporter who interviewed Seamus and Dean, failing to notice the scene of Ms. Bones lecturing her youngest son at his back. Grop knows more words than you do. You and your father should be ashamed of it for once. Felix and Hermione, who were playing wizard cards, turned their heads just in time to see Sirius picking his nose. But after 6 p.m., there was plenty of news from the stadium, and the two changed clothes and appeared in the stadium with an exasperated Valen. The stadium was packed. Their seats are at the very top, and they exchanged greetings with various people who they didn't remember much along the way, before entering the private booth. Felix was quietly relieved that it was packed with familiar faces, in addition to a bunch of Hogwarts professors, the Longbottoms, Lupin and Tonks, Luna and Rolf, Sirius and Bones, the whole Weasley family, Draco and Astoria, and a dozen small children of various ages. He and Hermione sat in the first row, next to Professor McGonagall. Felix, Professor McGonagall nodded at them. Madame Maxime came by and talked to me about the matter of opening a magic school by working together with other magic schools on the island, you know, studying common disciplines where magic and science coexist. It would be a good idea to add Muggle universities. Hermione interjected. We do have such plans, Professor McGonagall said, but it is still in preparation. We have to reach a mutual understanding with Bosbatons and Durmstrang first, and it would be better if we could add Ilvermorny and Uagadou. To prepare for another tournament of champions. Felix asked with interest. Professor McGonagall froze. It's not impossible if we can, before I retire. The advertisements on the circular curtain around the stadium disappeared, and the lens shifted past each prominent VIP and made its way to the top floor where Harry's back was followed all the way to the top booth, and then the crowd cheered as footage of the daytime battle began to play. Harry sat next to Ginny. Where are the kids? Ginny sighed. James went to find Teddy. Rosalie is with Victoria. Albus. She raised her chin and Harry looked over. Albus and Scorpius were exchanging souvenirs with each other and Draco nodded towards Harry. Harry. At that moment, Sirius waved at Harry, and Harry went to sit over. He took Harry by the shoulders and pointed to the patroness on the screen. How does it feel? The meaning was obvious. Harry scratched his head. There are a lot of things I haven't had a chance to learn more about. Find him. Sirius nudged towards Lupin. He knows the best. Harry blinked and looked over at Lupin. Sirius got it more or less right. Future Worlds does have an obligation to help you with this, and what we've done over the years would be very informative for you to manage the floating island. Lupin said, we have to do only one thing, or rather aim for one objective, to make magic integrate as much as possible into all the fields it can access. After more than a decade, it's finally starting to pay off. Initial gains? Harry asked. Exactly. Lupin explained, magic and science are becoming more and more closely integrated, truly becoming part of what keeps the world going, and no one person or group has the ability to force them apart, and that means huge changes in existing life. Harry received a tremendous shock inside. Then he felt a heavy weight on his heart. Lupin smiled slightly. It's a big responsibility, but don't stress, you've already proven yourself, and there are many opportunities ahead. Plus we're all here. Felix is here too. He knew the world is changing for the better and is on the right path. Those who used to climb the mountain would not be easily hindered by a boulder or two. We are in the midst of an unprecedented era of prosperity, he said in a strong, confident voice. It was as if in response to Lupin's words, Felix, who was having a small talk with Professor McGonagall in the top booth, found the stadium gradually quieted down, and Hermione at the side quietly nudged him, as a giant screen made up of countless curtains projected Felix's face on it. At the same time, his face appeared in the floating islands pubs, and open-air venues, as well as on TV screens all around the world. Felix stood up to his feet and opened his arms. People held their breath. The Quidditch World Cup had attracted the world's attention, so for a few seconds, it was as if the entire floating island, and even the world outside, had gone silent by a dozen decibels. His voice carried clearly through every corner of the stadium with the help of magic and appeared on every screen. Everyone, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 426th Quidditch World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Let the carnival begin with a bang. The festivities will now begin. Millions of arms waved enthusiastically in the air, flags of all colors fluttered over the heads of the crowd, creating a sea of joy. Then came an even more dazzling sight. Countless fireworks burst and condensed into brilliant patterns above the night sky. The sky turned into a larger colorful canvas than the stadium, and a tidal wave of excited screams pierced through the thick clouds and echoed in the ears of tourists for a long time. Everyone's face was filled with unquenchable joy. Prosperity is just around the corner. Note: this is where all the bonus episodes come to an end. The overall framework of the bonus episodes is Quidditch World Cup, but the World Cup itself is not important, rather its role is to just provide a stage for the story to be framed in the most vibrant possible context. The main characters' families, careers, and living conditions are introduced through individual episodes, rather than dry textual descriptions, which is the main purpose of the bonus episodes. Some of them I have found difficult to keep as a standalone episode, so they are integrated into other people's stories. Thank you for your support and company till now, but this story is truly going to end here. Thank you all. Very big thanks for all the support you guys have given me. Every comment, likes, reads, Power Stone and financial support has motivated me. Thank you.